Hello everyone, I'm Tanushree and I welcome you all to this ARD simplified series. So students, in this agriculture and rural development series, we are going to cover all the important and the complicated topics which are relevant for our NABARD Grade A examination. So those of you who are preparing on their own through self-study, they will be able to complete and understand all these important topics within 12 hours. So we are going to teach each of these important topics within in a comprehensive manner along with the MCQs. Here I'm sharing with you the list of the topics that we are going to cover. You can pause this video and you can have a look at what all topics are we going to cover. Students, we have selected these topics on the basis of the previous year questions, seeing that which topics are more important here. So you can just pause this video and can check on your own that what all topics are we going to cover in this 12-hour long video. Apart from that, students, if you're interested in any paid mentorship for your NABARD Grade A preparation, then you can visit our website edutap.in. Here we have dedicated courses for NABARD Grade A. First course that we have recently launched is a NABARD Grade A Phase 1 and Phase 2 live crash course. Students, as part of this live crash course, we are going to offer you the live classes both for the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 exam. Apart from that, for every chapter, there are summary sheets, there are chapter-wise quizzes, solved previous year question, mind maps for the last minute revision and descriptive model question and answer so that you can prepare for the Phase 2 exam also. Apart from that, students, there are going to be sectional tests, full length mock tests both for the Phase 1 and Phase 2 exam. Apart from that, there is also previous year questions from 2017 to 2024. So these are going to be the deliverables as far as this live crash course is concerned. Apart from that, for those of you who are preparing through self-study, we have launched the Phase 1 and Phase 2 test series. And students, if you want to see what are the deliverables, then you can check the 11-hour trial course also. So students, these are the courses that we have launched on our website. If you are interested, you can watch that. And on that note, let us start our session now.
So first of all, I am going to tell you about what is soil. First, we are going to understand what actually soil is, right? Then I'm going to tell you a bit about soil science, because see, we are studying soil as a part of science, as a part of agricultural science, right? So what is this soil science? Why we need to study this soil science? So we are going to discuss all about that. Then to understand how soil profile is formed, what is soil profile and how soil profile is formed, we are going to understand how in first place soil is formed. Okay, so soil profile कैसे बनती है, उसके लिए सबसे पहले ये जानेंगे कि soil कैसे बनती है. So then we'll discuss about soil profile, its formation, and few important processes that take place inside soil profile that leads to formation of the complete soil profile, right? So this is the agenda of this video, and we'll start with what is soil. Now students, if you see, the definition of soil for everybody will be different, right? For a layman, it's just a dirt or debris, right? For an agriculturist, it is a, what we can say, it is a habitat where plant grow, or it is a support system for plant, right? For a mining engineering, it is something, a debris which is covering rocks. And if I ask a civil engineer, he will say it is a material on which roads are prepared, on which house beds are formed, right? So each one have a different explanation of what is soil. But we are understanding here soil in terms of agriculture, its importance in terms of agriculture, right? So as we are reading this soil under agriculture subject, so we will understand soil as a habitat where plant grow. Okay, for us, soil is something, a support system or a base on which our plants are growing, on which our crops are growing, right? So this is a general definition or a different, I can say, perspective of soil for different people. But we are, as an agriculturist, we are going to understand soil as a habitat where plants are growing. Now students, what is the definition of soil? Now, what is the soil actually, right? This soil hai kya? So basically, it is a nutrient bin that supplies all nutrient required for plant growth. Okay, so if we see, plant grow on soil, right? Now, how this plant is growing? This plant might be taking up something from soil. Okay, it is absorbing something from soil which is helping in its growth and development. And what this plant is absorbing? It is absorbing nutrients, right? हमें भी अपने we also need nutrients, we also need carbohydrate, protein, fats, fiber for growth and development. Similarly, plants also need some nutrients for growth and development, and that nutrient is provided by soil. Okay, understand this thing. So soil is what? For us, soil is a nutrient bin. It is something which have all the nutrient that is required by plant to grow. Clear? Now this term soil has been derived from a Latin word solum. Okay, it has been derived from a Latin word solum, which means floor. Okay, so this is just a from where this term has been derived. ये आपको याद रखना है. It has been derived from a Latin word solum, जिसका मतलब होता है floor. Okay, now what are the main components of soil, right? What this soil is made up of basically. So basically your soil is made up of mineral matter. Okay, so 45%, this is we are talking by volume. Okay, by volume 45% mineral matter is present in soil. What is this mineral matter? We will be discussing this in coming slide, where we will discuss how soil is formed. Okay, but right now understand soil have some minerals, and 45% by volume mineral matter is present in soil that we see, right? Then there is organic matter, which is 5%. Okay, now apart from this mineral matter, there are organic matter also, right? All the dead decaying plant that is lying on the soil, it is getting decomposed, and it is adding organic matter to the soil. So that organic matter is also part of soil. So by volume, if we see in any soil around 5%, it is not something which is very definite, but it's average, right? So 5% organic matter is present. Then there is soil water. Now if we see, plant absorb water from soil. So how it is absorbing? When soil have water, right? So the constituent of soil water is 25%, and constituent of soil air is 25%. Soil also had air, because see, if we see, soil is basically a small particle. It is the aggregate of small particles, right? Now these particles have some spaces in between, and in these spaces water and air is filled, right? So if we see, the percentage of by volume of soil water is 25%, and by volume percentage of soil air is 25%. Now this air is also very important, because plant root grow inside the soil, and this root also need some space to grow, as well as this root need air for respiration. Okay, so how that is provided? Again, due to the space that is present in between the soil, where soil air is trapped, where soil air is present. Clear? So right now don't go into that detail, just understand here that soil have few components, which include your mineral matter, organic matter. We also have soil air and soil water. Clear? Now I hope till now it's clear that what is soil, right? For us, soil is something which is providing nutrient to the plant for its growth and development. Okay, so let's move ahead and let's understand what is soil science. Now students, when we say all the nutrients are provided by soil to the crop for its growth and development, so we can assume, or we can conclude from this statement itself, that soil is very important resource for agriculture, right? Because all our crops, ultimately it is going to grow on soil. So soil is a very important resource for us. So we need to understand soil in order to grow, or in order to increase productivity of our crop, right? तो हम जब सॉइल की अंडरस्टैंडिंग अच्छे से होगी, तभी हम क्रॉप की प्रोडक्टिविटी को इंक्रीज कर सकेंगे, राइट? सो फॉर दैट, under agriculture science, we have a separate branch which is known as soil science. Okay, so we have a separate branch under agriculture science, which is soil science, wherein we study soil as a natural resource. Okay, now we know it is a very important resource. Till now we have concluded that soil is very important resource for crop growth and development, as it is providing nutrient, water, air, support to the crop plant, right? So what all do we study under soil science? Like what aspects of soil? Okay, what kind of study we do under soil science? Let us understand that. So students, we study about soil formation. Okay, how this soil is formed. right? So first of all, we study under soil science that how the soil is formed. Then we also study about its classification and mapping. Now students, you might know that we have different types of soil. We have red soil, we have black soil, we have elfy soil, we have laterite soil, we have oxy soil, we have ulti soils, and so and so. So different types of soils are present. So how this soil is classified, how this soil is mapped, where it is present, that is also studied under soil science. Clear? Now we also study about soil physical, chemical and biological property. What do we mean by physical, chemical and biological property? So students, if I talk about physical property of soil, so what is the physical state of soil? Means, okay, we'll take an example. We'll take two scenario. There are two fields, we can say, right? There are two fields. Here the soil is compact, very compact. There is no air space, there is no water space, and the soil is very hard. But here the soil is well pulverized, means the soil particles are in good physical state. They are allowing water to go inside, they are allowing air to go inside, right? So now, what do you think? Which physical state of soil is better for crop growth? Obviously this one, right? For say this is A and this is B. So field B have better physical condition for crop growth and development, right? So this, when we study about physical condition of soil or physical properties of soil, like how are soil particle, okay, what is the shape of soil particle, what is the density of soil, when these things are studied, okay, that is the physical property of soil, and that is also covered under soil science. Then we also study about chemical properties. Now what kind of chemical reactions happens in soil? Now students, in soil, okay, it's not just a mineral matter that is present. This soil have organic matter, we have already discussed, and this organic matter is decomposed by microorganism, right? Now when microorganism decompose the organic matter, there are few chemicals that are released in soil, okay? So we can call these chemicals as nutrients also, but yes, for now there are few chemicals that are released in soil and that initiate some kind of chemical reaction, right? So that is the chemical property of soil. What kind of nutrient or chemicals that are present in soil, what kind of chemical reaction that is happening in the soil, what chemical reactions are good for plant growth, what chemical reactions are harmful for the plant growth, all these things is the chemical property of soil, and that is also dealt under soil science. Clear? Next we have biological property. So biological property in itself means that the type of flora and fauna that is present in soil, okay, and these flora and fauna are again very important. See, when we say organic matter decomposition, so who will decompose that organic matter? It will be some living organism, right? So all the living organisms that are residing in soil, again that is studied, and that comes under biological property of soil. So these all things, physical, chemical and biological property of soil, is again studied under soil science. Also students, we study about soil fertility, how fertile soil is, because ultimately our aim is to increase the productivity of crop, right? So we will be only able to increase the productivity when we know how fertile soil is, right? So that is also studied under soil science. And also students, these property, how can we manage these property for better crop growth, that is also dealt under soil science. Now I hope you have got that clarity ki what is soil science, okay? So till now we have discussed what is soil, right? Soil is a nutrient bin that is providing nutrient for plant growth and development, right? Then soil science, study of soil as a natural resource that is present on Earth's surface. And what kind of study we are doing? We are studying about formation, classification, mapping, physical, chemical, biological properties, soil fertility, etc. and etc. Right? So I hope till now the lecture is understood कि ये समझ आ रहा है कि क्या कितना हमने अभी तक जो भी हमने अभी तक डिस्कस कर लिया, right? Okay, let's move ahead and let's now understand the soil formation. Right? So how this soil is formed actually? Let us understand that. So we have discussed about soil science. Now how this soil is formed, let us come back to the topic. So students, soil is formed from a parent material. There might be something, there is a parent material, means there is some source from which this soil is being formed. right? And that source is called as parent material, and usually this parent material is rock. Clear? So what is rock? Rock is basically, it is a mixture, it is made up of minerals. Okay, so rock is made up of minerals. So there are different minerals that combines and form a rock, or there can be one single type of mineral that has accumulated and formed a rock. So this rock is a parent material which is made up of minerals. Now you can understand from here that how mineral matter, which we were discussing earlier, is part of your soil, is a part of your component of soil, right? So mineral matter कैसे component है soil का, तो यहीं से minerals आते हैं, right? यहीं से mineral matter आते हैं. जो आपका rock है वो mineral से ही बना है, and when this rock decomposes, right, it forms mineral matter. It get decomposed, it get disintegrated into mineral matters. So that forms a huge component of your soil, right? So this parent material, which is rock, is made up of minerals, right? It decomposes, it disintegrates. How? There is a process which is known as weathering. What is weathering? What is weathering? Weathering is basically the conversion of parent material into, we can say, true soil. Okay? Weathering is a process from which parent material is being converted into soil. Okay, so through weathering, parent material do not get directly converted into true soil. Rather, we get an intermediate stage which is called regolith. Okay, so after parent material has disintegrated or weathered, it get converted into regolith. What is this regolith? It is an unconsolidated mass of soil. Okay, or we cannot say which type of soil is this. We cannot identify here which type of soil is being formed, right? So it is an intermediate stage between parent material and your true soil. Now once this regolith is formed, again weathering will continue, and then at last your true soil will be formed. Okay, so how the soil is formed? From parent material get weathered into regolith get further weathered into true soil, right? Now this true soil which is formed, we can identify this soil, which type of soil is formed, whether it is red soil, black soil, laterite soil, so and so, right? Now students, coming back to the weathering topic, because again we have to understand this weathering. It's very important that how actually this parent material is getting disintegrated. ये rock fragments में टूट कैसे रही, right? How the disintegration or destruction of this rock is happening. So students, there are different types of weathering. We have physical, chemical and biological weathering. Okay, so let us understand now what is physical, chemical and biological weathering. Now students, if I talk about physical weathering means due to change in environmental condition, the physical state of rock is getting changed. Okay, basically this is your rock, ठीक है, आपकी rock है. Now इस पे क्या हो रहा है, कुछ environmental conditions के वजह से ये rock का जो structure है that is getting weaken up, means this rock structure is weakening and it is getting disintegrated. Okay, so कुछ भी change in environment की वजह से जो physical structure है rock का, जब वो disintegrate हो जाए, that is called physical weathering. Now what kind of changes we are talking about? So first, change in temperature. So students, when there is a change in temperature, the rock get disintegrated into fragments. How? Let me talk about that. So rock is made up of minerals. Minerals are made up of, again, some kind of chemicals, right? So this have some kind of structure. This rock have its own structure. It has its own stability, right? Now when the temperature changes, like there is high temperature during day and very low temperature during night, so the structure, this rock contract and expand, okay, due to change in temperature. Due to this contraction expansion, again cracks are formed and this rock get disintegrated. This rock get divided into different pieces. Clear? So this is how change in temperature is affecting your weathering, or how through change in temperature weathering is happening, which is physical weathering. Then action of water. Action of water. So students, see, there will be rainfall. The raindrop will hit the rock, right? It will hit the rock and it will weaken the structure of rock. So that's how rain is also, impacting the stability of rock, and it is allowing physical weathering. Sometimes, for say this is our rock, and this rock has this crack. Okay? This rock may crack hai. Whenever there is a rainfall, what will happen? The water will settle in this crack. Water will, settle down in this crack. And when there is a freezing condition, this is called freezing and thawing basically. When there is a freezing condition, what happens? We know when the water freezes, it increases its volume by 9%, right? So the water will freeze and the volume will increase. This will widen up the crack. This will widen up the crack, right? And again, the stability of, or the structure of rock will get disintegrated. Right? Then we have action of wind. So students, wind also, when there is a high wind velocity, right, that corrodes the structure of rock, and also again lead to the physical weathering. Clear? So this is how physical weathering happens. Now let's talk about chemical weathering, because it is also important. A question has been asked from hydration part, right? So chemical weathering means when there is a chemical reaction taking place. Okay. Some chemical from the rock is reacting with some chemical, and it is weakening the structure of rock, and again it is leading to the leading to the weathering, that is chemical weathering, right? So first is hydration. What is hydration? Basically, student, it is the addition of hydrogen. Okay? When hydrogen molecule get added to the chemical structure of rock, that is called hydration. Okay, and when any chemical reaction take place, it will weaken the stability, it will weaken the structure of rock, right? Because there will be chemical reaction that is taking place. The chemicals that are present in rock will react with any kind of substance or molecule. It will weaken the structure, and hence it will lead to chemical weathering, right? Then there is a hydrolysis. Hydrolysis is basically breaking down of water, right? It is breaking down of water into hydrogen ion and OH ion, right? So again, when this hydrolysis happens, when water break down, this hydrogen will react with some chemical of rock. This OH will react with some chemical of rock, chemical that is present in the rock. Again, that will lead to any kind of, that will initiate some chemical reaction, and it will lead to chemical weathering, right? Then we have solution. What is solution? Sometimes students, in the presence of water, few chemicals that is present in rock get dissolved in water. Okay, so like for say sodium is present in any rock. So when this rock come in contact with water, what will happen? This sodium will dissolve in water, right? So that is a solution, right? That is a solution reaction that happens, means the chemicals that is present in rock get dissolved in water. Again, when it will dissolve, it will weaken the stability of rock, and the rock will disintegrate. Now, another one we have is biological weathering. So what is biological weathering? Basically, it is due to the organism that is around, that is present, around the rock. We can say, like for say, if we have rock, it is a barren rock, right? Nothing is grown on this. But if slowly lichen, mosses that start growing on this rock, what will happen? These lichen and mosses will, use this rock as a base. And when lichen and moss will grow, they will release some kind of organic substances, right? They will release some kind of chemicals. And again, that chemical will react with the rock, and it will weaken the structure of rock and lead to weathering. Clear? That is how biological weathering happens. Clear? I hope it is clear now, and it is clear that how rock or how soil is being converted into rock is being converted into true soil through different type of weathering process. Now let's talk about soil profile. So what is soil profile? So students, as we all have profile picture, right? So soil also have a profile picture through which we recognize which type of soil is this. Okay, so you can see this is a soil profile. Here, if we cut the vertical section of soil, we see different layers of soil. Okay, so this is a vertical section of soil where different layers are formed, and based on these layers we recognize the type of soil. We see what horizons are formed. Horizons basically these what kind of layers are present in soil. Clear? So before understanding these layers, first let us see that how the soil profile is being formed. So basically students, when the soil is being formed, जब soil बनती है तभी आपकी soil profile भी बनती है, right? This is true soil, this is parent material which is being getting disintegrated in due to physical, chemical and biological weathering, right? अब क्या होगा, the weathering will be more on the top layer as compared to the bottom layer, right? जो weathering होगी यहाँ पे ज़्यादा होगी क्योंकि this part is exposed to the environment condition, this part is exposed to the other living organism, this part is exposed to the water, air and so, right? So more weathering will happen on the upper layer of the soil. Slowly and slowly the organic matter content will increase. Again, weathering will happen, more and more organic vegetation will be present over the rock, and that will add more organic matter to the top layer of the soil, right? Now when this happens, the rock get disintegrated into fragments and organic matter increases. Slowly and slowly weathering continues, okay, and this fragment get converted into fine mineral matter. Again, organic matter accumulate and we have fine mineral matter, and weathering is continue, right? Weathering continue. Now slowly and slowly again weathering continue, upper layer is formed which is again organic matter, another layer is formed where we have fine mineral matter, and then other layer is formed where we have fragments of parent material, right? So this is how during soil formation soil profile is also developed, right? So students, when we know how soil is formed and how the soil profile is being formed, we can study, right, how this soil is made up of, like what factors have contributed for the soil profile, okay, how the soil is influenced by different type of factor that can be studied. Okay, now that's a different topic, but right now understand during soil formation soil profile is also developed, right? Now let us understand about the soil profile. So what are these soil profiles? So students, we have different soil layers that is present in soil. Okay, so basically what is soil profile? It is the layers that is present in the soil, or you can say vertical section of soil which have different horizons. Okay, this is called soil horizon also, or different layers of soil. So we have O horizon which is organic layer, we have A horizon which is topsoil, then we have B which is subsoil, we have C which is parent rock, then we have R which is bedrock. Okay, now how to learn this? So O is organic layer basically, which means here organic matter content is high. ठीक है, तो O क्या है? Organic layer जहां पे organic matter content high है, and here humus is written. What is humus? Humus is basically the end result of decomposition, end result of organic matter decomposition. ठीक है, when organic matter decomposes, the end product that is formed after complete decomposition of this organic matter is humus. So humus will be present on organic layer, right? Because more of organic matter is present here. Then we have A layer which is topsoil. Okay, now under organic layer we will have some minerals along with humus because it is in contact with O layer, right? So it will have organic matter also, it will have mineral matter also, right? Then we have B which is subsoil. Now in this B we have deposited salts and mineral matters. Okay. Then we have C where partly weathered rock is present, and then we have R which is bedrock where unweathered parent rock is present. Clear? Now let us understand what is this E horizon, alluviation layer. Okay. Now students, your A horizon is divided into A1, A2 and A3. Okay. Now what is this A1? A1 is basically the transition zone between O and A horizon, or organic layer or top soil we can say. A3 is transition zone between A and B, which is your top soil and subsoil. This A2 layer is known as E horizon. Okay, so what is this E horizon basically, students? So from this E horizon, like this is your E horizon, okay? So yeah, here we have some mineral matter or salts that are present. Okay, what will happen? Water will enter into the soil. Okay, so what will happen? As the water percolate down into the soil, it will wash off it will wash off these mineral matter. These mineral matter will also go down along with the water to the subsoil. Hence here it is written deposited mineral and metal salts. ठीक है, तो यहाँ से क्या होगा, जितने भी आपके मिनरल मैटर हैं that will leach down to subsoil, and this layer is called E layer, which is also known as illuviation layer, from which all the mineral matter has been leached down or washed off. Clear? So this is your A2 horizon, which is E horizon. I hope it is clear now. E horizon is basically from where the mineral matter has been washed off. ठीक है, that's why it's called illuviation layer. Illuviation, or you can learn it from E से eliminate. Right? Eliminate means वहां से there is an elimination of mineral matter from this layer. Clear? So I hope now all these layers are also clear to you. Right? Now let us understand few processes through which these layers are formed. So first we have a process known as horizonation. Horizonation, basically it is a term given for the process of formation of different horizon in the soil. ठीक है, I hope it is clear from the term itself. Horizonation basically formation of horizons, formation of these soil layers. Clear? Now students, there is a process known as humification. I have already discussed this with you. What is humification? It is again conversion of organic matter through decomposition to humus. ठीक है, how it is converting by decomposition. Who is doing the decomposition? Basically microorganism, right? Microorganism are decomposing organic matter into humus. Clear? So this process is known as humification. I hope it's clear. Then we have another process known as illuviation. Illuviation is something that we have already discussed, that is happening in E layer or E horizon, right? What was happening? All your mineral salt, it was getting eliminated or washed off to the B layer, that is subsoil. This process is known as illuviation. Okay, again E say elimination. So eliminating of all these mineral salts from E horizon to the B horizon. Clear? Then we have illuviation, another term. So what is this illuviation? So this is something that is happening in B horizon. So when this mineral matter get washed off from E horizon, it is getting accumulated somewhere, right? So it is getting accumulated in your B, which is your subsoil. And this process, which is accumulation of mineral matter to the subsoil, is called as illuviation. Clear? I hope now humification, illuviation and illuviation is clear to you. Horizonation is also clear to you, right? So these are some easy terminologies that can be asked in your examination, and you can learn it. Importance of soil water. Why even at first place we are studying about soil water? Why it is important to study, right? Then in order to understand soil water potential, we have to first understand how does water move inside soil. Okay, so we'll be understanding that. Then we'll come to the concept of soil water potential, and with related to soil water potential, we will be also discussing about further regarding soil moisture content and different types of soil water, which is again very important topic for your examination, right? So let's start this lecture by understanding first importance of soil water. Now, why soil water is very important for us? Why we need to study the soil water? So students, we know the source of water for plants is soil. Plants absorb water from soil, right? So it is very important that soil should have a particular amount of water that can support plant growth and development. So it's very important that we study about this soil water so that we can know what is the amount of water that is present in the soil that will help or that will support our crop growth, right? So plant need this water. Now why the plant need this water? Why plant at first place is absorbing this water? So plant is carrying out few important processes like your photosynthesis, okay? Photosynthesis and transpiration, right? So these are few important processes that happens with the help of water inside plant. What is photosynthesis? So photosynthesis is a process through which plant is making their food. So plant need water in order to carry out photosynthesis, in order to make their food. So it's very crucial process for the plant, right? What is transpiration? Transpiration is a process through which plant is maintaining their environment. Plant is maintaining their temperature basically. Okay, so usually what happens in case of transpiration? Plant loses out some amount of water in order to maintain their temperature. Okay, so this is transpiration process that happens in plant, again with the help of water. So plant need water for such processes. Okay, and there are so many biochemical reaction that happens inside plant which is again facilitated by water, which need water. So you can see, you can understand this water is very, very important for our crop plant, and we should ensure the regular supply of water to the crop plant. And how we will ensure that? If we will have enough amount of water in soil. Now one more thing, the amount of water that is present in soil will be the amount of water that is available to the plant, right? जितना पानी सॉइल में प्रेजेंट होगा उतना पानी ही अवेलेबल होगा प्लांट के लिए फॉर ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट, राइट? नाउ हाउ दिस अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर दैट इज प्रेजेंट इन सॉइल इज डिपेंडेंट, मीन्स ये किस पे डिपेंड करता है कि कितना अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर प्रेजेंट होगा सॉइल में. सो दैट डिपेंड ऑन सॉइल पोरोसिटी, राइट? सो दैट डिपेंड ऑन सॉइल पोरोसिटी. What is soil porosity? It is the space between soil particle. The amount of space between soil particle is soil porosity. So we know that we have soil particles, right? Now these soil particles when come together, right? So there will be some amount of space in between these soil particles. This is some space, right? This space here, this is soil porosity. You can understand this by have a container and just fill this container with balls. Okay, right? You can see, so in between these balls you will see some space. This space is what? This space is porosity in terms of soil, right? So that soil water, amount of soil water that is present in soil will depend on soil porosity. Now if the soil have good porosity, what is this porosity? This is the space. So if soil will have enough space, so enough water can enter into the soil. But if soil do not have enough space, less water will enter into soil, or maybe no water enter into the soil, because soil is very much compacted and there is no space for water to enter, right? So it's very important that soil should have an optimum porosity level so that it can allow water to infiltrate in, and that water can be used by plant for growth and development. Clear? So this is the importance of water. We know now, till now we have understood that for crop growth and development, water is very important to carry out certain processes like photosynthesis and transpiration. And this water which is required by plant, the plant absorb this water from soil, and it's very important for us to understand this soil water. Clear? Now let's move ahead and understand that how this water move inside soil, right? How this movement happens. So basically students, if we see, if I ask you, like for say this is a soil profile and there are 3 points inside this soil profile, point A, point B and point C, right? Now if I ask you that I am applying water to this soil profile, what will be the movement of this water? You will say, or mostly you will think that it will be from A to C, usually A to C, right? Water will move from top to bottom due to gravitational force. Due to gravitational force, right? So due to gravitational force, water will move from top to bottom. But I say, if this is the case, then what about horizontal flow? Like if only water flow vertically inside the soil profile, then how horizontal flow is happening? Like this is a field, right? You have applied water to this area, right? Now, does this water only go this way? It does not go this way. क्या वाटर सिर्फ ऊपर से नीचे ही जाता है, ये हॉरिजॉन्टल फ्लो नहीं करता है? करता है, राइट? सो हाउ दिस हॉरिजॉन्टल फ्लो हैपेंस? यहाँ तो कोई ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स नहीं है. अगर यहाँ पे ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स की वजह से पानी नीचे जा रहा है, व्हाट अबाउट दिस? देयर इज अ हॉरिजॉन्टल फ्लो आल्सो, राइट? एंड if I say that water can move from C to A, then how about this? कि जो पानी है वो आपका C to A भी जा सकता है. A to B भी जा सकता है, B to A भी जा सकता है, C to B भी जा सकता है inside the soil. So this happens inside the soil. Okay, and how this happens, let us understand now. Okay, so water can move in any direction inside the soil profile, and now we are going to understand that how this water is moving inside the soil, what lead to this movement, right? So students, basically water move inside soil due to the difference in energy level, due to the difference in potential energy basically. Okay, so due to difference in potential energy at 2 point, water move from one point to another point, right? So like for say here we have, okay, let's first understand the concept of what energy of water, right? So students, for say this is your pure water, means in this water there is no solute present, and this water is not attracted by any force. So, okay, so this is your pure water, means the molecule of water here have the maximum energy state. So that is the energy state of pure water, right? The molecule have maximum energy state, they are not attracted by any force. So this energy is called a maximum energy of water. This is the maximum energy of water, and for reference we take the maximum energy of pure water as 0. ठीक है, दिस इज जस्ट अ रेफरेंस विच हैज बीन टेकन कि प्योर वाटर की जो एनर्जी होती है वो 0 होती है. ओके, इट इज 0. नाउ if I add solute to this water, ठीक है, if I add some amount of solute to this water, what will happen? This solute will attract few molecule, right? It will attract few molecule and it will lower the energy of water molecule. It will lower the energy of water molecule. Hence, now the energy of this particular here, if it is container A, it is container B. So the energy of water in container B will lower down and it will become negative. It will become negative, right? So I hope here it is clear that for pure water, where molecule of water have higher energy state, maximum energy state, we have taken the energy as 0. And as we go on adding solute to it or any particle to it or anything to it, what will happen? The water molecule will be attracted by the solute particle and the energy of free water molecule will decrease, right? And it will become negative. Hence, maximum energy of water is considered as 0. Okay, and as we go on adding solute or any particle or anything to this water, the energy level will decrease. Understood? Now, if you have understood this concept, now let's move ahead and understand how this water is moving inside the soil. Now students, this water movement that happens inside the soil is due to the difference in the energy state at 2 point. Okay, the soil water have different type of energy, means different, if there is a difference in energy at 2 point, water will move due to that difference, and it will always move from higher energy state to lower energy state. Like you can see this horizontal flow is happening here. How this is happening? Because potential energy of water here is more than potential energy of water here. Okay, so it will move from greater potential energy to lower potential energy till the potential energy of both the point become equal. Okay, so when the potential energy of both the point become equal, then the movement will stop. Same here, this downward flow is happening because again energy of water at the top is more than energy of water at the bottom. Hence this downward flow is happening, and as soon as this energy become equal, the movement of water will stop, right? Now, after understanding this, we can say that if we have point A and point B, so water can move from point B to point A if energy state of water at point A is higher than energy state of water at point B, right? अगर point B पे water का जो potential energy है वो ज़्यादा है as compared to B, so water will move from B to A, okay, from higher to lower till it become equal. Clear? So now you can understand that how this water was flowing inside the soil profile. ठीक है, जो एग्जाम्पल हमने पहले लिया था कि अब वो वाटर ऐसे कैसे फ्लो कर रहा था. right? How it is flowing in opposite direction. So again, that is due to difference in potential energy, or due to difference in energy, you can say, at 2 point. Clear? Now students, let us understand the concept of soil water potential. Now once you have understood how water is moving inside the soil, we will discuss about now soil water potential. So students, soil water potential is basically a term given for the tendency of soil water to move. Okay, it is the tendency of soil water to move inside soil, right? So when we say about soil water, the soil water is attracted by, or it is influenced by so many forces, right? How? Let me tell you. See, we have soil particle present. Or say this is soil particle. This is soil particle. This is soil particle, right? Now, this soil particle will attract water or water molecule. For say this is water molecule, right? This soil particle will attract water molecule. So this soil particle is basically doing what? It is exerting force on water molecule, right? Now this is one kind of force that is acting on water that is present in soil. Another force is due to solute. Okay, for say this is solute particle. Now this solute particle will also attract, or we can say salts that are present in soil, like your sodium salts, calcium salts, right? So for say this is a sodium salt, this salt will also attract water molecule, right? This salt will also attract water molecule, and it will lower the energy of soil water, right? Now next we have is another attraction that happens inside the soil. So this is soil profile. Okay, so this is water molecule for say, okay, I'll make it blue. So this is water molecule for say, right? So this water molecule will be also attracted by one more force, that is a universal force, which is gravity, right? It will be attracted by gravity, right? So gravitational force is also acting on this water molecule. So water that is present in soil is attracted by soil particle, soil salts that are present in soil basically, and gravitational pull. So now based on this, we have different type of potential. As you can see here, we have metric potential. What is metric potential? So students, metric potential is this potential. It is a potential due to which the soil, it is potential that is created due to which due to soil particle, when soil particle attracts water molecule. ठीक है, ये metric potential हो गया. Next we have is osmotic potential. Osmotic potential is due to the salts that is present in soil, right? This salt, when it attracts water molecule, it creates a potential which is known as osmotic potential. ठीक है, this metric potential is denoted by psi m. Your osmotic potential is denoted by psi o. Okay, and your soil water potential is denoted by this symbol here. It is known as psi. Okay, so metric is psi m, osmotic is psi o, gravitational is psi g, which is due to the gravity. Clear? Now students, when we calculate soil water potential, how do we calculate it? So basically we calculate it at 2 points by summing all kind of potential, metric potential, adding osmotic potential, and adding gravitational potential. So this is the soil water potential. This is the soil water potential at particular point. Okay, so for 2 point, for say like here is point A and here is point B. So we will calculate the soil water potential of A, and we will calculate the soil water potential of B. And if the soil water potential of A is higher than soil water potential at B, water will move from A to B. Okay, the movement of water will happen from point A to point B. Clear? So I hope now it is clear to you what is soil water potential. It is the tendency of soil water to move. How do we calculate it? We calculate it by summing all kind of metric potential or forces that is acting on water, which is metric potential, osmotic potential, and gravitational potential, right? And water is always moving from higher potential to lower potential. Clear? And it will move till the potential at 2 point become equal. Clear? So this is how the movement of water happens, and this is what is the concept of soil water potential. Clear? I hope now it is clear to you. And with this, we have completed the concept of soil water potential. Now let's move ahead to the next very important topic, which is soil moisture. Let us also understand in detail about soil moisture, different stages of soil moisture, different terminologies given to that stage, because that is again important for your examination, right? So with this, we'll move ahead to soil moisture. What is soil moisture? It is the amount of moisture that is present in soil. Basic बात है कि it is amount of or content of water or moisture present in soil, that is soil moisture. Okay, now if we see, we'll take a example. So this is my field for say, okay, this is my field, and right now I have not irrigated this field. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll give irrigation, I'll provide irrigation to this field. What will happen? Water will fill here, and all the pores of my field will get filled with water, like, right? जैसे कि ये soil है, इस soil के बीच में क्या है? Soil porosity, and the soil pores will get filled with water, right? Here water will percolate inside the soil. Now students, inside soil there are two types of pores. First are macro pores. What are macro pores? As the name suggests, macro means these are bigger in size. Then we have micro pores. Micro pores are pores that are smaller in size, right? Now, when we add water to the soil for this field, we can say when we add water to this field, all macro pores and micro pores of this field will get filled with water, right? This point where all the pores are filled with water, this point is known as saturated point or saturated soil, right? You can see this condition. This is the condition where all the pores of soil is filled with water, and this point is known as saturation, when all the pores are filled with water. Okay? Now what will happen? Slowly and slowly, water from macro pores will drain. क्यों? क्योंकि वो बड़े pores हैं, right? And gravitational force यहाँ पे ज़्यादा act करेगा, right? So all your macro pores will drain faster. After 2 to 3 days, what will happen? The water will be only present in the micro pores. Now when water is present only in the micro pores, and all your macro pores water has been drained out, so that point is known as field capacity. That point is known as field capacity, and it is the amount of water that is actually present for your plant, that is actually absorbed by the plant. We do not consider water that is present in macro pores as available water to the plant. We consider only the water that is present in micro pores as available water for plant growth and development. Okay? Now, if this situation continue, or after reaching field capacity, what plant will do? Plant will absorb water from the soil. Okay, they will continue absorbing the water from soil, and slowly water content will deplete. And there will be a point which is known as wilting point, where no more water is available for plant to absorb, right? And at this point, plant will show the wilting symptom. Symptoms means the plant will dry out, plant will lose the turgidity, it will fall off, right? So this is called wilting point, at which no water is available for the plant. Now let's come to this diagram and let us understand this soil water through this diagram. Okay, so students, first I have told you we get saturation point. Okay, so which is called saturated soil, where all your macropores and micropores are filled with water. Now after that, all your macropores drain out, and we reach a point which is known as field capacity, where micropores have water. Okay? Now this water will continue depleting by crops, and there will be a condition in between which is called as MAD, which is known as maximum allowable depletion. Means we will allow water to deplete to this point only. After that, we will replenish water, or we will reapply water to the field, right? Because if this continues, we'll get the permanent wilting point. Our plant will start showing wilting symptom. Now, once this point is reached, which is permanent wilting point, At this point also we can correct this thing, right? We can correct the problem of wilting of plant, because if we apply water to this point, plant will again regain the turgidity and plant will again live, right? But if this continues, then we reach a point which is known as ultimate wilting point. At this particular point, plant will not regain the turgidity and plant will die. ठीक है, तो यहां तक आके plant क्या, plant will die. At permanent wilting point, plant will again live if we apply water, but we do not want to deplete water to this extent. Rather, we will just see where is the maximum allowable depletion. Okay, कितना maximum allowable depletion कर सकते हैं, so that after that, once it is reached, we can again irrigate the field, and we can again come to a field capacity where water is available for the plant. ठीक है, so this is about the different type of this is about the soil moisture. Now let us understand about different type of water. So students, see, first we have is a gravitational water. I have told you gravitational water is water that is present in macropores and it drain out. Okay, it drain out due to gravitational force. Then we have is capillary water. Capillary water is water held in micropores, and this is the available water for plant. Clear? Then we have hygroscopic water. What is this hygroscopic water, students? So as I have told you that soil particle attract water molecule. Okay, soil particle attract water molecule. So as this soil particle attract water molecule, it form a thin film of water molecule around it. This is known as hygroscopic water, and again this water is not available for the plant. Okay, plant cannot absorb this water because this is so tightly held by soil particle, right? So this is hygroscopic water. Now students, one thing I wanted to tell you, that the difference in permanent wilting point and field capacity is your available water. Okay, this can be asked to you in your examination. Available water is basically the difference of field capacity and permanent wilting point. Okay, so this is the thing that you have to remember. And now let's see the different water. Gravitational water we have already discussed. It is the free water which is present in macropores and it is not considered available to the plant. Then we have capillary water which is present in micropores, and that is the water which is available to the plant, right? Then we have hygroscopic water. It is the water held tightly as a thin film around the soil particle. Again, not available for the plant. Clear? So with this, we have completed the concept of soil moisture as well. What are these problematic soils? Different types of problematic soils, and how do we manage them, right? So this is the flow of lecture, and let's start by understanding what are problematic soils. Now, I have been talking a lot about importance of soil for agriculture. We know soil is a very important resource of agriculture because all your plant growth and development depend on soil. It depends on amount of nutrient that is present on soil. It depends on amount of water that is present in soil. It depends on physical, chemical, biological property of soil, right? It depends on amount of organic matter that is present in soil. So you can understand that soil is a very important resource. In order to maximize our yield, in order to maximize our crop growth, we need to take care of the soil, right? But sometimes in few soil, there are some problems, okay? And these soils are called problematic soils. Problems like what? Sometimes in few soils, salts are accumulated, okay? There is a heavy accumulations of salt. Now, when this happens, in few soils, this salt accumulation happens, these particular soils are called as salt affected soil, okay? And these salt affected soil are problematic soil because they are not fertile, they are not productive enough in order to support growth and development of our crop plants, right? So students, what are salt affected soil? I have told you that in few soils where salts are dominating, okay, rather than nutrients, salts are dominating, okay? So these are called salt affected soil, and here in this particular soil, the soil fertility is low. Because a high amount of salt reduces the soil fertility. It reduces the availability of nutrient to the plant, hence reducing soil fertility, right? It reduces crop yield. Soil fertility is reduced, soil nutrients are reduced. So again, it will ultimately impact your crop yield, right? And also this lead to the reduce in soil structure, means this lead to the poor soil structure, which again do not support your crop growth and development. So this particular type of soil is commonly seen in arid and semi-arid region, okay? सो ये जो सॉल्ट अफेक्टेड सॉइल है, ये कहाँ पे ज्यादा देखी जाती है? ये देखी जाती है एरिड एंड सेमी एरिड रीजन्स में। क्यों होता है ऐसा? सो स्टूडेंट्स, जो ये सॉल्ट अफेक्टेड सॉइल है, ये प्रॉब्लम जो अराइज होती है, इट अराइजेस ड्यू टू क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन, ठीक है। सो व्हाट usually happens, how these salt affected soils are formed? So in particular soil, if we have salts, okay, now there are two type of environmental condition, okay, like for say this is region A, this is region B, right? So in region A, there are some amount of salt present in soil. In region B, there are some amount of salt present in soil, right? But in region A, there is enough rainfall. There is enough rainfall that happens, right? So rainfall will happen. What will happen? The water will go inside the soil, and this water will dissolve the salt, and these salts will leach down into soil profile, right? But if I talk about region B, here there is a limited rainfall first of all, okay? So the water is not enough to wash off the soil, and as there is a limited rainfall, so here what will happen? There will be high evaporation. Okay, temperature is high, rainfall is not happening, right? Temperature will be high, evaporation will be high. So whatever salt that is present in soil, okay, it will come out, it will come on the surface along with water. Water will get evaporated and salts will remain deposited here, okay? It will remain deposited here, and all your salts will come to the surface, right? So salts will come to the surface, and so there will be problem of excess of salts in our top soil, and hence this soil become problematic, hence this soil become salt affected soil, right? So I hope now you understand how the problem of salt affected soil arises, okay? It arises due to low rainfall in the area where, because see, in arid and semi-arid region, the problem is that there is a low rainfall. Due to low rainfall, the salt do not wash off, and due to evaporation, whatever moisture that is present in soil, along with that, this salt will come to the surface of soil. Water will evaporate and salt will remain on the surface, and hence increasing the concentration of salt on the top layer of the soil, and hence the soil become unproductive, the soil become salt affected, right? So these are your problematic soil and how they are formed. Now let us understand what are different types of problematic soil, because based on the salts, based on the salts or chemicals that are present in soil, we have different types of soil, salt affected soil, right? So what are these? We have saline soil, okay? There are three types of salt affected soil. First we have is saline soil, then we have sodic or alkaline soil, okay? Alkaline soil are also called as sodic soil, so you can say saline sodic soil or alkaline soil, same thing. And then we have saline sodic soil. So these are three types of salt affected soil, okay? Now how this classification is made, again based on the type of salt that is present in that particular soil, okay? जिस तरीके का salt present होगा उस basis पे ये classification किया गया है, right? Now let us understand one by one about all these soil, all these problematic soil and their management, how to manage this soil, right? So students, let's talk about saline soil first, okay? Now before discussing about these soil, I wanted to discuss about few things, that is EC, pH and ESP. What are these terminologies? What are these basically, right? So if I talk about EC, EC is basically electrical conductivity, okay? It is what? It is electrical conductivity. Now students, how this electrical conductivity is measured? Basically, what does this, what this say to us, what this signifies? Electrical conductivity is basically it basically denotes or tell us the amount of salt that is present in soil. ठीक है, कितना amount salt present है soil में, that is denoted, that is measured through measuring the electrical conductivity. Now for say this is a container, okay, here we have soil solution, okay? In this container we have soil solution. This is container A, this is container B for say, ठीक है? So students, what we do, we pass electricity through these containers, okay? We pass electricity through these containers, and in soil where there are in soil where the amount of salt will be high, ठीक है, जिन soil में salt का concentration ज़्यादा होगा वहां पे इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी ज्यादा होगी क्योंकि ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पास होगी, राइट। फॉर से ए में कंसंट्रेशन ज्यादा है, बी में कंसंट्रेशन कम है सॉल्ट का, ए में दीज आर सॉल्ट्स, राइट, ए में कंसंट्रेशन ज्यादा है, बी में कंसंट्रेशन कम है, तो इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी ज्यादा होगी ए की बिकॉज हियर मोर अमाउंट ऑफ सॉल्ट आर प्रेजेंट, राइट, एंड सॉल्ट्स विल कंडक्ट मोर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, राइट। In B, hence as concentration of salt is less, so it will have low electrical conductivity. So with this I wanted to tell you that what is electrical conductivity. It tells us the measure of amount or concentration of salt present in that particular soil. Clear? ये क्या बताता है कि कितना salt present है, कितना amount में salt present है किसी particular soil में, ठीक है। So that is your electrical conductivity. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about next thing, which is pH. Okay, what is pH? pH is basically the activity of hydronium ion. Okay, so what we understand by pH, we do not have to go into that detail or that scientific explanation to what actually is the thing behind pH. हमें सिर्फ ये समझना है कि pH हमें बताता है कि how acidic or how basic any particular thing is, right? So if pH is less than 7, neutral pH is 7, okay, neutral pH is 7. If pH is less than 7, it is considered acidic. If pH is more than 7, it is considered basic. And so if anything have pH more than 7, that is considered as basic. Clear? That is considered as basic. So this is the pH. This is the importance of pH. Then we have ESP. ESP is what? ESP is exchangeable sodium percentage. What is this? Exchangeable sodium percentage. This tells us amount of sodium present in soil. Okay. If more amount of sodium is present in the soil, exchangeable sodium percentage will be more because there is more amount of sodium for exchange. Understand this thing, right? If ESP is less, that shows there is less amount of sodium present in soil because ESP, which is exchangeable sodium percentage, is less. So students, we calculate these things in order to know which type of soil is which type of problematic soil do we have, right? So if I talk about saline soil, coming back to the type of soil, if I talk about saline soil, in saline soil there are high soluble salt content. Okay, here what kind of salts we are talking about? We are talking about chlorides and sulfates of sodium, calcium and magnesium. Okay, in any particular soil where there is high amount of chloride or sulfates of sodium, calcium and magnesium, that is called as saline soil. Okay, now students, for saline soil, electrical conductivity is more than 4 decisiemens per meter. Decisiemens per meter is basically the measurement of electrical, it is the unit of electrical conductivity in which it is measured, right? So for saline soil, electrical conductivity is more than 4. Clear? Why it is happening so? Because salts are present here. Salts are present. More salts are present, electrical conductivity will be more. So it is more than 4. Then we have pH. pH is less than 8.5. It's not less than 7. It's between basically 7.5 to 8.5. Okay. So it's not less than 7 because if it will be less than 7, it will be not a salt affected soil. Okay, as salts are dominating, so it will be between 7.5 to 8.5, and exchangeable sodium percentage is less than 15% because here sodium is not freely present, it is present as a chloride and sulfate. Okay, it is present in the form of chlorides and sulfate. Clear? So hence ESP, exchangeable sodium percentage, is less than 15%. Clear? So these are the things that you have to learn because from here only the question was asked to you in your examination. Clear? So you have to learn what is EC, pH and ESP of saline soil. I have told you how to learn that. More amount of salt ज़्यादा होगा, electrical conductivity ज़्यादा होगी, right? ESP कम होगा क्योंकि free sodium कम है, right? अगर हम pH की बात करें, it is less than 7.5 to 8. It is in between 7.5 to 8.5. That is less than 8.5. Clear? चलो, क्या क्या इफेक्ट होते हैं इस saline soil के? Basically it hinder water uptake by plant. Okay, so there will be more amount of salt present, so there will be more osmotic stress. Okay, I have to talk about osmotic potential in the previous lecture already, right? So ज़्यादा osmotic stress होगा, water uptake will be impacted. Okay, so that will lead to water scarcity to the plant, right? Then nutrient imbalance. There will be few nutrients which will be not available in that particular condition, so that will cause nutrient imbalance for the crop plant. So now how do we manage these saline soil? So students, we do leaching. What is leaching? We apply excess irrigation. We give excess irrigation in such soil so that all salt get dissolved in water and it get leached down into soil profile, right? So that is one management technique. Another thing is, again, if we can improve drainage, in that particular soil, that will again drain excess salt from the soil profile, right? Now, how can we improve drainage? Again, we can add organic manure for that. Okay, if we add organic matter, more organic matter is added to the soil, it will decompose, it will increase porosity, hence it will increase drainage in the soil, right? Then we can grow such crop which are salt tolerant. Okay, salt tolerant crops like barley, cotton, sugar beet, these can be grown in such condition for management purpose, right? So this is about your saline soil. Okay, its feature, you have to remember the characteristics, what effect it cause in the crop plant, and how do we manage them. Clear? I hope now this is clear. Let's move on to the another type of soil, which is the sodic soil. Now, what are sodic soil? Sodic soil are basically soil having high exchangeable sodium. Sodic sodium, remember this. ठीक है? Sodic soil means sodium soil, जिसमें sodium ज़्यादा है. क्लियर? इसी तरीके से याद रखेंगे. Now, when we have more exchangeable sodium, यहाँ पे अब क्या ज़्यादा हो जाएगा? यहाँ पे ज़्यादा हो जाएगा आपका exchangeable sodium percentage. ज़्यादा sodium available है, more will be the exchangeable sodium percentage. Clear? pH will be also more. Okay, pH will be also more than 8.5 because more sodium is present. See, understand, ज़्यादा sodium होता है, pH ज़्यादा ही होता है. Clear? So pH भी ज़्यादा होगा 8.5 से. Then we have electrical conductivity. Now यहाँ पे electrical conductivity will be less than 4 decisiemens per meter. Why? Because free sodium is more, salts are less. सॉल्ट्स ज्यादा होते हैं तो इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी ज्यादा होती है. यहाँ पे फ्री सोडियम ज्यादा है, इस तरीके से याद कर लो. फ्री सोडियम ज्यादा है, सॉल्ट्स थोड़े कम है, सॉल्ट्स होते हैं बट इट इज लेस. ओके, तो फ्री ड्यू टू दिस मोर ऑफ एक्सेस सोडियम, सॉल्ट्स आर लेस, सो इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी इज यूजुअली लेस देन 4 डेसीसाइमन पर मीटर. क्लियर? So these are the characteristics of your sodic soil. ठीक है, ये ऐसे याद रखना है. अब इससे प्रॉब्लम क्या आती है? So students, जो सोडियम है, सोडियम का जो मॉलिक्यूल है, बेसिकली ये जो स्ट्रक्चर है सोडियम का एटम है, व्हाट इट डज, इट बेसिकली रिपेल. ओके, सो इट इज अ वेरी बिग आयन एंड इट रिपेल ईच अदर, राइट? जो सोडियम आयन है, बहुत बड़ा आयन है. इन द पीरियोडिक टेबल वी आल्सो सी इट कम्स इन द स्टार्टिंग, राइट, ड्यू टू इट्स बिगर साइज. सो जो सोडियम का आयन है वो बहुत बड़ा आयन होता है, एंड व्हेन टू सोडियम आयन कम टुवर्ड ईच अदर दे रिपेल ड्यू टू सेम चार्ज, राइट? सो what kind of problem this type of repulsion create in your soil? Basically it lead to deflocculation of soil. Deflocculation means the soil particle do not aggregate, rather they deflocculate, rather they go away from each other, right? So if deflocculation is there is no aggregation. जो soil का structure है that will degrade, the soil structure will degrade, right? So this is one problem that arises due to this sodic soil. Then we have crusting, hard pan formation due to this sodium, due to excess sodium present. The hard pan is formed inside the soil. When this hard pan is formed, there will be the problem of root penetration. The root penetration will be not there inside the soil. ठीक है, जो आपकी plant root है, that will be not able to penetrate and go deep inside the soil due to presence of this hard pan. And this hard pan is again formed in this sodic soil, right? There will be nutrient deficiencies of like zinc, iron and phosphorus. Again, nutrient imbalance will be there in the soil, and again not enough nutrient will be present for the crop to grow. Clear? Now how do we manage this sodic soil? So basically what we can do, we can apply gypsum. Gypsum is calcium sulfate. So when this gypsum is applied, your sodium get replaced with calcium. Okay, so what here we are doing, we are replacing the sodium that is attached to soil particle with the calcium, and calcium is something which help in aggregation. So what calcium will do, calcium will aggregate soil particle and it will improve soil structure. ठीक है, hence this gypsum application is done in this sodic soil. Then we can add acid like sulfur or sulfuric acid, because if we'll add acid, it will neutralize the basicity of the soil, right? So it acidifies and help in release of calcium. So it will release calcium and it will improve, when calcium is released, it will help in improving soil structure, right? we can improve drainage. It will improve drainage. What will happen? Excess sodium will leach off with the water, right? Then we can use green manure like sesbania and dhacha. Sesbania, dhacha are two type of crop which are used as green manure crop. When green manure is added, so it will add organic matter, and when this organic matter is decomposed, it will increase soil, it will improve soil structure. First of all, it will increase soil porosity, hence increase drainage, and hence it will help in leaching your all salts and sodium from the soil profile, right? So this is about your sodic soil problem it cause and the management part. Now last we have is saline sodic soil. What are saline sodic soil? Basically, students, again, as it's have saline and sodic, both the terminology, so it will have sodium and it will have salts also. Okay, it will have इनफ अमाउंट ऑफ सॉल्ट्स एंड सोडियम, ठीक है? सो दोनों के ही कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स होते हैं आपके सलाइन सोडिक सॉइल में, जिसमें सॉल्ट्स भी होते हैं एंड सोडियम भी होता है, राइट? सो यहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी विल बी मोर देन 4 डेसीसाइमन पर मीटर बिकॉज अगेन salts are present, salts are also present here, right? pH is also more than 8.5 and exchangeable sodium percentage is also more than 15% again because sodium is also present here, right? So these are the characteristic of your saline sodic soil. Now, what are the management technique here? Again, here also we can go for gypsum application to replace sodium, right? Sulfur and sulfuric acid, we can acidify the soil, right? Then we can again improve drainage, we can add green manuring, same application, same thing can be done here for the management purpose as we were doing for the sodic soil, right? So this is about your saline sodic soil. Now students, from this lecture you have to learn the management and the characteristics of these problematic soil because from here only in your examination question was there, right? So I hope with this you have learned about this problematic soil, especially the salt affected soil. We have 3 types of salt affected soil: saline, sodic and saline sodic soil, right? So with that, with the amount based on the salt and sodium present in the soil, there is a classification done, and based on that you have to learn EC, pH and ESP of these particular soils. Now management is also something that we have discussed. Now we will solve few questions, okay? So as you all were demanding for questions, so right now we are here to, we want to cover the concept. हम अभी concept part को ही अच्छे से cover करेंगे. Questions अभी हम कम लेंगे. When the notification will come, then we will take a revision series where we'll only practice question. ठीक है? Then we'll only take questions, not the concept. But right now we'll take more of the concept in this particular series and few questions, right? So first question, if I see, it is written, which of the following soil characteristic best describes saline soil? ठीक है? saline soil के कौन से characteristics हैं, right? So if we see the option, so here we are, first of all, saline soil, not sodic soil. Saline soil means high salts, right? So in case of high salts, we know electrical conductivity will be more than 4. So here electrical conductivity is less than 4, it will be not the answer, right? pH is less than 5.5, not the answer, right? If we see this particular option, electrical conductivity is more than 4, okay, here this can be also again not answer, and if pH is ranging between 6.5 to 7.5, again not the answer. So this option C will be your answer. Electrical conductivity more than 4 decisimon per meter, pH less than 8.5, then ESP less than 15%. again salts ज़्यादा है, sodium कम होगा, right? तो इस तरीके से ये सॉल्व करना है. Now one question for you, you have to solve this question and let me know the answer in the comment section. ठीक है? It's about the management part. Which of the following practice is most appropriate for managing saline and sodic soil? You can see application of urea and ammonium fertilizer, increase liming to increase soil pH, use of gypsum followed by leaching and drainage improvement, then frequent deep tillage to increase evaporation, adding more salt tolerant pesticides. Now you have to again learn the whole concept that we have discussed. So today we are going to understand what is erosion. Then I am going to discuss about soil erosion. What are the different agents that lead to the soil erosion and different types of erosion. So this is all what we are going to understand in this particular lecture. So let's first start with the topic, what is erosion. So if you can recall, I have already told you about weathering process, where the rock particles, where the rock is being getting converted into true soil, right? अब इसमें हो क्या रहा है, वेदरिंग से होता क्या है कि आपकी जो रॉक है वो डिसइंटीग्रेट होती है एंड इट गेट कन्वर्टेड इनटू सॉइल सेडिमेंट्स, राइट? Now, as soon as this rock is disintegrated into soil sediment, it is taken away. Okay, it can be transported from one place to another place, and this transportation of these soil sediments from one place to another place is known as erosion. Okay, and this erosion happens due to multiple agents. There are different agents behind the erosion, like your water, ice, then rainfall. Rainfall is again water, ice, water, wind, gravity. Different agents lead to erosion. Clear? Now there is a key difference between weathering and erosion. क्या difference है? Weathering में क्या होता है? Weathering में basically आपकी जो rock है that get broken down into soil fragments. Erosion में ये जो rock fragments है that get transported from one place to another place, right? Erosion में transportation involved है. Weathering में just disintegration of rock into soil particle that is involved, right? So this is the difference between weathering and erosion. I hope now it's clear, and let's move ahead to understand soil erosion. So students, soil erosion is basically the removal of superficial layer of soil. When the upper layer of soil get washed off or get transported from one place to another place, that is called as soil erosion. Okay, so if you can recall, I have already discussed with you about soil profile, right? So we have soil profile where we have different layers, right? We have O layer, A layer, B and C. So this upper layer is O layer, which is organic layer having organic matter content. A have all the minerals. Now this upper layer, which is the top soil, this top soil have all the important nutrients and minerals that is important for our crop growth and development. And if this top soil get washed off, what will happen? All our important nutrient mineral will also washed off along with that, right? And we are left with infertile soil, right? So this is a consequence of soil erosion. And what is soil erosion? Removal of this top soil, removal of this fertile top soil from one place to another place, right? That is the and the consequence of soil erosion is that it lead to soil infertility. It lead to soil infertility. जो हमारी soil है वो infertile हो जाती है. Now different consequences of soil erosion, let us understand them in detail. So first, if I talk about agricultural impact, so we are left with infertile soil, our crop productivity will decrease and hence it will impact overall agriculture production, right? Next, we have environmental impact. This, due to the soil erosion, water holding capacity of soil also decrease. Okay, so the water holding capacity भी कम हो जाती है, and again, वो soil do not have enough water to sustain the vegetation, right? And that lead to different environmental impact. Then we have some economic impact. When agriculture productivity is reduced, farmers' income will reduce, and that will impact the economy, right? Next, we have is ecological impact. So students, what are the different ecological impacts? So it include that soil is habitat of different microorganisms. Soil is a place to reside for the different microorganisms. And when this soil get disturbed, when this soil get washed off from one place to another place, what will happen? The habitat of these microorganisms will disturb and it will cause ecological imbalance, right? So these are the different consequences of soil erosion. And let us now discuss about agents of soil erosion, right? So students, we have primary agents and secondary agents. What are agents? Basically the things that lead to that transfer soil from one place to another place, right? So primary agents are basically the agents which are primarily involved. मतलब usually जो soil erosion होता है वो primary agent से होता है, right? These are the agents which are usually involved for soil erosion. ठीक है, mostly जो आपका soil erosion है 90% of your soil erosion primary agent की वजह से होता है. Okay, they are more impactful. जो आपके secondary agents हैं they are less impactful and जो soil erosion इससे जो होता है वो बहुत ही धीरे धीरे या कम होता है, right? Now, what are primary agent? It include your water. So water from river, stream, rainfall, surface runoff that lead to soil erosion, right? As water flow, it will carry soil particle from one place to another place, leading to soil erosion. Then we have wind. So air current lift or transport the soil particle from one place to another place. Okay, so wind also lead to soil erosion. Then we have ice. So ice may basically the glaciers when they melt, okay, they carry the soil sediment along with them, and again this soil is transported from one place to another place. Then we have gravity. Okay, like the example of gravity, soil erosion due to gravity is landslide. Okay, in case of landslide, what is happening? The entire mountain range that slips off, right, due to gravity, and again soil erosion happen in that place. So again, gravity is the agent of soil erosion. Now secondary agent include temperature variation. Okay, So when there is a temperature variation, again, the soil particle become, the rock get disintegrated into soil fragments, lead to weathering, and rock particle will become light. This rock particle will become light, and it will become prone to erosion. ठीक है, तो इससे erosion हो जाता है. Then biotic factor, all the human activities, okay, construction, any clearing of forest, this will lead to soil erosion again. Then chemical agents, few chemical also like acids and salt released by different vegetation, that also lead to soil erosion, right? So we have to focus more on primary agent. Okay, we have to focus more on primary agent of soil erosion. Now, what are different types of soil erosion? Let us understand that. Okay, now we have two type of soil erosion based on the rate of erosion. Okay, if it is happening at the natural rate. See, the thing is that कि erosion, जो soil erosion है वो होता ही होता है. अगर हम जो anthropogenic activity है, human activity है, उसको नहीं भी करें, वो नहीं भी हो, फिर भी soil एक natural erosion होगा ही होगा. Okay, but it is slow process. ओके, जिस स्पीड से इरोजन होता है उस स्पीड से सॉइल भी बनती है, तो इट इज नॉट हार्मफुल. But then on the other hand, we have accelerated erosion, right? Accelerated erosion is what? Which happens due to different human activities, the activities that we are doing, and the rate of soil erosion is very fast than the rate of soil formation. Okay, so based on that, we have natural soil erosion and man-made soil erosion, right? So natural soil erosion include naturally whatever erosion that is happening, right? Like geological erosion, okay, natural weathering over long period of time, again that lead to erosion. Then there is a normal erosion, means normally soil is also formed and it is being transferred from one place to another place. Then climate induced erosion, due to some climatic condition also the soil get transported from one place to another place. But again, all that is natural erosion. The rate of erosion here is very, very slow, and it is equivalent to the rate of soil formation. So there is no much harmful impact of natural erosion. But on the other hand, we have accelerated erosion, which is harmful erosion, as it is happening due to human activity, and rate of erosion is very high here, right? So agricultural erosion, that is due to the agriculture activity that we are doing, intensive farming that we are doing, or monoculture that we are adopting, right? Then deforestation, when we are clearing up the forest, when we are removing all the vegetation, again it exposes land to different type of agent, and again lead to erosion, right? Constructions that is happening, again is leading to erosion. Mining, overgrazing, all these are reasons, all these are the human activities which are reasons for your soil erosion, accelerated soil erosion. Clear? Now this was based on the rate of erosion that is happening. Now let us understand soil erosion based on the agent that leads to erosion, right? So the very first agent that we will discuss is water erosion, right? Water erosion is basically erosion that is happening due to water flow, right? So first, under this we understand splash erosion. What is splash erosion? So students, it is the first stage of erosion process. Okay, what happens here when the raindrop hit the bare ground? Okay, when the raindrop hit the land, it detached soil particle from that, and this is known as splash erosion. Clear? So basically it is the first stage when raindrop hit bare soil, and this, the soil particle is splashed into soil surface, and it become prone to erosion. So basically what happens here, due to the impact of raindrop, when it hits the ground, okay, the soil particle get detached and it get free from soil surface and become prone to erosion. So this is the splash erosion. Clear? Rainfall के hit करने की वजह से जो erosion होता है, that is splash erosion. Now next type of erosion we have is sheet and rill erosion. What is sheet erosion? So students, here thin layer of topsoil is removed uniformly. It's not like particles are being removed. It's like the entire thin layer is being removed uniformly. Okay, we have a field. Of this field, the entire thin layer is being removed from this place to this place. That is the sheet erosion. Okay, it occurs when rainfall intensity increase soil infiltration. What is soil infiltration? It is the entry of water into the soil. But if the rainfall intensity is very high and soil infiltration is less, what will happen? This rainfall will lead to surface runoff. Along with this surface runoff, the entire sheet of soil will be removed, right? So this is the sheet erosion. Usually this sheet erosion is unnoticeable, and it is noticed after after a long period of time when the soil become infertile, right? So it is unnoticeable, and it lead to soil infertility, and it is very harmful for agriculture because entire sheet of soil is being washed off. Clear? So this is about sheet erosion. Next we have is rill erosion. What is rill erosion? Basically, students, sometimes surface runoff concentrate into small canals. So sometimes what can happen, the surface runoff, when the surface runoff happens, it can lead to formation of small channels, or we can say small rill like structure are formed, right? Like what are these rills? Okay. So when surface runoff exceed, so sometimes if anywhere in the field there is a depression, okay, there is a little bit depression, field is not level, it will lead to the formation of rill. Rill are basically the small canals that are formed, right? Small canal, finger like projections are also called, and this was the question that was asked to you, finger like projections. ठीक है, ये भी याद रखना है आपने with respect to rill erosion. So small canals are formed due to the surface runoff, and these are not very deep. They are less than 30 centimeter deep. And if we want to smoothen out it, means due to this what will happen, due to this rill formation, the surface will become rough, right? And if we want to smoothen out it, we can just do the normal plowing and it will become even out, right? So this is about rill erosion. So rill erosion is basically when these small finger like projections or rill like structures are formed, that is called rill erosion, and they are not very deep, they are shallow, and usually they are less than 30 centimeter depth. Okay, they have less than 30 centimeter depth. Now next we have is gully and other type of erosions. Now students, when this rill erosion exceed, when this rill erosion prolong for longer duration of time, it lead to the formation of gully. It lead to the formation of gully erosion. Okay, it is the most severe form. Now larger canals are formed, like this small rill will form large gully. Okay, and this gully is very deep. It have depth of at least more than 30 centimeter. Okay, and again they cannot be cured easily. So this is basically the most severe form of water erosion. Okay, so at the time of rill erosion we can even out the land, but at gully erosion this is a severe form, and to manage this, to do the management of this type of erosion is very difficult, right? Then we have other erosion, which is slip erosion. What is slip erosion? Basically when the slope of hill or mountain is slipped off. Example is landslide, right? That is a slip erosion. An entire layer of mountain or slope is slipped off, that is slip erosion. Okay, then we have stream bank erosion. Stream bank erosion is what? The erosion that is happening at the bank of streams, right? So the stream flows, and during the flow of water, what will happen, it will take particle from the bank and it will carry them from one place to another place. That is the stream bank erosion, right? Now these were the different types of water erosion. Now we have another agent, which is wind erosion. So let us discuss the different types of wind erosion. Okay, before that let us see the progression of this water erosion. So first stage is splash erosion, where the rainfall hit the land and the soil particle get detached, right? Then we have sheet erosion, where uniform layer of soil is being washed off from one place to another place. Then it forms rill erosion, and the extensive form of rill erosion form the gully erosion. Okay, so this is the progression of your water erosion. Now let's talk about the another form of erosion, that is wind erosion. Wind erosion is what? It is basically the erosion that occurs due to the wind, that occurs due to the flow of wind. Now it is again of different type. We have saltation, we have suspension, we have surface creep. What is saltation? Saltation is basically when the soil particle, they bounce on the earth surface. Okay, for example, here you can understand, like this is a soil particle, right? This is a soil particle. The wind will hit this soil particle, and this soil particle will be lifted into the atmosphere, and again it will bounce back. Okay, so like a football, you can say, like a ball that bounce on the earth, bounce on the floor, a rubber ball that bounce on the floor, like that. When the erosion happened, that is known as saltation. And usually the soil particle having diameter of 0.1 to 0.5 mm, they in such particle, this saltation happens. Basically, this division of wind erosion that is done is based on the size of soil particle. If the size of soil particle is 0.1 to 0.5 mm diameter, then saltation will happen. Okay, the particle will bounce along the surface and it will hop and jump, right? So this is the saltation, and it is most common type of wind erosion. Now next we have is suspension. Suspension happens in such particle where the diameter is less than 0.1 mm. Okay, what is suspension? In case of suspension, like this is a soil particle having diameter less than 0.1 mm. What will happen? The wind will hold this particle into the air. Okay, these particles do not bounce back to the earth's surface, rather they are suspended into air and they travel along the air. Okay, they travel along the wind. So this is suspension, when the particles are suspended in the wind. Okay, they are not bouncing back, they are not coming back to the earth's surface, they are suspended in the wind and they are traveling along with the wind, and wherever the wind stop, they will settle down at that place, right? So this is suspension. Clear? Now, and due to the suspension, that particle can travel to the farthest distance. Okay, like they can travel hundreds of kilometers because they are suspended in the air, and they will travel along with the wind, and wherever the wind will stop, they will settle down at that place. Now then next we have a surface creep. This happened when the soil particle diameter is 0.5 to 2 mm. So if this is the soil particle and the wind is acting on it, so what will happen? It will crawl. Okay, so this is known as surface creep, right? It is known as surface creep, and larger particle, they roll and slide along the ground. Okay, and heaviest particle wind can move, right? So this is the surface creep, where the particle is rolling on the ground. It is not being lifted, it is not being bouncing back, it is rather rolling on the ground and is transferred from one place to another place. So I hope now wind erosion is also clear. It is easy, right? You have to just remember the size of soil particle and what is happening in which type of wind erosion. So with that, I hope you have got the clarity of all these things, and now we'll solve few questions, right? So first question for you is, which of the following is example of soil erosion caused by wind? Okay, so we have given gully erosion, splash erosion, saltation, stream bank erosion, none of the above. And right answer for this question will be option C, that is saltation. We have studied right now. Okay, so gully erosion is a form of water erosion. It is splash is also a water erosion. Stream bank is also a water erosion. So answer will be saltation. So option C will be the right answer, right? So next question for you, and you have to solve that question, and do let me know the answer of this question in the comment section. So which type of soil erosion is characterized by the formation of small narrow canals on the soil surface caused by the action of running water, and can usually be corrected by normal farming practice like plowing? ठीक है, अब आपने ये क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करना है, और you have to let me know the answer in the comment section. Also do let me know whether this series is helpful for you. So today we are going to discuss in detail about what is irrigation system and what are different types of irrigation system, right? So let's start, and first let us understand the meaning of word irrigation. Okay, before understanding what is irrigation system, we should know the meaning of irrigation. So what is irrigation? Irrigation is process of application of water to the field. Okay, it is just a simple process where we are artificially applying water to the field, right? So now why we are applying water to the field? Why this irrigation is done? Because crop need water for growth and development, and it might be a condition that soil do not have enough water to meet crop demand. So in that case, what we do irrigation. We apply water artificially to the field, right? Now let's understand what is irrigation system. So students, irrigation system is network of infrastructure. Okay, it is a network of infrastructure that has been built, that has been designed in order to supply or in order to deliver water to the field effectively. Okay, so efficiently water should be delivered into the field. In that case, we develop a system which is known as irrigation system, right? So what is irrigation system? Network of infrastructure designed to deliver water to plants, right? When rainfall is insufficient to support crop growth, the usual source of water. See, if we are not giving irrigation, that doesn't mean water, crop will not grow, soil will not have water. There will be moisture in the soil with the help of rain, right? But again, that is not sufficient for crop growth. We need to supplement that rainwater. So what we do in that case, we do irrigation, and to efficiently deliver this water to the field, we make a system which is known as irrigation system. Okay, we develop an infrastructure which is known as irrigation system. Now let us understand different types of irrigation system. So we have three types of irrigation system. First is surface irrigation, then we have subsurface irrigation, and then we have pressurized or micro irrigation. Now, in case of surface irrigation, we are applying water to the surface of soil. Okay, whenever we are giving water to the surface of soil, okay, and we are the water application is done on the surface level of soil, that is the surface irrigation system, right? Now, in case of subsurface irrigation system, we are not irrigating surface of soil, rather we are applying or we are giving water at the subsurface level. Okay, and how does that happen, we will be discussing in coming slide. Then we have the another type which is known as pressurized or micro irrigation system. Now in this case, under some pressure, water is slowly released around the crop plant. Okay, hence it is called pressurized irrigation system. Clear? So we will be discussing about all these in detail. Now first let us understand about surface irrigation system. So students, surface irrigation system is what? When we irrigate the crop in such a way that water is allowed to flow over the surface of soil. That type of system is known as surface irrigation system. Means when we are allowing water to just flow over the soil surface, that is surface irrigation system. Now it can be done in different ways, and on that basis the surface irrigation system is divided into different types, right? So we have flood surface irrigation, then border surface irrigation, also furrow irrigation system, furrow surface irrigation system, right? This furrow is again divided into different types. It can be straight, contour, broadbed, corrugation, surge. Okay, then we have another type of surface irrigation system which is basin irrigation system, and it is divided into check basin and ring basin. Now let us discuss about all these different types of surface irrigation system in detail. So first we have is flood surface irrigation system, right? Now as the name suggests, flood irrigation system. So here what we are doing, we are flooding the field basically, right? We are not guiding water to move in a particular direction. What we have done, we have just opened, we have just, allowed water to just flow freely into the entire land. Like how this happens, for say this is our field, okay? This is the inlet point from which the water is entering into the field. So now what will happen, this water can move any way in the field, right? And what we do, we create a little bit flood-like condition here, as you can see in the picture also. Okay, flood-like condition is created in this case. So this is known as flood irrigation system. Okay, that is the flood irrigation system. Now in order to do this flood irrigation system, it's very important that we have a uniform soil. Our soil is leveled. Okay, see, if we do not have leveled soil, our soil is unleveled, like for say this is the structure of soil, what will happen? Each part of this soil might not receive water. Okay, some plants that are growing in these area might not receive water, and they can be, they can die with the lack of water. They can die with scarcity of water, right? So it's very important that our field should be uniform, our field should be leveled in case of flood irrigation system. Now what are the advantages of flood irrigation system? First advantage is that it is very cheap and convenient. Okay, it does not require much labor. It is very cheap, but there are several disadvantages associated with it, and in India usually flood irrigation is followed. What are disadvantages? Like soil erosion. Okay, it increases the rate of soil erosion because we are just flooding the field. Okay, so it can carry soil particles from one place to another place and can lead to soil erosion. It can also sometimes cause the water stagnation condition if more water is applied, because here we are not, we do not have any regulator how much amount of water we are supplying to the field. If more water is applied, water stagnation condition will generate, and sometimes crop may die due to this water stagnation condition, right? If more water is applied, what will happen? The nutrient that are present on the top surface of the soil, nutrient that are present here, may leach down. It may leach down along with the water into the soil profile, and the nutrient content on the top soil can decrease again, leading to the leading to nutrient deficiency in our crop plants, right? So these are the several disadvantages associated with flood irrigation system, and I hope now flood irrigation kya hai is clear to you all, right? Now let's move ahead to the next type of surface irrigation method, which is basin surface irrigation method. Now students, it's very simple. Like we all have wash basin, right? So it is a basin. Basin is what? Something that can contain something, right? So in case of basin irrigation, again what we are doing, we are making small basin like structure in our field so that it can contain water that we are providing to it, right? So the entire field, if I have this field, entire field is divided into, this is the main source of water. So entire field is divided into small basin like structure, okay? From here water is entering to these basin. Now why these basins are created? In order to hold water for certain period of time, so that the water that is being collected in this basin get enough time to get percolate into the soil, right? So that it can effectively store into the soil. So this is basin irrigation system, clear? So it is again of two different types, check basin and ring basin irrigation system. Let us understand what is the difference between check basin and ring basin. Now in case of check basin, which is commonly used in India, what we are doing, we are making rectangular basin like structure, okay? You can see here, this is a check basin. This is the example of check basin structure. So you can see rectangular or square like basin like structure is developed over a field, and it is used to collect water, right? And it is effective in crop like your paddy, maize, then pearl millet. But if we have any crop which is water sensitive, which is sensitive to wet condition, or which is sensitive to water logging condition, in that case we do not opt for this irrigation system, right? And the advantages associated with this system is that it helps in leaching salt. How? So if you can recall, I have told you about the problematic soil already in the previous lecture, and there I have told you that due to evaporation, all your salts get accumulated on the surface, right? All your salts get accumulated on the surface. Now in the case of check basin system, if we have this condition and we are allowing water to allowing water to stay over this surface, what will happen? This water will percolate inside the soil, and due to this percolation of water inside the soil, this water will also carry salts. This water will leach down the salt, clear? And hence reducing the salt concentration on the surface of soil, clear? So this is the added advantage with the check basin system, clear? Now next we have is ring basin method. What is this method basically, students? In case of a large plantation area, like if you have orchard, okay, like you can see in the picture, this is the orchard where the crops are planted at a far distance, means the distance between two crop plant is very much. So what we cannot just we cannot just do flooding in this case, we cannot just develop any kind of system in this case. So what we do here, we develop this ring basins around each plant, okay? Around each plant this ring basin is developed, and in this ring basin water is provided to the plant to this specific area only, not entire field, because again it is not possible to irrigate entire field. So what we do in this case, we manage each plant, we irrigate each plant by developing a ring basin like structure around it, clear? So this is a ring basin structure where individual plant management is done, and it is efficient for fruit cultivation. Now students, in your examination question have been asked about ring basin structure, and you have to know that this is effective for fruit cultivation, for your horticulture crop, or for your plantation crop. Anyway, if it is asked, you can know that it is talking about ring basin structure, okay? So I hope now basin irrigation method or this is clear to you, right? Now next we have is border irrigation method. In border irrigation method, the land is divided into long parallel rows. You can see the whole land is divided into long parallel rows separated by these bunds, right? So these bunds separate and these rows are made with the help of these bunds, right? And this is the main water channel. From here the water is entering into these strips, long strips that are formed by these bunds. Clear? So this is your border irrigation system. Now in this case, why it is done, basically if we allow water to just flood into field, it is possible that water do not reach this part of your land, right? So in order to efficiently, uniformly move water into the field, this is done so that each part of field get irrigated, each part of field get enough amount of water, right? So this is your border irrigation system. Next we have is furrow irrigation system. Now students, if you have ever seen how potato is cultivated, so there you might have seen these structures, okay, these structures. This is called ridges and furrow method, okay. So here what is done, in furrows water is allowed to move, okay. These are furrows, and on ridges crop is planted. Okay, crop is planted on the ridges. These are the ridges on which potato crop is planted, and these are the furrows, and the water is allowed to move in these furrows. So this type of irrigation is known as furrow irrigation system, okay, and it is suitable for row crops where we need to grow crop in rows. So there it is suitable. Now it is of different type. It is straight, contour, broadbed, corrugation, and surge. Okay, now what are these different types? So straight is this first type which we are seeing in this particular picture. Straight furrows, okay, on a level land, straight furrows are made, straight ridge and furrows are made, and in these furrows water is supplied, right? So this is the straight furrow method. Next we have is a contour furrow. Contour furrow is basically in the slopy land, like in your mountains or any land having a particular slope, there contour, along the contour line furrows are made, okay, and then irrigation is provided. This is called contour furrow method, okay, where along the contour line furrows are made and irrigation is provided. Now the advantage of this is to just, not just to irrigate the crop, but also this will reduce soil erosion in such cases, in such case where the land is slopy, right? So this is another type which is contour furrow. Then we have broad bed furrow. Broad bed furrow, you can see this is the example of broad bed furrow, pictures showing the broad bed furrow. You can see one furrow is quite broad, right? And on this broad bed plants are grown, multiple rows of plants are grown, right? So this is broad bed furrow. Now students, this particular furrow system is used in heavy soil, right? So in heavy soil what can happen, water can create water can there can be a water logging condition, because in heavy soil where clay particles are more, so water retention is more, so it can cause water logging in such case. So what can happen, the plant root can die due to rotting. So these broad beds are constructed, okay, broad beds are constructed. On these broad beds plants are grown, these are the plants that are grown, and here water is allowed to move in the furrows, right? Then slowly this water move horizontally, and the plant is not in the direct contact with the water, okay, rather the horizontal flow of water, from the horizontal flow of water the plant root is taking up water gradually, right? Hence protecting the plant from water stagnation condition. So this is your broad bed furrow system, right? Then we have is corrugation. What are corrugation? So students, sometimes in order to guide the flow of water, small zigzag furrows are made in between, so that water can uniformly go or uniformly spread on the entire surface. So sometimes what can happen, if we do not have level land, so we need to make some small furrow like structure that can help in flowing the water, that can help in guiding the water to the entire land. So this is known as corrugation furrow method, right? Now next we have is very important, which is surge furrow method, which was asked in your examination, right? Now student, this surge furrow irrigation method is modified form of furrow irrigation. Now this is the exact line which was asked to you in your examination. Which of the following is a modified form of furrow irrigation method? So this was the surge furrow irrigation method, okay, or surge irrigation method. Now what is the surge irrigation method? Again, here we have furrows. Here we will develop same ridge and furrow as in the traditional method, but the pattern of application of water is very different here. What we are doing here, basically, we are not at once providing water to go in to flow in the furrows. What we are doing, we are using on off cycle. What is this on off cycle? Okay, so like for say this is our field. Okay, this is our field. These are for say ridges on which plants are growing. Okay, these are ridges on which plants are growing. Now in between ridges, what we will have? We will have furrows, right? So these are furrows. Okay, so what we do in case of surge irrigation, this is the main water flowing, right? So this, what we do, we allow water to flow inside this furrow for a certain period of time, like for 10 minutes I have allowed water to flow in these furrows. Okay, water will flow with for 10 minutes in the furrow. For say it has reached to this particular point, and after 10 minutes I have stopped the flow of water, right? I have stopped the flow of water. Then after again 10 minutes I will on it and I will allow water to flow for next 10 minutes. So for the next time water is reaching at this particular point. So why this is done, basically students, this method is to seal the soil. What will happen when water will move to a certain point? At first, like for first 10 minutes, water will move to this much point, this much area, right? Like for say it has covered this much area. What will happen in that case? Water will go inside the soil quickly because soil do not have water. It has all pores open, and all pore space will be clogged or filled by the water. Okay, now this water has sealed this area. So at the next cycle, this area is already sealed with water, we can say, right, or already filled with water. So for the next cycle, whenever we'll apply water, this water will not stay here. This water will rather move ahead, right, covering the next area, next further area for the next 10 minutes. Clear? So this is why this irrigation method is used to uniformly or efficiently apply water from the very beginning to the end of the furrow, right? So this is your surge furrow irrigation method, right? It is also known as on and off irrigation method because again we are switching on the flow of water for certain time, and then we switch off the flow of irrigation for certain period of time. So it is also known as on and off irrigation method, or it is done in on and off cycles. Okay, so this is your surge furrow irrigation method. I hope it's clear to you now, right? At a particular time period, we are just allowing water to flow, and then we are stopping the flow of water. Then again we are allowing water to flow, then we are again stopping the water flow. This is your surge irrigation method, very important, and this is the thing that you have to remember, that it is a modified form of furrow irrigation method. Clear? Now with that we have covered your surface irrigation method. Now let's discuss about subsurface irrigation method. Now subsurface irrigation method is of two types: natural method and artificial method. Okay, in subsurface irrigation, water is applied 30 to 75 centimeter below the ground surface, below the soil surface, right? So what is natural method of subsurface irrigation method? So basically students, we have a soil profile, right? So in soil profile, we also have water table. What is water table? Water table is the water that is present inside the soil, which is accumulated. This water is accumulated inside the soil. But if this water table is high, enough to to reach the crop root can directly absorb water from the water table, right? So this is a natural method, means naturally water is present in the subsurface level, which is being absorbed by the crop, right? So this is a natural subsurface method. But if water table is not that too much high, what we will do, we will install few pipes, or we will install some kind of structure at the subsurface level, and we are not irrigating surface, rather we are irrigating subsurface. You can see this pipe is installed at the subsurface level, and from this pipe the water is allowed to flow at the subsurface level, and the plant roots are directly coming in contact with water. Now, what is advantage of this type of irrigation method? See, the installation charges, the installation investment is very high. It's not easy to install pipes at subsurface level. Also, it's not easy to maintain it for a further, for a longer duration of time. But the advantage here is that when we are applying water to the surface, it is prone to evaporation losses, right? This water will evaporate also. Some amount of water will evaporate and only some amount of water will go inside the soil. But if we are directly applying water to the subsurface level, water evaporation means evaporation losses will be less. Clear? So that is why this subsurface irrigation method is adopted. Okay. So this is a artificial method, artificial subsurface method, where we are artificially installing few pipes at the subsurface level and directly irrigating the roots of plant through subsurface. Clear? So this is your subsurface irrigation method. Now next we have is pressurized irrigation method. Now pressurized irrigation method is what? Where we are applying water under some pressure, okay, and it is of two type: drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation. Very important again, question has been asked from your drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation both. Now here under some pressure we are irrigating water, we are irrigating crop plant, sorry. Okay, so it is of two type. Drip irrigation. What is drip irrigation? Basically here we are drop by drop irrigating crop root zone. We are not entirely irrigating the entire field. Rather what we are doing, we are irrigating only around the root zone of crop. Okay? You can see through this pipe, there is a pipe. We will be discussing about that in detail, but understand that drop by drop root zone is irrigated. Direct application is done at root zone. Okay. Now another is sprinkler irrigation. What is sprinkler irrigation? You can see through sprinklers a condition is created which resemble like rainfall. Okay, a rainfall like structure, or you can say infrastructure is built where it resemble like rainfall. Okay, through sprinklers sprinkle the water everywhere around it and it resemble like rainfall, and if this type of irrigation is done, that is your sprinkler irrigation system. Now students, you can see in this picture there are sprinklers installed at multiple locations, and these sprinklers are sprinkling the water, okay, over the crop surface. We are not irrigating here land directly, rather we are irrigating over the crop, right? So this is your sprinkler irrigation system. Now here water saving is around 25 to 50%. Okay, discharge rate of this water here is around 1000 liter per hour. Okay, so 1000 liter per hour is the discharge rate of our sprinkler irrigation system. And the advantage of sprinkler irrigation system is that it is suitable for undiluted topography or unleveled land. So if we do not have level land or the topography is not suitable for other kind of irrigation, there we can use the sprinkler irrigation system. Here what we are doing, we are creating a artificial rain like condition here. Okay, we are not irrigating soil. So in undulating topography, in unleveled land, this type of irrigation system can be adopted very well, right? And it also there is also labor saving of around 40 to 60% in this type of system. Clear? So I hope now this is clear to you. Now next we have is drip irrigation system. Now students, very important to remember, drip irrigation system was developed by Simcha Blas in Israel, right? So here in drip irrigation system, the water saving is around 60 to 70% and discharge rate is only 2 to 10 liter per hour. Okay, what is drip irrigation system? I have already told you that this is crop root zone. Okay, this is crop root zone. So what we are doing with the help of drippers or pipes, what we are doing, we are drop by drop irrigating just around the root zone. Okay, now with this what we are doing, we are saving a lot of water. Okay, we are not just blindly irrigating anything. We are first of all applying water to the root zone only, okay, where it is required. Then drop by drop it is released. So it is through this way what we are doing, we are saving a lot of water, right? So it is efficient in areas where water scarcity is there. So though installation charges of drips and everything is high, but once installed, a lot of water saving can be done from here, right? So in this system, what do we have? We have a pump, okay, that pumps water for us in the chemical tank. So what is this chemical tank? Basically, this is a tank which store the water. Now this chemical tank is also used for multiple purpose, like if we want to provide fertilizer. So rather than applying other kind, rather than applying fertilizer over the soil, what we do, we directly apply fertilizer around the root zone. In that case, what we do, we mix fertilizer with water, and then this water is, through this dripper, this water is spread around the root zone, and the fertilizer is directly applied to the root zone of crop, and the nutrient will be easily taken by the crop plant, right? So there is a chemical tank where we mix fertilizer or anything that we want to mix along with water. Then we have emitters that emit water for that will take water from chemical tank to the different area. And then we also have filters. Filters are basically there in order to prevent clogging of pores, right? So these are pipes. So these pipes can be clogged. So there are filters also which will prevent the clogging of pipes. So these are the different component of drip irrigation system. Now, very important thing from drip irrigation system that was asked for this year is different types of drip irrigation system. Earlier, we do not used to study this thing, but now as the question has been asked, so we should know that there are two type of drip irrigation system. First, we have a surface drip irrigation system, and then we have subsurface drip irrigation system. And just like your surface irrigation system and subsurface irrigation system, ठीक है? Drip irrigation system भी अगर हम सरफेस में ड्रिप इरिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो दैट बिकम्स योर सरफेस ड्रिप इरिगेशन सिस्टम. बट इफ वी आर बरिंग दिस pipes 4 to 12 inches deep inside the soil, then that is your subsurface drip irrigation system. ठीक है? So students, if I talk about surface drip irrigation system, here pipes are installed on the soil surface. This is easy to install and maintain because on the surface we can still see things and we can maintain them, right? It is cost effective as compared to the subsurface drip irrigation system, and it is suitable for multiple crops like vegetable, flowers, etc. Right? Now, if I talk about subsurface irrigation system, here we need to bury these pipes under, at 4 to 12 inches below the soil surface. So that will increase your maintenance cost, that will increase your installation cost, that will increase your overall cost of installation, right? Then here, what we are doing in case of surface, again water is applied to the root zone, okay, at the surface of soil, so it can be evaporated. But if we are applying applying water at subsurface level, the evaporation losses will be reduced. Also, it will reduce weed growth around the root zone, okay. The weed seed will not, or the unwanted plant will not be able to grow around your crop root, around your crops, okay. And also it is ideal for orchard, vineyards, and so and so, okay. So these are this is the difference between your surface drip irrigation and subsurface drip irrigation system. So students, let us understand the difference between sprinkler and drip. So basically in sprinkler, water is sprayed in form of rains. In drip, drop by drop water is applied to the root zone. Discharge rate here is more than 1000 liter per hour. In drip case, it is 1 to 4 liter per hour. Water saving here is 25 to 50%. In case of drip, it is 60 to 70%. Here application is uniform. Here it is application is root zone specific, right? It is best for, sprinkler is best for your undulating topography. Drip is best for the areas where water scarcity is there. Now students, the system that we adopt or that we use for our thing, it may depend on various things, right? How much amount of water is present, okay. On that basis you will adopt any system. Like if you have enough water resources, you can go for flood irrigation. But if in areas where water scarcity is there, then drip irrigation will be suitable in such case, right? It will depend on crop type also. Like if any crop need flooded condition like your rice, then obviously you will go for flood irrigation system. But if your crop can grow with minimum water requirement like your millets and so, then you can go for other type of irrigation system, okay, where water when easily water can be given to the crop. Or if your crop do not like waterlogging condition, then again you can go for different other types of irrigation system. It will depend on terrain. See, I have already told you, if you have undulating topography, you can go for sprinkler. But if you have leveled land, you can go for border irrigation system, you can go for furrow irrigation system and other type of irrigation system, right? And also it will depend on budget also, right? See, how much amount you have to invest on the irrigation system, that will also depend कि आप कौन सा type का irrigation system adopt कर सकते हैं, right? So on all these factor, the system that you adopt is dependent on, right? So this was about this lecture, and now let's see the questions that were asked in your examination. So first question was, which of the following type of drip irrigation system lying pipe or tubing below soil surface with drip emitters or dripper releasing water into the soil, and this type of system is best suited for row crops and orchards. So right now so student, in this particular question it is written tubing below the soil surface. Okay, so answer here will be subsurface drip irrigation system. ठीक है, तो ये था इसका आंसर, subsurface drip irrigation system, that we have already discussed in the lecture also, and now I think you know about this particular thing, right? Now students, this is the question that is again asked in the examination, and I want you to solve this question. ठीक है, question is, surge irrigation is a modified form of which of the following type of irrigation system? Again, we are going to discuss another important topic, which is water requirement of crop. This is again important topic for your exam, because in 2024 examination there was a question from this particular topic. So today we are going to understand what is water requirement of crop, how do we calculate it, and other important terminologies related to it, right? So water requirement of crop is basically the amount of water required by crops for proper growth and development in order to produce good yield, right? In order to give us good optimum yield, there is a certain amount of water that is required by crop plant. Clear? So water requirement of each crop is different. Like water requirement of rice will be different, water requirement of wheat will be different, and so and so. So students, जो crops होती है सबकी water requirement अलग होती है. तभी if you can see, if you have ever seen that जो rice field है that is filled with water, right? उसमें water requirement बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, इसलिए हमें field को पूरा flood condition create करना होता है for in order to cultivate rice. बट इफ यू सी ऑन द अदर हैंड, जैसे कि आपके मिलेट क्रॉप हो गए, वहां पे वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत ही कम है, तो वहां पे अगर हम इरिगेशन नहीं भी देंगे तो सॉइल वाटर विल बी सफिशिएंट टू प्रोड्यूस टू ग्रो दिस क्रॉप, राइट? तो यू कैन सी दैट different crop have different water requirement, and in order to get optimum yield, in order to get maximum yield from these crop, we should know what is the water requirement of a particular crop that we are growing, right? So what is water requirement? It is the amount of water that is required by crop for normal growth and development in order to produce an optimum amount of yield, right? Now students, why this water is needed by the crop plant? Basically, this water is required by crop plant to meet the demand of evaporation, transpiration, and metabolic activities, right? So students, plant need this water to carry out metabolic activities, all the metabolic activities, all the metabolic reactions that goes inside plant body. For that, water is required. Then transpiration, plant also need water for transpiration process. What is this process? In this process, plant loses some amount of water in order to maintain its temperature, right? So their water is required. Then also some amount of water is lost through evaporation process. See, plant is absorbing water from soil, right? So this soil water is also lost through evaporation. We also have to meet that demand, all right? So when we say what is why water is needed, so water is needed to meet out the demand of evaporation losses, then transpiration losses, and water that is used for metabolic activities of plant, right? And when we sum up all these water requirement, it is called as consumptive use. ठीक है, इसको क्या बोलते हैं? It is called consumptive use of water. So plant need water for evaporation, transpiration, and metabolic activities, and this is called in total as consumptive use of water by plant. ठीक है? Now, how do we calculate this water requirement? So water requirement is basically calculated by adding the amount of water that we have provided through irrigation. Okay, see, we cannot calculate all the time, we cannot calculate the amount of water from soil, right? So for that, what we do, we calculate how much amount of water we have used for irrigation, right? Then what was the effective rainfall for that particular growing period, right? For अगर हम राइस का water requirement निकाल रहे हैं, तो खरीफ सीजन में जब हमने राइस ग्रो की थी, कितना हमने पानी यूज किया था इरिगेशन में, देन कितनी रेनफॉल हुई थी, प्लस what was the groundwater contribution, क्योंकि कुछ amount of water is always present in soil, वो soil में always it is there, and इट इज ऑल्सो कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग, राइट, वो भी कुछ कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन देगा अपना। तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम इरिगेशन वाटर प्लस इफेक्टिव रेनफॉल प्लस ग्राउंड वाटर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन या सॉइल प्रोफाइल कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन जो है उसको ऐड करते हैं एंड देन वी गेट वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ अ पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप। ठीक है, इस तरीके से हम किसी भी पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप की वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट निकालते हैं कि कितना एक्चुअल पानी चाहिए उसको फॉर प्रॉपर ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट। क्लियर? So I hope now it is clear to you what is water requirement of crop and how do we calculate it, right? So this is the table showing water requirement of different crop. So students, you can see water requirement of rice is 1250 mm, sugarcane is 2200 mm, groundnut 510 mm, sorghum 500 mm, maize का 500 mm है, रागी का 310 mm है, कॉटन का 600, ब्लैक ग्राम का 200, सोयाबीन 320, सेसमे 150 एंड सनफ्लावर 450. ठीक है, so this is the water requirement of different crop. Now students, apart from the water requirement of crop, means that depend on the physiology of crop, but it also depend on the duration of crop. Now if I ask you that what do you think which crop need more water, so usually we think that rice need more water, and it is obvious that we have seen that for cultivating rice we need a flood condition. Okay, we need to create a flood like condition in the field. तो वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट हमें लगता है राइस का ज्यादा है, बट वी हैव टू ऑल्सो सी दैट ग्रोइंग पीरियड. इफ वी कंपेयर द वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ राइस एंड शुगर केन का वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट ज्यादा है. वो क्यों है? क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो क्रॉप ड्यूरेशन है शुगर केन का वो ज्यादा है. तो जितने ज्यादा ड्यूरेशन के लिए क्रॉप फील्ड में रहेगी उतने ज्यादा ड्यूरेशन के लिए हमें उसको पानी देना पड़ेगा और पानी की जरूरत उतनी ज्यादा होगी, राइट. सो वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट क्रॉप पे भी डिपेंड करती है एज वेल एज क्रॉप ड्यूरेशन पे भी डिपेंड करती है. ठीक है, सो वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट इसलिए शुगर केन का ज्यादा है इसमें क्योंकि शुगर केन एज अ लॉन्ग ड्यूरेशन क्रॉप, ये 16 to 18 मंथ की क्रॉप हो सकती है, तो यहाँ पे अगेन वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट ज्यादा होता है. क्लियर? So now let's understand few other important terminologies related to this. So students, first is water use efficiency. ठीक है, टर्म से ही क्लियर है. वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी, हाउ एफिशिएंटली वाटर इज यूज्ड. सो इट इज बेसिकली द अमाउंट ऑफ यील्ड दैट वी हैव गॉट फॉर पर यूनिट वाटर दैट हैज बीन कंज्यूम्ड बाय क्रॉप, राइट. सो इट इज बेसिकली यील्ड ऑफ मार्केटेबल क्रॉप पर यूनिट वाटर यूज्ड इन इवेपोट्रांसपिरेशन, राइट. सो प्लांट का जितना पर यूनिट वाटर यूज हुआ है इवेपोट्रांसपिरेशन पे, उतने उस वाटर यूज में कितनी हमें यील्ड मिली है वो बताता है वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी. नाउ स्टूडेंट्स, यहाँ पे वन मोर थिंग आई वांटेड टू टेल यू, जब हम भी कंजप्टिव यूज की बात, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट कंजप्टिव यूज ऑफ वाटर, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इवेपोरेशन प्लस ट्रांसपिरेशन प्लस मेटाबॉलिक यूज ऑफ वाटर, राइट. सो यूजुअली दिस मेटाबॉलिक यूज ऑफ वाटर इज लेस देन 1%. मतलब मेटाबॉलिक एक्टिविटीज में लेस देन 1% वाटर यूज होता है, इसलिए हम इसको निग्लेक्ट कर देते हैं. वी ओनली कंसिडर water use, water that is required for evaporation and transpiration. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे आप you can see water use efficiency क्या है. water use efficiency is basically yield upon water used for evapotranspiration. ठीक है, water used for evapotranspiration, it is basically dry matter that has been produced per unit water used by crop plant. क्लियर? सो दिस इज अ बेसिकली ब्रॉडर टर्म, बहुत ये एक ब्रॉड टर्म है. इसमें हम वाटर दैट इज यूज्ड फॉर इवेपोट्रांसपिरेशन भी लेते हैं. इसमें हम वाटर दैट इज, ये जो वाटर लेते हैं ये हम पूरा कैलकुलेट करते हैं कि रन ऑफ लॉसेस कितना हुआ, डीपर्कुलेशन लॉसेस कितना हुआ. ये सब को जब हम ऐड करते हैं, इन सब को जब हम कंसिडर करते हैं, तब हमारा वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी निकलता है, राइट. कितना वाटर इवेपोरेशन में लॉस हुआ, कितना ट्रांसपिरेशन में लॉस हुआ, कितना डीपर्कुलेशन में लॉस हुआ, कितना हमारा रन ऑफ हुआ है, एवरीथिंग इज कंसिडर्ड. उसको जोड़ के जब हम निकालते हैं तो हमारा वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी निकलता है. अब ये वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी दो टाइप का होता है, फील्ड वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी एंड क्रॉप वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी. लेट अस सी व्हाट आर दे. फर्स्ट लेट अस टॉक अबाउट फील्ड वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी. तो फील्ड वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी क्या है? इट इज रेशियो ऑफ क्रॉप यील्ड टू द टोटल अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर यूज्ड इन फील्ड. ठीक है, क्रॉप यील्ड टू द टोटल अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर यूज्ड इन फील्ड. क्लियर? So यहाँ पे you can see crop yield when divided by total amount of water that is used in field, which include your evapotranspiration. Evapotranspiration तो होगा ही, field से evaporation भी होगा, transpiration भी होगा, right. Then water, ground water contribution कितना है, ground water ने कितना contribute किया, plus जो पर्कुलेशन लॉसेस हुए, फील्ड में क्या होता है, लॉसेस भी होते हैं, तो फील्ड में पर्कुलेशन लॉसेस होते हैं, राइट। तो जब हम निकालते हैं कि क्रॉप यील्ड कितनी है पर यूनिट जो हमारा वाटर यूज हुआ है फील्ड में, विच इज इन द फॉर्म ऑफ इवेपोट्रांसपिरेशन, सॉइल वाटर कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना रहा है, एज वेल एज डीप पर्कुलेशन, देन दैट गिव्स अस द फील्ड वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी, राइट। नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज क्रॉप वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी। अब क्रॉप वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी क्या होती है, बेसिकली इट इज रेशियो ऑफ क्रॉप yield टू द अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर डिप्लीटेड बाय क्रॉप इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ इवेपोट्रांसपिरेशन, ठीक है। यहाँ पे अब हम देखते हैं कि प्लांट क्रॉप ने, जो क्रॉप है उसने कितना डिप्लीट किया है वाटर को, ठीक है, फॉर प्रोड्यूसिंग सर्टेन अमाउंट ऑफ yield। तो इट इज बेसिकली कैलकुलेटेड बाय डिवाइडिंग क्रॉप yield अपॉन evaporation losses plus transpiration losses plus metabolic use of water, which is your consumptive use of water, okay। तो जब हम क्रॉप yield को डिवाइड करते हैं कंजप्टिव यूज ऑफ वाटर से, देन वी गेट क्रॉप वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी, ठीक है, इट इज क्रॉप वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी। आई होप नाउ इट्स क्लियर। तो नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज consumptive water use efficiency, okay, next term we have is consumptive water use efficiency. What is it? It is defined as the ratio of consumptive water used by crop of an irrigated farm or project and the irrigation water is stored in the root zone। basically कितना water use हुआ है for the consumptive use to the water that has been stored in the root zone। रूट जोन में जितना वाटर स्टोर हुआ है उसका कितना अमाउंट फॉर यूज यूज फॉर कंजप्टिव यूज, that is the consumptive water use efficiency। basically it is the amount of water used by crop compared to the amount of irrigation water that reach and stays around the root zone। root zone क्या होता है basically students, it is the area around root, it is the area around root, ठीक है, which is accessible for the roots, जहां से रूट वाटर को एब्जॉर्ब करेगा। तो कितना स्टोर हुआ है वाटर में, वी गिव इरिगेशन, हमने इरिगेशन दिया, इरिगेशन के बाद कितना वाटर स्टोर हुआ है रूट जोन में, उसमें से कितना वाटर यूज हुआ है प्लांट का फॉर कंजप्टिव यूज, दैट इज फॉर इवेपोरेशन, ट्रांसपिरेशन एंड मेटाबॉलिक यूज, that will give us consumptive water use efficiency, ठीक है। it shows how much of the water stored in the soil is actually used by plant, कि जो पानी स्टोर हुआ है सॉइल में उसका एक्चुअल पार्ट कितना प्लांट ने यूज किया है, दैट इज कंजप्टिव वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी, क्लियर। next we have is irrigation efficiency। what is this irrigation efficiency? basically students is defined as the ratio of water output to the water input, मतलब रेशो और परसेंटेज ऑफ द इरिगेशन वाटर कंज्यूम्ड बाय क्रॉप ऑफ एन irrigated फार्म टू द वाटर डिलीवर्ड फ्रॉम द सोर्स, सोर्स से कितना डिलीवर हुआ है और क्रॉप ने कितना कंज्यूम किया है, okay। so basically it tells us about the ratio of water used by plant to the total water delivered to the field, ठीक है। टोटल पानी जितना फील्ड में गया है उतने में से कितना पानी प्लांट ने यूज किया है, दैट शोज अस इरिगेशन एफिशिएंसी। इट टेल्स अस हाउ मच ऑफ द वाटर वी अप्लाई इज रियली हेल्पिंग प्लांट टू ग्रो, ओके। सो इरिगेशन जब भी हम दे रहे हैं उस इरिगेशन में एक्चुअल में कितना पानी यूज हो रहा है प्लांट को ग्रो करने में, दैट इज द irrigation efficiency, clear। I hope now this is clear। let's move to the next term, which is water storage efficiency। so what is this storage efficiency? basically student, it is the water stored in the root zone to the water that is required to bring that root zone to the filled capacity। field capacity क्या है? field capacity is the point where all your micropores are filled with water, right। now this water storage efficiency shows us कि कितना पानी स्टोर हुआ है रूट जोन में टू द अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड टू ब्रिंग दैट सॉइल इनटू फील्ड कैपेसिटी, उस सॉइल को फील्ड कैपेसिटी में लाने तक का जितना अमाउंट वाटर चाहिए, राइट। सो लाइक वी हैव टू कंडीशन ए एंड बी, ठीक है। सो बी इज एट फील्ड कैपेसिटी, बी सॉइल हैज water at field capacity, means all micropores are filled with water, but A has some amount of water, okay, it has some amount of water not equal to field capacity। so the difference between B and A will give us the water storage efficiency, means कितना water actually में store हो रहा है around root zone for plant to absorb, clear। so it shows how much water is added by irrigation actually being stored into the plant root zone, and it tells us how effectively the irrigation water fills the soil, ठीक है। I hope it's clear now। it is telling us कि how effectively Irrigation water is filling the soil. Okay, once the soil is filled with water, that water will be used by a plant. Clear? So this is your water storage efficiency. So with that, we have come to the end of this lecture, and I have told you all the important terms related to this particular topic. Now, this was the question that was asked to you in the examination, which asked you that which of the given option is the ratio of crop yield to the amount of water depleted by the crop in the process of evapotranspiration. So answer for this question was crop water use efficiency, right? Now this is the question for you. You have to tell me the answer of this question in the comment section, and also do let me know that whether these sessions are helpful for you or not, right? So which of the given option is the ratio of crop yield to the total amount of water used in the field? In this video, we are going to discuss another lecture under ARD Simplified series. And the topic that we are going to discuss in this lecture is irrigation projects and terminologies. So we'll understand here what is irrigation projects, different types of irrigation projects, and few important terminologies which are related to this topic, right? Now, this topic is again important for your examination because questions have been asked from here, and we'll solve few questions at the end, right? So first, let's just understand first what is irrigation project, right? So what is irrigation project, students? It is basically an agriculture establishment. It is an agriculture establishment which is, built to deliver to supply controlled amount of water to growing crops. ठीक है? So irrigation करने के लिए, I have already told you that crop need water. And see, water is a limited resource. So we have to efficiently utilize this water resource that we have already on the earth so that we can grow crops, right? So as this water is a limited resources, so few establishment are done, few establishment or few infrastructure is built in order to, deliver the resource or water that we already have safely to the field, safely to the growing crops. Clear? So students, basically these projects are establishment like your dams, right, which are built to collect water, and then through dams along with other purposes, like dams are there usually for generating electricity, but these dams are also used for irrigating lands, right? So the such project is known as irrigation project. Any agriculture establishment, any establishment that is used to supply water to the growing crop, or that is used to supply water to the farmer's field, that is a irrigation project, right? Now it mainly consists of hydraulic structure that collects water from source, convey and deliver water to the farm field. Okay, as I've already told you, any structure that collect water from the source, convey and deliver that water to farm field is a irrigation project. Clear? I hope now irrigation project is clear to you. So now let's understand different types of irrigation projects from where questions have been asked in your examination. But before we understand what are the different types of irrigation project, we have to first understand few important terminologies, right? What are these? Let us understand first. Command area. ठीक है? तो पहली चीज हमें जो पढ़नी है, that is command area. What is a command area? So students, it is a area around dam or project where area get benefit from dam. Okay, any dam, any project, area around that dam or project which is getting benefit of that establishment, which is getting benefit of that project or dam, that is your command area. Now that benefit can be in the form of water supply or electricity supply, right? सो कोई डैम है, डैम के अराउंड जितने भी एरिया को उस डैम का बेनिफिट मिल रहा है, उस प्रोजेक्ट का बेनिफिट मिल रहा है, दैट इज द कमांड एरिया. नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज कल्चरल कमांड एरिया, right? Now when we talk about cultural command area, so this is the area that can be irrigated. Here we are specifically talking about the area where water is supplied through that project, where the irrigation is possible through that project. Clear? So it is the area that can be irrigated from that project for cultivation. That will be your cultural command area. Cultivation की बात हो रही है, ठीक है? तो उस प्रोजेक्ट से कितने एरिया में हम पानी भेज पा रहे हैं फॉर इरिगेशन पर्पस, दैट इज कल्चरल कमांड एरिया. Next we have is gross command area. What is this gross command area? So it is basically the total area that can be economically irrigated from irrigation system without considering the limitation of quantity of available water. अगर हमारे पास लिमिटेशन नहीं है पानी की, जो कि है, बट अगर ऐसा सोचा जाए कि हमारे पास कोई लिमिटेशन नहीं है वाटर की, at that point what area we can irrigate at that area, at that particular situation, उस situation में हम कितना एरिया को irrigate कर पा रहे हैं, that will be your gross command area. Clear? Gross command area क्या है कि if we do not have limitation of water, at that point the area that can be irrigated through that project is gross command area. Clear? I hope now command area, cultural command area and gross command area is clear. Now after understanding these, let's understand different types of irrigation project, right? So there are 3 types of irrigation project based on the budget that is allocated for that project and based on the cultural command area of that project. ठीक है, बजट के बेसिस पे एंड कल्चरल कमांड एरिया के बेसिस पे देयर आर 3 टाइप्स ऑफ इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट. फर्स्ट वी हैव इज मेजर इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट. Major irrigation project have budget of around 50 million rupees and covers cultural command area of more than 10,000 hectare. ठीक है, अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट है जिसका बजट 50 मिलियन रुपीस है और उससे ज्यादा है एंड कल्चरल कमांड एरिया इज 10,000 मींस 10,000 हेक्टेयर एरिया और 10,000 हेक्टेयर से ज्यादा एरिया को वो इरिगेशन प्रोवाइड कर सकता है, देन दैट प्रोजेक्ट विल बी कॉल्ड एज मेजर इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट. Clear? Then we have medium irrigation project. Medium irrigation project basically have budget of around 2.5 to 50 million rupees and the cultural command area is around 2,000 to 10,000 hectare. ठीक है, अगर कोई irrigation project जिसका बजट 2.5 से 50 मिलियन रुपीस है एंड कल्चरल कमांड एरिया 2,000 से 10,000 हेक्टेयर है, देन दैट इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट विल बी मीडियम इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट. क्लियर? नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज माइनर इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट. माइनर इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बजट कम होगा, दैट इज लेस देन 2.5 मिलियन रुपीस एंड कल्चरल कमांड एरिया विल बी 2,000 और लेस देन 2,000 हेक्टेयर. क्लियर? So students, this is very important because directly question is asked from this table, right? So you have to just remember the medium irrigation project. You have to just remember the range 2.5 to 50 million rupees for medium. If it is more than 50, then that becomes major. If it is more less than 2.5, then that becomes minor. Same with respect to cultural command area, 2,000 से 10,000 हेक्टेयर. More than 10,000 हेक्टेयर होगा तो मेजर इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट है, less than 2,000 हेक्टेयर होगा तो वो माइनर इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट है. क्लियर? सो आई होप विद दिस आपने ये टेबल भी अभी याद कर ली होगी. इट्स नॉट समथिंग वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू लर्न. ठीक है, और डायरेक्टली यहाँ से एक क्वेश्चन बन जाएगा. देयर विल बी 1 क्वेश्चन और 1 मार्क्स आपका इजिली स्कोर हो जाएगा. Clear? Chalo, let's now understand few other important terminologies related to this particular topic. Now, as we see exam trend is changing, 2024 में काफी core एग्रीकल्चर से भी कुछ क्वेश्चंस थे एंड दे रिक्वायर इन डेप्थ अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ थिंग्स, राइट? सो जैसे कि आपका फील्ड वाटर इरिगेशन एफिशिएंसी से क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया गया था. तो सिमिलरली देयर आर फ्यू टर्मिनोलॉजीज इन दिस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक आल्सो दैट वी विल डिस्कस सो दैट इन एग्जामिनेशन अगर इनसे क्वेश्चन आता है यू कैन आंसर देम, राइट? चलो, फर्स्ट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड नेट इरिगेटेड एरिया. नेट इरिगेटेड एरिया क्या है? इट इज द एरिया इरिगेटेड थ्रू एनी सोर्स वंस अ ईयर. ठीक है, किसी भी सोर्स से any area that is being irrigated once a year, that is the net irrigated area. ठीक है, so for a particular crop, now area irrigated more than once in the same year is only counted once. Like for say for kharif season or for rabi season, if you irrigate, if you like for example a farmer have 10 hectare land. ठीक है, so for any particular crop like for rice, ठीक है, he has irrigated entire 10 hectare land. ठीक है, might be that he has irrigated this 10 hectare land twice or thrice, but we will not calculate the area that much time. We'll only consider that net irrigated area that he has is 10 hectare only for that particular crop season. ठीक है, so basically यहाँ पे again example is given, if a farmer irrigate 10 hectare of land for one crop season, net irrigated area is 10 hectare. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली जितना भी अमाउंट ऑफ एरिया इज इरिगेटेड बाय फार्मर फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप इन अ ग्रोइंग सीजन, दैट इज अ नेट irrigated area. ठीक है, if that area is irrigated twice or thrice, we will not consider it. But in case of gross irrigated area, we will add that area. Like for example, here you understand, this is sum total of area irrigated under all crops over various season in agriculture year. ठीक है, under GIA, area irrigated twice or thrice in the same year is counted as 2 or 3 times. Like if this 10 hectare of land area is irrigated twice or thrice for entire growing season for different crops, then the amount of time, number of times that you have irrigated the land, you will add it. Like for say, if this 10 hectare land is irrigated for rice and for wheat as well, entire 10 hectare land, now the gross will become 20 hectare. ठीक है, देखो नेट इरिगेटेड एरिया क्या है, बेसिकली इट इज द अमाउंट ऑफ एरिया फार्मर हैव. ठीक है, अब उसने वो 10 हेक्टेयर लैंड, उसके पास वो नेट लैंड है, बट अगर उस 10 हेक्टेयर लैंड को उसने 2 बार सो किया, लाइक वंस फॉर राइस वंस फॉर व्हीट एंड 2 times ही हैज गिवन इरिगेशन, ग्रॉस इरिगेटेड एरिया विल इंक्रीज, ग्रॉस इरिगेटेड एरिया विल बिकम 20 हेक्टेयर, बट नेट विल बी द सेम, दैट इज 10 हेक्टेयर. Clear? So this is the difference of net irrigated area and gross irrigated area. Like we calculate net cropped area and gross cropped area, right? So gross cropped area में भी क्या होता है कि multiple time we have sown different crops, so we'll add that area multiple times. But net area will remain same. That is the actual area that farmer have, right? I hope it's clear. Net irrigated area is the amount of land that farmer have and is irrigated once. अगर वो twice or thrice irrigate होगी, we will not calculate it. But in case of gross irrigated area, the times, number of times we have irrigated the land, we will count it. We will add the amount of land at उतने ही times में. ठीक है, like अगर 2 बार irrigate हुई है तो 2 बार add करेंगे, 3 बार irrigate हुई है तो 3 बार add करेंगे. So that will become your gross irrigated area. Now next we have is irrigation intensity. In what is this? This show how intensively the irrigated land is used. ठीक है, so what is irrigation intensity? Basically it is calculated by dividing gross irrigated area upon net irrigated area into 100. Okay, so this tells us how intensively we have irrigated any land. ठीक है, कितनी intensity से हमने irrigation किया है, that is the irrigation intensity. Now students, another term is irrigation potential created. What is this irrigation potential created? It is the maximum area that can be irrigated using any water infrastructure. ठीक है, if we have developed any water infrastructure, for say we have developed, we have established a tube well. So now this tube well, the amount of area that can be irrigated from this tube well is irrigation potential created, means how much irrigation potential is created by that tube well. So that will be the amount of area, maximum amount of area that can be irrigated through that tube well. Like for say, if we have an area of 10 hectare land and this tube well is tube well that we have established is able to irrigate that 10 hectare of land. So that is the irrigation potential created. So it is basically the total capacity of any irrigation project. ठीक है, तो जो ट्यूबवेल है उसकी टोटल कैपेसिटी कितनी है, 10 हेक्टेयर लैंड को इरिगेट करने की है. बट दूसरी चीज क्या आती है कि एक्चुअल में कितना इरिगेट हो रही है, क्योंकि देयर आर सम अदर लॉसेस दैट हैपेंस, राइट. सो एक्चुअल जो यूटिलाइज होता है वो लेस होता है एज कंपेयर टू द क्रिएटेड वन. So irrigation potential utilized will be the actual area that is irrigated using that infrastructure, and it is usually less than your irrigation potential that is created. ठीक है, अगर ये ट्यूब वेल 10 हेक्टेयर लैंड को इरिगेट कर सकने की क्षमता रखता है, बट एक्चुअली में इट विल इरिगेट ओनली 8 हेक्टेयर लैंड बिकॉज देयर विल बी अदर लॉसेस लाइक एंड देयर विल बी अदर फैक्टर्स लाइक वाटर शॉर्टेज हो सकती है, पुअर मेंटेनेंस हो सकती है, एंड ड्यू टू विच द एक्चुअल पोटेंशियल दैट इज यूटिलाइज्ड इज लेस एज कंपेयर टू पोटेंशियल दैट इज क्रिएटेड. Right, now we have one more term that is ultimate irrigation potential. What is this? So students, if we do not if we say that this ultimate irrigation potential is basically maximum possible irrigation capacity that a country or that a region can develop when all the resources are developed fully. ठीक है, जितने भी water resources हैं अगर हम उनको fully develop करते हैं उस point in time पे कितनी maximum irrigation capacity है हमारे पास, that will be your ultimate irrigation potential. ठीक है, so for any region if we say the maximum possible irrigation capacity that can be generated by developing all the water resources that gives us ultimate irrigation potential. Clear? Now I hope all these terminologies are clear, and let's understand this through an example. So students, here we have been given an example to understand all these terminologies. So irrigation potential created, here it is written 1000 hectare. Irrigation potential utilizes 800 hectare. Irrigation ultimate irrigation potential is 1500 hectare. Net irrigated area is 8 hectare. Gross irrigated area is 1200 hectare for any project. ठीक है? Now what do we understand by irrigation potential created? So it is given 1000 hectare. Irrigation potential created 1000 hectare means that particular infrastructures exist to irrigate 1000 hectares of land. उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से हम 1000 हेक्टेयर्स ऑफ लैंड को इरिगेट कर सकते हैं, बट इरिगेशन पोटेंशियल यूटिलाइज इज 800 हेक्टेयर. मतलब एक्चुअली में कितना इरिगेट हो रहा है? ओनली 800 हेक्टेयर इज इरिगेटेड, इज बीइंग इरिगेटेड फ्रॉम दैट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. ओके, एक्चुअली जबकि वो 1000 हेक्टेयर को इरिगेट कर सकता है, बट in reality only 800 hectare land is being irrigated. Next we have is ultimate irrigation potential, which is given 1500 hectare. So in future when we develop all the resources, so it can irrigate around 1500 hectares of land, right, when all the water resources are fully developed. Now to calculate irrigation intensity, what we do, we divide gross irrigated area to net irrigated area, and here the irrigation intensity of this particular project is 150%. So the same land is used more than once one crop with irrigation. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे 150% है, 150% है कि जो same land है that is used more than once. ओके, दैट इज इरिगेटेड मोर देन वंस, क्योंकि इरिगेशन इंटेंसिटी 100 से ज्यादा है. ठीक है, देखो अगर इरिगेशन इंटेंसिटी 100 कब होती है? जब हमारे पास 800 नेट लैंड है और 800 ही ग्रॉस है. ठीक है, तो हमारी जो इरिगेशन इंटेंसिटी कितनी होगी? वो 100% होगी. बट अगर 100% से ज्यादा है तो इसका मतलब है कि हमने उस लैंड को एक से ज्यादा बार इरिगेट किया है. क्लियर? अगर ये 1200 है तो दैट शोज कि हमने यहाँ पे 800 में से कुछ अमाउंट, ठीक है, मींस 800 हमने एक बार इरिगेट किया और 400 हमने नेक्स्ट टाइम इरिगेट किया, तभी हमारे पास जो ग्रॉस है वो 1200 आया, 1200 हेक्टेयर. ठीक है, तो इस ये क्या दिखाता है कि हमने इस पर्टिकुलर लैंड को एक से ज्यादा बार इरिगेट किया है, कुछ अमाउंट ऑफ लैंड. ठीक है, सो आई होप नाउ इट्स क्लियर कि ग्रॉस इरिगेटेड एरिया, नेट इरिगेटेड एरिया क्या है और इरिगेशन इंटेंसिटी क्या है और व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस परसेंटेज. क्लियर? Okay, so with that was all for this lecture. Now let's understand and let's practice some questions. So which of the following irrigation project have cultural command area of 2000 to 10,000 hectare? Now this was a question of NABARD 2023 examination and answer will be medium project, right? क्योंकि 2000 से 10,000 हेक्टेयर के बीच बोला गया, तो medium project will be answer. Sorry. Now this question is for you. You have to give me the answer of this question in the comment section. So what is minor irrigation scheme? You have to tell me as per the CCA, cultural command. So let's start by first understanding what is seed certification, right? So students, see, before understanding certification क्या है, let us understand why the seed certification is required. Okay, so अगर मैं बोलूं कि फार्मर के पास गुड क्वालिटी सीड होना चाहिए, सो क्यों होना चाहिए गुड क्वालिटी सीड? बिकॉज सीड इज अ इनपुट, राइट? सीड वो एक इनपुट है जो फार्मर की आने वाली क्रॉप को डिसाइड करेगा कि वो कितनी प्रोडक्टिव होगी, उसकी ईल्ड कितनी होगी, राइट? सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट फार्मर शुड रिसीव गुड क्वालिटी सीड, और हर कोई फार्मर चाहता है कि उनको एक अच्छी क्वालिटी का सीड मिले. बट व्हाट इफ आई हैव अ सर्टेन सीड, ठीक है, एक स्मॉल अमाउंट ऑफ सीड आई हैव एंड आई हैव डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड दैट सीड फॉर मल्टीपल पीपल टू मल्टीपल एजेंसीज फॉर मल्टीप्लिकेशन पर्पज. लाइक मैंने सीड दिया किसी को कि आप इसको मल्टीप्लाई करें एंड यू जस्ट इंक्रीज द साइज ऑफ सीड लॉट एंड देन वी विल डिस्ट्रीब्यूट इट एज अ सीड. बट who will ensure, okay, how it will be ensured, और ये कैसे पता चलेगा कि जिन लोगों को मैंने ये सीड मल्टीप्लिकेशन के लिए दिया है they are also following all the norms, all the standards for developing a good quality seed. See, it's very important जो आपका seed होता है that should be of good quality. Good quality means that it should have good germination percentage. What is germination percentage? It is basically the amount of seed that is germinated from that seed lot. Like आपके अगर मैंने आपको 100 सीड दिए हैं तो उस 100 सीड में से कितने सीड जर्मिनेट करेंगे, बिकॉज इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. द एंटायर सीड लॉट विल नॉट जर्मिनेट. देयर विल बी सम वायबल, सम नॉन वायबल सीड. व्हाट आर वायबल, नॉन वायबल? कुछ सीड्स अलाइव होंगे, कुछ सीड्स अलाइव नहीं होंगे. तो जो अलाइव नहीं होंगे दे विल नॉट जर्मिनेट, राइट. तो वो जो सीड लॉट है उसमें से कितने सीड्स जर्मिनेट करेंगे, दैट इज जर्मिनेशन परसेंट. तो गुड क्वालिटी सीड क्या है? जिसका जर्मिनेशन परसेंटेज अच्छा है. विच हैव फिजिकल प्योरिटी मीन्स जो उसकी प्योरिटी है, जो आपका देयर इज नो डेब्रीज, डर्ट दैट इज ओवर दैट सीड. it should be free from any kind of pest or disease infestation, right? क्योंकि अगर seed में ही pest और disease infestation होगा, when farmer will grow this seed, what will happen again? वो disease और pest propagate करेंगे. So it's very important that farmer should receive anyone who is asking for any type of seed, it should be of good quality, right? Also students, we should also ensure that जो भी हम seed मांग रहे हैं, like for say if I am asking for Amrapali variety of mango, right? So I should get Amrapali variety of mango only. Or for say if I want any particular wheat variety, okay, any wheat variety that is that is of short heighted and have good grain quality. For say if X is that wheat variety, right, and I have purchased this variety, so the seed lot that I have purchased should have genetic purity, means it should be genetically X variety, means जो X variety के कैरेक्टर है, जेनेटिक कैरेक्टर है, वो मुझे मिलने चाहिए. यूजुअली होता क्या है, कभी कभी क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन या अदर मिक्सचर के वजह से जेनेटिक प्योरिटी मेंटेन्ड नहीं होती है. ओके, अगर मैंने एक्स वैरायटी मांगी है, सो फॉर से एक्स की जगह मुझे कोई और भी वैरायटी दी जा सकती है, या फिर एक्स वैरायटी के साथ कोई और वैरायटी मिक्स करके दी जा सकती है, तो वहां पे जेनेटिक प्योरिटी मेंटेन्ड नहीं रहती है. सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट जो हमारा सीड लॉट है उसकी जेनेटिक प्योरिटी भी मेंटेन्ड रहे, एंड दैट इज ऑल्सो अनदर कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ गुड क्वालिटी सीड, राइट. तो जेनेटिक प्योरिटी मेंटेन रहनी चाहिए, फिजिकल प्योरिटी मेंटेन रहनी चाहिए, जर्मिनेशन परसेंटेज अच्छा होना चाहिए, सीड शुड बी वायबल, एंड फॉर दिस पर्पस वी there is a legal procedure of seed certification कि we should ensure, how to ensure, बेसिकली ये ensure कैसे किया जाए जो सीड लॉट आप ले रहे हो वो सीड लॉट गुड क्वालिटी सीड का है या नहीं है. To ensure this thing, seed certification is given. Okay, seed certification is done. What is seed certification? Basically, it is a legal process under which any person, any agency who is growing seed, it is, a certificate is allotted to that person कि okay, this person is growing seed under a set of norms, और जो seed इस person ने agency ने develop की है, that is of good quality, right? So students, for that purpose, this seed certification has been developed, and it is a legally sanctioned process to ensure quality seed, right? And aim here is to produce genetically pure and high quality seeds for farmer. देखो, अगर हमारी seed की quality maintained रहेगी, then only the farmer productivity will increase, right? And the farmer income will increase. So ultimately, seed is a very basic input, and it should be of very good quality. And all those who are involved in seed production should ensure that whatever seed they are producing should be of a minimum good quality level, and for that purpose a seed certification is required, right? तो अगर seed certification के अंडर कोई agency या कोई farmer seed sell करता है, that ensures the buyer or the customer कि okay, the seed that I have purchased from this particular agency or person or farmer, that is under seed certification and I am getting a good quality seed. So basically ये क्या है, एक legal procedure है कि आपको कैसे हम इंश्योर करें कि जो सीड फार्मर तक जा रहा है दैट इज ऑफ गुड क्वालिटी. क्लियर? आई होप इट इज क्लियर नाउ व्हाट इज सीड सर्टिफिकेशन. नाउ स्टूडेंट्स, टू इंश्योर दिस थिंग, द सीड क्लासेस आर मेड. ओके, डिफरेंट सीड क्लासेस आर मेड and different generation system are made. देखो, if I have a seed lot, like for say I have developed a very good variety of X like there is a X variety of wheat. ठीक है, I have developed this variety and I have around only 2 kgs of seed, right? 2 kgs of seed of this X variety which I have recently developed. Now if I want this seed to go to farmer, okay, so what I'll do, I'll distribute this 2 kg to different agencies. Now these different agencies will multiply it and will distribute to the farmer, but still it is not ensured that if from this 2 kg I want 10 kg of seed, the 10 kg seed that has been developed by different people and agencies, that is of good quality or not, because again there can be so many mixture that can happen. Like during the seed production, जब ये 2 kg को 10 kg में हमें convert करना है, तो जब जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स को मैंने सीड दिया है, दे कैन देयर कैन बी सो मेनी ह्यूमन एरर्स, बिकॉज अगेन सीड हम क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन, देयर कैन बी बायोटिक factor that can influence the quality seed, there can be some abiotic factor that can influence quality of seed. Management practice कैसी की गई है उस seed production के लिए, वो seed की quality को affect कर सकता है. तो इसीलिए what we have done, basically the seed classes have been developed by scientists. What are these scientists? What are these, seed classes? These seed classes are basically the seed production at different generation level. Okay, so different generation level पे seed का production किया जाता है, so that we ensure कि हमारे पास good quality of seed का कुछ lot बचा रहे जो that is genetically pure, and उसी को आगे propagate करके हम कुछ amount farmers तक भी पहुंचा सके, that farmer can have benefit of, right? So this is called generation system or the seed classes, and we have basically in India 4 seed classes. First we have is nucleus seed, then we have is breeder seed, then we have foundation seed, and then we have certified seed. Now students, in other countries there is one more class which is known as registered seed. Okay, this is another class which is known as registered seed class. We'll discuss about this class as well, but for India you have to learn that we have these seed classes. Now what are these classes? Let us understand. Okay, so students देखो, just to give you overview, the first nucleus seed is a basic seed class. ठीक है, जो आपका basic seed material है, जो आपका variety है, that 2 kg that I was having is a basic seed class, right? So I will ensure that ये 2 kg जो मेरे पास है, इसको मैं जेनेटिकली प्योर और अंडर इसको मैं जो इसकी जेनेटिक प्योरिटी है उसको मेंटेन करके रखूं. देन वी हैव अ ब्रीडर सीड. सो इसी सीड को आगे प्रोपोगेट करने के लिए ब्रीडर को दिया जाता है कि ब्रीडर उसको अंडर सेट ऑफ कंडीशंस, अंडर प्रॉपर स्टैंडर्ड्स, प्रोटोकॉल उस सीड को प्रोपोगेट करे, ठीक है, और उसको मल्टीप्लाई करे, राइट? Then this breeder seed is further divided into foundation seed and certified seed. Now let's understand about each seed class in detail. So first we have is nucleus seed. Okay, so I have told you nucleus seed is what? It is a basic seed class. It is a basic seed class for seed production. और ये जो nucleus seed है, this nucleus seed is maintained by breeder. Okay, so breeder will maintain this nucleus seed, and breeder will ensure that the genetic purity, physical purity, and the quality of this nucleus seed remain as such. There should be no mixture. ठीक है, so that is your nucleus seed. Now for this nucleus seed, a certificate is given which is known as pedigree certificate. Now students, see, this is again an important term you have to learn because it was once asked in your examination also. What is this pedigree certificate? Pedigree certificate is basically shows the ancestry or the cross between cross or the ancestral record of that seed. Basically what is this ancestral record? कि किस variety के cross से ये seed बना है. ओके, और फर्दर क्या क्या क्रॉस इसमें हुए हैं, लाइक क्या क्या जो भी इसका एंसेस्ट्रल रिकॉर्ड है सीड का, राइट? किस किस वैरायटी से क्रॉस हुआ है, कितने बार क्रॉस हुआ है, राइट? ऑल दैट थिंग इज कॉल्ड अ पेडिग्री सर्टिफिकेट. पेडिग्री सर्टिफिकेट क्या है? बेसिकली इट इज अ फैमिली ट्री ऑफ दैट सीड. ठीक है, सिंपल टू अंडरस्टैंड कि कौन इसके पेरेंट्स रहे हैं, किस किस का क्रॉस हुआ है, कितनी जनरेशन में क्रॉस हुआ है, और कितनी जनरेशन बाद हमें ये सीड मिला है. ऑल दैट इज अ सेट ऑफ all that is set under pedigree certificate. Clear? So इस nucleus seed के लिए pedigree certificate दिया जाता है. Then we have nucleus seed possess high percentage of genetic purity, at least 100 means हमें उसकी genetic purity almost 100% maintain करके रखनी है. ठीक है, तो जो nucleus seed की जेनेटिक प्योरिटी है वो 100% रहती है, बिकॉज अगैन ये वो बेसिक सीड क्लास है जहां से वो फर्दर सीड मल्टीप्लाई होगा, तो एटलीस्ट इसकी जेनेटिक प्योरिटी तो ब्रीडर 100% मेंटेन करके रखेगा, राइट? चलो, next we have is breeder seed class. Now this nuclear seed class is propagated or is distributed to other breeders for propagation purpose, for multiplication purpose. ठीक है, so that is called breeder seed, which are produced from nuclear seed. It is also very important that you learn which seed class is produced from which seed class. ठीक है, तो जो breeder seeds हैं, देखो जो breeder seeds हैं, nuclear seed is used to produce breeder seeds. ठीक है, and breeder seeds will be used to produce next seed class, which is foundation seed. ठीक है, so we'll understand that in coming slides how this is happening, but let's now understand about this breeder seed. Now again, this breeder seed is maintained by breeder. Okay, it is again maintained by breeder. Breeder will propagate or multiply this nuclear seed, and it will ensure, he or she will ensure that जो भी हम seed production कर रहे हैं, that should be under set of protocols, set of जो भी norms होते हैं seed production के, so that again quality is maintained, right? Again, genetic purity of seed here is maintained 100%. And now students, here, how will you recognize that which seed class this particular seed belong to? Okay, like for say, if you go to the if you go for buying seed, so how will you recognize कि ये जो seed class है वो कौन सी, ये जो seed lot है वो कौन सी seed class को belong करता है? For that, a method is given of providing a tag color to that particular seed lot. ठीक है, tag color दिया जाता है, और breeder seed का tag color is yellow, so golden yellow. So if you see any seed lot और वहाँ पे golden yellow tag color you see, you will be able to recognize that it is a breeder seed. Okay, it is a breeder seed. तो basically seed class को recognize करने के लिए tag color दिए जाते हैं, और breeder seed का जो tag color होता है वो golden yellow color का होता है. You have to learn this. Very important, because tag color से ही ज़्यादातर questions पूछे जाते हैं. Clear? So what all you have to learn? You have to learn कि जो particular seed class है वो किससे बनता है, right? And उसका tag color क्या है और उसकी genetic purity कितनी रहती है, almost ये आपने याद रखना है. ठीक है, next we have is foundation seeds. What are foundation seeds? So students, these foundation seeds are produced from breeder seed. Now breeder will further distribute the seed, okay, and then it is called as foundation seed. Now this foundation seed is basically again produced from breeder, and it is produced at government farm or by private seed producers. So breeder will now see, what breeder has done, it has multiplied the nuclear seed as a breeder seed. Now some part of this breeder seed will be given to the other private firms or the other government organization for further multiplication purpose. That will be called as foundation seed, and that foundation seed, once propagated, once multiplied by these agencies, will further become certified seed, which will go to the farmers. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली आई होप इट इज क्लियर टू यू कि फाउंडेशन सीड किससे बनता है, ब्रीडर सीड से. अगेन फाउंडेशन सीड जो आपकी एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज होती है वहां पे दिया जाता है फॉर मल्टीप्लिकेशन पर्पस, सो दैट दिस फाउंडेशन सीड वंस मल्टीप्लाइड is distributed to farmer, right? So that will be your certified seed. Clear? So its production can be also taken up by farmer by getting suitable breeder seed. So this can be also again taken by farmer for propagation purpose. Now genetic purity of foundation seed is 99.5%, because again now this seed has reached to different stakeholders. So जितने stakeholders involved होंगे उतनी genetic purity कम होती जाएगी, right? तो यहाँ पे genetic purity थोड़ी सी कम हो सकती है. And the tag color is white. ठीक है, for foundation seed you have to remember the tag color is white. किसी भी seed lot में white tag color है, that is foundation seed. Let's move ahead and understand certified seed. What is certified seed? Seed produced from foundation seed. ठीक है, अब जो स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज है या ब्रीडर्स हैं जिनके पास फाउंडेशन सीड है, उन्होंने उस फाउंडेशन सीड को ग्रो किया एंड दे डेवलप अनदर सीड क्लास विच इज नोन एज सर्टिफाइड सीड. एंड नाउ दिस सर्टिफाइड सीड विल बी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड टू एंटायर कंट्री, टू द different regions, to different farmers, right? And these farmers will grow the certified seed. Clear? And this certified seed, again, why it is called certified seed? Because it has been certified कि ये जो seed lot है ये अच्छा seed lot है. It is a good seed lot and you can grow it, right? So this certified seed is produced from foundation seed. You have to learn this. ठीक है? And this production of certified seed is taken up by national, state seed corporation, private seed companies, or also by farmers. ठीक है. Now students, for certified seed the genetic purity is 99% and the tag color is blue. Tag color is blue. I hope it is clear to you. Now what is certified seed? Clear? Till now we have understood about nuclear seed, breeder seed, foundation seed and certified seed. So students, these are the seed classes that are followed in India. But there is one more class that is not followed in India, which is of registered seed. Now registered seed is developed from, again, foundation seed. Okay, so it is the parent of certified seed, means from foundation seed registered seed is formed and then from registered seed certified seeds are formed. ठीक है. So this is basically the foundation seed is parent of registered seed in such cases where registered seed class is followed. Otherwise, foundation seed is directly used for growing certified seed and the tag color for this registered seed is purple tag color. You have to learn the tag color, it is purple, right? Now students, if any particular farmer do not want to, go for seed certification, but still this farmer said that, okay, I still want to grow seed and I wanted to sell the seed. ठीक है, अगर कोई फार्मर है वो सीड सर्टिफिकेशन के लिए के प्रोसेस में नहीं जाना चाहता है एंड स्टिल दैट फार्मर और दैट एजेंसी वांट कि हम स्टिल वी वांट टू प्रोड्यूस सीड एंड सेल द सीड, राइट? So in that case, there is one more label given which is called truthfully labeled seed. Now what is this truthfully labeled seed? This do not come under the seed certification process. Rather, when if someone voluntarily want to sell seed, okay, want to produce seed and sell seed, so that will be called as truthfully labeled seed. So इस सीड के अंदर जो भी ट्रूथफुली लेबल सीड के अंदर जो भी सीड होगा, that shows that it is not under certification process. The seed is not under certification process, right? So this is called truthfully labeled seed. और इसका भी एक टैग कलर होता है, that is opal green color. Opal green tag color. ठीक है, तो ये आपने याद रखना है. This is important. Clear? I hope now this is clear to you. What is the different seed classes? Now we'll solve questions. So this was the question that was asked to you in 2024 examination. What is the term for the progeny of breeder seed produced by recognized agencies such as government bodies, ICR and state government organization to ensure quality is maintained according to prescribed field and seed standards? So answer here will be option A, foundation seed. Okay, so ब्रीडर सीड से कौन सा सीड बनता है? फाउंडेशन सीड, राइट? यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन दिया था कि ब्रीडर सीड की प्रोजनी बतानी है, तो दैट इज योर फाउंडेशन सीड. नाउ दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू एंड दिस क्वेश्चन वाज आस्क्ड इन 2019. व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग सर्टिफिकेट इज इशूड टू न्यूक्लियर सीड बाय प्रोड्यूसिंग ब्रीडर सीड? Now you have to give me the answer of this particular question in the comments.
Let's just jump or hop into the topic and understand that what is this composite fish culture. ठीक है, तो if you talk about composite fish culture, if you have to say, तो basically composite fish culture is a type of polyculture. What is polyculture? धीरे धीरे समझते हैं. कल्चर सिंपली मीन्स टू रियर समथिंग, कुछ उगाना, कुछ ग्रो करना. ठीक है, दैट इज कल्चर. पॉली मीन्स मोर देन वन. Okay, poly means multiple. So here what we are doing, we are culturing something and we know what we are culturing. We are culturing fish and this is polyculture we are doing, means more than one type of fish. Please don't get confused that more than one in number we are doing. No, more than one species. When we grow together, it is known as what? It is known as composite fish culture. More than one type of fishes, and whatever fish we use, always keep in mind that we go for compatible fishes. Now what are compatible fishes? Such fishes, such species which do not compete with each other. They don't compete each other for food, for the space, right? So these only fishes need to grow together, right? Because imagine if they were fighting with each other, so it will not give any productivity. In fact, it will lead to the loss to the farmer, because in competition they might attack each other, they might die, right? So it will not give any yield to the farmer. So we always go for compatible fishes. And let me tell you, everybody must know that okay, we have ponds and in those ponds we rear the fishes. Everybody know about it, right? You can say that this is the advanced version. This composite fish cultivation is the advanced version of the pond rearing or the fish rearing that happens in India. Why we are saying advanced version? Because here from the same pond we are actually getting more yield how more yield? देखो, you need to understand, imagine this was a pond, and yes, always keep in mind that at least 2 meter depth is what is uh, that is required for composite fish culture. वैसे तो means this is known as optimum depth, ठीक है, but at least 1 meter तो होनी ही चाहिए. It should not be less than 1 meter. At least 1 meter depth should be there, और preferable क्या है, 2 meter depth होनी चाहिए, ठीक है. Now, why this is advanced version? Because imagine if this was a pond and the farmer has gone for any certain species. Now, all species would prefer a specific area, a specific space, or specific depth in the water, right? So they are there. What will happen if same species is there, only a surface portion is being all filled with this, right? Or they are being they are being consumed by the fishes. Now whole below portion is there left out, right? But now imagine if there were other side type of fishes which prefer different depth they were required. Of course, at the same time only the farmer can yield more varieties, more fishes, and that could lead him to that could lead to the more yield, है ना? So this is the basic concept of composite fish culture, going for the compatible fishes which prefer different depth, which prefer different food, so that what can happen, we can have better productivity, ठीक है. So it is the advanced version and enables to get maximum fish production from the same pond that is there, ठीक है. आपको food ज़्यादा मिलेगा from the same pond. So this is what, this is your composite fish culture, where more than one type of compatible fishes are cultured simultaneously, means together. And why is it done? To get the maximum fish production from a pond or a tank, whatever you are using, ठीक है. Why did it came into action? Because of two major reasons. First, देखो, जो आपका fish production है, और जो fish meat है, that is easily digestible protein, okay, and it is widely consumed. Now initially the farmers, the fishermen, they were dependent on the natural bodies, but with the increase in population, now this natural, in the natural bodies, the number or the quantity of fishes were decreasing. So the first was, of course, to meet the demand of the people, we had to create some artificial means. So that was the first reason. Another reason that was there is a lot of area, around 28 million hectare around area, that is, you know, that is not culturable, that is not arable, means agriculture cannot be done, plants cannot be grown, right? So instead of leaving that waste, we can utilize that to create a pond and then to do aquaculture or fisheries, right? So here it is serving, this composite fish culture is serving two purpose. First of all, meeting the ever growing demand of the population, food demand, and second, to utilize the space, ठीक है. ये दो major reason है. Now what are the species used in it? So here in India 6 major species है जो आपकी commonly use होती है, those are commonly consumed, ठीक है. 3 are indigenous, they are native, that is your katla, rohu and mrigal. Your katla, rohu, mrigal, these are your indigenous species, and 3 exotic species. Exotic means they have come from foreign but they are adaptable to Indian climate. Those 3 species are carp, common carp, silver carp and grass carp. So in your composite fish culture also, these 6 species are used. These are compatible with each other. These are compatible with Indian environment as well. 3 Indian species, katla, rohu, mrigal. 3 foreign species, common carp, silver carp and grass carp. ठीक है. अब why they are used? For what reason? When we say compatible, why are we saying so? Because if you look at their feeding habit and where do they prefer, the depth they prefer, you would find various the variety you would find. जैसे कटला जो है, it is zooplankton feeder. Now some of you might know what is a zooplankton or phytoplankton. For them, let me just clarify. First of all, these planktons, be it zoo or phyto, these are microscopic. They are not naked, they can't seen with the naked eyes. They are microscopic in nature. Phytoplankton are such microorganisms which can produce their own food, okay, and they are very microscopic in nature and they live in the water environment, ठीक है. Zooplankton, these are also microscopic, just like phytoplankton, these are also microscopic, but they cannot create their own food, they cannot produce their own food. So if I have to say in layman language, common terms में बोलूं, जो phytoplankton is like plants and zooplankton is like animals in water but microscopic in nature, ठीक है. And these fishes, we know how food web goes, big animals they consume the smaller animals, right? So these fishes, they feed on these phytoplankton, zooplankton, ठीक है. अब now if you look at the feeding habit of katla, it prefers zooplankton, ठीक है, while rohu is omnivorous. Omnivorous means it can eat plants also, animals also. And mrigal is one species which goes for it is detritivorous. What are detritivorous? Those consume on dead organism, be it dead plant, dead animal, they will consume on that. Now imagine you have grown katla and mrigal together. Will they ever fight for the food habits? No, because katla goes for zooplankton feeders, means it goes for the smaller animals that or organisms that exist in water, while mrigal it goes for dead organisms, so they would never compete with food, right? Similarly, if you look at the silver carp, it goes for phytoplankton. So if you grow katla and silver carp together, they would never compete in terms of food. Why? Because one goes for zooplankton, another goes for phytoplankton. Please keep in mind, in terms of food I'm saying currently, but there is one similarity which needs to be considered before going for composite fish culture of these two species. Second is grass carp, which is herbivorous in nature, they rely on plants. And then is common carp, that is detritivorous, it can also feed on dead organism and it can also feed on living organism. So common carp ko whatever it can find, it eats everything, okay? Now अब देखते हैं where which depth do they prefer. Now if we say katla, it is a surface feeder, ठीक है, it means it prefers to live in the surface region, while rohu is a column feeder, it means it prefers the in between wala area, side में in between wala area. And mrigal are the bottom feeder, they live at the bottom. Now imagine if you have grown these three species together, would they fight with each other? No. Why? Because first of all, katla would live in the surface, rohu will live in the middle area, and mrigal will live in the bottom area. Now if you look at the previous picture, you would have more clarity. Now if you look at it, ye picture dobara dekho. Katla, it is a surface feeder, it lives in the surface. Rohu lives in the middle zone, columnar area, okay? And in below we have mrigal. Even common carp is also a bottom feeder, we will understand in a while. लेकिन आप ऐसे combination में जा सकते हो. So here you have gotten the maximum production from the same pond, ठीक है? But इसके लिए इन सब की जो knowledge है वो होनी जरूरी है, ठीक है? But now imagine if you are growing silver carp and katla carp together, they might not fight for the food, but they might fight for space. Fight for space means if there is a large quantity of katla already present, and if you add silver carp, there would be a little bit, inconvenience there, because both are what, surface feeder. So keep in mind, all these things should be keep in mind. So usually the farmers go for one surface feeder, one columnar, and one bottom feeder, so that they don't compete with each other for space, ठीक है? तो silver carp is also surface feeder. Grass carp lives in all the areas, surface, column, marginal, wherever the grass is present, right? And then common carp, it is the bottom feeder. तो ये species use होती है. Three are your native, katla, rohu, mrigal, and then silver carp, grass carp, common carp. These are exotic species, but they are very adaptive to Indian environment and widely consumed over here, ठीक है? So these are the species that are used, okay? I hope there is no confusion as of now. Till now we have seen what is composite fish culture, why was it necessary, and then the fish species that are being used, right? Now let's look at what is the management of this, right? Because just throwing these species in the pond, it is not how it goes. First you have to prepare the pond, then you have to introduce these species into the pond, and after that also you have to take care till the harvesting, है ना? So management we will understand in three heads. First is pre-stocking. Stocking means adding the fingerlings into the pond. Fingerlings आपका क्या होता है? 10 से 12 दिन की जब आपकी जो fishes होती है उनको fingerlings कहते हैं. तो that is known as stocking. So pre-stocking means before whatever the pond you have to prepare for it, that we will take care. We will look at it. Then stocking, how many number has to be added, and then post stocking. After adding, what are the things that are done, okay? But before that, before starting of this management, one more thing, like how to, so there are some technical parameters that needs to consider if there is existing pond or if you are going for a new pond. अब जैसे desilting of existing ponds, what does it mean? For example, you have grown for this year, for the next year now new input will be given, new stocking will be added, but before that you need to keep in mind that desilting is done. Silting क्या होती है? You might be knowing that these soil particles of three types: sand, silt, clay. So when we are saying desilting, we are talking about this silt only. What happens in this pond, these silt particles, they keep on depositing, right? Because like it's the soil, right? It's the field, and then there is water that is there, so these silt, it keeps on depositing in between. अब इससे क्या होता है? Pond depth, it decreases. Why? Because if silt will keep on depositing, definitely it will decrease the depth, right? So desilting means if there is existing pond and you are adding the new stocking into it, before that you should remove the silt to maintain the depth of the pond. Deepening of shallow pond, why? Because we see in these shallow ponds the heating is done, like heating happens very fast. You can imagine if there is, see, if there is a pond and there is like this much water, and there is another pond but it is only this much depth, you think for yourself that where will evaporation happen earlier? Definitely the shallow one, the second one, right? So deepening of shallow ponds are done. These are some technical parameters that are kept in mind. Excavation of new ponds. New ponds are made like in case of new places, right? Where this aquaculture can be done. Okay, impoundment of marginal areas of water bodies. What does it mean? For example, if there is any fresh water source, there can be some, deviation of this water can be done so that ponds can be made and you would have the natural resource, or you would have water to fill in this pond. ठीक है, तो impoundment of marginal areas of water bodies, जो भी आपकी water bodies है, the water can be extracted from there. Embankment can be made. Embankment means the to create an obstacle so that water can be stored over there, stored behind that. And if water is stored, definitely we can create it as a pond and we can do fisheries. Okay, construction of inlet and outlet to, so that fresh water can come easily, or maybe your water, because see, fishes are living there, they will eat, they will excrete there, right? There will other bacteria that will develop there. So time to time we need to replace this water also, right? So there has to be an outlet also, so that this the contaminated water can be moved out, and then water can also included in. Okay, इसके अलावा there are some civil structures that can be made, water supply, electrical supply, so that no, there are no obstruction happens in between when you are doing your aquaculture. Okay, so these are some technical parameters. Now let's just come to the management, starting off with pre-stocking. Even before adding these fingerlings into the water, there are certain measures that are taken. First of all, weeds are removed, right? Because why weeds need to be removed? Because they will be consuming otherwise the oxygen that is there in water, especially, right? And we require that oxygen for the fishes. Okay, how much is required? It's being said that more than 5 mg per liter, that is being said that this much dissolved oxygen should be there, milligram per liter should be there for what? For the fishes, minimum in that pond. So weeds are removed. Okay, it can be removed manually also, but if the area is large, you can use common herbicides in the pond, just like copper sulfate. This can be used for algae, or for example, we have glyphosate, we have endothol that can be used for your floating weeds. Okay, but if afterwards any weed emerges जो आपकी dicot है, it is like a contact weed, इन सबको आप use कर सकते हो. Second is removal of unwanted or predatory fish. Sometimes it happens, for example, from the previous time the water was not dried properly, and any predatory fish had laid eggs there, they might grow from there. Sometimes along with fingerlings, some impurities can come, just like when you buy some grains, there are some stones here and there you might see. Similarly, in the fingerlings there might be some impurity, some predatory fish can come, right? So all these things had to be taken care of. ठीक है, इसके लिए या तो repeated netting means keep on with the help of nets removing these predatory fishes, or mahua oil cake can be used at 2500 kg per hectare per meter, or sun drying can be done so that pond bed is properly dried and there are no seeds live. ठीक है, इसके अलावा liming is also done. Liming means what? Liming में basically करते हैं to maintain the pH. Fishes, they prefer some basic environment, neutral to basic environment, around 5 point means around like around neutral to basic means around 8, say 7 to 8.5. This is what they prefer. Okay, so for that what can be used? Lime can be used. Okay, and not only that, if the pH is maintained basic, not only it increases the productivity of the fishes, but along with that it also make a ambient environment for the microbes to grow, and these microbes helps in decomposition of the wastage and everything. Okay, so liming is actually very important. And fertilization, we need some nutrient also for the fishes as well, but also for the natural plants to grow. You need to understand, we have removed weeds because they were obstruction in the growth of the fishes. How they are obstruction? Because they would consume much of the oxygen and the एरिया, जैसे आपकी जो फ्लोटिंग वीड्स होती है, जैसे हायासिंथ होती है, हायासिंथ इज एक्चुअली सच काइंड ऑफ वीड और एल्गी होती है, दे कवर ऑल द surface and they would obstruct the penetration of sunlight. Now because of this what will happen, because of this there will be no sunlight, no oxygen exchange, nothing, and the living organism in the water, they would die. Okay, so weeds are bad for us, but there are plants that needs to be there because these fishes will be feeding on that. तो उसके लिए fertilization होता है. ठीक है, these are zooplankton and phytoplankton pictures microscopic if you want to see. ठीक है, तो fertilization किया जाता है. Organic can be used, जिसमें हम manure use करते हैं. ठीक है, in the gap of 3 days. ठीक है, after the days of liming, जिसमें हम cow dung add करते हैं 5000 kg पर hectare के rate के हिसाब से. Yeah, we can add inorganic fertilization also, which is done 15 days after this organic manuring. And there, like how it is added, तो basically जैसे ammonium sulfate आप use कर सकते हो, super phosphate, single super phosphate या triple super phosphate you can use, urea you can use. I would not recommend to memorize this table, that is I'm not even reading it also, but that was just to give you an understanding कि inorganic आपके कौन कौन से fertilizer use हो जाते हैं. अमोनिया सल्फेट, यूरिया हो जाता है, SSP, TSP आपके यूज हो जाते हैं मेजरली. बट आपको ये ध्यान रखना है कि दो टाइप के होते हैं, ऑर्गेनिक, इनऑर्गेनिक. ऑर्गेनिक में काउ डंग, ठीक है, आफ्टर गैप ऑफ 3 days फ्रॉम द डेट ऑफ लाइमिंग एंड आफ्टर 15 days इनऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर्स आर बीइंग एडेड. ठीक है, इसके अलावा अब कौन कौन सी फिशेस जो हमने देखी वो ऐड होती है, बट एट व्हाट रेट. प्लीज कीप इन माइंड whatever you are looking at, it is 1000 per hectare. So when we say katla, if we are going for like 3 species combination, ठीक है, then in that case katla is used like 4000 fingerling per hectare. ठीक है, 4 स्पीशीज कॉम्बिनेशन में 3000 फिंगरलिंग पर हेक्टर एंड 6 में 1.5 फिंगरलिंग पर हेक्टर. वैसे रोहू मृगल as till now NABARD में this has not been asked that how much quantity is being added, but yes, it is a previous year question that they have asked that which of the following, they have asked that is suitable in composite fish culture with, for example, with katla, like with katla what can go. ठीक है, so if you are aware that which is the columnar feeder, which is the bottom feeder, you know that with the surface feeder, columnar or a bottom feeder would be better option, right? So that is how the questions are asked in exam, and these are previous year. और वो आपको ध्यान रखना है that table where it's been classified that what type of feeding habit they have and what is the depth they prefer, that is more important. But yes, because we are studying this chapter, that is why it's essential to let you understand कि भाई कितना कितना आपका जो है इसमें स्टॉकिंग की जाती है. एंड कीप इन माइंड दैट स्टॉकिंग इज डन 15 days आफ्टर फर्टिलाइजेशन. दैट हैज गिवन इनफ टाइम टू ब्लूम द माइक्रोब्स टू द प्लांट्स. ठीक है, आफ्टर दैट इट इज डन. एंड फिंगरलिंग का साइज कितना होता है, 10 सेंटीमीटर साइज अप्रोक्स डाली जाती है. अगर इंडिविजुअली में 5000 नंबर पर हेक्टर के हिसाब से स्टॉकिंग की जाती है. बट येस, इफ यू आर गोइंग फॉर कॉम्बिनेशन, डेफिनेटली देन दे विल बी रेशियो विल बी डिफरेंट. ठीक है, रेशियो आपका डिफरेंट हो जाता है. यू हैव टू कीप इन माइंड दिस. 5000 नंबर ये आपका ओवरऑल की बात कर रहे हैं, बट डेफिनेटली डिस्प्रपोर्शन यहाँ पे आपको ऑब्जर्व होगा. ठीक है, फाइनली पोस्ट स्टॉकिंग की अगर बात करें, ठीक है, अब मान लो आपने एक बार स्टॉकिंग कर ली, इनिशियली यू हैव एडेड फर्टिलाइजर सो दैट माइक्रोब्स कैन ग्रो, प्लांट्स कैन ग्रो, राइट? बट इवन आफ्टर स्टॉकिंग you have to then afterwards you have to feed them also, right? You need to understand that even though there are some organic base you have created by which they can feed, but still if we want to attain a certain weight and length of the fishes, we need to provide them with supplement feeding. So for that what can be done, mixture of bran and oil cake can be given daily to them and with this particular quantity. ठीक है, जैसे फर्स्ट क्वार्टर में क्वांटिटी पर डे पर केजी कितना 1.5 से 3 केजी पर डे आप दे सकते हो. सेकेंड क्वार्टर में 3 to 6, थर्ड क्वार्टर में 6 to 9, फोर्थ क्वार्टर में 9 to 12 एंड देन ओवरऑल आपका ये 1500 अप्रॉक्स से 2700 तक हो जाएगा. बट अगेन दिस इज नॉट need to be done, but yes, this you can keep in mind that in supplementary feeding, देखो वैसे fertilizer can also be added, but it is not usually done. Usually bran cake and oil दे दिया जाता है. इसके अलावा manuring, again why fertilization is done, so that simultaneously organic ways also that can also keep on blooming, the plants that are there, the microbes that are there, the zooplanktons, phytoplanktons that can also grow over there, so that natural means for eating or feeding is also there. ठीक है, इसके अलावा lastly definitely, so this is the time period that happens for a year. Harvesting usually done at the end of first year. So for a year they are being the manures are being added, supplementary feeding is added. If there are predatory fishes में example क्या हो गए, जैसे अभी catfish हो गई, eel हो गई, chana species हो गई, if these are that are there, netting is done, they are removed, manuring is done, supplementary feeding is done, and at the end आपका at the end of first year fishes they attain, when they attain average of 150 to 1.25 kg, जो आपकी Indian varieties है those usually they are around 750 grams, but your exotic species they reach up to 1 or 1.5 kg. So during this time they are being harvested after end of first year, ठीक है, and overall in a year 4 to 5 ton per hectare productivity can be achieved with the help of composite fish culture. So you can see how important it is, ठीक है, and that was about it. इसमें और कुछ I don't think that, yeah. So this was, you have to understand. Liming में, just I said, pH वैसे usually it is preferred a slight basic. तो 7 से 8.5 it is preferred, right? But it can still range from like 5.5 to 6, 6.5 to 7. But this is the preferred range, a slight basic, ठीक है? इसके अलावा if I have to say temperature around 24 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius is being kept, and dissolved oxygen I've already told you more than 5 mg per liter आपका होना चाहिए. So that was all that you need to know. And now whatever question comes from it, from composite fish culture, this is, it will come from here only, nothing extra will come. Okay, so I hope you have got it.
And after this chapter, after completing this video, you will understand first of all what is milk, right? What is the composition of milk, what are the principles of milking, okay, means how the milk is extracted from animals, especially cow we will look at it, ठीक है. इसके अलावा then directly it's not sold into the market, right? It has first to be processed. When we are talking about industrialization, वहाँ पे processing भी पहले होती है. After that, what are the different standards of milk market, means you must have heard double toned milk, right? All these categories, that is the standard of milk market. We will look at it, what are the different types and on what categories are they divided. Similarly, there are milk grades also depending on the purity of the milk. We will talk about it. And finally, adulteration, very whatever consumption today we are doing, a lot of it has been adulterated. Adulterated means adding harmful component that can can be toxic for humans, but adulteration is done to get the profit, where with lesser amount of the original product the impurities are added so that its volume can increase, and or maybe its quality can be faked to increase so that consumer buys. So consumer is at loss, but whoever is selling, they are at profit, right? So we will talk all about it, okay? So let's get started, starting off with the basics, like what is milk, right? If you have to give a definition, if somebody asks you what is milk, what is the definition are you going to give, right? So वैसे तो there are scientific definitions also, but those are too technical, right? So if we have to talk to anybody in a layman language, if we have to explain anything, we can simply say that milk, it is a nutritious white liquid, okay? It is white in color, right? And it is nutritious in nature, and it is produced by what? By the mammary glands of the female animals. And why is it produced? देखो, we consume milk by extracting it from animals, but naturally why this white liquid has been produced? To feed their young one, right? And this milk is produced by almost all the female animals, या mammals आप बोल सकते हैं, right? But not necessarily all females, right? But majority में ये milk produce होता है. And why is it produced? That because for the young one it is the primary source of nutrition. You need to understand that initially it's not that that any young one will born and immediately they would start off eating this complex food that exists in our surrounding. No, initially they required some simply digested food which is nutritious also, which can provide them with that strength, with that immunity, with that nutrition that is required, right? So milk is produced by females for that, okay? Ab if it please keep in mind that whenever we will talk about in today's lecture, we will focus on the animal husbandry section only, right? We will talk about the cows, we will talk about the buffalo, sheep, whichever or maybe the goat that exists, okay? तो if we talk about, वैसे जैसे cow की बात करें तो they have 4 teeth, ठीक है? These are known as these mammary glands from where the milk is extracted. It is known as TEAT, teeth, okay, and many are known as teats, okay. So basically if you talk about in cow or buffalo case, they have 4 teeth all in one quarter. Quarter means what? Like if this is known as udder, okay, this memory portion, gland portion is known as udder. So if you divide like udder into 4 portion, in every quarter you will find one teeth, ठीक है. आपको ये चीज ध्यान रखनी है, like if this is the udder and these are the teeth, in every quarter you will find one teeth, overall 4. In case of sheeps and goats, ठीक है, you have 2 teeth and that too in मतलब एक एक quarter में आपको 2 teeth मिलेंगे, ठीक है. This is one of the previous year question and it was asked कि 1 liter milk produce करने के लिए, to produce 1 liter of milk, how much blood should be passed through the udder? Please keep if you look closely, you will see a lot of veins that are running from this udder, right? The more the veins pass through it, and in these veins the more the blood pass through it, it enhances the production of milk, right? So it's very very important, and to produce 1 liter of milk, 500 of liter must pass through the udder, ठीक है. This is one of your previous year question, ठीक है. So that is one thing. And yeah, so milk we have understood, right? But before milk comes out of the mammary gland, there is another thing that comes out, which is known as what? That is known as colostrum. colostrum. You can say that prior to milk there is another liquid that comes out of the mammary gland. It is known as colostrum. It comes for the initial few days, and this colostrum, it is very very densely nutritious. It has a lot of immunoglobulin, it has a lot of other nutrients. And why this colostrum is produced initially? To provide the immunity to the newborn. See, you have to keep in mind that when these organisms, like they are under the female body, wherever the newborns, they are under the female body, they are in a protected environment, right? But as soon as they come out of the protected environment, we know that how much of bacteria, viruses, all microbes, they exist in our surrounding, right? And they can easily infect the newborn, right? So that is why during the initial few days, colostrum is released from mammary gland instead of the white milk, which is white liquid, which is our milk, right? So that the immunity can be provided to the newborn. इसलिए बोलते हैं कि immediately within 15 minutes 20 minutes, whenever a calf is born, within 15-20 minutes they must be consumed with this colostrum that is produced by the mammary gland, for them to be healthy and for them to not get attacked by the microbes, ठीक है. तो initially if you can see, look at it, जो colostrum होता है, it is very like densely yellow in color, but you will see with time the milk color, it will keep on fading and ultimately whitish color का milk आपको मिलने लग जाता है, ठीक है. So that was about it. And if some of you are getting confused, okay, so buffalo milk is like whitish, means I'm sorry, cow milk is like a little bit of yellowish in color if you compare it with buffalo. So does it mean like it is it has colostrum? No, it does not have colostrum. It is due to the other nutrients that are present in it, ठीक है. It is not because of colostrum. Please keep that in mind, ठीक है. But that was about the basics. Now what does the milk it actually कंपोज कंपोनेंट्स क्या क्या इसमें होते हैं, ठीक है. तो ये जो आपको लिस्ट दी गई है, प्लीज कीप इन माइंड दिस इज ऑन एन एवरेज वी आर सेइंग. ऑफ कोर्स इट कैन फ्लक्चुएट एज पर द स्पीशीज दैट इज देयर, राइट. इन कैटल इट कैन बी डिफरेंट, इन शीप इट कैन बी डिफरेंट, इन ह्यूमंस इट कैन बी डिफरेंट. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट even within a species, based on right what type of breed you are using, उसमें भी फ्लक्चुएशन हो सकता है. बट ऑन एन एवरेज, if on an average we look at the water component of milk, it is the highest, around 87 to 88% or 89% होता है. And total solids that are present in milk, those are around your 11 to 13%, ठीक है. जिसमें कि within which you have fat, protein, lactose and minerals, ठीक है. फैट कितना होता है? Around 3.5 to 4.5%. Again, this might vary based on the breeds, but on an average this is the composition, ठीक है. Protein is around 3 to 3.5. Protein can be of two type, casein also, whey protein also, which have their composition. Casein is present in more quantity than the whey protein, ठीक है. इसके अलावा lactose होता है around 4.8 से 5% तक. Minerals are present there, which constitute of calcium, phosphorus, potassium, means in a very small amount, very traces, as you can see 0.7 to 0.75 तक present होता है. तो usually if you look at it, in milk there are two, one is water, one is total solids, ठीक है. Water is around your 87-88%, while other 11 to 13% is a total solid, which constitute of your fat, फैट, प्रोटीन, देन यू हैव लैक्टोज, मिनरल्स, ये सारी चीजें आपकी प्रेजेंट होती है, ठीक है. नाउ देयर इज अ कंपैरिजन ऑफ डिफरेंट स्पीशीज एंड ऑल्सो दिस इज वन ऑफ द प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन. आपके प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन में पूछा गया है. How it is asked question? The question was asked that which of the following species, they have given 5 options, that which of the following animals or species, whatever, which of the following animals has the highest protein percentage, ठीक है. Or maybe they ask which of the following animal species have maximum fat percentage, ठीक है. तो ऐसा क्वेश्चन आया था. एंड इफ यू लुक एट इट, in the case of fat, the highest that is there in sheep, in fact for everything sheep has the highest thing only, if you keep that in mind. सबसे ज्यादा sheep में ही होता है. 7.90 fat percentage is there, ठीक है. And SNF is what? Solid, not fat. Any solid which is not fat is your SNF, ठीक है. We have understood that the composition of milk, there are broadly two things, water and solid, right? Then solid also are different type, fat, protein, lactose, minerals, right? So total solids can be further categorized into fats and solids not fat, such solid which are not fat, ठीक है. तो SNF भी देखिए 11.39 is highest that of that in sheep. And if you talk about lactose आपको किस में ज्यादा है? Lactose is more in your cow, ठीक है. Humans we will not consider, although here humans have also been given, but in examination from your, because it's animal husbandry chapter, from there only questions have been asked, ठीक है. तो sheep का आपका क्या है? Fat भी sheep में ज्यादा है. And let me again highlight, this is one of the previous year questions, ठीक है. They might ask you that which of the following has highest SNF, highest fat, right? So you should be pretty much aware of this table, ठीक है. इसको आप कैसे याद कर सकते हो? That first is sheep, okay, what is second in number, what is third in number? In this way you can do, like second में you can see that fat is more in buffalo, right? And after that, in fact, for total of the protein, solids and fat is there, and SNF भी आपका ज्यादा किस में है? That is of your buffalo only. So you can keep in mind that after sheep, buffalo is the case, ठीक है. Now we have understood till now what is milk, what is colostrum we have understood, and what is the composition of milk we have understood. That it has solids, it has water. Solids are further categorized into fats and solid not fats, मतलब solid which are not fat, ठीक है. Then afterwards, now we are looking at that, now this milk has to be extracted, right? We are talking about animal husbandry, we are talking about extracting the milk so that it can be further sold out as milk or maybe for other dairy products, right? So how this milk is extracted, ठीक है. Before that, let me tell you, there are some terminologies. Whenever the milk comes out of that teeth, ठीक है, whenever at whatever time, it can be daily at a certain time, it can be in 2-3 days, it can be in fact 2-3 times in a day, but whenever that milk comes out of alveoli, ठीक है, or alveoli means what? Your teeth, they have you can say pores, right? From those pores only the milk comes out, right? So that is your alveoli. So when this milk comes out of alveoli, it is known as milk ejection, or it is also known as let down reflex, one of your previous year question, ठीक है. What is milk let down or milk ejection? What is this? When milk, it comes out of your teeth, that is known as your milk let down reflex, ठीक है. And how this is done? This is this milk is whether the milk comes out or the milk is ejected by the influence of oxytocin hormone. So there is a hormone oxytocin, because of its influence the milk comes out of alveoli anytime, even if it means 3 times a day, it means 1 time a day, or it means once in 2 days, whenever. But whenever, when milk is coming out of the teeth, it is known as what? It is known as let down reflex. What it is known as? Let down reflex, also known as milk ejection, ठीक है. And under which hormone influence does it happen? It happens under the oxytocin influence, ठीक है. इसके अलावा देर आर अदर टर्मिनोलॉजीज, लेट जस्ट टॉक अबाउट इट, ठीक है. इसमें आपकी मेन आती है मेमोजेनेसिस, देन यू हैव लैक्टोजेनेसिस, एंड देन वी हैव गैलेक्टोपोएसिस. इट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन, ठीक है. व्हाट आर दीज स्टेजेस, ठीक है. whenever see even if you can compare with human species also, right, a similar thing happens in female body of animals or cattle in this case also, ठीक है. When the physical development of cow is happening, and when she becomes pregnant, After that her mammary glands start to develop, right? They need to be developed, they have to be developed, then only milk will come out, right? So this development of the mammary gland, it is known as what? It is known as mammogenesis. So basically we are talking about what processes or what development, what are the different processes that happens in the pregnancy, ठीक है? So first of all क्या होता है आपका? मैमोजेनेसिस होता है. What is मैमोजेनेसिस? मैमोजेनेसिस simply the development of mammary glands or the breast development, ठीक है? After that second process or stage that comes is lactogenesis. What is lactogenesis? Lactogenesis is the start of lactation. Lactation means milking. When the process start, see, a female only she will lactate once she delivers the baby, right? After that only lactation happens, not before that, right? So the time, the period where the mother has started lactation, mother has started producing milk, that is known as lactogenesis, ठीक है? What was mammogenesis? Development of the breast, ठीक है, or the mammary gland development. Then second process or second stage is lactogenesis, where the lactation has started, ठीक है? Please keep in mind here the lactation is started, it is not continuously happening. That is the third stage. Now lactation is that particular stage when the milk has started to come out, ठीक है? Please don't get it confused with let down reflex. Let down reflex is whenever the milk is coming out. It is even at the lactogenesis phase, even after lactogenesis phase. Lactogenesis is that time that milk has been produced in the female body, ठीक है? You need to understand the difference. मान लो even if you compare that first of all with humans, ठीक है? तो for example there is a pregnant woman, ठीक है? अब उसका breast development हो रहा है, that is mammogenesis. आपने अपने surrounding में देखा होगा, you must have seen in your family, right? So in your family you must have seen whenever someone then mammogenesis after when the family member has given birth, right? After that she could produce milk, so that process is lactogenesis, right? But this is not a single that is lactogenesis, right? But providing milk to the young born is not a one day process, right? Initial for 6-7 months, 7-8 months, this milk will come out, right? Because for the initial 6 months so child is completely dependent on milk only, so at least for 6 months mother body will produce milk, ठीक है? So that the starting stage when the milk has started to come out, which never had come before pregnancy, when she was married, when she was a girl, never it had done, right? It was done after she has given birth, right? So that process was lactogenesis. Jab kya hua hai? It is the start of lactation, right? But for 5, 6, 7, 8 months continuously the mother produced milk, right? So now that stage where after lactation, now the maintaining of milk production for various months, the female body is maintaining the milk, producing the milk, that is known as your galactopoiesis. Similar thing case happens in your animals also. Initially mammogenesis, udder development happens, mammary gland development happens. After that when the cow starts giving milk, that is lactogenesis. But that giving of milk, it continues for 7-8 months, 1 year, or even more than that in some cases, right? So then it is known as what? Then it is known as galactopoiesis. So galactopoiesis is what? It is the process of maintaining milk production after the lactation has begun, ठीक है? तो ये 3 प्रोसेस होती है, मैमोजेनेसिस, देन लैक्टोजेनेसिस, एंड देन यू हैव व्हाट? देन यू हैव गैलेक्टोपोएसिस, ठीक है? अब गैलेक्टोपोएसिस इज द स्टेज. अगेन कीप इन माइंड दैट अ cattle is giving your milk for example 9 months, so that is galactopoiesis, right? But every time milk is coming out of alveoli, we call it let down reflex, ठीक है? I hope you understand both are different thing. This is a broader concept. Galactopoiesis is like a stage while every time some action is happening here, that action is milk coming out of alveoli, that is known as your let down reflex under the influence of oxytocin hormone, ठीक है? I hope you have clarity till now. Let's move ahead now, talk about that how this milk can be extracted from the cattle body, ठीक है? If you talk about it, तो 3 वे से हो सकता है. Natural technique है calf suckling, means basically the newborn that the cattle that has been born, the newborn calf, they will just directly go and suck it with the mouth, ठीक है? Second is about manual technique where humans intervention is required, and third is your machine technique, ठीक है? Mechanical technique में क्या होता है? Machine use होता है. It has its pros and cons. Pros is of course much precise milking is there, and the teats are not they are not harmed with the help of machine. जैसे क्या होता है ह्यूमन केस में, आई विल इवन शो यू एग्जांपल ऑल्सो, इट कैन बी कि जो टीथ है वो इंजर्ड हो सकते हैं, ठीक है, बट मैकेनिकल टेक्निक में इंजरी नहीं होती है. बट देन द कॉन्स आर दैट इट इज एक्सपेंसिव, एंड सेकेंडली इफ लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल इफ लाइट इज नॉट देयर, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सप्लाई इज नॉट देयर, so the machine will not work, right? So it will cause delay in milking, because for milking it has a specific time, ठीक है. जो बॉडी है वो साइकिल को अडेप्ट कर लेती है, द बॉडी इट जस्ट अडेप्ट द साइकिल एंड जस्ट then it starts producing milk at that certain duration only. So if there is electrical issue in your area, then it might cause a problem, ठीक है. Then coming to natural technique, yes, this can be done, but if you are doing if you are rearing cattles for the commercial purpose, usually natural technique is avoided. Why is avoided? Because see, if calf and mother, they have the interaction at initial time, then calf will not and then you separate your calf from the mother, calf will stop producing milk because of depression. So usually it happens that whenever she gives birth, immediately the calf is separated from her, so that she does not create that bond with the calf, and then milk is normally produced, ठीक है. So that happens in commercialization. It might be cruel if you look it in a way, but this is how commercialization of it is done. So बचा क्या, we have manual technique, ठीक है. अब बड़ी बड़ी industries go for mechanical, but usually आपके जो normal जो गांव जगह में है वहाँ पे manual technique is used, ठीक है, जहाँ पे there are 3 methods that can be done. full hand होता है, stripping होता है, knuckling होता है, and थोड़ा intense form of full hand is fisting, which is also usually avoided. What happens in full hand, as you can see in the picture, fully means from one side 4 fingers, all the 4 fingers and then thumb, they are just pressed and then the milk is extracted, ठीक है. It's a comfortable method, ठीक है. All the teeth are being the teeth are being stretched at even pressure, so it's a good method, right? So full hand is what that is preferred in your principles of milking or for extracting of milk. So this is a good method. But इसका एक थोड़ा intense method है fisting, where you tightly press that. Of course that will also extract the milk, but it is very uncomfortable for the cow. In fact it can cause injury to the teeth, ठीक है. दूसरा stripping method, as you can see in stripping, what second method ये जो stripping का है, in stripping you can see that you with the forefinger and thumb you have just used, and as a strip you are using, it also helps to extract the milk, but not a very efficient way of extracting milk. Third is knuckling, ठीक है. knuckling में क्या होता है, as you can see that what is the difference between a full hand and knuckling? In full hand your thumb was not folded, but in case of knuckling, as you can see, the all the 4 fingers are same as in full hand, but जो आपका knuckle है that has been folded, right? अब now because it has been folded, it causes injuries into the teeth of the cow. That is also, it is not a preferred one. तो जो knuckling and fisting, it is not preferred one. Full hand है most preferred one, where the teeth are not being injured. Stripping is also a method that is used, but not widely recommended because it's not as much productive, ठीक है. तो ये 3 आपके principles of means in principles of milking or how to extract milk, there are 3 ways, ठीक है. Up we have understood milk has been produced. What are the different stages? We have understood है ना, mammogenesis, lactogenesis, galactopoiesis. We have understood that whenever milk comes, it is known as milk ejection or let down reflex, right? We have understood that. Then we have understood that how we can extract the milk, ठीक है. अब after extracting the milk, it is not directly being sold into the market. देखो, whatever we are understanding from the commercialization, industrialization point of view, because at local, in the gaon, at the village level, still calves are kept with the mother, right? So that is also done without even processing. They are being given to the family, right, to the people around us. So ये हम industrialization level में बात कर रहे हैं. So now milking is done. The next step is to remove what are the bacteria that are present under that, ठीक है. तो उसके लिए क्या process है? उसके लिए pasteurization process. What is pasteurization? It is heating milk or any other liquid. For that also we can use the term pasteurization, but in this case we are talking about milk only. It is a process of heating milk at a specific temperature and also as a specific time, ठीक है. And after that immediate cooling is done. So what is pasteurization? It is a process of heating milk at specific temperature and for a specific time, and after that it is cooled down quickly so that harmful microorganisms which exist in that, they can die, ठीक है, they can be destroyed, ठीक है. And in this process the nutritional value is not altered, ठीक है. जो what we do at home, the boiling, it is boiling, it is not pasteurization, because we are not doing at a specific temperature for a specific time, right? Although in schools schools we have been taught that it is pasteurization only. No, that is known as boiling. Even though it kills bacteria, but it is said that some nutritional value is altered and a little bit of taste is also altered. But in pasteurization that does not happen. What are the benefits of pasteurization? It kills pathogens जैसे salmonella है, listeria है, mycobacterium, tuberculosis, ये सारे जो है bacteria pathogens है, the pasteurization kills that. ठीक है, whatever be the spoilage bacteria. Spoilage bacteria means which can spoil the quality of milk. Those are being destroyed by pasteurization. Shelf life increase होती है and then जो nutritive value है वो भी maintain रहती है. अब it can be of various type. These two are the most important. After that also there are three, but these two are the most important, and even if an exam comes, these two have highest chances of being asked in the exam. First is your batch or holding method, also known as low temperature long time. ठीक है, low temperature means here the temperature is low. How much? 63 degrees Celsius. ठीक है, and for long time, for how much time? For 30 minutes, and then it is cooled to 5 degree, because we have said that in pasteurization at a specific temperature for a specific duration, and then quickly cool down also, right? So first at 63 is also known as batch method or holding method, low temperature long time, where at 63 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes the milk is pasteurized and then or heated, and then it is cooled down to 5 degree. ठीक है, इसके अलावा we have one method that is known as high temperature शॉर्ट टाइम. ठीक है, इट इज ऑल्सो नोन एज फ्लैश पेस्चराइजेशन. जैसे ये आपका जो लो टेम्परेचर लॉन्ग टाइम है, इट इज ऑल्सो नोन एज होल्डिंग मेथड और बैच मेथड. सिमिलरली और हाई टेम्परेचर शॉर्ट टाइम इज ऑल्सो नोन एज फ्लैश पेस्चराइजेशन. here it is what? High temperature is how much? 72 degree, but then for short time, how much short? That is for 15 seconds, and then it is cooled rapidly. ठीक है, so ये दो आपके मेजर मेथड्स है of pasteurization. Apart from that we have one vacuum pasteurization, also known as vacuum. Here what happens? Under pressure means here vacuum technology is used. Instead of heating, vacuum is created so that pasteurization can happen, that your pathogens can be destroyed. ठीक है, then we have ultra high temperature pasteurization, then we have vaporization, that is known as ultra pasteurization. ये आपके methods किस में use होते हैं? Basically जहाँ पे you have to make any dairy product, like for example cream or any other dairy product, if you have to make that, so for that these methods are used. जो आपके शुरू के दो हैं, the first two methods, these are used for simply selling it into the market, the milk directly. Vacuum pasteurization is also used here, where the industry they would want to rely less on the heating method, they go for vacuum pasteurization, जहाँ pressure की help से these pathogens are destroyed. But then this ultra high temperature and vaporization, these are used when this milk will be further be used to create any dairy product. ठीक है, तो अब हमने pasteurize कर लिया. Now it is ready to be available in the market. ठीक है, अब when it is available in the market, it is present in different forms: standardized milk, toned milk, double toned, skimmed milk, pasteurized milk, right? On what basis this name is given? So basically these names are given based on how much fat content and SNF does it have. ठीक है, तो ये जो आप बोलते हो कि toned milk है, when we say toned milk, it is a mixture of cow and buffalo milk with fresh skimmed milk. उसके लिए पहले skimmed समझ लेते हैं. What is skimmed milk? Milk from which almost all the milk fats have been removed mechanically. So skimmed milk is such milk जिसमें fat नहीं होता है, where there is no fat, or even if it is there, it will be less than 0.5% fat. ठीक है, और SNF content होता है 8.7%. So if you go to the market and you say, oh, I want skimmed milk, it means you are asking for such milk where SNF content, solid not fat, is 8.7, but fat is as low as 0.5%. ठीक है, अब क्या होता है? अब डबल टोन मिल्क किसको बोलते हैं? ठीक है, वेयर you have first taken skimmed milk. अब skimmed milk means SNF is good but fat is very less. ठीक है, यहाँ पे आप उसमें थोड़ा मिक्स करते हो बाकी स्टैंडर्ड मिल्क को, सो दैट द फैट कंटेंट इज इंक्रीज्ड अ लिटिल बिट 1.5%, और SNF कितना होता है? 9 हो जाता है. ऑल इन ऑल, इफ यू डोंट वांट टू गेट कंफ्यूज, सिंपली कीप इन माइंड, इन टोन मिल्क फैट इज 3%, SNF इज 8.5%. डबल टोन में 1.5 इज योर फैट कंटेंट एंड योर 9 इज परसेंट इज SNF. स्किम्ड मिल्क में वेरी लेस फैट 0.5% मैक्सिमम, SNF इज 8.7. पैस्चराइज तो वी हैव हैव ऑलरेडी अंडरस्टूड व्हाट इज पास्चराइजेशन मिल्क, ठीक है, पास्चराइज मिल्क। तो ये आपके डिफरेंस होते हैं। तो जो बेसिकली एग्जाम में पूछे जा सकते हैं, टोन मिल्क, डबल टोन और स्किम्ड मिल्क, ये पूछे जा सकते हैं। सो दिस कैटेगराइजेशन इज डन ऑन व्हाट बेसिस? दिस कैटेगराइजेशन इज डन ऑन द basis of how much SNF and fat is present in that particular milk, right? अब there is another category that is known as milk grades. अब पहली category we looked at based on the fat content, based on the SNF, but this category now we will look at, it will depend on how much hygienically the things have been produced. मतलब कि इसमें purity कितनी है, if bacteria are present or not, if bacteria are present at what number they are present, right? तो तीन आपको grades के मिलेंगे, grade AA, grade A and grade B, ठीक है। ग्रेड ए, please keep in mind that grade A can be any of the category. It can be toned milk also, double milk also, skimmed milk also, because grade A का simply क्या meaning है? It is the highest quality. Quality wise it is of highest with very low bacterial count. It has very low bacterial count, ठीक है। यहाँ पे सारे counts दे रखे हैं, याद करने की जरूरत नहीं है। This is just for understanding, your understanding I have added. Low somatic cell count का क्या मतलब होता है? Somatic cell count, somatic cell are basically the normal cells that are present in milk of that particular animal, for example cow in this case, right? But if it is very high in number, it shows that there is infection in that milk, right? So jitna kam honge it means it is of good quality. So the low the somatic cell count, it means it is of better quality, ठीक है। तो ग्रेड ए क्या होता है? हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी मिल्क होता है। देन यू हैव ग्रेड ए, ठीक है, इसमें क्या होता है? सूटेबल होता है, इट इज सूटेबल, इट इज नॉट एज गुड एज ग्रेड ए, बट स्टिल इट कैन बी गुड फॉर कंजम्पशन। बट जो ग्रेड बी लेवल होता है, इट डज नॉट मीट द स्टैंडर्ड्स एंड इट इज नॉट, इट कैन नॉट बी डायरेक्टली कंज्यूम। तो इसको क्या कर देते हैं? इसको फिर प्रोसेस्ड फूड बनाने में कन्वर्ट कर देते हैं, बिकॉज इन दैट प्रोसेस वट एवर बी द बैक्टीरियाज और एनीथिंग आर देयर, दे वुड बी ऑल्टर्ड, दे विल बी डिस्ट्रॉयड, ठीक है। तो इसलिए जो ग्रेड बी है कंजम्पशन के लिए, डायरेक्ट कंजम्पशन के लिए इट इज नॉट गुड, ठीक है। अब नेक्स्ट थिंग आती है क्या? लास्टली लेट्स लुक एट, देयर आर सम यू नो अडल्टरेशन और सम यू नो impurities are added into the milk, ठीक है। जैसे what is the adulteration? Let's understand the meaning first. It is the act of making something impure and how it is done by adding materials or elements into it, ठीक है। अब वाटर में आप मिल्क में क्या क्या ऐड कर सकते हो? वाटर, इफ इवन इफ यू आर एडिंग वाटर टू मिल्क, इट इज फॉर्म ऑफ अडल्टरेशन, बिकॉज यू आर एडिंग सम मटेरियल विच इज नॉट द ऑब्जेक्ट हियर, इन दैट केस इज मिल्क, राइट? तो वाटर इज एडेड, दैट इज फॉर्म ऑफ अडल्टरेशन। व्हाई इज इट डन? टू इंक्रीज द वॉल्यूम, ठीक है। मीन्स इफ देर इज जस्ट 1 liter of milk, if you are adding 500 ml water to it, now you have 1.5 liter of milk to be sold, right? तो इसलिए इंक्रीज वॉल्यूम के लिए करने चाहिए। एंड व्हाई इज इट हार्मफुल फॉर अस? ठीक है, क्योंकि अडल्टरेशन विल कॉज सम हार्म ऑल्सो, ठीक है। इसकी क्योंकि न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू डिक्रीज हो जाती है। सो यू आर कंज्यूमिंग मिल्क फॉर न्यूट्रिशन, बट इफ यू आर कंज्यूमिंग मिल्क विच हैज वाटर, द न्यूट्रिएंट वैल्यू आर देयर लेस, है ना। देन डिटर्जेंट है, डिटर्जेंट इज डन सो दैट ज्यादा क्रीमीनेस दिखे, सो दैट द फैट द मिल्क इट सीम्स क्रीमी, राइट? सो दैट इज व्हाई डिटर्जेंट्स आर एडेड एंड डेफिनेटली इट विल कॉज इंटेस्टाइनल प्रॉब्लम। यूरिया इज एडेड सो दैट एसएनएफ या प्रोटीन कंटेंट उसमें ज्यादा लगे, ठीक है, डैमेजेस किडनी। स्टार्च इज एडेड अगेन फॉर एक्स्ट्रा एसएनएफ का वैल्यू दिखने, मतलब इन सबसे ना थिकनेस लगती है मिल्क की, जिससे ऐसे देख के लगता है कि ओ थिक है, तो मतलब ये बहुत अच्छा होगा, न्यूट्रिशियस होगा, राइट? इसके अलावा फॉर्मलिन ऐड किया जाता है so that milk can be preserved for longer duration. For example, if I am a dairy owner, okay, and I have extracted milk today, but it was not sold into the market, I will add formalin so that its shelf life or its shelf life can be increased up to 1 week. So I have 1 week time period for me to sell it into the market, and it will not create any foul smell, right? Because I have added formalin, ठीक है। पर ये अच्छा नहीं होता है, बिकॉज एट जो बेसिक लेवल है बैक्टीरियाज तो अपना काम कर रहे होंगे, राइट? बट द कंज्यूमर विल नॉट गेट टू नो इट, ठीक है। ये भी काफी टॉक्सिक होता है। न्यूट्रलाइजर्स आर एडेड, ठीक है, सो दैट क्योंकि एक टाइम बाद द एसिडिटी स्टार्ट्स ऑन इंक्रीजिंग इन मिल्क, राइट? सो टू मास्क दैट सारनेस, वही खट्टापन मिल्क में आ जाता है एसिडिटी की वजह से, टू मास्क दैट न्यूट्रलाइजर्स आर एडेड। इट इज ऑल्सो हार्मफुल फॉर अस, ठीक है। या कुछ सोप वगैरह ये सब डाल देते हैं जिससे वो रियल मिल्क की तरह लगे, So these are all things adulteration. Now there are some tests also which can identify this. ठीक है, जैसे for to identify water dilution, lactometer test is there. In exam can be asked, high chances of being asked in exam. As I said before, milk is one such topic which from recent year the number of questions, the variation of questions from it has started increasing a lot. So this seems to be a very important slide that can be asked, because here test names are given and to detect which type वो दिया गया है. ठीक है, स्टार्च टेस्ट है, यूरिया टेस्ट है, फॉर्मेलिन टेस्ट है. ठीक है, रीड व्हाट इज डन. जैसे स्टार्च टेस्ट में व्हाट इज यूज्ड, आयोडीन सॉल्यूशन इज यूज्ड. सो सच क्वेश्चंस कैन बी आस्क्ड. ठीक है, लैक्टोमीटर इज व्हाट, फॉर वाटर डिल्यूशन. हाउ दे चेक इन लैक्टोमीटर, बाय मेजरिंग द स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी ऑफ मिल्क. स्टार्च टेस्ट में क्या होता है, आयोडीन सॉल्यूशन इज यूज्ड, टर्न्स ब्लू ब्लैक. ठीक है, देन वी हैव यूरिया टेस्ट जिसमें डीएमए रिएजेंट यूज होता है. ठीक है, देन फॉर्मेलिन टेस्ट है जिसमें सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड प्लस मिल्क यूज होता है. न्यूट्रलाइजर में रोजालिक एसिड होता है विच टर्न्स इनटू पिंक एंड रेड. ठीक है, डिटर्जेंट टेस्ट होता है. ठीक है, जिस डिटर्जेंट्स आइडेंटिफाई करने के काम आता है. ब्लू कलर हो जाता है ब्रोमोक्रेसोल ब्रोमोक्रेसोल की वजह से. ठीक है, मीन्स ये इस कलर में वो कन्वर्ट हो जाता है. रियली सॉरी फॉर दैट, कलर ऐसा हो जाता है. सिंथेटिक मिल्क टेस्ट है. ठीक है, देन वी हैव फैट टेस्ट जिसको जर्बर मेथड भी बोलते हैं. तो जहां पे भी यू हैव दिस टर्मिनोलॉजी और यूजिंग एनी स्पेसिफिक थिंग जैसे रोजालिक एसिड, आयोडीन एसिड, सच थिंग्स कैन बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. एसएनएफ टेस्ट है. ठीक है, लैक्टोमीटर, इसके लिए भी लैक्टोमीटर.
And the topic is weed classification. Why I have chosen this topic? Because in your NABARD 2024 examination, there was one question from this topic. Earlier, there were no question from weed asked in the examination, but as of now, 2024 में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था, तो इट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट वी कवर दिस टॉपिक फॉर कमिंग फ्यूचर एग्जामिनेशन, राइट? सो दैट अगर वहाँ पे क्वेश्चन आता है, यू कैन डू इट. सो टुडे फर्स्ट आई विल डिस्कस विद यू व्हाट आर वीड्स एंड देन वील डिस्कस फ्यू क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ वीड्स, क्योंकि क्लासिफिकेशन से ही आपका क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था 2024 एग्जामिनेशन में. So let's first understand weeds हैं क्या. So weeds are basically unwanted and harmful plants that grow in any agriculture land. So students, किसी भी agriculture land में, agriculture field में जो unwanted plants grow करते हैं, they are called weeds. Now let me explain this through an example. So for say this is a rice field. Okay, ये एक rice का field है. Now you might have seen that along with rice there are some other plants that grow in that field, right? But what we aim here, farmer का aim क्या होता है कि farmer have limited land and in that limited land farmer has to increase productivity, right? तो अब productivity increase कब होगी, when maximum amount of land, maximum amount of resources that are present on the land is utilized by rice crop, right? But if along with this rice crop there are some other plants that are growing in this field, what will happen? See, first of all, what a rice crop need from this piece of land. So rice crop needs space, right? Rice crop need soil, water, soil nutrient, right? So all these things is required by rice crop in order to grow it to its full potential and hence increase productivity. But if there are some other crops, or sorry, not other crops but other plants growing in this field, what will happen? These plants will also compete for the same resources. This plant will also need space, these plants will also need water to grow, these plants will also need nutrient for growth, right? Now if the competition is there, between rice and these other plants, what will happen? Rice productivity will decrease and hence the overall yield of rice from this field will decrease, right? And that will impact farmer, right? So these other plants, these unwanted plants are called weeds, right? So all those plants which are not desirable in the crop field, these are called weed plants, right? And these weed plants compete for the resources, okay, compete with the crop plant for the same resources and hence bring down the yield and productivity of that crop, right? And hence it impact farmers. So it's very, very important that we manage these weeds plant, right? So it's very important that all the unwanted plants that are present on the field should be removed. देखो तभी हमारी जो field preparation है वो की जाती है. Field preparation में when we are doing plowing and tillage, what we do? We clear entire land, we clear entire field so that there is no other plant species on that particular land, right? कि कोई और plant उस plant या कोई और तरीके के weed plants उस field में ना हो. So cleaning is done during the tillage. This cleaning is done. Entire field is vacated. But still क्या होता है कि हम unwanted plant को uproot कर लेते हैं during tillage operation, during plowing. But still क्या होता है कि इन जो unwanted plant की seeds होते हैं they are present in the field. So at time of growing of crop, so crop के साथ साथ ये seed भी germinate करते हैं and hence they can occupy your field. So it's very important that जो farmer है they should manage these weed plant. They should uproot these weed plant at a regular interval so that there is no competition between weeds and crop plant, and your crop plant can grow to its full potential. Clear? I hope now it's very clear to you all, right? What are weeds, and why they are harmful and undesirable. Clear? So I hope now you have understood what are weeds. Now students, these weeds are of various type. Okay, there are thousands, and I cannot say, but there are multiple species of weed, thousands to or hundreds or millions species of weeds, right? But there are few important weeds which we have to discuss, right? And these important weeds, why we are discussing, because again we are studying agriculture, right? So it's very important for us to understand what are these weed plant, what are their growing habitat, what are type of weeds are there, right? कौन सी टाइप की weeds present होती हैं, so that we can understand these weed plants in better way and manage them in better way, right? So hence weeds are classified on different bases. There are various bases on which these weed plants are classified, but we will discuss here only few that are important for your examination point of view. Okay, and from these classification only the question can be asked in your examination as asked previously. So first we have based on lifespan. So based on lifespan we have annual weed, biennial weed and perennial weed. ठीक है, crops का भी classification होता है based on lifespan, annual, biennial and perennial. Same weeds का भी classification है annual, biennial and perennial, right? So what are annual weeds? So annual weeds are such weed which can complete their life cycle within one season or within 1 year, right? So under one season, if any weed is completing life cycle, that is your annual weed. Then we have biennial weed. Some weeds need 2 years to complete their life cycle. They are called biennial weeds, right? Then we have perennial. Some weeds survive for more than 2 years. They are perennial in nature. Such weeds are called perennial weeds. Clear? So perennial weeds का एक बहुत अच्छा example है दूब grass. You might have seen that there is दूब grass is always present and it do not die, right? This is a perennial weed that is there. So I hope now it's clear that based on lifespan we have annual, biennial and perennial weeds. ठीक है, annual complete life cycle in 1 year, biennial take 2 years, perennial survive for more than 3 years. More than 2 years. Clear? So this is the first classification. Next we have is based on ecological affinities, means where they are found. So first we have is wetland weeds, then we have garden land weeds, and then we have dryland weeds. What do we understand here? So wetland weeds means they are weed which are found in aquatic or semi-aquatic regions, right? They are found in wetland conditions. So you might have seen that there are specific plant growing around a wetland area. So why so? Because these plants can survive in such areas. So such weeds found in wetland areas are called wetland weeds. Then we have garden land weeds. You might have seen that in gardens also there are some weeds present, right? So what are these weeds? Basically these weeds cannot survive extreme dry condition, neither they can survive in extreme wetland condition. So they need a moderate range of dryness and water moisture. So they are called as garden land weeds. Okay, these weeds neither require large quantities of water like wetland, and neither they can withstand extreme drought. Clear? Such are called garden land weeds. Then we have dry land weeds also. In dry lands also there are some weed that grows, right? And so basically these weeds can grow under water scarcity condition, and they are very hard weed. They are very hardy plant and have deep root system, so that they can extract water from the deeper layer of earth. So they are called dry land weeds. Clear? I hope wetland, gardenland and dry land weeds is clear. Next we have is based on origin. Very important, you should know. Based on origin also we have indigenous weeds and exotic weeds. What is the difference? See, indigenous weeds are those weeds which are present, which are originated, which are already there in our country. In any region, in any country, the original weed that is present in any land, that is called indigenous. Means that weed is indigenous to that land, means it is found there, it is native to that place, right? That such weeds are called indigenous weeds. Example, we have Cynodon dactylon, right? But sometimes what can happen, due to some trade, like we have traded some kind of seed, right? Like for say we have traded wheat seed. Along the wheat seed there can be the seed of some wheats that is not found in our country, but that is found in other countries from where we have traded this wheat, and that can get introduced in our country through that seed lot, right? So such wheat will be called as exotic wheat. Means those are not originally found in our country, but are introduced from some other foreign country. Clear? So we have so many weeds in our country that was not originally found here, but were introduced in this country, and now they have become exotic weed, and now they have become so noxious, they have become so problematic that they are not easily controllable, right? We cannot control them easily. One of them is Lantana camera. You might have seen this particular plant having beautiful flowers, but earlier this plant was introduced for decorative purpose, right? And now this has become a weed, this has become something which is not controllable. Same example is Parthenium grass was also introduced from some foreign country, right? And now Parthenium has become one of the noxious weed which cannot be controlled easily and has occupied huge amount of land. So such weeds which are not present in our which are not present in our country but were introduced by other countries, they are called exotic weeds. Clear? I hope now based on region it is clear. Now based on some specificity we have other types of weeds from where the question was asked in your examination. So first we have is emerged weed. What are these emerged weeds? Weed, basically here plants are rooted in the mud. Okay, basically here the plants the roots of the plant are there in the mud with aerial stem and leaf above water surface. So basically for say this is the water surface, here we have weed. Basically these are the aquatic weed, okay, found in the aquatic condition. But if any weed, like for say this is a weed where the roots are, where these roots are rooted in the mud but the aerial part is present on the surface, such weed will be called as emerged weed. Clear? Then we have submerged weed. What are submerged weeds, students? Here entire plant will be below water surface. This is a water surface, right? So entire plant will grow below water surface. These are called submerged wheat. Okay? I hope it's clear now. What are submerged weeds? Their entire plant is below water surface. Then we have marginal weeds. What are marginal weeds? For say we have a wetland area, some weeds will grow in the margin. Some weeds will grow only in the margin, okay? Not inside the wetland area but in the margin. Such weeds will be called as marginal weeds which are found in the shoreline of areas. Okay? So shoreline areas. So these will be called as marginal weeds. Next we have is poisonous weeds. So what are poisonous weeds? As the name suggests, some weeds. Okay, so basically these weeds are grasses, right? So some weeds can have some poisonous substances that is there in them, and if they are fed to livestock they can cause harm to livestock. ठीक है? तो ये poisonous weeds होती हैं. Basically these poisons that is being developed in any plant are secondary metabolites. What are secondary metabolites? Basically these are some chemicals which is not required by plant but they are being generated, they are being developed in the plant due to any reactions, right? Due to any metabolic reaction, and which can be a result of any metabolic reaction. These metabolites are present, and what can happen, are these weed plants. Okay, some of the weed plant can be used for feeding livestock purpose, but some have these metabolites which are poison, and once the livestock feed on them, the livestock can, the cattle or the animal can die, and it can cause great loss, right? So such weeds are called poisonous weeds. Then we have some parasitic weeds also. So students, there are some weeds plant which parasitized other plant. Okay, basically what they do, they parasitize other plant, they uh, feed on other plant for their survival. Okay, such weeds are called parasitic weeds. Okay, they are called parasitic weed. Like example is cuscuta. Cuscuta is a plant, cuscuta is a weed plant which parasitized other plant. Means this cuscuta depend on, this cuscuta develop on, or it covers the other plant entirely and draw nutrition from that plant. That host plant will die and cuscuta survive, right? So cuscuta will survive. So this is called parasitic weed. This is the example of parasitic weed. Then we have a floating weed also. What are floating weeds? These weeds have leaves that float on water surface, right? See, we have emerged, submerged and floating. Emerged was something where roots, this is rooted in the mud and the aerial part is above water surface. Then we have submerged. In submerged case, we have entire plant below the surface. And then we have floating. In floating case, the root and leaf is float on the water surface. Okay? There are some floating weeds. So these are called floating weeds, right? So students, from here the question was there in your examination, and let's see what was the question. So there was a question that in which of the following type of aquatic plants where the roots are submerged in water while the stem and leaves float or rise above the water surface, right? So you have given the options: submerged weed, floating weed, emergent weed, epiphytic, terrestrial weed. So answer for this question was option B is floating weeds. Okay, I have told you roots are submerged in water and the aerial part is above the water surface. If it would have asked that the roots are rooted in the mud and the aerial part is above surface, then it will be emerged weed. And if entire plant is submerged in the water, then that will be submerged weed. Clear? I hope this classification is clear, and now you can answer such questions, right? Now this is a practice question for you. You have to solve this question and do let me know the answer in the comment section, right? Question is, in which of the following type of weeds the plants rooted in the bottom mud with aerial stem and leaves at above the water surface? Please practice. Topic that we are going to discuss today is dryland agriculture, right? Very important topic for your exam point of view, because we have seen previously there were questions asked from this topic, right? And there was one descriptive questions as well from this particular topic in your phase 2. So it's very, very important that we cover this topic in a detailed manner. So today I am going to do that. And before I tell you what is dryland agriculture, let us see what were the question that was asked, right? So if we talk about NABARD phase 1 2023, there was one objective question asked in your phase 1: which type of agriculture receives the rainfall between 750 to 1150 mm? This was the question, right? Now if you can solve this question right now, well and good. Otherwise, at the end we will be able to answer this question, because we are going to cover this thing, right, in this lecture. Now if I talk about the descriptive question, so the descriptive question that was asked from this particular topic was: write a short note on dryland farming. So you will only be able to write a short note when you know about dryland farming, right? So let's discuss about what is this dryland farming or dryland agriculture, right? So basically, agenda of this particular lecture is to understand what is dryland agriculture, what are the categories of dryland agriculture, what are the problems associated with it, and what are the improved dryland agriculture technologies. So this is all what we are going to discuss in this video. So let's first start by understanding what is dryland agriculture. So students, we know plant need sunlight, plant need different atmospheric gases, plant need water for proper growth and development, right? In order to make food, for carrying out different processes, plant need all kind of things. So water is one of the very important and crucial input for plant, right? So it's very important that there is sufficient amount of water in the field in order to support the growth and development of plant. So water is important, right? Now how this water is provided to field or a crop field, I would say, is either through irrigation or by rainfall, right? So plant receive or the crops receive water either through irrigation or by rainfall. So irrigation will be possible in those areas where we have irrigation facilities or we have water resources that can be exploited for irrigation purpose, right? So such areas where all the irrigation facilities are available are called irrigated areas. Okay, they are called irrigated areas. On the other hand, the areas where we do not have irrigation facilities, rather our agriculture is totally dependent on rainfall, such areas are called rain-fed areas. Okay, they are called rain-fed areas. Clear? Now I hope you understand that areas where we have irrigation facilities are called irrigated areas, and the areas where we do not have irrigation facilities, rather our agriculture is totally dependent on rainfall, they are called rain-fed areas. Clear? Now students, your rain-fed areas are also called as dry land areas or dry land. The type of agriculture that is done in this rain-fed areas is called as dry land agriculture, right? So basically the rain-fed areas or the areas that are totally dependent on rain are also called as dry land areas. Clear? And the type of agriculture done in these areas are called as dry land agriculture. So what do we understand by dry land agriculture? So it is basically cultivation of crop entirely under natural rainfall without irrigation. So students, let me tell you, in India, more than 50% of area is under dry land agriculture. Okay, only around, I think 48% is around irrigated, rest 52 is under dry land agriculture. So we can see that a huge amount of area is under this dry land agriculture, or we can say is a rain-fed area totally dependent on rain, right? Now students, I hope it's clear what is dry land agriculture. It's basically the agriculture or the cultivation of crop entirely under the rainfall condition or without irrigation facilities. Clear? Now students, let us talk about the categories of dry land agriculture. So basically we have three categories here based on the amount of rainfall received. Okay, so what amount of rainfall is received by any particular area, we have based on that we have three types of categories or three types of dry land agriculture, we can say. So first we have is dry farming, then we have dry land farming, and then we have rain-fed farming. Okay, now don't get confused here. Again, in the category also there is a category of rain-fed farming, right? Rain-fed agriculture, dry land agriculture is same. Rain-fed, there is one thing which is dry land agriculture, rain-fed agriculture, under which we have three categories, and one of the category itself is rain-fed farming. Clear? Now students, this is classified, as I have told you, based on the amount of rainfall received. Now dry farming is when the area receive annual rainfall which is less than 750 mm per annum. Okay, if a particular area receives less than 750 mm rainfall per annum, then that will be called as dry farming. Then we have dryland farming. Here the amount of rainfall received by such areas is between 750 to 1150 mm per annum. Clear? And under rain-fed we have the rainfall where the rainfall amount of rain is more than 1150 mm per annum, right? Now students, under your dry farming, regions like parts of Rajasthan where very scarce rain or less rain is there, such will come, right? Now there is some area which is receiving more than 1150 mm rainfall, and they are under rain-fed agriculture, rain-fed farming. Why so? Because again, irrigation facilities are not there, but still rainfall is enough to support crop growth and development. Areas such like northeastern areas, right? In northeastern India we have enough rainfall, but again, irrigation facilities are not developed there. That's why it is also under your dryland agriculture. Clear? So I hope it's clear that what is dryland agriculture, what are different categories. Now let us discuss them in detail. So students, I have already talked about the amount of rainfall received by these. It is less than 750 by dry farming, 750 to 1150 by dryland farming, more than 1150 by rain-fed farming, right? In rain-fed farming. Now, if I talk about moisture availability, see, the area which is receiving less rainfall will have shortage of moisture, acute shortage of moisture, right? Now, dry farming, again, limited moisture is there, so there will be a shortage of moisture. But in rain-fed farming, there will be enough moisture because there is enough rainfall that is occurring in these areas. Clear? Now, talking about crop growing season. Now, if we have limited moisture in the soil, we cannot grow long duration crops. So, we have to take rather short duration crops so that the moisture that is available in the soil is enough to support that short duration crop. Clear? So, here the crop growing season for dry farming is less than 75 days. 75 to 120 days in dryland farming and more than 120 days in your rain-fed farming. Clear? So now again, your crop growing season depend on the moisture content. If any area has less moisture content, crop season or the crop that we will take, there will be of short duration type. We cannot take long duration crop because there will be not enough moisture to support your long duration crops. Clear? Now growing region for dry farming is arid, dryland is semi-arid and rain-fed is humid. Okay, so such kind of regions come under your dryland and rain-fed farming. Now cropping system, talking about cropping system, so in dry farming, either you can take only one crop or you can take two crops at a time, right? And that too of short duration. In your dryland farming, single crop or intercropping is taken. In your rain-fed farming, you can take intercropping as well as multiple cropping, right? Because there we do not have limitation of moisture. So multiple cropping can be done there. Now, if I talk about dry spell, so dry spells are most common and frequent in your dry farmings, again, farming because less rainfall is there. Then it is less frequent in dryland farming. It is there in dryland farming, but it is less frequent, less as compared to the dry farming areas. Then there is no occurrence of dry spells in your rain-fed farming. Talking about crop failure, so crop failure again it will be more frequent in your dry farming due to limitation of moisture. It is less frequent in dryland and it is rarely seen in rain-fed farming. Talking about constraints, what are the constraints of these regions? So in case of dry farming, we do not have enough water. So only wind erosion will be a constraint. The soil will be carried away only by wind, causing, so wind erosion will be, or the rate of wind erosion will be very high in the dry farming. Talking about dryland farming, so here wind and water erosion both can happen. And if I talk about rain-fed farming, so majorly here water erosion will have, or majorly here water erosion will take place because again there is a lot of moisture here, right? So what are the measures required? So moisture conservation practice is required in dry farming because we have limitation of moisture. So whatever practice that can conserve moisture is required. So again here moisture conservation practices as well as drainage for vertisols. Basically here also we need to conserve moisture. But in few soils like your vertisols, which are black soils, sometimes drainage facilities is also required because these soils hold a lot of moisture. They are full of clay and the clay hold a lot of moisture and it can cause damage to our root crops, right? Crop roots. So drainage facilities might require in some areas, right? And in case of rain-fed farming, we need a proper drainage facilities as we have enough moisture, right? So we do not want that our crop root get impacted due to excess of moisture. Clear? Chalo. With that, let's move ahead to the problems of dryland agriculture. Now, what are the problems associated with such kind of agriculture? So students, the very first problem is of inadequate and uneven distribution of rainfall. So what happens in such area? There is either inadequate, means the rainfall is not enough, or it is unevenly distributed. What I mean by saying that, like for say this is a region, this is a dryland region, so what can happen, this particular area receive more rainfall, this particular area receive less rainfall, right? So what will happen, this is a uneven distribution of rainfall, again not desirable. We need even rainfall over entire area, right? So this is the very first problem associated with your dryland agriculture. Next is late onset and early cessation of rain. So here what can happen, rain can either come late or they can early withdraw. Okay, rain can early withdraw, there can be early withdrawal of rains. So this is again another problem. Now what happens if the rainfall is late? What will happen, we have sown our seed at a particular time, right? खरीफ की sowing क्या होती है, जून जुलाई में होती है. सो फॉर से अगर रेनफॉल आपकी जून जुलाई में नहीं होती है, इट एक्सटेंड और ये लेट ऑनसेट होता है रेनफॉल का, व्हाट विल हैपन, जर्मिनेशन विल बी इंपैक्टेड, राइट? और इफ अर्ली आपकी जो रेन्स है वो स्टॉप हो जाती है, अगेन देयर विल बी अगेन नॉट इनफ मॉइस्चर फॉर द लेटर डेवलपमेंटल स्टेज ऑफ क्रॉप, सो दैट विल ऑल्सो क्रिएट अ प्रॉब्लम, राइट? So that's again a problem of dryland agriculture. Next is prolonged dry spell during the crop period. So sometimes there can be prolonged dry spells during crop growing period. And what can happen with that? So if there will be dry spell, there will be no moisture for crop proper growth and development of crop. And there are some critical stages where crop need water. And if it does not have, if the soil does not have enough water, crop will fail, right? There can be crop failure. Now that's again a problem. Next is low moisture retention capacity. Now students, in such areas where the moisture content is less, we usually see in desert area, there will be less vegetation, okay, there will be less organic matter, hence the soil there will be of poor quality. It's not a good quality soil for growing crop. So poor quality soil, if there is a poor quality soil, what will happen, that soil will not be able to hold moisture. If the soil will have less capacity to hold moisture, again whatever moisture that is coming to the soil will not be properly distributed to the crop, right? So soil is also a problem, because in such areas the climatic conditions are such a way that soil are not of good quality. Soil do not have enough moisture retention capacity, right? Which again is a problem of these areas. Now we have next low fertility of soil. Now this is a related point from the above one, that if the soil do not have, if the soils are not of good quality, what will happen? They will not have good ability to hold nutrient, right? If they are not able to hold nutrient, again not enough nutrient is provided to the crops, right, for their growth. So again soil fertility is low in such areas. And also students, small size of land holding, farmers have small size of land holding in such areas, which again creates a problem, right? So these are some problems of dryland agriculture. Now next, if I talk about the improved dryland techniques, what are the improved dryland techniques? So first is crop planning. So what can be done? Crop varieties of dryland area should be of short duration, drought resistant and high yielding. So what we can do a crop planning, or the scientist must grow such variety, or make such varieties having short duration, means they are of not much duration, they are not taking much time to grow. Then they are drought resistance, they should withstand the drought condition, as well as they should be high yielding. Okay, apart from this, they should produce some kind of some amount of yield. They should be high yielding, so that farmer can get enough return from the land, right? So crop planning can be done. Then planning of weather, which means that we have to see the meteorological observation, or we have to see what kind of weather condition will prevail for that particular time of period of time, and accordingly we have to plan our crops, right? So for say, if there will be enough moisture, we can go for crops which can be grown in good moisture condition. If there is less moisture, so we can go for crops like which do not require much moisture, like your millets and so, right? So based on whether we can plan our cropping system. Then we have crop substitution. So basically we can replace the crop with more efficient varieties. So the traditional varieties can be replaced by efficient varieties or high yielding varieties again, right? Then other technologies include watershed management, rainwater harvesting, and alternate land use. So what we can do, we can you do watershed management. We can develop an area, catchment area, where all the water which is being drained from different region can be collected and can be used for irrigation purpose. Then we can do rainwater harvesting, in which what farmers do, they collect the rainwater, store it in a tank, and then use it for the irrigation purpose, right? Then alternate land use can be done, means if any area do not support your field crops, because field crops do require a lot of water, so that land can be converted for other purposes, like it can be used for growing fodder, it can be used for growing other horticulture or medicinal or aromatic crops, right? That can be grown well in such areas. So we can use the land alternatively. So that is the meaning of alternate land use. Clear? Now I hope with this is clear to you. What is dryland agriculture, categories of it, then what are the problems associated with it, and what are the improved technologies which can be implemented or which can be done in dryland agriculture. Clear? So with this, I hope this topic is clear. Now let's solve the question that I have asked you, and that was asked to you in your 2023 examination. Which type of agriculture receives the rainfall between 750 to 1150 mm? So answer here will be, it will be option C, not C, sorry. It will be dryland agriculture, option D. Right? So we know dry agriculture, right? It received, dry agriculture, dry farming received rainfall less than 750 mm. Now you have to learn this range because it is very important for your exam. Dryland receive from 750 to 1150 mm, right? And your rainfed receive more than 1150 mm rainfall. Clear? So first let us see the questions that were there from this topic. So in your NABARD Grade A Phase 2 2020 examination, there was a question: what is the cropping pattern of sugarcane with a short span crop such as potato or onion called that can be harvested even before sugarcane reach maturity? So this was the question. Right now, if you can answer this question, well and good. Otherwise, we'll come back to the question and try to solve it afterwards, right? Next question is again from NABARD Grade A Phase 1 2021 examination. Question is growing of two or more crops simultaneously on same field is known as. Now next question, if I talk about, that was asked in your NABARD Grade A Phase 1 2023 examination. It says, which of the following involves raising morphologically and physiologically different crops that complement each other and succeeding crop have immense potential? Clear? So we'll come back to this also. Next question is, in which of the following cropping pattern 4 crops can be grown but 1 crop is cultivated before the harvest of previous crop? Again, question asked in NABARD Grade A Phase 1 2023 examination. One more question from 2024 examination. With sufficient irrigation facilities present, which of the following kind of cropping system can be followed? Okay, this was the question asked in your 2024 examination. Now you can see repeatedly every year, almost every year, there is a question from this particular topic. So ये topic बहुत important हो जाता है आपके exam point of view से. So what we are going to discuss in this particular lecture is basically what is cropping pattern and different type of cropping pattern, so that we can solve all these questions, right? Now let's move ahead and understand what is this cropping pattern. So basically student, cropping pattern is the proportion of area, okay, which is occupied by various crop at a particular period of time. किसी एक particular time में कितना area occupied है under any crop, that is called cropping pattern, right? So क्या है cropping pattern से, from the name itself it is suggesting the pattern which we are following for cropping, that is cropping pattern. Now let me give you example. Like for say I have a piece of land, ठीक है? Now and in Kharif season I decide to utilize my entire land for only one crop, that is rice. Okay, so I decide that I am not going to grow any other crop, I am only taking one crop, that is rice. Now this is a pattern which I have followed. I am not going for any other crop, only one crop. My other decision can be like I wanted to grow 2 crops. Like for say, I wanted to use half of my land for rice cultivation, half of my land for maize cultivation. Now again, I have followed another pattern where I have chosen 2 crops. So what will happen in that particular Kharif season? Some part of this land will be occupied by rice crop, some part will be occupied by maize crop. I can go for multiple. Again, I can use this crop, this land for rice, maize, and I can go for groundnut also, right? So you can see I can use this land in multiple ways. I can take either 1 crop, I can take or 2 crops, or I can take more than 2 crops, right? So it's totally on me what kind of pattern I am following. So when we see such thing, that is called cropping pattern, means the pattern in which we are growing the crop, that is cropping pattern. Clear? So what is cropping pattern? It is basically the proportion of area under various crop at a point of time. Clear? Now students, your cropping pattern can be of different type, right? There can be monocropping or monoculture. There can be multiple cropping. Now here I have given you the example where I am utilizing my entire land for only rice, then that will be called as monocropping because I am using only 1 crop. I am growing only 1 crop. But when I decide no, I should go for other crops as well. So along with rice I use maize, along with rice I grow maize and groundnut, then that will be called as multiple cropping pattern where I have chosen multiple crops. Okay? So based on the number of crops we are selecting or we are taking or we are growing, that will be on that basis, we have 2 types of cropping pattern, monocropping and multiple cropping. Now let's understand these types in detail. Okay, so what is monocropping? So students, monocropping is growing 1 crop in any particular season. Okay? Like I have given you the example where in Kharif season I have utilized the entire land to grow rice. So what I am doing here? I am doing monocropping. Clear? Now, there is a lot of confusion about monocropping, monoculture and sole cropping. Let me tell you the difference. So students, monocropping is what? It is land occupied by 1 crop during 1 season. किसी एक season में when our entire land is occupied by 1 crop, that is monocropping. Now, how this monocropping is possible? So for say in Kharif season, I have taken rice. I haven't taken any crop in Rabi season, right? So again, for that particular year only, I have taken only 1 crop. And for 1 season, I have taken rice, right? Other form of this, when I repeatedly do this thing, or what can I do? I can take राइस इन रबी सीजन. रबी सीजन में भी मैंने राइस को ही ग्रो किया. It is possible in some areas where irrigation facilities are there, right, where climatic condition is suitable for rice. So Rabi rice is also taken. So what I am doing, I am only growing rice in your Kharif season also, in your Rabi season also. So in one particular season, I have grown rice, monocropping. In Rabi season, I have grown rice, monocropping. Other form can be that in one season, I am taking rice, and in Rabi season, I am not taking any other crop, right? And students, if I follow or if I repeat this pattern year after year, like for the next year also, I am taking rice and rice or rice and nothing, right? So if I'm repeating this pattern year after year, then that will be called as monoculture. That will be called as monoculture. Monoculture kya hai? When same crop is grown year after year on a same piece of land, that is monoculture. Clear? So monocropping, monoculture, I hope it's clear to you. Now students, why this monocropping is done? So students, sometimes what can happen that farmer can have some limited facilities or farmer can have limited implements कि वो एक ही क्रॉप को ग्रो कर सकता है या एक ही क्रॉप के लिए उसके पास इनफ रिसोर्सेज हैं, तो इसलिए मोनोक्रॉपिंग होती है. बट there are various side effects of monocropping because we have learned this that when we take only one crop, ठीक है, एक ही crop को अगर हम repeatedly grow करेंगे एक piece of land में, what will happen? Same kind of nutrient will be depleted from the land and it can come टू अ पॉइंट दैट जहाँ पे उसकी फर्टिलिटी बिल्कुल जीरो हो जाए, सॉइल फर्टिलिटी इज लोअर्ड, एंड उससे क्या होगा, हमारा जो पोटेंशियल है सॉइल का दैट विल डिग्रेड, एंड हमारी जो फर्दर क्रॉप है दैट विल बी ऑफ नॉट गुड क्वालिटी, और हमें उतनी यील्ड नहीं मिलेगी. क्लियर? आई होप इट इज क्लियर नाउ व्हाट इज monocropping and monoculture. Now students, there is one more term which is known as sole cropping. ठीक है, sole cropping is again like a monocropping, but sole cropping मतलब क्या होता है कि when any piece of land is under some variety, any particular variety, when a piece of land is under one kind of variety, that is called as sole cropping. ठीक है, आपने राइस, खरीफ में आपने राइस ग्रो किया इस पे, बट राइस की अगर आपने 3 वेराइटीज ली है, दैट इज मोनोक्रॉपिंग. बट इफ यू हैव टेकन ओनली 1 वेराइटी ऑफ राइस टू ग्रो, टू यूटिलाइज और टू ग्रो अंडर दिस पर्टिकुलर फील्ड, तो दैट विल बी कॉल्ड एज सोल क्रॉपिंग. सोल क्रॉपिंग मतलब एक ही टाइप की आपने वेराइटी ली है फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर पीस ऑफ लैंड. ठीक है, आई होप नाउ इट्स क्लियर. I hope now it's clear what is monocropping and monoculture. ठीक है, now let's move ahead and let's discuss about the another type of cropping pattern which is multiple cropping. Now what is multiple cropping? Here we are growing 2 or more crops on a same field in a year. ठीक है, किसी एक particular year में हम किसी एक particular season या year में we are growing more than 2 or more than 2 crops. ठीक है, now students, multiple cropping is of again different types. It can be a sequential cropping, it can be a intercropping. ठीक है, what is the meaning of sequential and intercropping? Let us discuss. So if I talk about first sequential cropping, right? So what is sequential cropping? It is basically, it refers to growing of 2 or more crop in sequence on same piece of land. Like what kind of sequence? Example देते हैं, rice and wheat. ठीक है, आपने एक एग्रीकल्चर ईयर में, आपने एक पर्टिकुलर एग्रीकल्चर ईयर में आपने पहले राइस ग्रो किया, फिर यू ग्रो वीट, एंड यू आर फॉलोइंग दिस सीक्वेंस, राइट? दिस इज अ सीक्वेंस, दिस इज कॉल्ड अ सीक्वेंशियल क्रॉपिंग. हमने 2 क्रॉप ग्रो की है, राइट, एंड एक पर्टिकुलर ईयर में ग्रो की है, एक सीक्वेंस में ग्रो की है, दैट विल बी योर सीक्वेंशियल क्रॉपिंग. वी कैन ऑल्सो टेक राइस और pulses, in case of crop rotation, जहाँ पे हमें soil fertility को भी ध्यान रखना है, so we can take rice, pulses and wheat. So again, a kind of sequence have been followed. More than 2 crops have been grown in a particular year, so that will be your sequential cropping. So sequential cropping refer to growing of 2 or more crop in sequence on same piece of land in a farming year. Clear? So एक sequence में हमने 2 या 2 से ज़्यादा crop को grow किया है, that is sequential cropping. Clear? I hope this is clear what is sequential cropping. Now next we have is intercropping. Intercropping is basically, students, at a particular time we are growing more than 2 crop, right? जैसे कि मैंने एग्जाम्पल दिया था कि खरीफ सीजन में मैं राइस भी ग्रो कर रही हूँ, मैं मेज भी ग्रो कर रही हूँ, आई एम ऑल्सो गोइंग फॉर ग्राउंडनट. सो व्हाट आई एम डूइंग, आई एम यूटिलाइजिंग अ पीस ऑफ लैंड for growing multiple crops. That will be called as intercropping. Intercropping क्या है? Refers to growing 2 or more crop in a same field at a same time. ठीक है, किसी एक फील्ड में एक ही टाइम पे हम 2 या 2 से ज़्यादा क्रॉप्स को ग्रो करते हैं, and that will be called as intercropping. Intercropping are again of different types. First we have is mixed intercropping. What is mixed intercropping? यहाँ पे what we have done, we have not followed any sequence, we have just mixed all the seed, or we have just like for say this is your field, आपके पास 3 seeds है, आपके पास राइस है, आपके पास मेज है, आपके पास for say groundnut है. ठीक है, तो आपने क्या किया, you do not have followed any particular sequence, rather you have just distributed the seed and mixed all these seeds, right? So that will be called as mixed intercropping, जहाँ पे कोई particular sequence follow नहीं किया जाता है, rather the seed is broadcasted. ठीक है, seed is broadcasted. You can see in this picture बहुत सारी crops grow कर रही हैं एक साथ, right? So this is mixed intercropping. Next is row intercropping. Row intercropping क्या है? नाम से ही पता चल रहा है, row. किसी एक particular row में हम crop को grow कर रहे हैं. You can see multiple crops are growing in a definite row. This is called row intercropping. Clear? Then we have strip intercropping. So students, extended form of row intercropping is strip intercropping. Row intercropping में हम एक एक रो ग्रो कर रहे हैं particular crop की. In strip cropping, we are making a thick strip of a particular crop. यहाँ पे you can see a strip of maize is grown, a strip of soybean, a strip of oat is made here. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे हम क्या करते हैं, किसी एक क्रॉप की एक रो के बजाय हम यहाँ पे उसके 3-4 या उससे ज़्यादा या फिर यू कैन से 7-8 रोज हम एक क्रॉप की ग्रो करते हैं टू मेक अ स्ट्रिप. देन वी ग्रो अदर क्रॉप. ठीक है, अदर क्रॉप की स्ट्रिप, दूसरे क्रॉप की स्ट्रिप बनाएंगे. ठीक है, देन तीसरे क्रॉप की स्ट्रिप बनाएंगे. तो इन फॉर्म ऑफ स्ट्रिप्स द क्रॉप इज ग्रोन. ठीक है, यू कैन सी अ स्ट्रिप्स इज फॉर्म्ड ऑफ डिफरेंट क्रॉप. ठीक है, दिस इज कॉल्ड स्ट्रिप इंटरक्रॉपिंग. क्लियर? नाउ ये इसलिए किया जाता है क्योंकि अगर हम रो इंटरक्रॉपिंग करते हैं, देयर माइट बी कॉम्पिटिशन बिटवीन 2 क्रॉप्स. अगर आप रो में ग्रो करोगे, लाइक फॉर से दिस इज द रो ऑफ वन क्रॉप, दिस इज द रो ऑफ अदर क्रॉप, सो देयर आर हाई चांसेस ऑफ कॉम्पिटिशन बिकॉज दे आर इन क्लोज विसिनिटी. बट अगर हम स्ट्रिप में ग्रो करते हैं तो एक पर्टिकुलर लैंड आपने एलोकेट कर दिया है इस डिफरेंट क्रॉप के लिए, तो वहाँ पे कॉम्पिटिशन के चांसेस थोड़ा कम हो जाते हैं. क्लियर? नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज रिले इंटरक्रॉपिंग. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मल्टीपल टाइम्स क्वेश्चन हैव बीन आस्क्ड फ्रॉम हियर. ठीक है, रिले इंटरक्रॉपिंग क्या होती है स्टूडेंट्स? रिले इंटरक्रॉपिंग इज व्हेन वी आर growing or sowing the seed before harvest of previous crop. Let me give you the example. You can see here stubbles of rice crop. ठीक है, ये previously इस field में rice crop रही होगी, but इस rice के harvest से पहले हमने फॉर से कोई पल्स क्रॉप है, उसका सीड हमने यहाँ पे सो किया है. तो राइस के हार्वेस्ट से पहले, प्रीवियस क्रॉप के हार्वेस्ट से पहले वी सो अदर क्रॉप, दैट इज योर रिले क्रॉपिंग. ठीक है, रिले क्रॉपिंग रिले रेस की तरह ही है. आप लाइन से पहले ही अपना जो पार्सल है वो पास कर देते हो दूसरे एथलीट को, राइट? तो ये ऐसा क्यों किया जाता है कि आपको टाइम बचाना है ना, आपको टाइम बचाना है, यू वांटेड टू बी अहेड. तो इसी के लिए रिले क्रॉपिंग में भी क्या होता है, दैट बिफोर हार्वेस्टिंग ऑफ प्रीवियस क्रॉप यू ग्रो द राइस ऑफ यू ग्रो द सीड ऑफ अदर क्रॉप. ठीक है, आप अभी हार्वेस्ट होने में, राइस को हार्वेस्ट होने में 10-15 दिन है, उस 10-15 दिन में के पहले ही, हार्वेस्ट करने के पहले ही आपने पल्स क्रॉप लाइक फॉर से लेथाइरस का आपने सीड सो कर दिया इन बिटवीन राइस. व्हाई इट इज डन? बिकॉज देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ मॉइस्चर दैट इज प्रेजेंट इन द फील्ड. राइस हार्वेस्ट हो जाएगी, उसके बाद वो मॉइस्चर लॉस्ट हो जाएगा इन द फॉर्म ऑफ इवेपोरेशन. तो वी नीड टू यूटिलाइज दिस मॉइस्चर. और राइस ऑलरेडी अपनी हार्वेस्टिंग स्टेज पे आ चुकी है, तो उसको अब और मॉइस्चर की जरूरत नहीं है. सो वी कैन यूटिलाइज दिस दैट मॉइस्चर एंड वी कैन ग्रो अदर क्रॉप, और दैट क्रॉप कैन जर्मिनेट. उसके जर्मिनेशन के लिए फिर हमें कोई मॉइस्चर नहीं देना पड़ेगा फील्ड में. क्लियर? सो दैट इज कॉल्ड एज रिले इंटरक्रॉपिंग. क्लियर? I hope now all these things are clear to you. Now next type we have is multi-story or multi-level intercropping. So students, this is basically a type of intercropping or where we are utilizing the vertical height of different crops. You can see different height crops are grown together. तो हम यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं, different height की जो crop होती है we grow them together so that we can utilize the vertical height of these crop, right? So this is called as multi-story or multi-level cropping. 2 or more crop of different heights are grown simultaneously on a piece of land. ठीक है, this is called multi-story or multi-level cropping. So why it is done? Again, किसी एक particular piece of land से which is under one particular for say horticulture crop, आपके कोई land है, आपने उसको use किया है for the mango, फॉर द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ मैंगो. तो आपका जो मैंगो है उसको टाइम लगेगा अभी 7 से 10 साल टू कम इनटू द फुल प्रोडक्शन और टू कम इनटू द ब्लूम, राइट? सो आप उस टाइम को यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं एंड यू कैन ग्रो सम शॉर्ट हाइटेड क्रॉप अंडर द मैंगो ट्री, राइट? तो इस तरीके से मल्टी स्टोरी क्रॉपिंग की जाती है टू यूटिलाइज द लैंड एफिशिएंटली, और इनकम को बढ़ाने के लिए ये किया जाता है. क्लियर? नेक्स्ट इज कंपेनियन क्रॉपिंग. नाउ स्टूडेंट्स, लेट मी टॉक अबाउट कंपेनियन क्रॉपिंग. कंपेनियन क्रॉपिंग क्या होती है? Basically, companion crops क्या होती है? The crops that can be grown together, right? That are companion to each other. They can support or not, but yeah, they can grow with each other very well, right? Now a secondary crop here, when two crops, when they can grow alongside each other, so what we can do, we can grow them together, and we can, what we can do, we can increase the income from the field, right? So here what is done, usually the one example here is like we are growing sugarcane. Okay, sugarcane is a very long duration crop which take around 16 to 18 months to come into harvesting stage, right? So farmer will have to wait 16 to 18 months for getting return from the field. But what if we can grow some short duration crop while the sugarcane is still germinating or it is coming to its full stage, right? तो हम क्या करते हैं उस particular duration में short duration crops like जैसे कि potato, onion, this kind of crop can be grown in between sugarcane rows so that हमें income मिलती रहे और हमें 16 से 18 मंथ के बाद जो शुगर केन है उसका वेट ना करना पड़े. क्लियर? सो दिस इज द companion cropping, and this is one of the objective of companion cropping. So basically it is done to hasten the return from the land. Clear? So I hope now each type of intercropping is clear to you, and now let's try to solve these questions. So first question was, what is the cropping pattern of sugarcane with short span crops such as potato or onion called that can be harvested before sugarcane reach maturity? And answer for this will be companion cropping. We have just discussed. ठीक है, companion cropping का हमने अभी example discuss किया था, and that was the question that was asked to you in your exam. Clear? So I hope ये question answer हो गया होगा. Next question is, growing two or more crops simultaneously on same field is known as, right? So till now we have discussed a lot about this, right? Till now you might have guessed the right answer, and it is option A, which is multiple cropping. दो से ज़्यादा crop लगाते हैं, which is called multiple cropping. So answer will be option A, right? Next is, which of the following involves raising morphologically and physiologically different crop that complement each other? Succeeding crop can have immense potential. Now students, this was a tricky question. ठीक है? This question is regarding one of the cropping system or cropping pattern, sorry, that we have discussed already, but it is not asked directly. ठीक है? यहाँ पे if we read the line, it says it involved raising morphologically and physiologically different crops. ठीक है? That complement each other, okay. And succeeding crop have immense potential. Succeeding crops मतलब आने वाली crop का immense potential है. So basically students, this is the example, this is the type, this is the question regarding row intercropping, right? But if we see the options that were given was integrated farming, so it cannot be the answer. Integrated farming is completely different thing, okay? Supplementary cropping, okay, so let's see intensive cropping or extensive cropping. This can be again not be answered because intensive cropping or extensive cropping क्या है? Basically this is the different type of cropping system. ठीक है? तो cropping intensive में क्या किया जाता है? We intensify our input. ठीक है? एक्सटेंसिव क्रॉपिंग भी एक डिफरेंट टाइप की क्रॉपिंग होगी जहाँ पे हम एक्सटेंसिवली यूज़ करते हैं. लाइक फॉर से देखो, इंटेंसिव में क्या होता है कि हम एक पीस ऑफ लैंड में बहुत सारा इनपुट यूज़ कर लेते हैं. दैट इज इंटेंसिव क्रॉपिंग. हम ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि हमें रिटर्न्स चाहिए. एक्सटेंसिव क्रॉपिंग क्या होती है? हमारे पास लैंड बहुत है बट हमारे पास इनपुट कम है. तो हमारे पास इनपुट कम होने की वजह से हमारे पास प्रोडक्शन भी कम होता है, बट अगेन इट इज़ अ टाइप ऑफ एक्सटेंसिव क्रॉपिंग. ठीक है? तो अगेन ये क्वेश्चन का आंसर नहीं होगा. Then we have supplementary and complementary intensive intercropping system. देखो students, supplementary basically means that the crops that can supplement each other. ठीक है? Crop that can supplement each other, right? So supplement each other means that they can be grown together. They can be grown together. Okay? ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई एक crop दूसरे को benefit कर रही है या harm कर रही है, but yes, they can be grown together. Next is complementary intensive intercropping system. अब students, when we talk about this complementary crops हम कब ग्रो कर रहे हैं? एक तो हम companion, when we discussed about companion cropping, right? There we have discussed about complementary cropping. Complementary crops हम वहाँ पे ग्रो कर रहे थे. दूसरा, दो crops कहाँ पे involved थी? It was involved in row intercropping, right? So row intercropping में हमने क्या किया था? एक crop के पहले ही हमने दूसरी crop को ग्रो किया था. अब हमने एग्जाम्पल लिया था राइस एंड लेथाइरस का. लेथाइरस इज अ पल्स, राइट? सो राइस एंड लेथाइरस अगेन complement each other. That means they can be grown together for some part of time, and it is a form of intensive क्रॉपिंग. क्यों? क्योंकि हमने इनपुट ज़्यादा दे दिया है अपने पर्टिकुलर पीस ऑफ लैंड में, और ये इंटरक्रॉपिंग सिस्टम है. सो स्टूडेंट्स, यहाँ पे बेसिकली आंसर होगा कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री इंटेंसिव इंटरक्रॉपिंग सिस्टम. And now, from where this term has been taken? So when I researched about this particular question, so this was the term taken from any particular report, or there was some kind of publication जहाँ पे ये term use हुआ था for row intercropping. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे basically you can see rice and lathyrus, they are morphologically and physiologically different crops. ठीक है, and this lathyrus have a great potential if it is sown along with the rice crop as a relay crop. ठीक है, तो this was the answer of this particular question, which is option C, which is complementary intensive intercropping system. ठीक है, now what to do in case अगर ऐसा क्वेश्चन आपके अपकमिंग एग्जामिनेशन में आता है. तो लेट मी टेल यू, दीज आर द डिफिकल्ट टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस. ठीक है, ये आपके किसी बुक में नहीं मिलेगा. ठीक है, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो ये डिफिकल्ट टाइप के क्वेश्चन है. इफ यू नो द आंसर एंड यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट इनफ कि आप इसको करेक्ट अटेम्प्ट करेंगे, देन ओनली गो फॉर इट. अदरवाइज प्लीज डू नॉट अटेम्प्ट सच क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे 110% गलती होने के चांसेस है. क्लियर? सो दिस इज द क्वेश्चन. आई होप नाउ यू आर एबल टू सॉल्व इट. ठीक है, तो this was the answer. Now next question is, in which of the following cropping pattern 4 crops can be grown but 1 crop is cultivated before the harvest of previous crop? ठीक है, so again very easy, it's very direct question कि 1 crop is grown before the harvest of previous crop. So we have discussed it is relay intercropping. Very easy, right? चलो, next question is, with sufficient irrigation facilities present, which of the following kinds of cropping system can be followed? Okay, now we'll again understand the question first. With sufficient irrigation facilities. ठीक है, so students, if we have limited irrigation facilities, so can we take multiple crops on that piece of land? Because these multiple crops will have multiple different water requirement demand, right? And we have to fulfill it. So if we have sufficient irrigation facilities, then what kind of cropping system can we follow? So we can go for multiple cropping. Otherwise, if we do not have sufficient irrigation facilities, we have to either go for monocropping, right? That is the thing, only option we can only support, we have the irrigation only to support one crop, we will go for monocropping, right? So answer here will be multiple cropping. So first, from this question, what is the learning is, first read the question carefully. ठीक है, क्वेश्चन को रीड करना है. ऐसा नहीं कि यार हमने तो ये पढ़ा ही नहीं था कि इरिगेशन कौन सी क्रॉपिंग सिस्टम के लिए कितना इरिगेशन फैसिलिटीज रिक्वायर्ड है, अगर रिक्वायर्ड है तो कौन सा क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न होगा या कौन सा नहीं होगा. सो डू नॉट गेट पैनिक इन दैट सिचुएशन. अगर इस तरीके के क्वेश्चन आते हैं आपके एग्जामिनेशन में, प्लीज बी काम एंड रीड द line of the question first with sufficient irrigation facilities. ठीक है, तो it should click your mind कि हाँ, अगर हमारे पास इरिगेशन फैसिलिटीज है, मतलब वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट इनफ है प्रेजेंट, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग काइंड ऑफ क्रॉपिंग सिस्टम कैन बी फॉलोड. ठीक है, सो स्टूडेंट्स देखो, हियर मल्टीपल क्रॉपिंग विल बी द आंसर. क्यों? अब आप बोलोगे मैम इंटर क्रॉपिंग क्यों नहीं आंसर है, मल्टीपल क्रॉपिंग क्यों है? सो इंटर क्रॉपिंग में हमने देखा था कि देयर वाज सीक्वेंशियल क्रॉपिंग एंड मल्टीपल क्रॉपिंग. ठीक है, तो सीक्वेंशियल क्रॉपिंग भी तब भी लिया जा सकता है जब आपके पास लिमिटेड इरिगेशन रिसोर्सेज है, क्योंकि आप एक सीक्वेंस में ले रहे हो ना, एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम पे आपको कुछ वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट की जरूरत है, देन आपके नेक्स्ट सीजन में कुछ वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट की जरूरत है, तो आप एक पर्टिकुलर सीक्वेंस में ले रहे हो. दैट इज अगेन कैन बी डन अंडर लिमिटेड वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट. बट अगर आपको सफिशिएंट है तो यू कैन गो फॉर मल्टीपल, मतलब एक ही टाइम पे आप बहुत सारी क्रॉप्स को ग्रो कर सकते हो. सो मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट आंसर विल बी मल्टीपल क्रॉपिंग. अब मोनोक्रॉपिंग मोनोकल्चर तो आंसर होगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि मोनोक्रॉपिंग मोनोकल्चर के लिए हम एक ही क्रॉप ग्रो कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, तो again that is again done when we have limited resources. हमारे पास रिसोर्स ही कम है, तभी हम मोनोक्रॉप. Hi everyone, welcome to EduTap and welcome to this video. In this video we are going to discuss another important lecture under ARD simplified series and the topic is farming system. ठीक है, फार्मिंग सिस्टम को समझेंगे आज, एंड वी विल बी अंडरस्टैंडिंग डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ फार्मिंग सिस्टम्स दैट आर इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर योर एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. First of all, let us see previous year questions from this topic. Okay, if you know the question, if you know the answer, you can just solve it right now. Otherwise, don't worry, I'll be discussing all the concepts and at the end we'll be solving these questions together, right? So the first question that was asked to you in your examination was an interdependent, interrelated, often interlocking production system based on few crops, animals, and related subsidiary enterprises in such a way that maximize the utilization of resource of each system and minimize the negative effect of these enterprise on the environment is known as. Okay, this was the first question. Next question, in which of the following techniques plant are grown using a water-based nutrient solution rather than soil and can include an aggregate substrate or growing media such as vermiculite, coconut coir and perlite. Okay. Another question, what is slash and burn agriculture? Now all these questions are from the topic farming system. So let's understand first what is farming system and different types of farming system. So students, when I talk about farming system, what is it? It is basically an appropriate mix of farm enterprises, the means available to the farmer to raise them for profitability. So basically, farming system is the mixing of all farm enterprises. Okay, if a farmer have a farm, right, in that farm, farmer is doing different activities like crop production, activities like livestock rearing, activities like piggery, fisheries, poultry and so and so. Okay, there can be different enterprises on a farm. Now how the farmer is integrating all these enterprises in such a way that the farmer can raise the profitability. So this is known as farming system. Farming system kya hai? Basically it is the mixing of all enterprises, all the enterprises that is there in the farm with the of a farmer, and in order to raise profitability. ठीक है, प्रॉफिट को बढ़ाने के लिए सारे एंटरप्राइजेस का मिक्स करना, that is called as farming system. ठीक है, I hope it is clear. It is appropriate mix of farm enterprises and the means available to the farmers. ठीक है, now let us understand this through an example. So students, what can be the different farm enterprises a farmer can have in his farm? So like for say, farmer has one enterprise of crop production, ठीक है, and another enterprises of livestock rearing. ठीक है, these farmer has these two enterprises. This is example to understand what is farming system. ठीक है, this is enterprise 1, this is enterprise 2. Now farming system क्या है? इन दोनों को appropriately use करना so that farmer can raise the profitability. How can it be done? So like for say in crop production, what will happen? The farmer will grow crops, right? Now after growing crops, okay, after harvesting crops, the leftover of crop can be used for livestock feeding, right? So the crop straw, the dust or the waste product of crop, whichever is left, can be used for feeding livestock, right? And students, what will happen? The livestock will generate compost here, okay? Compost or the waste material of livestock, we can say, which is the organic manure that can be used for crop production, right? So now what is this? This is a system which has been created. Okay? The resource of one enterprise is being utilized in other enterprise, right? And why we are doing so? So that we can increase the profitability. See, if we do not have this livestock rearing here, what the farmer would have to do? Farmer would have to purchase that organic manure from some other source. That will increase the cost of production of crop production enterprise, right? So basically the aim of farming system is to utilize the resource of all the different farm enterprises in such a way that profitability can be increased. ठीक है? So this is your farming system. Now students, let us discuss different types of farming system. So we have traditional farming system, we have semi-commercial farming system, and we have commercial farming system. So what do we understand by these? So traditional farming system is basically the farming system where we are using all the traditional methods of farming. ठीक है, so जो पुराने जमाने से farming system होती आ रही है, that is called as traditional farming system. यहाँ पे the old techniques, the old knowledge of doing farming is applied, right? So this is traditional farming system. इसके example है subsistence farming system and shifting cultivation. Okay, subsistence farming system and shifting cultivation are the type of traditional farming system. अब subsistence farming system क्या होता है? I'll discuss this in coming slide. But let's understand here what is shifting cultivation. So traditional का मतलब I hope you have understood. Traditional मतलब where we are using traditional technology, where we are using old technology for doing farming, right? Like for example, earlier wooden plows were used to plow the land, right? ट्रैक्टर्स नहीं होते थे तो वुडन प्लोज वर यूज टू टिल द लैंड. तो वो क्या है? ट्रेडिशनल टेक्निक है. सो जो आपका सबसिस्टेंस फार्मिंग सिस्टम है, शिफ्टिंग कल्टीवेशन है, यहाँ पे आपके जो ट्रेडिशनल टेक्निक्स है वो यूज होती थी. सो बेसिकली दैट इज ट्रेडिशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम. अब इसमें जो शिफ्टिंग कल्टीवेशन है वो क्या है? लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड. सो शिफ्टिंग कल्टीवेशन इज बेसिकली स्टूडेंट्स हेयर एक डिफरेंट टाइप की ट्रेडिशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम जो चली आ रही है, अब नहीं होती है बट हाँ पहले होती थी. इसमें क्या होता था कि फार्मर्स दे एक्वायर अ लैंड, दे कट ऑल द वेजिटेशन दैट इज देयर प्रेजेंट ओवर दैट पीस ऑफ लैंड एंड दे ट्राई टू कल्टिवेट दैट लैंड. ठीक है, तो अब क्या हो गया? फॉर एटलीस्ट 5 to 7 years they will grow a particular crop on that piece of land. 5-6 साल अगर आप एक ही क्रॉप को एक पर्टिकुलर पीस ऑफ लैंड में ग्रो करोगे, व्हाट विल हैपन? द प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ लैंड विल डिक्रीज, राइट? नाउ what they will do, they will shift to another land. Okay, once the productivity of this land is decreased, they will shift to another land and they will leave this land for restoration purpose, right? So after 6 to 7 years they will return back to again this land. So this is why this is called shifting cultivation. They are shifting from one piece of land to another piece of land. ठीक है, so shifting cultivation is also known as slash and burn agriculture. ठीक है, slash and burn agriculture, because I have told you here what farmers are doing. Farmers are cutting down, burning down all the vegetation that is present over that piece of land, okay, and then cultivating it. It is also known as zoom cultivation. Okay, zoom cultivation. This is the name of this type of cultivation. When it is done, it is known as zoom cultivation. Means popularly it is famous as a zoom cultivation. ठीक है, so these are the different names of your shifting cultivation. Clear? I hope shifting cultivation is clear. And again, this is a traditional type of farming system that used to be there, right? Now students, next subsistence, I am going to talk about subsistence in coming slide. Next we have is semi-commercial system and commercial system. So what is commercial and semi-commercial? Basically in commercial system, all the new advanced techniques and technologies are used to do farming. ठीक है, जो अभी कमर्शियली हम यूज कर रहे हैं, बहुत लार्ज स्केल में जो किया जाता है, राइट? जहाँ पे हम सारे नए एडवांस टेक्निक्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजीज को यूज करते हैं फॉर ग्रोइंग द क्रॉप इज कमर्शियल सिस्टम. एंड इन बिटवीन योर ट्रेडिशनल एंड कमर्शियल सिस्टम वी हैव सेमी कमर्शियल सिस्टम. ठीक है, ट्रेडिशनल और कमर्शियल के बीच में आता है सेमी कमर्शियल सिस्टम, वेयर वी आर यूजिंग सम ट्रेडिशनल टेक्नोलॉजीज एज वेल एज सम एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी इन ऑर्डर टू डू फार्मिंग सिस्टम. दैट इज नोन एज सेमी कमर्शियल सिस्टम. Clear? Now I hope from this particular slide it is clear what is farming system. Farming system क्या है? It is the appropriate mix of different enterprises in order to increase profitability. Now farming systems are of different types: traditional, commercial, semi-commercial. Traditional क्या है? Where we are using old techniques and technologies for doing the farming. Clear? Then commercial में, in commercial we are not using old techniques, rather we are using all kind of modern and advanced techniques to do farming. That is commercial system. And in between your traditional and commercial comes semi-commercial farming system, right? Where we are using some of the traditional techniques and some of the advanced techniques to do farming system. That will be your semi-commercial farming system. I hope it is clear. Now in traditional we discussed about subsistence and shifting cultivation. Subsistence cultivation is what? Now let us discuss about it. Subsistence cultivation is basically, student, a type of cultivation where the farming is done to just sustain the family, where farmer do not have enough land and they are growing crop just to sustain their family, just to fulfill the requirement of family. That is known as subsistence agriculture or subsistence farming system, right? Again, this is a form of traditional farming system. Why? Because in traditional, again in subsistence agriculture, what happens? Farmer has limited land. Farmer cannot use more advanced techniques farmer cannot use more implements, or we can say farmers do not have enough money to invest on the land, right? So they will use traditional and old method of doing farming, and they will grow the crop just to meet the family requirement. That is the subsistence farming system. Clear? Again, a form of traditional farming system, right? So I hope now all these things are clear to you. Now students, let us discuss the types of farming systems that are followed in India, or that are seen in India. Okay? So first we have a subsistence farming system. I have told you what is subsistence farming system, where farmer is growing crop just to maintain the livelihood of his family, or just for the survival of his family, right? So this is subsistence farming system, and this is one of the farming system that is found in India. ठीक है? तो mostly India में, as farmers have limited land, so they are doing subsistence farming system. Again, this is a traditional method. So अभी भी traditional and orthodox techniques and technologies are being used here. इसीलिए productivity भी कम होती है subsistence farming system की. ठीक है? तो यहाँ पे प्रोडक्टिविटी भी कम होगी आपकी सब्सिस्टेंस फार्मिंग सिस्टम में, और इसीलिए फार्मर सिर्फ अपनी फैमिली के लिए ही ग्रो कर पाते हैं, राइट? सो दिस इज योर फर्स्ट टाइप ऑफ फार्मिंग सिस्टम दैट इज फॉलोड इन इंडिया. नेक्स्ट, इन इंडिया वी हैव कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम. नाउ अब जब जो बड़े फार्मर्स होते हैं, जिनके पास बड़ी लैंड होती है, ज़्यादा एरिया होता है, राइट, तो देयर कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम इज फॉलोड. व्हाट इज कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम स्टूडेंट्स? बेसिकली in this type of farming system, all kind of conventional method or all kinds of things are used. Like there will be use of pesticides, there will be use of insecticide, there will be use of herbicide, there will be use of modern techniques, there will be use of implements, will be very new and recent implement will be used, right? So that is conventional farming system. But students, the conventional farming, the drawback of this conventional farming system is that we do not take into consideration that in the conventional farming system the farmer do not take into the consideration of environment health. ठीक है? environment health को consider नहीं किया जाता है. So if all the chemicals, everything is being used freely in any on any land, that is your conventional farming system. ठीक है? यहाँ पे the only and only aim is to maximize the profit. Here in conventional farming, the only aim of farmer is to maximize the profit. ठीक है? Profit maximization ही एक पॉइंट रहता है कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम का. उसके बाद उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि वहाँ पे वो केमिकल्स यूज कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, कुछ ऐसा ऐड कर रहे हैं जो रेसिडुअल इफेक्ट क्रिएट कर सकता है सॉइल में, एनवायरनमेंट को हैम्पर कर सकता है. That is not considered here. The only main objective of conventional farming is to maximize the profitability. ठीक है? So this is your unconventional farming system, which is again one of the type of farming system followed in India. Now students, in order to prevent environmental hazards जो agriculture से होते हैं, there are alternate farming system. There is a alternate farming system also, ठीक है, in which farmer do not use chemicals, they do not use any kind of things that can harm environment, that can harm soil. Okay, so that type of farming system is known as alternate farming system, and one such alternate farming system example is organic farming. ठीक है? Organic farming. Now this is something which जो नया नहीं होगा आप सभी के लिए. Organic farming आप सब जानते होंगे. Organic farming क्या है? यहाँ पे we are growing crop organically. ठीक है? So we are only using the natural resources. अगर हमें pesticide use करना है, we will be using biopesticides. और वी विल बी यूजिंग अगर हमें फर्टिलाइजर यूज करना है तो वी विल बी यूजिंग बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स और ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर, राइट? वी विल नॉट यूज एनी काइंड ऑफ केमिकल्स हियर. ठीक है? किसी भी तरीके का कोई भी केमिकल्स विच इंक्लूड योर पेस्टिसाइड, हर्बिसाइड इज नॉट यूज हियर. रादर वी विल यूज ओनली द लिविंग फॉर्म ऑफ दैट. ईदर बायो पेस्टिसाइड इज यूज, ईदर बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स आर यूज. ठीक है? ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर्स आर यूज हियर. तो दैट इज ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग सिस्टम. अब पर्पस क्या है ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग सिस्टम का? देखो स्टूडेंट्स, व्हेन कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम वाज अडॉप्टेड, ऑब्वियसली कुछ टाइम पीरियड में हमें उसके इम्पैक्ट देखने को मिलेगा. सॉइल फर्टिलिटी डिग्रेड होगी, एनवायरमेंटल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज होंगे. सो दैट्स वाई नाउ मोर एंड मोर फार्मर्स आर more and more farmers are educated regarding this organic farming system. और आपने देखा होगा जो food और जो product होता है agriculture product which is sell under organic label, that is costly also, right? क्योंकि बहुत अभी कम land है organic farming के अंदर, और दिस टाइप ऑफ फार्मिंग सिस्टम, इस फार्मिंग सिस्टम का ऑब्जेक्टिव ये है कि हमें एनवायरमेंटल इम्बैलेंस क्रिएट नहीं करना है. वी डू नॉट हैव टू यूज एनी काइंड ऑफ केमिकल्स, ठीक है, और हमें जो भी क्रॉप ग्रो करनी है, जो भी एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट ग्रो करना है, दैट वी हैव टू ग्रो ऑर्गेनिकली, ठीक है. सो दिस इज द अनदर टाइप ऑफ फार्मिंग सिस्टम विच इज फॉलोड इन इंडिया, विच इज alternate farming system. And you know there are different types of alternate farming system जहाँ पे आपके कन्वेंशनल फार्मिंग सिस्टम वाली टेक्निक्स यूज नहीं होती है, बट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, जो आपके एग्जाम के लिए भी इंपॉर्टेंट है. क्लियर? नाउ वी हैव अनदर टाइप ऑफ few other types of farming system in India. First we have is specialized farming system. Now students, आपने देखा होगा in some farms only sugarcane is grown, in some farms only tobacco is grown, in some farms only cotton is grown. So basically this is why, क्योंकि जो फार्मर है दे आर स्पेशलाइज्ड इन दैट टाइप ऑफ फार्मिंग, ठीक है. इन स्पेशलाइज्ड फार्मिंग सिस्टम यूजुअली 1 or 2 एंटरप्राइजेज आर टेकन, ठीक है, 1 या 2 क्रॉप ग्रो की जाती है, बट more than 50% of income from that farm is coming from one crop. Like for say there are 2 crops like sugarcane and potato, right? So if any farmer will have a particular amount of land, so he is going sugarcane and potato both. But if the sugarcane, if more than 50% of the income is coming from the sugarcane, then that is the main source of income for that farm. Potato is just another source, right? So this is called specialized farming system, where you know more than 50% of income is coming from one enterprise. And why this is happening? Because that farmer has become specialized in that particular enterprise. और उस farmer के पास अगर कोई फार्मर स्पेशलाइज हो गया है शुगर केन प्रोडक्शन के लिए, सो ऑल द टेक्नोलॉजीज, ऑल द इक्विपमेंट्स, ऑल द इम्प्लीमेंट्स विद दैट फार्मर, जो फार्मर के पास शुगर केन प्रोडक्शन के लिए ही होंगे, तो वो क्या करेगा, उस पर ही काम करेगा, एंड ही विल what he will do that type of farming, ठीक है. So this is called specialized farming system. Clear? Next we have is integrated farming system. Now what is integrated farming system, students? Again, one of the type of farming system followed in India is specialized farming system, right? Then we have integrated farming system. What is integrated farming system? So students, in integrated farming system, we are mixing all the enterprise, we are mixing all the different enterprise in such a way that it do not have, you know, we are, देखो farming system में हमने enterprise को mix तो किया ही है, but हमारा objective क्या है? When we are, you know, mixing all the enterprise in such a way that हमें profitability को बढ़ाना है, as well as environment consequences को कम करना है, then that will be called as integrated farming system. Integrated farming system क्या है? When we are, you know, when we are mixing all the enterprises, कि हमारा जो profitability है वो increase हो सके, as well as environmental जो hazards हैं उनको कम कर सके, that is called integrated farming system. तो basically integrated farming system का मतलब ये है कि इस तरीके से हमें करना है कि हमें environmental impacts को कम करना है. Clear? So that will be your another type of farming system which is followed in India. So I hope it is clear to you. Now students, apart from this, there are some modern farming techniques which we have to discuss. What is modern farming? Modern farming is basically again where modern techniques and technologies are used. ठीक है, अभी तक जो भी हम बात कर रहे थे, that farming is done in field, in open area, right? Some of the farming is done in lab, in closed condition also, right? So these are called modern farming systems, where the advanced, recent, usually you know, अभी भी ये modern farming system कम adopted है, but yes, they are the most recent and advanced form of a farming system that are there, right? Now what are the different type of modern farming system that we have is first hydroponics. What is hydroponics? Hydroponics में basically क्या होता है? In hydroponics we are not using soil here, ठीक है. Instead of soil, for supporting the plant, other type of material like vermiculite, coco peat, perlite, these things are used. You can see here. और हम क्या करते हैं? We are supplying nutrient and water mix to the plant root, ठीक है. हम plant root में एक nutrient water nutrient mix को supply करते हैं, and that nutrient is taken, that water and nutrient is taken by plant, and then plant grow. So basically here we are not using soil. Soil यहाँ पे use नहीं होती है, that's why it is also known as सॉइल लेस कल्चर, सॉइल लेस कल्चर, ठीक है। सो दिस इज योर हाइड्रोपोनिक्स, जहाँ पे हमने क्या किया, न्यूट्रिएंट रिच मीडिया और न्यूट्रिएंट सोल्यूशन को यूज किया है फॉर ग्रोइंग द क्रॉप। क्लियर। नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज एरोपोनिक्स। व्हाट इज एरोपोनिक्स? सो स्टूडेंट्स, एरोपोनिक्स में क्या होता है, हियर हमने क्या, इन हाइड्रोपोनिक्स हमने पानी को सप्लाई किया प्लांट रूट पे, एंड प्लांट रूट ने पानी से न्यूट्रिएंट एंड वाटर एब्जॉर्ब किया एंड प्लांट ग्रो, राइट। एरोपोनिक्स में वी आर नॉट डायरेक्टली supplying water to the plant root, rather what we are doing, we are creating a mist environment condition. अब ये जो mist बनती है, ये again that nutrient media की बनती है, nutrient solution की बनती है, ठीक है। और इस mist से फिर जो mist environment है उससे plants water, moisture and nutrient absorb करेंगे and plant will grow, that is called aeroponics, ठीक है। डायरेक्टली प्लांट टच नहीं करेगा, सॉरी डायरेक्टली वाटर टच नहीं करेगा आपके प्लांट रूट को, रादर जो वाटर है उसके मिस्ट क्रिएट कर दिया जाएगा और उस मिस्ट से ही प्लांट रूट वाटर और न्यूट्रिएंट को एब्जॉर्ब करेंगे एंड दे विल ग्रो, ठीक है। देन वी हैव इज एक्वापोनिक सिस्टम। व्हाट इज एक्वापोनिक सिस्टम स्टूडेंट्स? सो बेसिकली इन एक्वापोनिक्स आपका जो फिशेस हैं दे आर ग्रोन एज वेल एज आपकी जो क्रॉप है वो ग्रो की जाती है, ठीक है। तो दिस इज द इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ बेसिकली फिशरीज एंड क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन। अब कैसे किया जाता है, देखो, फिशेज आर ग्रोन इन अ पॉन्ड, ठीक है। नाउ दिस फिशेज विल एक्सक्रीट सम काइंड ऑफ वेस्ट प्रोडक्ट एंड फिशेज एक्सक्रीट अमोनिया बेसिकली, ठीक है। नाउ दिस वाटर विच इज ammonical rich water will be supplied to the plant root. Plant will absorb the ammonia, plant will absorb the nutrient from that water and plant will grow. And the filtered plant filtered water, ठीक है, जो water filter हो गया है, plant ने ammonia absorb कर लिया, right, and the water that is left is again drained back to this pond, ठीक है। एक recycle system बनाया जाता है, this is called as aquaponic system, ठीक है, जहाँ पे फिश कल्टिवेशन भी होता है एंड क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन भी होता है, ठीक है। देन वी हैव इज टिश्यू कल्चर सिस्टम। व्हाट इज टिश्यू कल्चर सिस्टम स्टूडेंट्स? दिस इज अनदर टाइप ऑफ मॉडर्न फार्मिंग सिस्टम जहाँ पे हम लैब में प्लांट को ग्रो कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। तो लैब में कैसे प्लांट को ग्रो कर रहे हैं? बेसिकली हियर वी आर यूजिंग एनी पार्ट ऑफ प्लांट, ठीक है, कोई भी पार्ट ऑफ प्लांट, इट कैन बी लीफ, इट कैन बी रूट, इट कैन बी सीड, इट कैन बी एनी पार्ट, ठीक है। एंड वी आर प्लेसिंग दैट पार्ट इनटू ग्रोइंग मीडिया। ये जो आप वाइट देख रहे हो, दिस इज अ ग्रोइंग मीडिया। ग्रोइंग मीडिया में वो पार्ट को रख दिया जाता है, कंडीशंस प्रोवाइड की जाती है, एंड दैट पार्ट विच वी हैव प्लेस्ड will grow into new plant. You can see in these test tube new plants are growing. This is called tissue culture. Means हमने एक टिश्यू से पूरा प्लांट कल्चर कर दिया, that is known as tissue culture. Clear? I hope now hydroponics, aeroponics, aquaponics, tissue culture ये clear है. Now next we have few other important terminologies. So vertical farming. What is vertical farming students? You see farming is done in this vertical stack. ठीक है, जब लैंड कम होती है तो what we do, we utilize the vertical space. So you can see here vertical space is being utilized and these towers are built और यहाँ पे vertically crop को grow किया जाता है, that is your vertical farming, ठीक है। Then we have precision agriculture. So students, precision agriculture क्या है? When we are precisely managing the part of field, ठीक है। Usually होता क्या है कि if there is a problem in this part of field, ठीक है, for say यहाँ पे अगर कोई न्यूट्रिएंट डेफिशिएंसी आ गई है तो हम क्या करते हैं, यूजुअल प्रैक्टिस इज टू थ्रो और टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट और टू ब्रॉडकास्ट फर्टिलाइजर ऑन एंटायर फील्ड, ठीक है। जरूरत नहीं है, जरूरत इसी पार्ट में है, तो व्हाट इज डन इन प्रिसिजन एग्रीकल्चर, दैट पार्ट इज आइडेंटिफाइड, प्रिसाइजली देखा जाता है कि किस पार्ट में क्या ज़रूरत है, कौन से एरिया में क्या ज़रूरत है, कहाँ पे वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट की ज़रूरत है, कहाँ पे फर्टिलाइजर की जरूरत है, अकॉर्डिंगली दैट पार्ट इज ट्रीटेड, ठीक है। सो दिस इज नोन एज प्रिसिजन एग्रीकल्चर, व्हेन प्रिसाइजली वी आर इंस्पेक्टिंग द साइट विच नीड आवर अटेंशन एंड देन वी आर ट्रीटिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर साइट। इसको साइट स्पेसिफिक एग्रीकल्चर भी कहते हैं, ठीक है। सो दैट इज प्रिसिजन एग्रीकल्चर। नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज एग्रीकल्चर इंटेंसिफिकेशन, अनदर टर्म दैट आप सुनोगे। तो एग्रीकल्चर इंटेंसिफिकेशन क्या होता है? बेसिकली स्टूडेंट्स इट इंक्लूड कि इंटेंसिफिकेशन मतलब क्या होता है कि हम इंटेंसिफाई कर देते हैं इनपुट्स को, ठीक है। तो प्रोसेस ऑफ इंक्रीजिंग इनपुट्स ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर रिसोर्सेज, जितने भी हमारे एग्रीकल्चर रिसोर्सेज हैं वो जो जितने भी इनपुट हैं हम इंटेंसिवली उनको यूज करते हैं, और ऐसा हम क्यों करते हैं? टू इंक्रीज द प्रोडक्टिविटी, ठीक है, दैट इज नोन एज एग्रीकल्चर इंटेंसिफिकेशन, ठीक है, टू इंक्रीज द लेवल ऑफ यील्ड पर यूनिट फार्म और पास्चर, ठीक है, दैट इज एग्रीकल्चर इंटेंसिफिकेशन. नेक्स्ट इज सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर. व्हाट इज सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर? बेसिकली हमें एग्रीकल्चर इस तरीके से करना है so that we can meet our demand as well as the demand of our future generation. दैट इज सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर. ऐसा नहीं करना है कि हमने अभी सारे रिसोर्सेज को अपने लिए यूटिलाइज कर लिया एंड फ्यूचर जनरेशन इज डिप्राइव ऑफ दैट. सो वी हैव टू बेसिकली डू अ सस्टेनेबल टाइप ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर वेयर वी आर मीटिंग आवर ओन डिमांड as well as looking after the demand of our future generation. Clear? So that is the meaning of sustainable agriculture. And then we have climate resilient agriculture. So what is climate resilient agriculture? एक और टर्म है जो आपने सुना होगा recently, न्यूज़ में काफ़ी है, राइट, काफ़ी इस पर बात भी हो रही है. तो बेसिकली क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट एग्रीकल्चर क्या है स्टूडेंट्स, कि हम कितने तैयार है चेंजिंग क्लाइमेट, हमारा एग्रीकल्चर कितना तैयार है for the changing climate. We know global warming is happening, climate is changing, right? So and we also know that agriculture is usually dependent on climate. Climate में बहुत सारी चीज़ें depend होती है agriculture की, right? So ability of agriculture system to anticipate and prepare for as well as adapt to or absorb and recover from the impact of changes in climate and extreme weather, that is called climate resilient agriculture. मतलब changing environment, changing climate के साथ हमारा agriculture कितना prepare है, कि अगर हमारा अगर climate change होता है तो agriculture हमें कितना sustain कर सकता है, that is known as climate resilient agriculture. ठीक है? So I hope these concepts are also clear. Now why I have discussed all these things, because ये आपको terms कहीं ना कहीं सुनने को मिलेगी, ठीक है? So you should know what are these things. और अगर इससे डायरेक्टली आपके एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आ जाता है, दैट इज ऑल्सो अगेन कि आप उसको कर सको, राइट. क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट से भी एक बार क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था, क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट एग्रीकल्चर से, ठीक है. चलो नाउ लेट्स सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन. सो फर्स्ट इज एन इंटरडिपेंडेंट interrelated of an interlocking production system based on few crops, animal and related subsidiary enterprises in such a way maximizes utilization of resources of each system, minimizes negative. Now here the thing is minimizes the negative effect of these enterprises on the environment is known as. So will it be the specialized farming system? No. Organic farming system? No. Subsistence farming system? No. So answer will be integrated farming system. ठीक है, हमने डिस्कस कर लिया कैसे. आंसर विल बी इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सिस्टम. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, इन विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग टेक्निक प्लांट्स आर ग्रोन यूजिंग वाटर बेस्ड न्यूट्रिएंट सोल्यूशन रादर देन सॉइल. ठीक है, रादर देन सॉइल मतलब सॉइल नहीं यूज होगा, ठीक है. एंड कैन इंक्लूड एग्रीगेट सबस्ट्रेट फॉर ग्रोइंग मीडिया लाइक सच एज वर्मिकुलाइट, कोकोनट, परलाइट, कोकोनट कॉयर एंड परलाइट. तो एरोपोनिक्स विल नॉट बी द आंसर, एक्वापोनिक्स विल नॉट बी द आंसर. सो आंसर विल बी हाइड्रोपोनिक्स. ठीक है, आई होप अंडरस्टूड है हाइड्रोपोनिक्स कैसे आंसर है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट इज स्लैश एंड बर्न एग्रीकल्चर. ठीक है, सो स्टूडेंट्स हियर लेट्स सी ऑप्शंस. ऑर्गेनिक कल्टीवेशन विल नॉट बी द आंसर, राइट. नोमैडिक हर्डिंग क्या होता है, आई विल टेल यू. सब्सिस्टेंस फार्मिंग नहीं होगा, ठीक है. नोमैडिक हर्डिंग क्या होता है कि नोमैडिक हर्डिंग इज बेसिकली यहाँ पे कुछ ट्राइब्स होती हैं, दे आर कॉल्ड नोमैड्स, राइट. दे कैरी लाइफ स्टॉक फ्रॉम वन प्लेस टू अनदर प्लेस इन सर्च ऑफ पास्चर. ठीक है, जहाँ पे उनको पास्चर मिल जाता है दे सेटल देयर फॉर फ्यू टाइम्स एंड देन दे अगेन मूव फॉरवर्ड. सो सच टाइप ऑफ फार्मिंग इज नोन एज नोमैडिक फार्मिंग और नोमैडिक हर्डिंग. ठीक है, तो दिस इज ऑल्सो नॉट द आंसर. आंसर विल बी जूम कल्टिवेशन. आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू स्लैश एंड बर्न, ये कहाँ पढ़ा था हमने, शिफ्टिंग कल्टिवेशन में, राइट. So I hope now all these topics, all these things are clear to you and you have enjoyed the lecture. If you have, please let me know. That's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much.
Today's video is plant nutrients. Again, a very important topic for your exam, because we have seen multiple questions that were there in the examination from this topic, right? So first I'm going to tell you what were those questions, and then we are going to discuss about plant nutrients, and again at the end we'll try to solve those questions, right? So let's start by first seeing what were the questions in the examination that was there from this topic. So first question is, which of the following is our major nutrient? So this question was asked to you in NABARD Grade A Phase 1 2018 examination. ठीक है, 2018 में ये पूछा गया था. Next question is again from Phase 1 2018 NABARD Grade A exam. So question was, which element is a basic component of proteins and impart green color to the plants? ठीक है,
Next question was asked in your phase 2 of 2018 examination, and the question was, which of the following nutrient is useful for thickening of cell wall? ठीक है, and this is a question for, this is a phase 2 question. चलो, next question is, uh, which of the following is a macronutrient? And this question was asked in NABARD Grade A phase 2 2019 examination. ठीक है, you can see multiple questions are there from this particular topic, and this recently in 2024 examination this particular question was there, that what is the role of calcium in plant life cycle, right? So you have given three options: structure, stability of cell membrane, neutralize organic acid, constitute of chlorophyll. So these were three statement givens, and you have to find out the role of calcium in plant life cycle. Now students, in order to answer all these questions, we have to understand few things. We have to understand first what are different plant nutrients, their classification, and their role in plant, right? So all these things we will be understanding in this particular lecture. So first let's understand by understanding essentiality of plant nutrient. Basically, what does I mean by essentiality of plant nutrient? Basically is like which nutrients are essential for plant, how we will determine which nutrients are essential for plant, right? So there are some criteria given by Anand and Stout, right? So initially Anand and Stout worked for essentiality of plant nutrient, means they worked out that which nutrient are essential for plant, and later on Anand in 1952 again proposed the criteria of essentiality of mineral for plants, right? So basically there were few categories or few criteria given. If any particular nutrient fall in these criteria, then that nutrient will be called as essential plant nutrient. ठीक है? And what were those criteria? So students, the first criteria is deficiency of element result in failure of complete life cycle of plant. Means if any particular nutrient is deficient, is found deficient in plant, so plant will not be able to complete life cycle, right? If there is such nutrient, that will be considered as essential nutrient. Also, the second criteria was the deficiency of one element cannot be corrected by supplying any other element. Means if there is a deficiency of nitrogen in plant, so we cannot correct nitrogen. If we cannot correct the nitrogen deficiency by applying any other element, again nitrogen is then that nitrogen or that element will become important for plant, right? Next is the element must be directly involved in the nutrition and metabolism of plant. So any element which is directly involved in nutrition and metabolism of plant, that will be considered as essential. And any particular nutrient following following in the category of these three criteria will be considered as essential plant nutrient. Clear? I hope now it's clear what is essentiality of plant nutrient. Essentiality, first of all you have to learn essentiality of plant nutrient was given by Anand and Stout. ठीक है, Anand and Stout ने essentiality of plant nutrient ने दिया था. Initially Anand and Stout they both worked on it, later on it was reworked by Anand. ठीक है, अब ये essentiality of plant nutrient क्या है? Basically it gives us criteria कि किस क्राइटेरिया के बेस पे हम बोलेंगे कि कोई पर्टिकुलर न्यूट्रिएंट इंपॉर्टेंट या एसेंशियल है प्लांट के लिए. सो तीन क्राइटेरिया है. पहला क्राइटेरिया है कि अगर किसी न्यूट्रिएंट की डेफिशिएंसी result in failure of life cycle of plant, then that nutrient will be considered as essential. Next criteria is कि उस nutrient की deficiency से, means if that nutrient is found deficient, we cannot correct it by supplying any other nutrient. ठीक है. And third criteria is that it should be directly involved in nutrition and metabolism of plant. So कोई particular mineral, कोई particular nutrient which fit in these three criteria will be considered as essential plant nutrient. ठीक है. For example, let's take the example of nitrogen for say or phosphorus or potassium. ठीक है. So there are different nutrients which are important for plant, right? So we will say them essential only if they are if they are deficient and it leads to a failure of plant life cycle, तो ये important होगा. ठीक है, नाइट्रोजन की अगर हम deficiency से plant life cycle complete नहीं कर पा रहा है, then इट विल फॉल अंडर द क्राइटेरिया ऑफ एसेंशियल प्लांट न्यूट्रिएंट। दूसरा कि नाइट्रोजन की डेफिशिएंसी हम किसी और न्यूट्रिएंट से के सप्लाई करने से नहीं पूरी कर पा रहे हैं, अगेन दैट विल नाइट्रोजन विल फॉल अंडर द एसेंशियलिटी ऑफ प्लांट न्यूट्रिएंट, ठीक है। तीसरा है कि नाइट्रोजन, इफ नाइट्रोजन इज डायरेक्टली इन्वॉल्व इन द मेटाबॉलिज्म एंड न्यूट्रिशन इन प्लांट, so again if nitrogen fits under these three criteria it will be considered as essential plant nutrient. Same for phosphorus, same for potassium, ठीक है। So on this basis the essentiality of plant nutrients was worked and it was found out that there are few nutrients which are very very important for plant, ठीक है। and all these plant nutrients were categorized into different group। अब इन plant nutrients को different groups में रखा गया, जैसे कि basic nutrient, macronutrient, micronutrient and beneficial nutrients, ठीक है। So now let us understand what all are these group of nutrients as well as कौन से nutrients इन groups में आते हैं, ठीक है। So first let us understand about basic nutrients. So students, basic nutrients क्या है? Basically we know that all the organic matter or all the organisms, all organisms are made up of carbon, hydrogen and oxygen, right? We are made up of these things. So these are basically the basic nutrients जिससे एक organic और एक organism बना है, right? So carbon, hydrogen and oxygen are basic nutrient, ठीक है, which plant get from air or water, right? Source of carbon, hydrogen is atmosphere, right? Source of water, again a source of oxygen is water, right? So all these things are basic nutrients. Carbon, hydrogen and oxygen are basic nutrients and they are involved in basic structure of plant, right? Now other nutrients are divided into three categories: primary, secondary, then we have macronutrients, we have micronutrients and we have beneficial nutrients, right? Now students, your macronutrients, ठीक है। So what are macro and micronutrients? First let us understand. Macronutrients are basically those nutrients which are required in large quantities, जिनकी requirement थोड़ा ज़्यादा होती है plant में, they are called macronutrients. जिनकी requirement कम होती है they will be called as micronutrient. They will be put under the group micronutrients, ठीक है, based on the amount of nutrient required by plant. अब जो आपके macronutrients है they are also further classified into primary and secondary nutrient, ठीक है। Further your macronutrient has been classified into primary and secondary nutrient. और आपको याद रखना है कि प्राइमरी न्यूट्रिएंट के अंदर आता है आपका नाइट्रोजन, फॉस्फोरस एंड पोटेशियम, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ठीक है। योर एनपीके फॉल्स अंडर प्राइमरी न्यूट्रिएंट्स अंडर मैक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट कैटेगरी एंड सेकेंडरी न्यूट्रिएंट आते हैं आपके कैल्शियम, मैग्नीशियम एंड सल्फर, ठीक है। दीज आर योर सेकेंडरी मैक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स, क्लियर। नेक्स्ट वी हैव इज माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स. Micronutrients are required in small amount, I have already told you, and the nutrients that comes under the group of micronutrients is boron, chlorine, copper, iron, manganese, molybdenum, zinc and nickel. So you have to learn all the nutrients that are under your micronutrients and nutrients that are under your macronutrients. Clear? Now students, apart from micronutrients and macronutrients, we have some beneficial nutrients as well. Now these beneficial nutrients, they are not directly involved in plant growth or development, but they are, if they are present, so what they will do, they will improve the growth, they will improve the disease resistance or stress resistance in plant, or they will improve the quality of plant. Okay, so basically they are called beneficial nutrient, means they are not directly involved in the metabolism or something, but if they are present in plant, they will add some kind of a benefit to the plant. So that's why they are called beneficial nutrient. And the beneficial nutrients are selenium, silicon, cobalt and sodium. Now I'll give you the example. If this silicon is present in rice, see, we have rice. In the rice, the stem of rice, in the stem of rice, silicon is present to provide that sturdiness to the rice stem, right? And also it help in disease resistance in rice. So this silicon though it is not directly involved in any kind of metabolism of rice, but if it is present, it is providing something to the rice. It is providing sturdiness to the rice, as well as it is providing disease resistance in rice, right? So hence this silicon is beneficial nutrient that is present in rice. Clear? So I hope now all these nutrients are clear to you. Let me revise it for you. So first we have is basic nutrient, in which carbon, hydrogen and oxygen are there. ठीक है, basic है, which is derived from air and water. Then we have macronutrients and micronutrients. Under macronutrients we have two categories: primary nutrients and secondary nutrient. Primary nutrients में we have nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. In secondary nutrients we have calcium, magnesium and sulfur. And all these macronutrients are required in larger amount, hence they are called macronutrients. Then we have micronutrients on other hand, which are required in less amount. An example or the nutrient fall under micronutrient category is boron, chlorine, copper, iron, manganese, molybdenum, zinc and nickel. ठीक है? Then we have some other beneficial nutrients, and the nutrient are selenium, silicon, cobalt and sodium. Clear? So these are your all nutrients that are required for plant growth. Now let us understand role of these nutrients one by one. ठीक है? So first we have basic nutrient, which include your carbon, oxygen and hydrogen. Now as I've told you, these are basic, means the plant body is made up of carbon, hydrogen and oxygen, right? So first if I talk about carbon, so carbon is a basic molecular component of carbohydrate, protein, lipids and nucleic acid. In all these things carbon is found, right? Then again coming to oxygen. Oxygen is somewhat like carbon, okay, that occur in organic compound. So again it is part of organic compound, right? Then again hydrogen, again it is part of organic compound. Also it is important in ionic balance and main reducing agent, and also it has role to play in some energy relation in some reactions. ठीक है? So basically the thing is, your carbon, oxygen and hydrogen, they are basic compounds or components of minerals that is there, that is found in the basic structure of plant. ठीक है? For the basic structure of plant. So यहाँ पे आपको सिर्फ ये याद रखना है कि कार्बन, ऑक्सीजन और आपका हाइड्रोजन जो है वो बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है. जितने भी आपके कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स हैं या फिर प्रोटीन्स हैं, लिपिड्स हैं, ऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड्स जो दैट आर फॉर्म्ड इन द plant, they are comprised, they are formed from carbon, hydrogen and oxygen, right? Now the most important nutrients that you have to learn for your examination are now coming, right? तो अब ये आपको याद रखना है. अब जो हम nutrients discuss कर रहे हैं, and their role are very very important for your examination, क्योंकि यहीं से questions आते हैं एग्जाम में. ठीक है? तो सबसे पहले important nutrient है नाइट्रोजन. मैक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स में भी प्राइमरी मैक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स, your नाइट्रोजन, phosphorus and potassium. अब let's see what is the role of these nutrients in plant. So students, नाइट्रोजन की अगर बात करें, so नाइट्रोजन का रोल होता है बेसिकली इट imparts green color to the plant. ठीक है? So basically you might have seen that if after applying urea, which is a nitrogenous fertilizer, the crop become lush green, right? So why that happens? Because nitrogen is added to the soil. So when there will be more nitrogen, the plant will be more and more green, right? But again we should apply nitrogen in optimum amount. एक optimum amount में ही nitrogen देना होता है, क्योंकि अगर हमने ज़्यादा nitrogen दे दिया, excess of nitrogen हो जाएगा, तो plant will become more succulent. ठीक है? It will become more fragile and insects will easily attack on the plant. But एक optimum amount में हमें nitrogen देना है. And nitrogen का काम क्या होता है? Nitrogen impart green color to the plant. ठीक है? Also students, it is a constituent of protoplasm of chlorophyll. ठीक है? Chlorophyll में भी के protoplasm में nitrogen होता है. ठीक है? So this is the function of nitrogen. Next we have is phosphorus. So students, phosphorus का main काम होता है ATP में. ATP क्या है? Adenine triphosphate, right? So it is basically the energy currency. Energy currency क्या है? So when the metabolic reactions happen, energy is formed. किस फॉर्म में बनती है? ATP की फॉर्म में बनती है, राइट? सो ATP में P क्या है? फॉस्फोरस. ठीक है? सो इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. मोस्ट एसेंशियल फंक्शन एज एनर्जी स्टोरेज एंड ट्रांसफर ऑफ एनर्जी. ठीक है? इट इज अ कंपोनेंट ऑफ ATP, एक्ट एज एनर्जी करेंसी. तो बेसिकली phosphorus is important for energy, right? Next we have is potassium. So students, potassium is a nutrient that provide disease resistance in plant. ठीक है? it also help in osmotic and aeric regulation, and also it help in stomata regulation. Stomata क्या है? It is a opening on the leaf of plant और उसके through gases exchange होता है. So उसका जो opening and closing है, that is regulated by potassium. Clear? So I hope now role of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium is clear. Moving on to other important nutrients. So then we have calcium. So students, calcium is basically involved in cell division. ठीक है? Also it has major role in maintenance of membrane integrity. जो plant cell की membrane होती है, the integrity of this cell membrane is maintained by calcium. Clear? Calcium also activates certain enzymes, so it has its role in enzyme activation also. ठीक है? So calcium का role क्या है? Cell division में help करता है, it maintain the integrity of cell wall, right, cell membrane. Also it activates some enzymes. Then talking about magnesium, magnesium is again a very important component of chlorophyll. ठीक है? तो magnesium के लिए ये याद रखना है कि it is a very very important component of chlorophyll, and usually magnesium से यही क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है. ठीक है? Then we have sulfur. Now student, जो sulfur होता है, that is very essential for your oil seed and pulses, because in oil seed it increase the oil content, and in pulses it increase protein content. So this sulfur is very important for oil seed and pulses crop. Clear? I hope now it is clear to you what is the role of sulfur, magnesium and calcium in plant. Next we have is iron. So iron is basically a component of many heme and non-heme enzymes. Okay. Also it acts as oxygen carrier. We know, right? Iron carries oxygen. So this is the role of iron in plant. Then we have zinc. Zinc is again essential component of several dehydrogenase and peptidase, including carbonic anhydrase, alcohol dehydrogenase. ठीक है? It is required for the biosynthesis of hormone. It is very important regarding zinc that zinc है, it is a part of various enzymes and it help in activation of various enzymes, but it is required for the synthesis of plant hormone. तो ये आपने याद रखना है. Then we have manganese. So manganese is basically a cofactor of enzyme that function as part of certain enzyme system. Again, it is a part. It is a cofactor of enzyme, means it help in activation of enzymes. That is the role of manganese. Then we have copper. Copper. Again, it is a constituent. Copper is a constituent of many important enzymes. ठीक है? So this is the role of copper, manganese, zinc and iron. Talking about boron, again very important and very often asked also. So boron is important for your pollen germination in plant and it is necessary for sugar translocation. Very very important. ठीक है? आपने ये दोनों चीज याद रखनी है. जो बोरोन है प्लांट में, that is important for pollen germination. pollen के germination के लिए important है और sugar के translocation के लिए important है. ठीक है? Then we have molybdenum. Again a very important nutrient because it is important in nitrogen fixation. ठीक है? So basically it is an important component of nitrate reductase as well as nitrogenase. ठीक है? Which is N2 fixing enzyme. So it is very important. It play very important role in nitrogen cycle and help in nitrogen fixation in pulses. ठीक है? ये आपने याद रखना है. Molybdenum is very important part of nitrogen cycle and help in nitrogen fixation in pulses. ठीक है? Then we have chlorine. So chlorine is essential for photosynthesis. Okay, and as an activator of enzyme involved in splitting of water. जो water की splitting होती है, ठीक है, जब photosynthesis होता है तो water need to be split down into hydrogen and oxygen ion. ठीक है? So that splitting of water is facilitated by chlorine. ठीक है? It absorbs chlorine form. It is absorbed in chlorine form, Cl form. ठीक है? It also function as in osmoregulation of plant in saline soil. तो मतलब ये जो saline soil में plant में osmoregulation का भी काम करता है. ठीक है? osmoregulation में भी help करता है. Then we have nickel. Nickel is a component of some plant enzyme. ठीक है? It is a part of plant enzyme. Most important, urease. Clear? Which metabolize urea nitrogen to unstable ammonia within the plant. ठीक है? So basically nickel is the part of plant enzyme and the most important urease one. ठीक है? So this is a part of your this is a function of your nickel, chlorine, molybdenum and boron. So I hope all these things are clear, and in this there is nothing that need to be understood. You have to just learn the function of all these enzymes. ठीक है. Now let's solve these questions. So for question is, which of the following is our major nutrient? It is talking about macronutrient, right? So options are potassium, nitrogen, phosphorus, all of the above, none of the above. And we have discussed that NPK are your major nutrients or macronutrients. So answer will be all of the above, right? Chalo. Next question is, which element is a basic component of protein and impart green color to the plant? I have discussed about this. Which nutrient is uh, involved in imparting green color to the plant? And also it is a part of protein. So options are nitrogen, potassium, molybdenum, boron. Answer will be option A, nitrogen, right? So I hope it's clear. Potassium was involved in disease resistance, molybdenum was involved in nitrogen fixation, and boron was involved in pollen germination as well as your sugar translocation, right? Chalo. Next question is, which of the following nutrient is useful for the thickening of cell wall? ठीक है. So options are sulfur, calcium, potassium, magnesium, both A and B. I have told you thickening of cell wall, maintaining the integrity of cell wall, ये किसका काम था? It was the role of calcium. Clear? Then answer will be calcium. Next question is, which of the following is a macronutrient? ठीक है, which of the following is a macronutrient? So answer here will be, the question was, which of the following is not a macronutrient? ठीक है, not a macronutrient. This was the question. So we know nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, these are macronutrients. So answer will be none of the above, right? Chalo. Now coming to this question which was asked to you in your 2024 examination. What is the role of calcium in plant life cycle? You have given structural stability of cell membrane, neutralize organic acid, constituent of chlorophyll. So students, we have understood that calcium is important for maintaining structural integrity of cell membrane, right? It neutralizes organic acids, right? ये काफ़ी enzymes में involved होता है, but it is not constituent of chlorophyll, right? So answer here will be option B, only 1 and 2. Clear? So I hope now you were able to solve all these questions with me and you have understood what are the different roles of different nutrient in plant. In this video, we are going to discuss few important crops and their scientific names, right? So we have been seeing that NABARD अब crop के scientific name से भी questions पूछ रहा है, right? And students, see, understand one thing, it's not possible कि we learn all the scientific names of all the crops, right? There are hundreds of crops and it's not possible, as well that you should not go for learning every crops and their scientific name. Now what to do then? So students, there are few important crops that you can learn, okay? Just few important field crops, horticulture crop, plantation crops, then we have forest crops. So I am going to talk about all those important crops in this particular video. इस वीडियो में हम डिस्कस करेंगे कौन से वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्रॉप्स है जिसके साइंटिफिक नेम एटलीस्ट आपको याद करने चाहिए, राइट? सो that's the agenda of this video, but before I start I wanted to show you the previous year questions. तो पहले PYQs देख लेते हैं कि कैसे PYQs आए हैं, then we'll discuss the scientific names of some important crops and then we'll try to solve these PYQs. So let's start by seeing the PYQs. So this was the question that was asked in NABARD Grade A 2022 examination. ठीक है, question was, what is the scientific name of strawberry? So students, ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि बहुत ही आउट ऑफ बॉक्स कोई क्रॉप की साइंटिफिक नेम पूछा जा सकता है, बट अगेन चांसेस आर कि अगर वो क्रॉप न्यूज़ में है, आप कोई ARD से रिलेटेड करंट अफेयर पढ़ रहे हो और कोई क्रॉप न्यूज़ में है, उसका साइंटिफिक नेम आप पढ़ सकते हो, ठीक है? उसका साइंटिफिक नेम आप लर्न कर सकते हो. सो यू कैन डू दिस अप्रोच. और ये जो कुछ क्रॉप्स मैं आपको इस वीडियो में बताने वाली हूँ, इसको आपने अच्छे से याद करना ही करना है, ठीक है? तो this was the first question. Next question was asked in NABARD Grade A 2023 examination. Again, what is the scientific name of carnation? Carnation एक flower है, उसका scientific name पूछा गया था, ठीक है? नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन अगेन NABARD ग्रेड 2023 में दो फेज में, फेज 1 हुआ था, दो शिफ्ट में हुआ था बेसिकली. तो नेक्स्ट शिफ्ट में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था, अकेशिया कटेचू बिलोंग टू विच ऑफ द फैमिली? ठीक है, तो अकेशिया कटेचू इज अगेन अ फॉरेस्ट क्रॉप, वहां से उसकी फैमिली से क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था. तो कुछ साइंटिफिक नेम्स और उनकी फैमिलीज आपने याद रखनी है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन 2023 में अगेन, व्हाट इज द साइंटिफिक नेम ऑफ काउपी? वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ठीक है? सो काउपी का साइंटिफिक नेम पूछा गया था. देन 2024 में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था साइंटिफिक नेम ऑफ बार्ले, ठीक है? सो स्टूडेंट्स, ऑल दीज वर द क्वेश्चन दैट वाज आस्क्ड टू यू इन प्रीवियस ईयर. तो अब हम कुछ साइंटिफिक नेम्स देख लेते हैं जो कि आपको लर्न करने हैं फॉर द कमिंग ईयर, राइट? So first let us discuss scientific name of few important field crops. ठीक है, so we have important field crops like rice, wheat, maize, barley and so and so. Let's see उनका scientific name क्या है and their families. So first is rice. Rice के लिए you have to learn Oryza sativa, very very important family Poaceae. ठीक है, सो अब ये फैमिली क्या है, दोज हु आर नॉट फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर और बॉटनी बैकग्राउंड. सो स्टूडेंट्स, जो जितने भी हमारी क्रॉप्स होते हैं, जितने भी प्लांट्स होते हैं, दे आर डिवाइडेड इनटू डिफरेंट डिफरेंट फैमिलीज. ठीक है, उनको ग्रुप किया जाता है डिफरेंट डिफरेंट फैमिलीज में, सो दैट उनकी स्टडीज को स्टडी बिकम ईजियर, मतलब उनको अच्छे से पढ़ा जा सके. ठीक है, एक फैमिली में पोएसी जैसे है, जो दिस इज अ ग्रास फैमिली. सो यहाँ पे जितनी भी ग्रास या ग्रास लाइक क्रॉप्स होती है वो ग्रुप की जाती है. तो आपका जो ओराइजा सटाइवा है वो पोएसी फैमिली का ग्रुप है, राइट? सो वन मोर थिंग, जो आपके सीरियल क्रॉप्स है वो क्या है, वो ग्रास फैमिली को ही बिलोंग करते हैं, बट दे हैव स्टार्ची ग्रेन इन देम, दैट्स व्हाई वी कंज्यूम देम, राइट, ड्यू फॉर द स्टार्ची ग्रेन. सो आप ये याद रख सकते हो. तो योर राइस, व्हीट, मेज, बार्ले, सोरगम, दीज ऑल आर फ्रॉम पोएसी फैमिली, राइट? सो साइंटिफिक नेम ऑफ व्हीट इज ट्रिटिकमास्टिमम, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है, ये आपने याद रखने ही रखने हैं. देन मेज का साइंटिफिक नेम इज जिया मेज. बार्ले का साइंटिफिक नेम इज हॉर्डियम वल्गेर, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. sorghum का साइंटिफिक नेम इज sorghum bicolor, राइट? देन कॉटन का साइंटिफिक नेम इज gossypium hirsutum, very important, it belongs to family malvaceae. Clear? Then soybean scientific name is glycine max, again a very important name to learn. Family is Fabaceae. Then we have groundnut, scientific name is Archis hypogea and family name is Fabaceae. Sugarcane, scientific name is Saccharum officinarum and family name is Poaceae. Clear? Mustard is Brassica juncea and Brassicaceae, belong to family Brassicaceae. Then we have sunflower, Helianthus anus, belonging to family Asteraceae. Okay? Then we have chickpea, Circum artium, belonging to family Fabaceae. Then we have pigeon pea, Cajanus cajan, belonging to family Fabaceae. Very very important, you cannot miss any one of these, very very important. There are high chances कि आपसे इन important crops के scientific name पूछे जा सकते हैं. So very very important, you have to learn all these crops scientific names and try to learn their family as well, right? Next question, no, not question, sorry. Next is we have fruit crops, right? So fruit crops में let's see few important fruit crops and their families. So first we have is mango. Mango is Mangifera indica, family is Anacardiaceae. Then we have banana, Musa paradisica, family is Musaceae. Clear? Grape, very important. Vitis vinifera, Vitaceae, very important. ठीक है? Then we have guava, Psidium gujava, family is Myrtaceae. ठीक है? Then we have apple, Malus domestica, family is Rosaceae. Orange is Citrus sinensis, family is Rutaceae. Papaya is Carica papaya, family is Caricaceae. Okay. Pineapple is Ananas comus, family is Comosus, family is Bromelaceae. Then we have pomegranate Punica granatum, family is Lithiraceae. Okay. Then we have lychee chinensis for lychee and family is Sapondaceae. Very very important, these fruit crops are very very important, so you have to at least learn the scientific names and families of these important fruit crops. Clear? Next we have is flower crops. We have seen question from flowers crops have also been asked in your examination. So few important flower crops are rose, scientific name is Rosa species and family is Rosaceae. Okay? Marigold is Tegetus erecta, family is Asteraceae. Then we have jasmine, Jasminum sambac, family is Oleracea. Then we have chrysanthemum indicum, Asteraceae, right? Gladulus is Gladulus glandiflora, family is Iridaceae. Then we have tuberose, Polyanthus tuberosa, family is Amylidaceae. Clear? Then we have Gerbera, Jamisoni, family is Asteraceae. Then we have carnation, Dianthus carophilus, family is Carophyllaceae. ठीक है, very very important, you have to learn all these flower crops name. ठीक है, can be asked in your examination. Then we have vegetable crops also, right? So now we'll learn few important vegetable crops and their scientific names. So first is tomato. Tomato is Solanum lycopersicon and family is Solanaceae, very very important. Try to learn this. Okay. Then we have potato. Potato is Solanum tuberosum, family is Solanaceae again. Brinjal is Solanum melongena, family is Solanaceae. ठीक है. Then we have okra. Okra is Abelmoschus esculentus, family is Malvaceae. Very, very important. Then we have cabbage. Cabbage is Brassica oleracea, variety capitata, family is Brassicaceae. Cauliflower again from the same family, Brassica oleracea, variety Botrytis is the name. ठीक है, for cauliflower. Then we have carrot, Dacus carota, very important, family is Apiaceae. Then we have onion, Allium cepa, family is Amylidaceae. Then we have spinach, Spinica oleracea, family is Amaranthaceae, sorry. ठीक है. Then we have pea, Pisum sativum, family is Fabaceae. So all these vegetable crops are again important and you have to learn their family name. Clear? Scientific name as well as family name. Now let's discuss few important forest crops. ठीक है. So forest crops are also very important for their exam point of view, because again their scientific names and families can be asked to you. Okay. So first forest crop is teak. Okay. So teak is scientific name is Tectona grandis, family is Lamiaceae. Clear? Then we have sal. Sal is Soria robusta, family is Dipterocarpaceae. Clear? Then we have bamboo. Bambusa vulgaris, family is Poaceae. Eucalyptus is Eucalyptus globulus, family is Myrtaceae. Then we have sandalwood, very important, Santalum album, family is Santalaceae. Then we have deodar. Deodar is Cedrus deodara, family is Pinaceae. Then we have neem, which is as a directa indica, family is Miliaceae. Then rubber is Hevia brasilensis, family is Euphorbiaceae. Then we have mahogany. Mahogany is Swietenia mahogany, family is Miliaceae. Clear? Then we have Arjun. Terminalia arjuna, family is Combritaceae. ठीक है. So all these are important forest crops, their scientific names and families. Now you can take screenshot right now here also. Otherwise you can download the PDF from Telegram channel later on also, right? But please at least if you cannot learn scientific name of each and every crop, try to learn scientific name of all these crops that we have discussed in this lecture, and try to learn their family name as well. Okay, so now let's solve the previous year questions that were there in the examination. So first question is regarding what is the scientific name of strawberry. Okay, so students, the scientific name of strawberry is the Frigeria ananasa. ठीक है. So for scientific name of strawberry is your Frigeria ananasa. Again, not a very common crop, but this was asked, so maybe it was in the news, or maybe the examiner try to level up the examination कि हाँ थोड़ा difficult level बनाते हैं, strawberry का scientific name पूछ लिया. Clear? So कभी कभी out of box भी crops होंगी, but if you know the answer, well and good, you can solve that question. Otherwise do not just do any guesswork. Do not try to attempt such question. ठीक है. ये fact based question होते हैं. Directly अगर आपको पता है, you answer it, otherwise leave it. ठीक है. एक नंबर के लिए you cannot start learning entire all the crops and all the scientific names of these crops, right? So this was regarding strawberry. Next is what is scientific name of carnation. ठीक है. We have discussed scientific name of carnation and it is Dianthus carophilus, right? Dianthus carophilus is scientific name of carnation. Next question was asked to you, Acacia catechu belong to which of the family? ठीक है. Now family has been asked to you. So basically this belong to Fabaceae family. ठीक है. So Acacia catechu is a forest crop. So you have to learn it belongs to Fabaceae family. Next question is regarding, okay, cowpea. So scientific name of cowpea is basically, student, Vigna unguiculata. Clear? Then we have scientific name of barley. I have discussed, it is Hordeum vulgare. Scientific name of barley is Hordeum vulgare. We have discussed in field crop, right? So all those scientific names which were in the examination and those I have discussed in the lecture. Please.
In this video, we are going to discuss another important topic under ARD Simplified series, and the topic is important soil properties, right? So students, we know soil and water conservation chapter is very, very, very important for your exam point of view. Every year you will see in your phase 1 there are at least 4 to 5 questions from this particular topic, right? So you have observed that I have covered so many different topics from this particular chapter, right? Previously बहुत सारे मैंने topics already cover कर दिए हैं soil chapter से, and all these topics are very very important. क्यों? Again previous year question पूछे गए हैं in particular topic से. So first in this video also I am going to tell you what are the PYQs from this topic, ठीक है? Then we'll discuss about different important soil properties, and then we'll try to solve these previous year questions from the concept that we will learn in this particular video, right? Chalo. So with that, let's start. And if you're new to our YouTube channel, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you want to download the PDF of these lectures, you can download it from our Telegram channel. So with that, let's start and first see what are the different previous year questions that was asked there from this particular topic. So first question is, which of the following soil has best water retention? ठीक है, this was the first question. Question कहाँ पूछा गया था? NABARD Grade A Phase 1 2020 examination में. Next question, what is the name of proportion of soil occupied by air and water? This question was asked to you in NABARD Grade A Phase 1 2021 examination, right? Another question from NABARD Grade A Phase 2 2022 examination, which is, which soil have the appropriate amount of fine sand, silt, organic matter and moderate water retention capacity. ठीक है. Next question, which of the following soil type has least particle density? Question was asked to you in NABARD Grade A Phase 1 2023 examination. So now all these questions are from the soil properties, right? And we'll understand here today what are the different important soil properties. So what kind of properties we are going to discuss? First, we are going to understand soil pore space, soil structure, soil texture, then soil bulk density and soil particle density. ठीक है, तो ये सारी हमने properties जो है soil की we will be discussing in this video. Now पहले discuss कर लेते हैं कि why it is important to learn or to discuss or to know about these properties of soil. Again, soil is very very important for plant, right? Soil say plant is absorbing water, plant is absorbing nutrient, right? So it's very important for us to know what are the different properties of soil, okay, so that we can understand in better way कि किस soil की water retention capacity अच्छी है, किस soil की water retention capacity कम है और वो क्यों है, right? As well as nutrient holding capacity किस में ज़्यादा है, किस में कम है और वो किस वजह से, right? So to understand all these things, we have to understand different soil properties. Now, the most important one that we have to understand are these one, ठीक है, and let's understand them one by one. So पहले we'll discuss about soil pore space, ठीक है, पहले ये देख लेते soil pore space है क्या. So students, soil pore space is nothing, is just a space between soil particle, ठीक है. We have soil particles. Now these soil particles are found in they are packed together, but still they will have some kind of space in between, right? So this is called soil pore space, and we call it soil porosity. Okay, we call it soil porosity. Clear? So soil porosity is what? It is the amount of space present between soil particle, right? Now students, this soil porosity is is useful, or more the soil will have porosity, there will be more space for air to go inside the soil as well as water to go inside the soil, right? जितना ज़्यादा pore space होगा उतना ज़्यादा ही space होगा air के लिए as well as water के लिए to enter into the soil, right? Now let's take three situations. So first we have non-porous soil, which is a non-permeable also. Non-porous means ऐसी soil where we do not have any kind of pore space, ठीक है, ऐसी soil जहाँ पे pore space बिल्कुल zero है, means कोई there is no space between the soil particle. So what will happen in this particular type of soil? There will be no water flow, there will be no air flow, ठीक है, ना air pass होगी ना water pass होगी, and there will be no crop growth also, because यहाँ पे root will not be able to grow itself, right? एक तो पानी नहीं है, दूसरा space नहीं है to spread the roots, right? तो this particular type of soil, again these are very compacted soil. जब हमारी soil बहुत ज़्यादा compact हो जाती है वहाँ पे pore space खत्म हो जाता है and the soil become non-permeable, means it do not allow any kind of water to flow inside it or air to go through inside the soil, right? So this is again non-porous soil where porosity is zero, right? Then we have porous non-permeable. Again, there can be soil where we have porosity, but these pores are not connected together, right? Like you can see here in this particular situation, there are space, but these space are not connected, right? They are found in between soil, but they are not connected. You can see again, this type of soil will also be non-permeable, right? Because in order to have the flow of water or air inside the soil, the pores should be connected. Like you can see, all these pores are connected, okay? And such soil will be porous and permeable, and such soil will be good for your crop growth and development. Okay? Now students, here you have to just understand what is soil porosity. Soil porosity is just the air space or the water space which is found in soil, right? It is the space between soil particle where water and air enter into the soil. And again, it is very important that our soil have good amount of porosity, because on that only what will be the amount of water that will enter into the soil will depend, as well as amount of air that will enter into the soil will depend, right? So this is the first property, which is soil porosity, and it's very important for your root growth and development of plant, right? Chalo, next property we have is soil texture. अब texture क्या होता है, right? So you might have observed some soil are very porous in nature, right? जैसे आपने sand देखी होगी, sand is very porous, very dry, right? Some soil are very clay in nature, means बहुत ही चिपचिपी होती है, right? अगर आपको उसमें अब आप उसमें पानी ऐड कर दोगे तो बहुत ही it become very, you know, it become very hard, ठीक है, on drying, as well as जब पानी डालते हो it become very slippery also, right? So why that happens? Because due to different texture of soil. So soil also have its texture. Different soil have different texture, right? So texture क्या होता है basically? texture बनता कैसे है soil का? So students, जब soil formation होती है तो वहाँ पे different size of soil particles बनते हैं, right? So we have different size as well as different types of soil particle. So basically we have sand type of soil particle, ठीक है? Then we have silt as well as we have clay. And एक soil texture क्या होता है? Soil texture is basically the mixture of sand, silt and clay, or we can say amount of sand, silt and clay that is present in a soil that will give a soil a texture, ठीक है? एक किसी भी particular soil में किस proportion में sand, silt, clay present है, that is the soil texture, right? Any soil is not completely sandy, any soil is not completely clay, because in sand soil also there will be some amount of clay present, there will be some amount of silt present. In clay soils also there will be some amount of sand present, right? ऐसा नहीं होता है कि बस sand में तो sand ही type के soil particle present होंगे. The thing is that the proportion of sand will be more. Sand soil में the proportion of sand particle will be more. Clay particle will be very less, right? In clay soil, the proportion of clay particle will be high and sand particle will be less, right? So always soil texture refers to the composition of the soil in terms of amount of clay, silts and sand size particle. तो कितने amount में sand, silt और clay present है किसी particular soil में, that is called soil texture. Clear? I hope it is clear to you. So the primary particle of sand, silt, clay make up the inorganic solid phase of soil. So basically we have organic and inorganic phase of soil. Means organic is basically the organic matter that is present in soil, but the inorganic part is basically your sand, silt and clay, and the sand, silt and clay particle are formed from weathering of rocks, right? अब किस टाइप की रॉक वेदर हुई है उस पर डिपेंड करेगा कौन सा सॉइल पार्टिकल बना है. क्लियर? सो स्टूडेंट्स, अगेन just to make it into simple words, it is just basically soil texture is basically proportion of sand, silt and clay particle present in any particular soil. ठीक है? That proportion will give a texture to the soil. Like for say, when we say sandy soil, so sandy soil मतलब क्या होता है? In this, amount of sand will be more. Like for say, I'm not giving an exact percentage, but like here 80% sand particle will be there, only 10% silt particle will be there, or 10 to 12% silt particle will be there, or 8 to 10% we can say clay particles are present, right? So you can see more of sandy particles are present, that's why it is called sandy soil. Clear? Similarly, clay में 80% clay particle will be there, only 10% sandy particle will be there, so that soil will be called as clayey soil. So basically किसी भी soil में कितना amount of sand, silt and clay present है, उस basis पे soil का texture define होता है, ठीक है. So I hope now it's clear to you what is soil texture. Also students, see, these particles have been divided based on the size, ठीक है, बहुत important है. In your examination, question can come from here also, right? Based on the soil particle, we have soil size, soil particle size basically. ये different types बने गए हैं, sand, silt and clay. So if any soil particle has diameter of 2 to 0.02 mm, it will be of sand category. If any have 0.02 to 0.002 mm, it will be of silt category. And if any soil particle is of less than 0.002 mm diameter, then that will be your clay particle, ठीक है. तो size पे भी depend करता है and also the mineral from which it is formed, right? देखो होता क्या है कि when weathering happens, a particular type of mineral will form a particular type of soil particle, right? So sand किसी एक particular type के mineral से बनता है, clay किसी एक particular type के mineral से बनता है, again silt किसी एक particular type के mineral से बनता है, right? और तो मिनरल और उसके साइज पे डिपेंड करता है कि उसका टेक्सचर क्या होगा, सॉइल पार्टिकल का टेक्सचर क्या है, राइट? सॉइल का टेक्सचर क्या है वो बेसिकली किस पे डिपेंड करता है कि अमाउंट ऑफ सैंड, क्ले और सिल्ट कितना प्रेजेंट है. क्लियर? चलो, आई होप दिस इज क्लियर नाउ. नेक्स्ट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस थिंग विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ये जो सॉइल पार्टिकल्स हैं इनकी प्रॉपर्टीज क्या होती है, राइट? जो डिफरेंट प्रॉपर्टीज है वो किस चीज पे डिपेंड करती है when we understand the sand, silt and clay, ठीक है. So when we talk about water holding capacity, very very important, ठीक है, water holding capacity is low in sandy soil, right? Now why it is very low in sandy soil? क्योंकि sand soil में क्या है, बड़े बड़े पार्टिकल्स है, राइट? वी हैव अंडरस्टूड कि सैंडी सॉइल का जो सॉइल पार्टिकल है वो थोड़ा सा बड़ा है, राइट, कंपेयर टू सिल्ट एंड क्ले. So when we have bigger size of soil particle, what we'll have? We will have more macropores. Okay, coming to porosity again. So there are two types of pores that are present, macro and micropores. Macropores are bigger in size, ठीक है? They do not hold water for longer duration of time. Micropores are smaller in size and they hold water for longer duration of time, and this water is which is actually available to the plant, right? If you can recall, I have already discussed soil water potential with you, right? So there we have discussed different type of soil water as well, right? तो यहाँ पे micropores में जो पानी होगा वो पानी actually में present होगा crops के लिए, right? जो macropores में पानी present होगा, that water will drain due to gravitational force. Clear? Now in your sandy soil, more of macro pores are present, ठीक है, ज्यादा बड़े साइज के पोर्स प्रेजेंट है क्योंकि साइज जो है पार्टिकल का वो बड़ा है, राइट? सो pore size will be more of macro type. So what will happen? The macropore will drain faster. Micropores कम है, so there will be less water for crop. So hence water holding capacity is low for your sand soil. Clear? If I talk about silt, so in silt, medium to high level of water retention capacity is seen. Again, due to size of particle, there will be macropores as well as micropores, right? So, and highest water holding capacity is seen in clay, because again, soil particle is small. There will be more of micropores, less of macropores. So if more micropores are present, then more water holding capacity is there, right? So ये आपने याद रखना है. Sand has low water holding capacity, silt has medium, and clay has high water holding capacity. Now if I talk about aeration, so again see, it will be good in sand soil due to more of macropores. Aeration will be more, right? Because there will be more space for air to enter due to presence of more of bigger size pore, right? It will be medium for silt for the same reason, and it will be poor in clay. So aeration will be poor in clay because there are less macropores while we have more micropores in clay. Clear? Then if I talk about drainage rate, it will be high in sand. Obviously the macropores drain faster, so drainage will be high in your sand soil, medium in your silt, and it will be very slow in your clay soil. Talking about suitability for tillage after rain, so basically students, tillage which is done in soil, right? So if after rain or if after irrigation you do tillage in sandy soil, it will be easy to till sandy soil, right? Because they do not have property of sticking with each other, right? The sands do not stick with each other. So you can do tillage after rain or after irrigating the field easily in your sand soil. But in your clay soil, the soil is very sticky and they form bigger size clot. So you cannot easily till the soil after irrigation or after rain in your clay soil. ठीक है, हेंस दी सॉइल आर कॉल्ड हेवी सॉइल. ठीक है, क्ले सॉइल को हेवी सॉइल भी बोला जाता है क्योंकि टिलेज ऑपरेशन के टाइम पे इट्स नॉट इजी, बिकॉज क्या होती है, ये स्टिकी होती है. दिस सॉइल इज वेरी स्टिकी एंड स्टिक टू द टिलेज इम्प्लीमेंट. सो इट्स नॉट वेरी इजी टू टिल clay soil after irrigation or rain, but it's easier in your sand and silt. So that's why it is called light soil. ठीक है, it's called light soil. Sand is called light soil and clay is called heavy soil. ठीक है. So basically light soil and heavy soil किस basis पे किया जाता है? Differentiate based on ease in tillage. कितना tillage में कितना easy हो रहा है किस soil को till करना. Sand में it is easy to till sand soil, so it is light soil. And clay soils are heavy because they are sticky, they stick to the tillage implement, as well as it's not easy to till them after irrigation or after rain, right? Now ability to store plant nutrient. So it is poor in sand. ठीक है, जो sand soil है, they do not have much ability to store nutrient, right, due to their chemical structure again. And in clay soil the nutrient holding capacity is more. ठीक है, so these are few properties of sand, silt and clay that you have to learn very well. ठीक है, अच्छे से याद करना है इसको. Then if I talk about soil structure, next property of soil, so we have different types of soil structure. So first we have is a platy soil structure. Platy में क्या होता है, basically soil का जो structure है, it's like plate, it's plate like structure, right? यहाँ पे horizontal dimension is more than vertical dimension. ठीक है, this is called platy soil. Then we have prismatic soil. In case of prismatic soil, we have more of vertical dimension, okay, and edges are very sharply cut. ठीक है, that's why it's called prismatic structure. ठीक है, so we can see that vertical dimension is more than horizontal dimension. Then we have blocky. In case of blocky, right, we have almost equal vertical and horizontal dimension, making a block like structure. This is called blocky structure of soil. ठीक है, then we have spheroidal or it is also called granular. Granular में we have spherical like structure of soil. ठीक है, and for agriculture purpose spheroidal or granular structure is considered more suitable because there will be more space between these granular soil structure, right? So spheroidal or granular will be considered more suitable for agriculture purpose. Again, a question that can be asked in your examination. Clear? So this is another property which is soil structure. Soil का structure कैसा है? Platy है, prismatic है, blocky है, spherical है. ठीक है? तो agriculture के लिए spheroidal और granular is considered good, right? Now next let's talk about bulk density of soil. So students, bulk density क्या होती है? Basically it is the dry weight of soil when dry weight of soil is divided by volume. ठीक है, now why we are calculating the bulk density? Basically to understand how much soil is compacted. Okay, so कितनी soil compacted है हमारी, उसके लिए we calculate the bulk density. So if bulk density is high, then soil is considered to be more compacted. soil बहुत compacted होती है अगर bulk density हमारी बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. इससे क्या पता चलता है कि basically देखो bulk density क्या है, dry weight upon volume. तो अगर ड्राई वेट ज्यादा है, ठीक है, ड्राई वेट ज्यादा है, दैट मीन्स सॉइल पार्टिकल्स आर वेरी क्लोज टू ईच अदर, देयर इज लेस पोर स्पेस एंड मोर ऑफ द सॉइल पार्टिकल इज प्रेजेंट, राइट? एंड बल्क डेंसिटी अगर ज्यादा आती है तो इससे पता चलता है कि हमारी जो सॉइल है बहुत ज्यादा कॉम्पैक्टेड है, राइट? सो लोअर बल्क डेंसिटी शोज दैट पोर स्पेस ज्यादा है, लोअर बल्क डेंसिटी के केस में. बट अगर हायर बल्क डेंसिटी है तो पोर स्पेस लेस होगा. ठीक है, आई हैव टोल्ड यू बल्क डेंसिटी ज्यादा होगी, कॉम्पैक्शन ज्यादा होगा, पोर स्पेस कम होगा. और अगर बल्क डेंसिटी कम है तो कॉम्पैक्शन कम होगा और पोर स्पेस ज्यादा होगा. क्लियर? सो बेसिकली स्टूडेंट्स, फॉर डिफरेंट सॉइल बल्क डेंसिटी जो आइडियल होनी चाहिए, सैंडी सॉइल में इट शुड बी लेस देन 1.6, फॉर सिल्टी इट शुड बी लेस देन 1.4 एंड फॉर क्ले इट शुड बी लेस देन 1.1. Clear? वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आपने सिर्फ याद रखना है कि जो बल्क डेंसिटी है, इफ इट इज मोर देन देयर विल बी मोर कॉम्पैक्शन, ठीक है, मोर कॉम्पैक्शन और एंड लेस पोर स्पेस, ठीक है। फॉर्मूले से भी समझ लेते हैं। बल्क डेंसिटी क्या है? ड्राई वेट अपॉन वॉल्यूम, ठीक है। ड्राई वेट ज्यादा कब होगा? जब ज्यादा सॉइल पार्टिकल होंगे, राइट। आपने एक पर्टिकुलर कंटेनर लिया, उसमें आपने सॉइल निकाली किसी पर्टिकुलर फील्ड से, राइट। उसमें उस सॉइल का ड्राई वेट ज्यादा कब होगा? जब ज्यादा पार्टिकल होंगे उसमें, राइट। और सिमिलरली अगर लेस पार्टिकल होंगे, ज्यादा पोर स्पेस होगा, तो ड्राई वेट कम होगा। तो दैट शोज अगर ड्राई वेट कम है तो कॉम्पैक्शन कम है, बल्क डेंसिटी कम आएगी। अगर ड्राई वेट ज्यादा है, कॉम्पैक्शन ज्यादा है, बल्क डेंसिटी आपकी ज्यादा, ठीक है। सो ये बेसिकली कॉम्पैक्शन को स्टडी करने के लिए ये प्रॉपर्टी है सॉइल की कि हाउ मच सॉइल इज कॉम्पैक्टेड। और बल्क डेंसिटी, इट इज ऑलवेज सेड दैट बल्क डेंसिटी शुड बी लेस देन लेस एंड ये जो आपके डेटा है कि इतनी अराउंड होनी, लेस देन इतना होना चाहिए इन दिस पर्टिकुलर टाइप ऑफ सॉइल, ठीक है। सो अगेन क्वेश्चन, ये क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है कि टू अंडरस्टैंड कॉम्पैक्शन व्हाट इज कैलकुलेटेड, बल्क डेंसिटी इज कैलकुलेटेड। दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये पूछा जा सकता है कि अगर ड्राई कॉम्पैक्शन है तो बल्क डेंसिटी बढ़ी हो, अगर कॉम्पैक्शन है सॉइल में ज़्यादा तो बल्क डेंसिटी ज़्यादा होगी, कम होगी तो बल्क डेंसिटी ज़्यादा होगी, ठीक है। इस तरीके से थोड़ा सा कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्वेश्चन पूछे जा सकते हैं। तो यू शुड हैव द क्लियर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ दिस कंसेप्ट, ठीक है। बल्क डेंसिटी हम क्यों कैलकुलेट करते हैं और कैसे ये ज़्यादा और कम है, क्लियर, ओके। और ये पोर स्पेस पे भी कैसे डिपेंड करती है। क्वेश्चन बन सकता है कि अगर बल्क डेंसिटी ज़्यादा है तो पोर स्पेस ज़्यादा होगा या कम होगी, ठीक है। तो पोर स्पेस वहाँ पे कम होगा, क्लियर। और जब अगर बल्क डेंसिटी ज़्यादा होगी तो दैट इज़ नॉट डिजायरेबल फॉर क्रॉप ग्रोथ। क्यों? क्योंकि अगेन बल्क डेंसिटी ज़्यादा मतलब पोर स्पेस कम है, क्रॉप का जो रूट ग्रोथ है वो नहीं हो पाएगा अच्छे से, ठीक है। सो इस तरीके से आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछे जा सकते हैं, यू हैव टू handle them accordingly. Then we have particle density. Now students, bulk density में हम pore space भी देखते हैं, dry weight को भी consider करते हैं, but particle density में हम सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो soil particle है उसकी density निकालते हैं, ठीक है। We are not considering pore space here. We are just considering the density of soil particle per unit volume, ठीक है। हम यहाँ पे कोई भी pore space का addition नहीं करते हैं. We are just concerned about कि in weight of individual soil particle per unit volume कितना है, that is particle density, ठीक है। and usually the average value of particle density is 2.66 ग्राम per centimeter cube. ये वैल्यू पूछी जा सकती है, ठीक है। particle density is known as real density, क्योंकि यहाँ पे अब हमने real जो soil particle है उसकी density calculate की है, clear. so I hope it's clear. particle density क्या है? real density. It is known as real density. It is the actual density of soil particle which is calculated. I hope now it's clear, right? So particle density clear है. Now students, one more thing you have to understand. We have sand soil, silt soil and clay type of soil, right? There is one more type of soil which is known as loamy soil. So students, basically you might have seen जो हमारी soil textural classes होती हैं, जो total सॉइल टाइप की क्लासेस हैं हमारे पास, वो 12 टेक्सचरल क्लासेस है. व्हाट आर दिस टेक्सचरल क्लासेस? बेसिकली बेस्ड ऑन कितना सैंड, सिल्ट और क्ले प्रेजेंट है, उस बेसिस पे हमारे पास 12 सॉइल टेक्सचरल क्लासेस है. लाइक सैंडी सॉइल, क्लेई सैंड, लोमी सैंड, सिल्टी सैंड, लोमी सॉइल, क्लेई सॉइल, राइट. इस तरीके से हमारे पास 12 टेक्सचरल क्लासेस है सॉइल की, राइट. अब इसमें एक क्लास होती है लोमी सॉइल और लोम सॉइल, राइट. अब ये लोमी सॉइल क्या है बेसिकली स्टूडेंट्स? इस सॉइल में, इस पर्टिकुलर टाइप ऑफ सॉइल में जो प्रपोर्शन है सैंड, सिल्ट और क्ले का, वो ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल रहता है. आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट्स एग्जैक्टली इक्वल, बट या प्रपोर्शन ऑफ सैंड, सिल्ट एंड क्ले का इक्वल रहता है. मैंने बताया अगर सैंड ज्यादा होगा तो वो सैंडी सॉइल है, क्ले ज्यादा होगा तो क्लेई सॉइल है, सिल्ट ज्यादा होगा तो सिल्टी सॉइल है. एक और क्लास होती है लोमी सॉइल, जहां पे प्रपोर्शन आपका सैंड, सिल्ट और क्ले का इक्वल रहता है, ठीक है. तो ये एक चीज आपने याद रखनी है कि लोमी सॉइल में सैंड, सिल्ट और क्ले का प्रोपोर्शन ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल रहता है. नाउ स्टूडेंट्स, दूसरी चीज यहाँ पे ये याद रखनी है, अगर हम पार्टिकल डेंसिटी की बात करते हैं तो पार्टिकल डेंसिटी दो चीजों में डिपेंड करती है. एक है कि मिनरल, किस मिनरल से वो सॉइल पार्टिकल बना है, क्योंकि अभी हम सॉइल पार्टिकल की बात कर रहे हैं, एक सॉइल पार्टिकल की डेंसिटी की बात हो रही है, राइट. तो अगर कोई मिनरल लाइट मिनरल से बना है, अगर कोई सॉइल पार्टिकल लाइक जो सैंड होता है, सैंड सॉइल पार्टिकल, वो एक लाइट मिनरल से बना है, क्वार्ट्ज से बनता है बेसिकली, तो वो क्या है, एक लाइट मिनरल है। तो उसकी डेंसिटी, अगर लाइट मिनरल से बनने वाला सॉइल पार्टिकल है, उसकी डेंसिटी ऑब्वियसली कम होगी, क्योंकि अगेन मिनरल जो इसको बना रहा है वो हल्का है, राइट। तो इसकी जो सैंड है उसकी जो पार्टिकल डेंसिटी है वो कम है। क्ले जो है वो हेवी मिनरल से बन रहा है, ठीक है। क्ले जो बनता है, क्ले पार्टिकल जो बनता है वो एक हेवी मिनरल से बनता है, तो उसकी पार्टिकल डेंसिटी ज्यादा होगी, ठीक है। ऑल्सो स्टूडेंट्स, एक पर्टिकुलर अमाउंट ऑफ और एक पर्टिकुलर वॉल्यूम में सैंड के पार्टिकल कम आएंगे, राइट। अगर हम इसी वॉल्यूम का, लाइक फॉर दिस इज पर्टिकुलर बॉक्स, इस बॉक्स में हमने सैंड पार्टिकल को वे किया, राइट। तो इसमें सैंड पार्टिकल कम होंगे क्योंकि सैंड पार्टिकल बड़े साइज के होते हैं, ठीक है, सरफेस एरिया इसका कम होगा, राइट। अगर हम इसी में अगर हम क्ले पार्टिकल को वे करें तो क्ले पार्टिकल ज्यादा होंगे एज कंपेयर टू सैंड पार्टिकल। क्यों? क्योंकि क्ले पार्टिकल आर वेरी स्मॉल इन साइज, एंड जो पर यूनिट वॉल्यूम एरिया होगा इन क्ले पार्टिकल का, और या वी कैन से कि जो क्ले पार्टिकल है उनके नंबर ज्यादा होंगे, ठीक है। अगर इसमें 10 सैंड पार्टिकल आते हैं तो क्ले पार्टिकल 20 आएंगे, क्योंकि क्ले पार्टिकल छोटे होते हैं, सैंड पार्टिकल बड़े होते हैं, ठीक है। तो डेंसिटी अगेन सेम चीज के लिए क्ले की ज्यादा होगी, सैंड की कम होगी। तो दो चीजों पे डिपेंड करता है, किस मिनरल से बना है और सरफेस एरिया ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर सॉइल, ठीक है। तो सरफेस एरिया कितना कवर कर रहा है, तो अगेन डेंसिटी कितने कवर कर रहा है, ठीक है। तो इसी पर्टिकुलर उसमें सैंड कम होगा तो सैंड की डेंसिटी कम होगी, पार्टिकल डेंसिटी कम होगी, क्ले की ज्यादा होगी। और दूसरा रीजन है मिनरल, सैंड लाइट मिनरल से बनता है, क्ले हेवी मिनरल से बनता है, तो वेट क्ले का ज्यादा होगा, ठीक है। तो पार्टिकल डेंसिटी क्ले की ज्यादा होगी, सैंड की कम होगी। क्लियर? So I hope now you understood all these properties and all the important things that I have discussed. Now let's solve these questions. So question is, which of the following soil has highest water retention capacity? ठीक है, very easy. I have already told you. We have option silty, clayey, sandy. I have already discussed with you that highest water retention capacity किसकी है? Clay की है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे micropores ज्यादा है। Clear? Next question, what is the name of proportion of soil occupied by air and water? Very important. ठीक है, option are given density, space, gap, porosity. Answer will be porosity. It is the proportion that is occupied by air and water. Soil porosity क्या है? जहाँ पे air और water occupied होता है, right? Soil में. Now next is, which soil have the appropriate amount of fine sand, silt, organic matter, moderate water retention capacity? ठीक है. Now students, again ये जो है, again the 12 textile classes that I was talking about, and one textile classes where we have appropriate amount of sand, silt and clay. So this will be your लोमी सॉइल, ठीक है। लोमी सॉइल में आपका जो फाइन सिल्ट, सैंड और क्ले है वो अप्रोप्रिएट अमाउंट में होता है। इट विल हैव मॉडरेट वाटर रिटेंशन कैपेसिटी। क्यों? अगेन सैंड की वजह से मैक्रोपोर्स भी होंगे, क्ले की वजह से माइक्रोपोर्स भी होंगे, तो जो वाटर रिटेंशन कैपेसिटी है वो मॉडरेट होती है इसमें। इट्स नॉट वेरी हाई, नॉट वेरी लो, राइट। ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग सॉइल टाइप हैज लीस्ट पार्टिकल डेंसिटी? आई हैव डिस्कस विद यू, राइट। लीस्ट पार्टिकल डेंसिटी किस में होगी? आपकी सैंड में, कोर्स सैंड में। दैट इज ऑल्सो इन कोरस सैंड। सी सैंड भी दो टाइप की होती है, कोरस एंड फाइन। कोरस मतलब जो बहुत बड़े पार्टिकल है, फाइन मतलब फाइन सैंड पार्टिकल। अगेन मैंने बताया कि अगेन आपकी जो पार्टिकल डेंसिटी हो किस पे डिपेंड करती है, जितने बड़े पार्टिकल होंगे उतनी कम पार्टिकल डेंसिटी होगी, जितना फाइन पार्टिकल्स होंगे उतनी ज्यादा पार्टिकल डेंसिटी होगी, राइट। तो क्ले की सबसे ज्यादा पार्टिकल डेंसिटी है, ठीक है। देन कोरस सैंड इज मतलब जहाँ पे साइज है जो सैंड पार्टिकल का वो बहुत बड़ा है, तो सबसे कम पार्टिकल डेंसिटी होगी आपकी।
We have chosen the topic egg. Why? Because of two major reasons. See, the first is, of course, there was one previous year question that has been asked from this chapter, or I would say this topic. And another reason is, see, if you look at the NABARD syllabus, there is one chapter with the name animal husbandry and poultry. Now animal husbandry has a very prominent topic which is milk, and if we compare similar to that in poultry, we have the topic egg, right? So we have seen recently the question of milk has started to increase. Like initially there was one question of milk, then in the upcoming years the number of questions increased from two, right? Sometimes three. So if we compare the egg and the milk wala topic, so we would see the similar pattern in egg. Like for the very first time last year, there was a question that has come from egg. So maybe if we see this comparison, there is a possibility that in future the questions from egg can increase. So that is why it is important that we cover this topic. And the question that was asked last year was, why are eggs rotated in brooders? Okay, so there were options. We will try at the end of the session to again try to answer this question and see are we able to do that or not, right? So we will do about it, but today's topic, let's talk about the agenda first. First we will see what is the definition of an egg, right? See, we all know what is an egg, right? But to have a clear definition, we will see that. Okay, after that we will see that how evaluation to check the quality of eggs is done, right? So there are different methods, and it is important to see the quality of egg, right? That if it is consumable or not, right? Or maybe if the aim of the farmer is to get chicken out of it, right? Maybe they want to grow the chicks for the meat purpose, right? So to see that if the egg is fertilized or not, egg is growing or not, then only the farmer would put effort to such eggs, right? So for all these things, evaluation is done. So we will look at what are the different methods of evaluation. Then we will talk about incubation and hatching, like what is incubation, what is hatching. So it's not like that today egg is laid and next day you have like chick that comes out of it. No, so there's certain time period which it takes for the embryo to get developed inside the egg. So that time period is called incubation, and hatching is coming out of this chick from the egg. Okay, so incubation and hatching. Then we will look at how this egg production cycle goes. So here we will see that what are the optimum temperature that is required, what is the optimum humidity that is required in the hatching process, and all that. And finally we will look at see, based on the quality of eggs, the government, they have categorized them into the grading, right? So that consumer is well aware that what sort of eggs they are consuming, right? So what are the gradings which are consumable, which are non-consumable? These things we will cover in the grading wala purpose. Okay, so let's get started and first talk about like what is an egg. Okay, so if we have to give the definition to it, so in poultry science we can say that egg is a biological reproductive structure that is laid by female birds only. And because here in poultry, primarily in India, like hens are what are those are reared, so we will talk from the hen context. Okay, now if you look at the structure of egg, we will see the major, or we can say broadly, there are three categories. One is your shell, then you have like inner portion that can be further divided into the yellow part and white part. Baki bhi part hai, as you can see, shell is further divided into outer membrane and inner membrane. Then we have what? We have a vitelline membrane. So basically protein की एक membrane होती है, vitelline membrane उसे बोलते हैं. And then there is this gap portion that is known as albumin, or it is known as white yolk also. ठीक है, white yolk भी बोलते हैं. And then we have this yolk, इसको yellow yolk भी बोल सकते हैं. This is actually which will further get converted or which will develop into the chicken. So this is the embryo basically. Here, before even for moving ahead, I really want to highlight one thing. Not all yolk or not all eggs get converted into chicken, right? Why? Because see, by now I hope you all understand that for a new progeny to come, you require a male and a female. Okay, so if hen and cock, that is the or rooster, that is the male version of hen, we say. Okay, so if rooster and hen, they mated and then egg is released by hen, then that will get converted into chicken. Okay, but if the male and female has not mated, there is one condition that is known as parthenocarpy in female. Okay, because of which the females still lay eggs. So even without fertilization, they are laying eggs, right? Such eggs do not get converted into chicken no matter how much you incubate them. Why? Because again, they were not fertilized. There is no zygote formation that has happened. And usually commercially, the eggs that are consumed, those are usually unfertilized eggs. So no matter how much you incubate them, they will never get converted into chicken. Okay, so but yolk is present in all eggs, be it fertilized or unfertilized. But if it is a fertilized egg, there is embryo formation that will happen, and if it is not, it will not happen. Okay, इसके अलावा we have air cell. That see how this air cell is formed. So basically, initially when the egg is laid, it is very hot, right? So when the egg, it starts to cool down, so a little bit shrink of the inner whatever these different components we have seen, those starts to get shrink. Because of that, there is a air gap, or this gap is formed where air is trapped, and later on when the embryo, it starts to get developed, it intakes the oxygen from here. Okay, so that is your air cell. Chalaza, you can say it's the connectivity of yolk जो bind, means एक static provide करता है yolk को. ठीक है, that connects it from the rest of the part. ठीक है? If we talk about how much weightage wise, the three major portion that I've told you, they take up the weightage. So shell 8 से 11% होता है, the white calcareous part that we all have seen, white portion और albumin 56 से 61% और yolk आपका 27 से 32% लेता है. If we talk about nutrient wise, तो egg white which is your albumin, egg yolk में if we compare, water is 88%. Like if we talk about just egg white, 88% of it is water, while in egg yolk, out of all the egg yolk that is present, 48% is water. Protein is 11% in egg white and it is 17.5% in egg yolk, so it's a little bit higher. But you must have observed, like if you're in fitness journey or if somebody's fitness journey, you must have heard of that people prefer albumin, that is white yolk, over yellow yolk. Why is it that? It is because even though the protein is higher, but the fat content is also very high. Fat content is 32.5% of the overall, but if you look at in the egg white, it's just 0.2%. That is why even though there is slight lower protein that is present in egg white compared to egg yolk, but if you look at the fat, it is very very less. ठीक है? मिनरल्स की बात करें, ट्रेसेस में 0.8% एग वाइट में मिनरल्स प्रेजेंट होते हैं, 2% एग योक में होता है. इसके अलावा इट इज वेरी मच रिच, द एग इज इट इज प्रेटी मच रिच इन योर लिपोप्रोटीन्स. ठीक है? फॉर एग्जांपल आपका लिपोविटेलिन, इट्स वेरी वेरी मच इट्स मेजरली it is majorly present in the egg yolk. ठीक है? तो ये आपका बेसिक था. नाउ लेट्स मूव अहेड एंड टॉक अबाउट लाइक हाउ द इवैल्यूएशन ऑफ एग क्वालिटी इज डन. ठीक है? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, व्हाई इज इट डन? सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, अगेन एज आई सेड दैट if it is there for consumption purpose by the people, so the farmer or the producer have to ensure that the consumer is satisfied, and if rotten and spoiled eggs like it goes into the market, definitely it will have an impact on consumer health. तो consumer safety भी देखनी है, satisfaction भी देखना है. इसके अलावा the evaluation is done to determine कि कितना fresh है, because for example if the egg is quite fresh, then it can be stored for longer duration, but if it's observed that it's quite old egg, so it has to be marketed to the earliest, right? Because the farmer would have the loss then assess suitability for hatching. ठीक है? If it is a fertile egg, then further then it's the incubation would be taken care of properly. If it's not, then it will be discarded. For example, for hatching, if the egg is not healthy, right, it will be discarded, right? So because it would otherwise it would just take up the space. That is not what we want. ठीक है? Grading of eggs में help करता है. If we know the quality of egg, we can provide that with grade. देखो, of course grade A will be sold at higher price. You must have observed if you go to supermarts, right, or maybe if you even use Blinkit, Zepto, you would see that eggs are of very costly range, but when you go to the local like grocery shop, there you would find a egg for 6-7 rupees. Why is it so? Because there is difference of grade. ठीक है? It's not like that the one that is there in grocery store, it is not consumable. It is not like that, because they are consumable. That is why these are being sold. But the ones that are of grade A quality, they are of better they are of better quality, right? Quality in the sense physically they are being they are more attractive. They might be big in shape and size, and they are being grown in the hygienic condition, right? So the chances of any disease susceptibility that reduces. तो ये grade decide करने में भी help करता है. And if there are any defects like cracks है, blood spots हैं, या double yolks कुछ ऐसे present है जो quality affect करेंगे, that can also be checked with the egg quality evaluation. ठीक है? Now we can do it by various methods. We have candling one method. We have we see that if the egg is floating in water or not. There is one Hague unit. There is one machine that can be used, like device है. Machine तो इतने बड़ी नहीं है, एक device है with which help also we can look at, ठीक है, the quality of egg, white index, yolk index. इनको एक एक करके समझते हैं so that we have more clarity. Starting off with candling. देखो candling में क्या होता है? A bright light is shined behind the egg in a dark room, and as you can see that how you can see the growth is observed. ठीक है? अब यूजुअली क्या होता है, 5th and 13th डे में like when we go for artificial artificial incubation, when we go for it on 5th and 13th day, we look at the egg that is there any improvement that's happening or not. Why 5th? As you can see, on 3rd day you can't see much, right? So on 5th and 13th day it's been seen, and if any defects are been observed, the eggs are discarded so that it does not occupy much of the space. ठीक है? तो कैंडलिंग में क्या हेल्प करता है? शेल क्वालिटी चेक करने में हेल्प करता है हैं if there are any cracks or abnormalities that are present. Size of air cell कितना है? If larger air cell, it means it's an older egg. Older egg means what? Then it's if it's for consumption purpose, it means it might rot quite sooner, so the farmer has to take care of it. ठीक है? Yolk position and movement कैसी है? If it is at the center, it's a good quality egg. Blood spots and meat spots present है. If it is present, it's a defect. And in case of hatching eggs, ठीक है? For example, if the farmer is not selling eggs for the commercial purpose, but rather he is rearing these eggs so that he can get chicks which can further be grown for the meat purpose. So in that case, candling is done to see that if embryo development is happening or not. If it is not happening, so clearly it will be then discarded. And why is it done? To see any internal defects and to see that if fertility is there or not, or freshness of there is not. How freshness is checked? Again by looking at the size of the air cell. ठीक है, जो यूजुअली आपका 8 mm के आसपास लाइक बेस्ट बताते हैं. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट है आपका फ्लोटिंग इन वाटर. ठीक है, फ्लोटिंग इन वाटर में सी इफ इट सिंक्स प्रॉपरली इट मीन्स इट्स अ वेरी फ्रेश एग. ठीक है, if it sinks but it's floating also like in between, then it's a slightly old egg. But if it is like floating above, it's very old, or it might be even rotten or spoiled as well. ठीक है, so to check the how much fresh or how much old the egg is, for that floating in water this method is followed. Third is Hague unit. So there is a machine, ठीक है, that do what? It checks the thickness of albumin. ठीक है, एल्ब्यूमिन का थिकनेस चेक करती है. और इफ द यूनिट मतलब फिर इसका एक पूरा फॉर्मूला होता है that won't be asked in exam, but the all in all the thing is that if the more thicker the white or albumin is, it means fresher the egg, and the thinner मतलब जितना the more watery the albumin is or the white yolk is, it means it is quite old. तो इसका एक रेंज बना रखा है कि Hague unit में. So there is a certain unit numbers that have been given. If it is 100, it means it's an excellent quality egg. 72 से 100 में good, and less than 60 में like low quality egg है. क्यों किया जाता है? अगेन टू सी दैट हाउ फ्रेश या क्वालिटी ऑफ एग इज. ठीक है, फ्रेश जितना फ्रेश होगा उतना थिक एल्ब्यूमिन होगा, जितना ओल्ड होगा उतना थिन होता जाएगा. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट इज अबाउट वाइट इंडेक्स चेक करते हैं. तो इसमें अगेन एल्ब्यूमिन को चेक करते हैं. ठीक है, विड्थ चेक करते हैं कि कितना उसकी विड्थ है. ठीक है, हायर इंडेक्स अगर होगा, थिकर होगी, फर्म विड्थ होगी, तो फ्रेशर एग होगा. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट वी हैव व्हाट? नेक्स्ट वी हैव योक इंडेक्स. आई कुड नॉट फाइंड एनी पिक्चर ऑन द इंटरनेट, सॉरी फॉर दैट. ठीक है, बट अगेन इसमें योक की हाइट और डायमीटर चेक करते हैं. ठीक है, अगर हाई योक इंडेक्स है, इट मींस ज्यादा राउंड है, एंड व्हाट वी हैव ऑब्जर्व, जितना राउंड और सेंटर्ड होगा उतना अच्छा होगा क्वालिटी का. ठीक है, लो योक इंडेक्स इट मींस फ्लैट है या वीक योक है. ठीक है, व्हाट डज इट मीन? इट मींस दैट इट्स एन ओल्डर एग. ठीक है, द मोर इट इज राउंड एंड इन सेंटर, इट्स अ फ्रेश एंड गुड एग. द मोर इट्स फ्लैटेंड और वीक एग, it means it's an older egg. ठीक है, next let's talk about like what is so by now what we have seen the basics of egg and how evaluation of it is done. Next is see the how incubation and hatching is done. ठीक है, again incubation period अगर बात करें आपका hen में 21 days होता है. Please keep in mind 21 days is the hatching period that is there in hen. If we talk about other birds, it can be as much as like 28 days or 30 days also, but for hen only we will be talking about, because again in your syllabus in poultry section hen is the prominent bird that we have to study about it. ठीक है, तो अब क्या होता है, we have to like when देखो वैसे जो ये hatching या incubation है, it can be natural also and artificial also. Natural is when the hen they sit on the egg. You must have seen conventional pictures. I have added in the further slide also, where like in the nest there are eggs that are kept and hen sits on it. ठीक है, अब इसमें एक चीज मैं बताना चाहूंगी. देखो the one that lays eggs is known as a layer. ठीक है, there is another term that is known as brooder. ठीक है, brooder is that hen that sits on the egg and brood. ठीक है, ब्रूड मतलब वही उसको प्रिपेयर करना, उसको एक एम्बिएंट टेम्परेचर या एनवायरनमेंट प्रोवाइड करना. ठीक है, सो द थिंग आई वांट टू से, लेयर इज दैट hen that lays the egg, brooder is the one that sits on it. What does it imply? It imply that it's not necessary, it's not compulsory that the hen which lays eggs that only will sit on the hen, that is sit on the eggs. That is not compulsory. It has been observed, it's in the nature of hen that there are some hen, even though they have not laid the eggs, they would brood the eggs. ठीक है, so those are known as brooder. for example, there is a hen, ठीक है, it can be a layer and brooder also. For example, it first lays the egg and then it sits on them also, so it's a layer also, brooder also, right? But if there was any hen which laid the which did not lay the eggs but it is hatching those eggs, it will be known as a brooder. Please keep in mind this, ठीक है? तो what happens, brooding, because this term will come a lot in these slides, that is why I've explained you that brooder means that bird, brooding means hatching those eggs or incubating those eggs, ठीक है? अब during the incubation time, what happens, you require a certain temperature, certain humidity. At the initial few days, certain temperature, certain humidity is required, and after few days different humidity, different temperature than before is required, ठीक है? कितना चाहिए? Optimum temperature in the setter. अब ये setter क्या है, hatcher क्या है? So artificially when you are commercializing eggs, so you require instruments, you require machines, ठीक है? So for the initial 18 days, the machine which is used for incubation, that is known as the setter, ठीक है? So initial 18 days, the chicken eggs are kept in setter, where the temperature is kept from 99.50 to 99.75 degree Fahrenheit, which is approximately, you can say, like 37-38 डिग्री सेल्सियस, ठीक है? 37-38 डिग्री सेल्सियस के आसपास होती है. एंड देन फॉर द लास्ट 3 डेज, ठीक है, एज वी सेड दैट ओवरऑल 21 डेज इज रिक्वायर्ड टू हैच, ठीक है? तो लास्ट 3 डेज में कितना, अगर अराउंड 98.50 डिग्री फ़ारेनहाइट चाहिए, मींस अ स्लाइट लेसर देन द ओरिजिनल, ठीक है? इसमें लिखा हुआ है द फिजियोलॉजिकल जीरो फॉर एक्स इन इज अबाउट 24 डिग्री सेल्सियस. व्हाट डज इट मीन? व्हाट इज फिजियोलॉजिकल जीरो? दैट इफ द टेम्परेचर रीचेस टू दिस, द embryo will not be it will not develop, it will not be able to develop itself. So physiological zero means like that the no point. If the temperature reaches there, the egg will not hatch, ठीक है? तो ये चीज का आपको ध्यान रखना है. what is physiological zero? It is around 24 degree. Otherwise the temperature that is being asked around 37-38 degree, that is being there, ठीक है? humidity कितना होती है in setter? 55 to 60%, and last 3 days it can range between 65 to 75, ठीक है? higher humidity during hatching period is given to avoid dehydration of chicks, ठीक है? because chicks, क्योंकि means what is humidity? That is the presence of water droplets in the surrounding, that is humidity. Because what will happen if the last few days, if there is no humidity, if there are no water droplets that are present in the air is dry, then evaporation will happen from the eggs, ठीक है? and because of that, the chick that is inside, that is now going to come out, it will become dehydrated, and which can cause physical problem in them. तो इसलिए humidity last के time में high कर दी जाती है. Ventilation, of course, oxygen is also required. Now you must be thinking that how they take oxygen if it's in the if it's like inside. So see, these eggs, they have very microscopic pores, so it is possible still to have exchange of gases, ठीक है? तो कितना रखते हैं? Around 21% रखते हैं during the setter, ठीक है? And you have to keep in mind that maintaining oxygen is very important, because for every 1 drop of oxygen, the hatchability कितना reduce हो जाती है? 5%. means if, like for example, if from 21%, 20 becomes the oxygen level in that particular area, जैसे setter की आप बात कर सकते हैं, तो it means there are 5% now less chances of that egg to get hatched. तो ventilation बहुत ज़्यादा important है, इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना है. Tolerance levels of carbon dioxide for the first 4 days is around 0.3%, which ठीक है? और ये बाद में मीन्स इट कैन फ्लक्चुएट अ लिटिल बिट, ठीक है? 0.5 तक जा सकता है, लेकिन अगर ये जैसे 5% तक चलेगा CO2 लेवल, तो इट बिकम्स लीथल फॉर द एग, ठीक है? पोजीशन ऑफ एग कैसे रखते हैं? मीन्स लाइक यू आर कीपिंग दैट इन मशीन्स, राइट? हाउ डू यू कीप? सो इनिशियल 18 डेज व्हेन इट्स इन अ सेटर, देन क्या होता है, जो लार्जर पार्ट होता है दैट इज इन द अप, तो मतलब ऐसे वर्टिकल में रहता है. मतलब आपने एग देखा होगा, egg is like this, right? somewhat like this. तो जो लार्जर पोर्शन है वो ऊपर ऐसे वर्टिकल पोजीशन में रहता है, स्मॉलर नीचे रहता है, ठीक है? देन इन द हॉरिजॉन्टल पोजीशन फॉर द लास्ट 3 days, ठीक है? देन अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट टर्निंग ऑफ एग्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ठीक है। अब जो ये मशीन यूज हो रही है, देखो जो ये हैचर बोल रहे हैं इसको हम ब्रूडर भी बोल सकते हैं, ठीक है। मशीन को मींस वैसे तो ब्रूडर इज दैट योर hen, बट आर्टिफिशियली यू कैन से हैचिंग हैचर और ब्रूडर मशीन ऑल्सो। देयर व्हाट हैपेंस, देयर टर्निंग ऑफ eggs is done at least 8 times a day. Now why this turning of eggs is done, it's very very important, so that जो developing embryo है it does not get stick to the membranes, it does not get stick to the membranes. That is why turning is done, and it reduces embryo mortality ratio. What does it mean? Because if you, because you're providing with a certain temperature, right, so it might heat up and it might get stick to the shells. So that is why what is done, this turning of it is done, so that it does not get it's not being kept for so long that it gets stick to the shell membrane, okay, inner membrane of course, okay. That is why this turning of egg is done. And I've given this overview, ठीक है, of this setter and hatcher का कितना temperature, relative humidity, position, turning is required है, so that you can you can just have a quick overview of the 2 slides that we have done, ठीक है। Finally coming to the egg production cycle, ठीक है। birds, अब बात करें first of all what are like the birds those are called, ठीक है। we are not talking about eggs yet, we are talking about that mother, the female that lay eggs, ठीक है, how that process it goes, ठीक है। first of all the layer, ठीक है। अब now we have understood the birds that lay eggs, those are the layers, right? So the layers first when they are small, 0 to 2 months, those are known as small chicks या brooders बोलते हैं उनको, ठीक है। जो मैंने आपको वो टर्म बोलता है ब्रूडर, ब्रूडिंग hen, दोज आर द सेम कंसेप्ट, ठीक है, जो एग्स ले करती हैं, ठीक है, मीन्स जो एग्स को हैच करती हैं, ठीक है। देन वी हैव व्हाट, देन वी हैव ग्रोअर्स, ठीक है। व्हेन दीज बर्ड्स विच आर गोइंग टू ले एग्स, ठीक है, when they reach about like after 3 months, those are known as layers, ठीक है। but and when they reach finally they are 21 weeks old, they started to lay eggs. Before that their body is getting ready for this for this condition. Like for example in females, in all the scenario, you know, right, there is a puberty phase that happens, the body gets prepared and then only the female can produce young ones, right? Similar here also, initially they are known as growers when, you know, reproductive organs, they are being developed, and when they reach 21 weeks old they starts to lay egg, and they lay eggs as long as 72 when they are 72 weeks old. There is one line which says laying fewer eggs as they near the molting period. देखो what is this molting period? Basically this is the time period where the it comes in a periodic manner, where the hens, they shed off their feathers and new feathers come, ठीक है। अब because most of the energy has to be consumed to make new feathers, ठीक है, so in that time, during that time period, the body, it starts producing lesser eggs, because eggs also need energy, and that now energy is getting consumed to form new feathers on the bird's body. That is why during that time eggs जो होते हैं वो थोड़े कम ले होते हैं, तो that period is known as your molting period, when the feathers are shedding and new feathers are being made, ठीक है। इंक्यूबेशन क्या प्रोसेस है, ऑफ कोर्स फॉर हैचिंग ऑफ एग्स, ठीक है, मींस जब प्रिपेयर हो रहे हैं, ठीक है, नेचुरल इंक्यूबेशन होता है, दैट इज नोन एज हैचिंग, ठीक है। कितना पीरियड होता है, 21 से 21 डेज, बट इफ यू हैव टू गो स्पेसिफिक 21 डेज फॉर एग्स, आई वुड से, ठीक है। इसके अलावा क्या होता है, आफ्टर सिटिंग फॉर सम डेज, ब्रूडी hen, जो हमने जो मैंने आपको कंसेप्ट बताया था लेयर्स का और ब्रूडी hen का, ब्रूडर्स का, दैट इज दैट ब्रूडी hens क्या है, दे हैच एग्स, ठीक है। ऑप्टिमम टेम्परेचर 38 डिग्री, सेम थिंग देयर वी अंडरस्टूड लाइक इन फ़ारेनहाइट डिग्री केसेस, here we have seen in the Celsius cases 37-38 डिग्री तक का मेंटेन होता है। मॉइस्चर आपका 60 to 80% होता है, ठीक है। रिलेटिव ह्यूमिडिटी इतनी रखते हैं, ठीक है। एंड हैचेबिलिटी ऑफ 80% फ्रॉम नेचुरल इंक्यूबेशन इज नॉर्मल, ठीक है। तो इतना तक अगर आपको 70-80 तक की हैचेबिलिटी है, दैट इज कंसिडर्ड नॉर्मल। दैट इज व्हेन, देखो हैचिंग एज आई हैव सेड देयर कैन बी 2 टाइप्स, नेचुरल इंक्यूबेशन और आर्टिफिशियल। सो वी फर्स्ट टॉक्ड अबाउट द नेचुरल, देन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द आर्टिफिशियल, वेयर दीज आर द लाइक यूनिट्स, ठीक है। ऐसे ब्रूडर्स होते हैं, ठीक है, इनको मशीन्स, आप ब्रूडर मशीन बोल सकते हो, हैचर बोल सकते हो, इंक्यूबेशन मशीन बोल सकते हो, दीज आर द टर्म्स दैट आर यूज्ड, ठीक है। एंड दे आर टू मेंटेन सम लाइक नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट, राइस एंड राइस हस्क दे आर बीइंग केप्ट, ठीक है। एंड हैचेबिलिटी ऑफ 65 to 75% is common. What does it mean? Not all eggs will get converted into eggs, but 65 to 75% of eggs that you have kept, because see we are going for artificial method, of course, so there has to be some deviation that you can एक्सपेक्ट, तो इट्स एक्सपेक्टेड कि 65 से 75% बट ग्रोथ हो जाती है। कैंडल कब होता है? 5 से 13 डेज, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू आइडेंटिफाई इफ देयर इज इनफर्टाइल एग्स दैट आर देयर, डेड एम्ब्रियोज आर देयर फॉर इन दैट पर्पस। और यहाँ पे भी टेम्परेचर, ह्यूमिडिटी सब कुछ चेक करते हैं, विच वी हैव ऑलरेडी कवर्ड प्रीवियसली, ठीक है। तो आपके दो आर्टिफिशियल टाइप के होते हैं। लास्टली नाउ व्हाट्स आर द ग्रेडिंग दैट्स बीन गिवन? ग्रेड ए, ग्रेड बी एंड नो ग्रेड, ठीक है। ग्रेड ए क्लीन होते हैं, अनब्रोकन शेल होते हैं, एयर सेल 4 mm डेप्थ का होता है, ठीक है। क्लियर, वाइट, फर्म एंड सेंट्रल योग, ठीक है। ग्रेड बी भी क्लीन होता है, मॉडरेटली टेंड होता है, एयर सेल 8 mm होता है। तो मीन्स आपको देखो 4 से 8 mm तक का आपका एयर सेल हो सकता है, ठीक है। They are slightly off center, that is why they are being given B grade, first of all because they are slightly off centered, ठीक है। इसके अलावा थोड़े tainted हो सकते हैं शेल, नो ग्रेड होते हैं, ठीक है। इसमें यूजली मीन्स आपके मीन्स they are not being kept in much of the hygienic condition। लेकिन one thing I want to say कि जो आपके नो ग्रेड एक्स होते हैं वो भी कंज्यूमेबल होते हैं, उसमें ना दिक्कत नहीं होता, बस वो देखने में ज़्यादा अपीलिंग नहीं होते हैं। और अगेन जो हमने ऊपर बात की कि एयर सेल उतना नहीं होगा, सेंटर्ड योग उतना होगा या नहीं होगा, ये सब चीज़ें होती है, ठीक है। अब फाइनली इफ यू ट्राई टू डू दिस क्वेश्चन, सी आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टेल आंसर फॉर दिस इन दिस सेशन, आई विल टेल इन नेक्स्ट, बिकॉज आई वॉन्ट यू टू ट्राई that now you tell me that why eggs are rotated in brooders, what can be the possible reason? Is it to put them in an upside down position for support, or for proper ventilation of the environment, or to prevent the developing chick from sticking to the shell, yeah, to increase the humidity level inside the brooder, yeah, to have a constant temperature? You tell me why is it done. We have picked up a very important topic, post harvest management of horticulture crops. And why are we saying so? Because if you look at previous year, the question has been asked both in objective format, that is the multiple choice question, and also in the descriptive writing as well. If you look at the objective as basic question as like what is the percentage of post harvest loss in India in horticulture crops, to asking you terminology that is associated with post harvest management, then asking directly like what are the benefits of post harvest management, value addition and supply chain development in horticulture crops. Like these are the ones such questions that are asked in the exam. So we decided to come up the deep explanation of this particular topic so that you can answer questions related to it in the future examinations. First, let's look at what are the topics we are going to cover. ठीक है, to understand post harvest maturity, there's also one concept of post harvest management. There's also concept of maturity that we will briefly see, and the different factors that affect the maturity. After that, we are going to look at what the brief definition of post harvest losses, what are the technologies to minimize these losses, and also we will look at some of the preservation methods that we follow for increasing the shelf life of the horticulture crops, ठीक है। At the end we will also discuss, there is one more concept of supply management, ठीक है, supply chain management in post harvest management that is related to horticulture, ठीक है। Starting off with like what is maturity in horticulture crops. So see, in horticulture crops you must have seen a shape and size of anything, of maybe of a fruit, of a vegetable, right? And that particular maximum shape and size which the crop it actually it forms, it is known as what? It is known as maturity, ठीक है, या it attains, that is known as maturity. And this maturity is just one step before ripening. What does it mean? देखो, you must have seen for example, if you see an apple, okay, so this apple, it is like a ripe apple, it is all red in color, right? And it's very juicy and everything, right? So it does not happen that as this apple is growing, it starts ripening along with the increase in shape and size. No, it does not happen. First what happens, proper shape and size is achieved, and then afterwards ripening starts, ठीक है। तो इसलिए if you look at the definition of maturity, it says stage of fully development of tissues and fruits and vegetables, ठीक है, when your fruit or vegetable, it has fully grown to its maximum shape and size, that is known as maturity, and only after that it ripens normally, उसी के बाद क्या है, ripening start होती है, ठीक है। Now maturity has three definitions that we are going to look at very quickly, ठीक है। First is physiological maturity, second is harvest maturity, and third is your commercial maturity, which is also known as your horticulture maturity. Like what is the similar and difference? And because in examination sometime, you know, directly as we have seen, terminology based questions are asked, so that is why we will understand them. First of all, we have like physiological maturity. This is simply like, for example, this is your, if you look at this third picture, after that you will see that ripening has started to happen, means the reddening of tomatoes, they have start to happen, right? So this third stage is your physiological maturity. So physiological maturity is your, that your simple definition, that when fruits and vegetable tissue has developed to its maximum potential, that is known as your physiological maturity. Okay, it refers to the stage in which developing the fruits and vegetable when maximum growth and maturation has occurred. Okay, as simple as that. So what is physiological maturity? The stage of full development of tissues of fruits and vegetables, and after that ripening happens. Okay, that is your physiological maturity. Now second is what? Second, let's understand commercial maturity or horticulture maturity first. Okay, what is commercialization? Basically business, right? So commercialization, these are all part of the same like common words. Okay, it means business, right? So what is commercial maturity or horticulture maturity? It is when the at what stage that particular crop is required by the consumer. For example, the best example could be mango, right? Mango, if for example, if it is required by consumer for making pickles, right, then we require raw mangoes. Okay, so what is commercial maturity of mango at that time? The rawness, the raw that it has, the raw stage. Okay, but for example, if the consumer wants it as a fruit, so definitely at what stage it should be sold to the consumer? When it's fully ripened. So that will be its commercial maturity. So what is commercial maturity or horticulture maturity? At what stage the consumer is actually demanding. How this is different from physiological maturity? Because in commercial maturity, it's not necessary that the tissues are fully developed. It can be even demanded in the market way before that. Just example that I gave you of pickles, right? If you look at the pickle, they're very small inside, they're quite raw, right? But they have achieved their commercial maturity because this is what that is required in the market. Okay, so that is your commercial maturity, that at what stage it is required in the market. Third being the harvest maturity, and then let's understand what is harvest maturity and then how is it different from commercial maturity. We will look at it. Okay, harvest maturity is that अब इसमें let's take example of tomatoes only. Okay, for example, tomatoes are being grown in UP and it has to be sold, for example, in Kerala. Okay, so it will take a lot of time from the crops to reach from UP to Kerala through transportation, right? Now, usually tomato is required in the market at what stage? That ripen stage, red stage, right? But not too much ripe, Hana. So that is demanded by the Kerala people, the ripen red tomatoes. Okay? But imagine if the farmer in UP, he harvests it at the red ripen stage and then he sells it to then he sends it to Kerala through transportation. Do you really think when it reach over there it will be at the same state? No, maybe the tomatoes, they will overripe, or maybe they will start to rotten, right? So what is harvest maturity? To harvest crops at such a stage that when they reach to the market, they are at their desirable state. So what would do? अब इसमें भी देखो दो concept आ जाते हैं. Some are your climateric fruits and vegetables and some are not. ठीक है, what are climateric? जो which can ripen even after being harvested, while some crops which do not ripen after harvesting, that is known as non-climateric. For example, you have citrus fruits. So citrus, if you harvest them at raw stage, they would not ripen afterwards. ठीक है, but for example, you have mango, banana, they even after harvesting they would ripe. ठीक है, so that is known as your climateric crops. ठीक है, अब harvest maturity में the example that I gave you, so what the farmer will do at this second or maybe at this third stage, the farmer at third or maybe this fourth stage, they will harvest the crops from the field so that when they reach into the Kerala market, they would be at the desirable state that is being demanded by the consumer, that is the fully red ripen stage. Okay, so this is harvest maturity. Now how it is different from commercial maturity? Commercial maturity was at what stage it is demanded at the market. If means it is harvested and it is there in the market. For example, the UP farmer, if he has to sell locally those tomatoes, so he would harvest that at the very ripen stage, right? So that was its commercial maturity, what is demanded at the market. While harvest maturity is a far-fetched idea where there is some time gap, and in this maturity will also happen, है ना? क्योंकि in maturity harvest maturity it is harvested at an early stage so that when it reaches to the market, it is at the desirable state. While in commercial maturity, the harvesting is done at the desirable stage only. ठीक है? Did you get the difference? Commercial maturity is harvesting at the desirable stage only, while in harvest maturity, it is harvested at such a stage that when it reaches to the market, it is in the desirable state. ठीक है? So these were the differences. There are some factors that affect maturity, the temperature being a very important factor. For example, if you look for the tomato, if you look at it at 5 degrees Celsius, it will not ripen. In fact, disease will develop. At 8 degree, it will ripen, but slowly. But at 20 degree, like it ripens fast. And at 30 degree, orange color can be seen on the oranges. So simply, if you look at it, that these temperature do have its effect on maturity. In fact, if you look for the gulabi, which is a variety of grapes, it matures in 100 days in Western India, but 82 days in the warmer areas of North India, okay, or the northern part of the country. Okay, so what does it mean? Even the grapes, like for example, they grow earlier or they mature earlier in warmer temperature, while slower in the comparatively lower temperature. तो temperature has its effect on maturity. Soil का भी difference होता है, जैसे grapes जो है light sandy soil में जल्दी harvest हो जाते हैं if you compare with the heavy clays. ठीक है, size of planting material, जैसे for example ये pineapple का crown, the bigger the crown, the earlier it will mature, and the smaller the crown, it will take more time to grow. ठीक है, then closest spacing की बात करें, जैसे for example hill bananas, they if the closing spacing is there between hill bananas, they mature very early. How does that happen? Because see, the banana trees, they have tendency to release ethylene gas, and ethylene gas is what actually which has prominent role in ripening any fruits and crops. I hope you have the idea about it. Okay, now if many trees are there closer together, so there will be a lot of ethylene gas like in that particular vicinity, and that is why the maturity is very high. I mean, it means maturity fastens. But for example, if these trees were like at very distant space, or maybe if there were just one tree, so even the ethylene release will be there, it will not be as dense as it had been in the previous case, right? So that is why close spacing में देखा गया है कि बनाना की जो means maturity hasten हो सकती है. Pruning से भी, pruning, because pruning it navigates with the help of pruning, the undesirable parts like of the plant, they are cut down so that the energy can be then sent to the required part of the plant. ठीक है, तो इससे भी क्या होता है, इससे भी आपका जो ripening है वो जल्दी बढ़ती है. एंड गर्डलिंग भी हमने मेथड समझा था, where what is done. So basically you know इसमें भी होता है कि you restrict the flow of carbohydrates, so that what happens, जो क्रॉप्स जो फ्रूट्स है उनका जो प्रोडक्शन है दैट इंक्रीजेस. ठीक है, इसमें क्या करते हैं, कोई भी आपकी जैसे ये आपकी पेरीफेरी स्टेम की, इसको क्या करते हैं, थोड़ा इसको नॉच कर देते हैं, एंड सो दैट व्हाट हैपेंस, जो भी आपका एक्यूमुलेशन हो दैट हैपेंस एट द रीजन ऑफ फ्रूट डेवलपमेंट. ठीक है, तो एनर्जी आपकी सारी वहां पे कंज्यूम हो. सो दीज आर ऑल द फैक्टर्स अफेक्टिंग मैच्योरिटी. नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस. ठीक है, व्हाट इज पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉस? सो बेसिकली व्हाट हैपेंस, हार्वेस्टिंग हैज बीन डन एंड आफ्टर दैट ऑल्सो, देखो इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट एज सुन एज हार्वेस्टिंग इज डन everything is there in the market at the on the same day or maybe the day afterwards. No, it does not happen, right? But what happens, the infrastructure in India currently, it's very poor for post harvest management, and because of that we bear a lot of losses. If we talk about production of vegetables and fruits, we are like there in second number globally, and in fact for certain fruits and vegetables we are at the first number. Still we lack a lot, because if you look at 10 to 15% fresh fruit and decay आपका बहुत easily हो जाता है. ठीक है, ये FAO की एक research में एक report में था, but if you look at it ये 50-60% अब रेंज करता है इन इंडिया. सो कैन यू इमेजिन दैट द फ्रूट्स एंड द वेजिटेबल्स दैट आर हार्वेस्टेड इन इंडिया, 50-60 to it just goes into wastage because we don't have proper systems available. And what happens in this post harvest losses, basically क्या होता है, because of improper handling and storage facilities, like lack of storage facilities, a lot of these fruits and crops they just perish, means वो खराब होने लग जाते हैं. Mechanical losses means physically, like for example imagine for yourself, if you have to go into a shop to buy apples, right? Which one would you prefer, which are all round and like very good in shape, or would you prefer which has cuts and anything? In fact, even if you go to the mandi, you would find that the vegetables and the fruits which have some mechanical defect, those are being sold at the lesser price. Why? Because those are not desirable by the consumers, right? So mechanical losses hota hai, microbial spoilage hota hai, because microbes, they would attack on, because these are like what, these are breeding ground for microbes only, right? Because they act as a food for them. तो microbial spoilage की वजह से बहुत खराब हो जाता है, physiological losses भी होते हैं, ठीक है? Now let's talk about like what are the technologies that can be used to minimize them. The first one is waxing, ठीक है? So basically what happens, a protective coating of wax is being applied in the fruits, so that because of that two major things won't happen. First of all, respiration will reduce, because the pores that were present on these on these fruits, they are now being covered with wax, so respiration will not happen. And if respiration will reduce, the metabolic activities in the fruits, they will reduce. Yes, if you are not aware of it, I want to clarify that yes, even after the harvesting, the fruits, they do respire, because ultimately it has seed within them. तो ये जो आपके होते हैं living creatures, means you can say living creature वैसे would be a very big word, but yes, they do respire and metabolic activities do happen inside it, ठीक है? तो वैक्सिंग से क्या होता है, respiration reduce होता है, because of which what happens, the metabolic activities are also reduced, and additionally what happens, the microbes are not able to enter these because of the these fruits, because of that this coating, ठीक है? अब वैसे you have now edible coatings as well, but initially you know these wax were not quite good for human health, and that is why it was advised that whenever you get these fruits and vegetables, you wash them properly and stuff. And in fact, if you remember, most of you might remember when you were small children, your parents used to say that let's not buy this particular fruit, it seems shiny, so maybe there is a wax coating that is there above it, okay? Second is term curing, and let me just highlight one thing, that curing might mean different meaning in different chapters. For example, in fisheries it has different meaning, in terms of onions it has different meaning, in terms of green vegetables it has different meaning, but currently we are looking at the post harvest management, उसमें curing हम समझ रहे हैं. What is curing? So see, when you harvest onions or garlic or any like underground vegetable, right, or even like for example, for that matter, even sweet potato या tropical जो आपके root vegetables होते हैं, right? So when they are harvested, they are very like soft in nature. Like if you compare this first picture and second picture, in second picture you are looking at this covering, right? And in first it is not there, because naturally it's not there, but we need to have this covering. Why? Because if there is not, there's a lot of moisture that is present in this root vegetable, it will get evaporated easily. Because the moisture is present, metabolic activity increases a lot in this vegetable. Apart from that, microbe infestation is where increases, the chances of the microbe infestation, it increases again, because moisture is there, food is there, right? So it becomes the ambient environment for them, and because there is no hard covering, because of that mechanical losses, जो wear and tear है, उसके chances भी बढ़ जाते हैं. So in this, curing is done. In root vegetables, curing is done. What is curing? Basically, when these crops are harvested in a shade, they are being kept for few days, spread there in under the shade for few days, and during that time, this outer covering, it what happens, it generates, and this act as a protective layer, where this moisture that is present inside, it does not move out. It acts as a barrier for the microbes, and also wear and tear is not that easy, okay? Third is evaporative cool storage, usually followed like in your villages, right, where still the electricity is not there, ठीक है? तो इसमें basically क्या होता है, two, like if you see, two walls are made, two boxes are made, and in between it is hollow, and there water is being added up either with the help of pipes or whatever system that is available, ठीक है? And inside it is hollow. Now what happens, because like these bricks, they have now water, so these bricks are cooler now, right? Temperature is lower there. Now what happens, when outer air, अब air तो pass through everything, like air has tendency to pass, right? तो यहाँ पे जो भी pores आपके बीच में spaces available होगा, वहां से भी air rate will pass, ठीक है? अब now if hot air it comes, ठीक है, it passes through this system, and because these bricks were cool because of the water that was being added here, so when it passes through the bricks, the air, it will become cooler. So that is why the inner temperature, it is comparatively cooler than the outer water temperature. ठीक है, तो इससे what happens, shelf life is increased. ठीक है, pre packaging is done, proper packaging is done so that any physical damage does not happen, right? Moisture loss does not happen, because imagine if these tomatoes were sold like that, or not only tomatoes, any fruits, vegetables are sold just like that, right? Because of the sunlight, heat, it might lose moisture, it might then not look good to the eyes, right? But if you have kept that in a closed container, the moisture will not be reduced, and also the physical damage will not happen. ठीक है, cold storage में like big units where temperature is lower, ठीक है, and because of that shelf life is increased. How? Because of lower temperature shelf life is increased, because when the temperature is lower, first of all, some microbes, they are not able to attack to the crops in question, and along with that the respiration reduces. ठीक है, when the temperature reduces, the respiration reduces of the crops, and if the respiration is reduced, definitely metabolic activity will also decrease, resulting the increasing shelf life. Next is MAP. MAP भी बोलते हैं इसको, map या modified atmospheric packaging. So what happens, especially in supermarket, you must have seen where what happens, these vegetables are being given like in small packaging. ठीक है, so what happened in, as the name suggests, modified atmospheric packaging, here inside this packaging only the temperature has been the gases has been modified, oxygen has been reduced and carbon dioxide has been increased slightly, so that what happens, because देखो, if there will be no oxygen in the environment, how are these crops, they are going to respire, how will they do respiration, right? So that is why in MAP the oxygens are reduced, so that when lesser oxygen present, the here fruits and vegetables, they will not be able to respire. ठीक है, and again if respiration will be not there, metabolic activity will also reduce. ठीक है, hence increasing the shelf life. इसी का एक form है, one is MAP. in देखो, in MAP if you look at the picture, what has happened, in small packets the fruits and vegetables are kept, and inside the gases has been altered. ठीक है, when it happens at the bigger area, that is known as controlled atmospheric storage. So in both the cases, in MAP and CAS, in both the cases what has happened, the gases have been manipulated. It's just that in MAP those have been done in what, in the packed in the packages, while in CAS it's the whole room, there's a proper storage system that is available जहाँ पे ये alter किया जाता है. ठीक है, next we have cold chain. Cold chain का क्या मतलब होता है, basically देखो, as I gave you the example of UP to Kerala, right? So there we are using transportation. ठीक है, अब if high heat is there, metabolic activity will increase, because rate of respiration will increase, microbial infestation will increase, and all that, right? So during transportation also you require such transportation facilities which actually have like inbuilt refrigeration system, you can say, that is known as cold chain. So basically what it means, that from the farm till the consumer, whenever transportation is happening, no matter how many like vehicles or systems you are changing, you throughout this system there should be the refrigeration facility, or the temperature controlling facility should be there, so that the fruits can be stored at the lower temperature. So cold chain handling system क्या है, basically horticulture crops from farm to consumer, however they are being transferred, no matter how much changes or switch of transportation is happening, but in all the scenarios जो temperature है वो lower maintain होना चाहिए. तो means we have to come up with such transportation which actually is this much developed that you can control the temperature in them, so that the crops when it reach to the consumer, they are at the best stage. ठीक है, next एक term है आपका irradiation. What is this irradiation? So basically in this what happens, gamma rays are used. ठीक है, तो आपकी gamma rays होती हैं, gamma rays are exposed to the fruit and vegetable, and because of this what happens, if any microbe is there, they die. तो बैक्टीरियल जो बैक्टीरियाज होते हैं, दे डाई बिकॉज ऑफ दिस गामा रेज. दिस प्रोसेस इज नोन एज इरेडिएशन, एंड इट इज सेफ, एंड सच लाइक irradiated food is safe for human to consume. Don't think that if rays are being they are being exposed to rays, so they become like cancerous to humans or like that. No, it does not happen. ठीक है, next is edible coating. Again, as I said before, ठीक है, जो पहले का केस था wax, they were not that much good for human health. That is why edible coating were introduced. Dehydration is what? Removing the water from fruits and vegetables to increase the shelf life. Because what happens, देखो dehydration अगर remove हुआ, where does this metabolic activity they take place? In inside the fruits and vegetables. They have, for that you require water as a catalyst. So if water is not there, metabolic activity will not happen. If metabolic activity will not happen, the, you can say, ripening or the maturity of the crop, that will not further increase. Not maturity, but yes, ripening will not increase, decay will not happen. And also, so first thing is this, metabolic activity will not be there because water is not there, which act as a catalyst. And secondly, the microbes, they also, where do they respire? They respire there in water only, right? So if that is not there, तो ये microbes भी attack नहीं करेंगे. So that is why जो dehydration है, it is also one of the good technology or method for preventing post harvest losses. Then we can use chemicals also, because देखो ultimately ripening, which as we have already discussed, which hormone it promotes ripening? Ethylene. So you can use such ethylene absorbents, because if you know, wherever you have kept your crops for storage, if you are adding ethylene absorbent, definitely, for example, in banana they ripe very fast because of the extreme ethylene production. But if you have kept ethylene absorbent over there, so because of which what will happen, ethylene will not be able to like spread through the bulk, right? And because of that, the intensity of ripening, it will reduce. ठीक है, आप ये कर सकते हैं. एक और इसमें टर्म है degreening, which is part of post harvesting also, but not like a technology for the losses, but I'll just tell you anyway. Especially like for example in citrus fruit, it happens that it has grown to its like maximum size also, plus it has ripened fully also, but due to any reason it is still green in color. Like usually citrus, they are orange and it shades, right? But sometime it happen, it has ripened fully, but still it is what? It is greenish in nature. So in that, degreening is done. Degreening means to remove the green, because it is like it is best to consume, but psychologically a consumer does not buy it thinking it is green, so it is not ripened fully. Okay, so degreening is done, so means green color is removed. That can be done by two ways. Either ethylene is added a little bit so that the green can be removed, or there are certain government approved dye also, which can be used to, you know, dye the color to hide the green color and make it like visually appealing for the consumer. ठीक है, तो that is known as degreening. But chemicals भी use हो सकता है for preventing post harvest losses. ठीक है. Up we have looked at some of the technologies. Now we are moving ahead and looking at some of the steps that one should follow, or what one can follow in the post harvest management to increase the shelf life. One of that is very good concept or very interesting concept, I would say, that is of pre-cooling. See what happens, all these crops whatever we are growing, that is where, that is in the field, right? And they are in the direct contact with the sunlight, right? So because of that, these crops, they have a lot of heat. Like whatever fruits or vegetable that you have harvested, those actually have a lot of field heat that is present. Okay, and what we have understood by now, if the temperature will be more, the respiration will be no more, and hence metabolic activity will be more, which will ultimately lead to the rapid decay of the fruit and vegetable. So the first thing we have to do once we have harvested these vegetables and fruits from the field is to remove the field heat. That is known as what? That is known as pre-cooling. So pre-cooling may be again what is done in pre-cooling, whatever you have harvested in shade, you just keep spread that for 2 to 3 days, so that whatever field heat is there, please remember you have to do that in a shade, because if you don't do that, so then moisture will be lost very easily because of the sunlight. ठीक है, तो शेड में करते हैं 2-3 दिन उसको एकदम you keep that. ठीक है, you place those fruits and vegetables in shade for 2 to 3 days, so that field heat is removed, and because of that metabolic process is reduced in the fruits and vegetables. ठीक है, अब if you are using like technologies, there are various methods, जैसे room cooling. सब में देखो, all in all whatever 3-4 I will show you the example, all in all will have follow the same concept, that the heat has to be removed. Room cooling में simple ये है, all the crops are kept there, and there are then exhaust, those are being added so that proper air circulation can happen, and with the help of exhaust, all the heat that was inside that like closed room, that will move out and fresh air will come in, reducing the field heat. Means all these methods methods, technologies we are using so that we can fasten up the process, where we have to keep for 2 to 3 or maybe sometime in 4 to 5 days into the field. Here it is done at very shorter duration. ठीक है. Then we have cold wall. Cold wall में क्या करते हैं, बेसिकली एक वॉल और ऐड कर देते हैं, जिससे जो ये पैसेज ऑफ एयर है ये थोड़ा और ज़्यादा स्मूथ हो सके. ठीक है. ऑल दीज लाइक ऑल हैव द सेम कंसेप्ट. यू डोंट हैव टू लाइक स्पेसिफिकली सी ओके इसमें ये होता है उसमें वो होता है. ठीक है. बट दीज आर जस्ट टर्मिनोलॉजीज. लेट जस्ट डिस्कस दैट. फोर्स्ड एयर कूलिंग में क्या होता है, एज यू कैन सी एवरीथिंग इज स्टैक्ड देयर एट वन प्लेस, एंड देन यू हैव लाइक अ आउटलेट, राइट, एंड देन यू हैव अ कूलर. ठीक है. तो इससे सीधा क्या है, कूलर आप सीधा एयर ठंडी हवा अंदर भेज के हीट बाहर निकालते हो. एंड लाइक बिकॉज ऑफ दिस 2 to 4 times earlier the field heat is removed. ठीक है. इसके अलावा फोर्स्ड एयर टनल. ठीक है. अगेन देयर इज अ फैन, तो एग्जॉस्ट जल्दी हो जाए. तो देखो, इन द फर्स्ट केस वेयर वी हैव सीन फॉर रूम कूलिंग देयर वर द कंसेप्ट ऑफ एग्जॉस्ट ओनली, राइट, बट इट वाज अटैच्ड टू द वॉल एंड लाइक ग्रेजुअली द हीट वाज बीइंग रिमूव्ड. बट देन टू फास्टन अप द प्रोसेस, फोर्स्ड एयर टनल्स, अब सेम चीज है. यू हैव अ लाइक फैन वेयर इट्स एग्जॉस्ट, it just everything has been stacked and the now fan is attached to that system so that और easily और जल्दी से field heat remove हो जाए. ठीक है. That is why I'm saying you don't have to like learn the definition of each and everything, but yes, pre-cooling what is it, that is very important to understand. ठीक है. Serpentine cooling में वही आपका wall वाला concept है, but यहाँ पे additional slits have been added so that again there is more space for air to come and like go by. ठीक है. That is serpentine cooling. ठीक है. इसके अलावा hydro cooling है. In hydro cooling this is usually done with the green vegetables. ठीक है. Where what they are done, because they are very like they're very hot, so what is done कि उसको पानी में डालते हैं. ठीक है. they are पानी में डालते हैं so that the heat is removed. One is vacuum cooling. ठीक है. vacuum cooling में क्या होता है, vacuum is created so that heat it just moves out of the system. ठीक है. vacuum pump होता है जो जिससे सारी heat है वो बाहर आ जाए. और if like there is a cooling there is a cooling pipe also जो फास्टन अप करते हैं कि जो भी वेपराइज्ड वाटर है वो एकदम से कूल डाउन हो जाए. ठीक है. एंड यू विल गेट कंडेंस्ड वाटर एज वेल. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट वी हैव क्रायोजेनिक कूलिंग. इन क्रायोजेनिक cooling you use liquid gases to store for example nitrogen at 190 degree 196 degree freezing temperature में इसको रखते हैं. ठीक है. -196 degree Celsius में रखते हैं. if you talk about if you are using like carbon dioxide, liquid carbon dioxide, ठीक है, so in that case you use like around at -70 to 75 degree Celsius. ठीक है, for keeping up the fruits and vegetables. Evaporative cooling is similar, we have already seen the photo also. ठीक है. तो basically water is added into like you can either use bricks, ठीक है, or you can use such fibers. ठीक है. and then what happens, warm air when it moves through it, cold air में they get converted. ठीक है. with the help of heat also you can preserve actually the fruits and vegetables. Now we have come to the preservation part. अभी तक we have seen the technologies that we can use to reduce the post harvest management. Now we are looking at like what are the ways how we can preserve it. ठीक है. Pasteurization, देखो there are three, by the heat by the usage of heat there are three methods. One is below 100 degree, when the heat is used but below 100 degree, it is known as pasteurization, usually done for fruits. ठीक है. and when the heating is done at 100 degree it's actually known as like you can say boiling also. ठीक है. ये आपका किसमें, आपका वेजिटेबल्स में, ग्रीन वेजिटेबल में स्पेशली ब्लांचिंग में यूज होता है. ब्लांचिंग में देखो क्या होता है, बेसिकली इन ब्लांचिंग व्हाट हैपेंस, लाइक एट 100 degree at boil temperature the these vegetables are kept for few minutes I would say. because of this what happens, if there are any microbes those are removed and the vegetables they are green in color only. तो ब्लांचिंग से कलर लूज नहीं होता, इसलिए ब्लांचिंग प्रेफर होती है. and sterilization, when the heat is used above 100 degree for killing up the microbes, that is known as sterilization. This also happens in vegetables. so usually pasteurization happens for fruits and heating at 100 degree and sterilization that happens in your vegetables. ठीक है. टेम्परेचर लो करके भी हो सकता है. ठीक है. नॉर्मल स्टोरेज रेफ्रिजरेशन में यूज होता है. ठीक है. 15 डिग्री में भी, 0 से 5 डिग्री में भी, इनफैक्ट एट एक्सट्रीमली लो टेम्परेचर्स में भी हो सकता है, as low as -15, -19, minus even 150, 170. You don't have to memorize like what are the different temperatures for each. There is not any question have been asked from this from previous year, but yes, because we are understanding, देखो अब again we have to understand this concept in a way that we can answer objective question also, descriptive question also. The one that we are currently looking at, like story, low temperature, heat, all these things that you can utilize in a descriptive answer writing. So that is why maybe there is no data that I'm asking you to remember, but these are the concept that you can use in your descriptive answer writing. ठीक है? केमिकल्स के थ्रू भी फ्रूट प्रिजर्वेशन होता है. सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड एंड बेंजोइक एसिड्स आर टू इंपॉर्टेंट केमिकल्स which are used to increase the shelf life of the crops. Means when I say crops, please keep in mind I'm talking about fruits and vegetables only. And also I want to highlight, like सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड की एक और क्वालिटी होती है, दैट इज अ ब्लीचिंग. ब्लीचिंग मीन्स इट स्लाइटली इट चेंजेस द कलर, लाइटन्स द कलर ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट. ठीक है, तो अकॉर्डिंगली से यूज किया जाता है, बिकॉज ब्लीचिंग से समटाइम इट हैपेंस लाइक इफ द कलर हैज बीन रिड्यूस, सो इट माइट नॉट बी अपीलिंग फॉर द कंज्यूमर. ठीक है, तो बस इस चीज का ध्यान होता है. बाकी बेंजोइक एसिड भी यूज होता है फॉर प्रिजर्वेशन. नेक्स्ट इज व्हाट? नेक्स्ट इज बाय ड्राइंग. डेफिनेट वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन. जो डिहाइड्रेशन है, ठीक है, तो डिहाइड्रेशन का ही चीज है. ड्राइंग इन बोथ द मेथड्स द वाटर हैज बीन रिमूव. ठीक है, तो ड्राइंग में क्या होता है, इन द एक्सपोजर ऑफ सन, लाइक यू आर डूइंग दैट. ठीक है, if you have to go for like technical difference, what's the difference between drying and dehydration? Drying is done with the help of like effect of sunlight. ठीक है, जब drying करते हैं evaporation के through, that is known as drying. Dehydration can be done with like machines also. ठीक है, तो food preservation by drying, ठीक है, natural drying हो सकती है. अब तो air dryers भी वैसे आने लगे हैं. Then we have preservatives add करना है. See, there are two type of preservative: class 1 preservative, class 2 preservative. How to memorize? Just keep in mind that anything that is like organic or might find easily find in your home, maximum of it, those are class 1 preservative. जैसे common salt है, sugar है. अब चलो dextrose glucose is not available at your home, but if you look at it, like spices, vinegar, honey, these are usually available at your home. So these are class 1 preservative. Class 2 preservatives are chemicals, right? जैसे benzoic acid, sulfuric acid, nitrates, potassium, इन सब के भी use हो सकते, means these are the class 2 preservatives used for food preservation. Next is by fermentation. ठीक है, fermentation में देखो, जहाँ पे in first of case like we are using these chemicals, preservatives, in there what happens, like food is just it just able to sustain for longer duration. Fermentation का concept में भी we add some things, like it can be vinegar or alcoholic beverages or anything like that into our product, right? But what's the difference? Like in fermentation there's a little bit slight alternation at chemical level. जैसे इसमें carbohydrate breakdown हो जाता है. What happens in fermentation, the carbohydrates in the produce, they are broken down, but that is not going to have any impact in the quality of the crop at all. In fact क्या होता है, when this carbohydrate breakdown has done, तो nutrient value भी बढ़ जाती है. ठीक है, तो that happens in fermentation, and about 2% acetic acid prevents spoilage in many products. You have to keep in mind. ठीक है, ये एक objective में पूछा जा सकता है. Next by canning. So basically canned the things, the produce, they are being canned so that they can be used for longer duration. ठीक है, what is the process? First of all, fruits and vegetables are selected. Grading is done. Grading we have already understood, like what is grading, based on the quality, based on the sizes, the when the produce they are segregated. जैसे इसको मैं normal basic example भी दोबारा apples का लूँ. For example, if there is one seller, there are two like seller. ठीक है, one seller has like small apples and then big apples also, and then all like at one stack only. ठीक है, what would you do? First of all, the farmer would not have the best prices for it, because for bigger apples the prices must be different, and for smaller apples prices must be different. So and you as a consumer, either you would not buy it from there, or even if you buy, you will just go for the bigger apples, right? But in the second shop, what the shop owner has done, he has kept two stack, one with all small apples and one with bigger apples, and he is now demanding different price for the bigger apples and the ones for the smaller apples, and as per whatever your interest you would buy the specific one. ठीक है, so this is known as basically grading. और इसमें एक और चीज है, not only this example which I gave, it was for the shape, right? Shape and size, right? Apart from that, but for example, if there is a particular set of apples that is going to get rotten soon, and there is one set which still has time, right? So this segregation also helps in selling also. Okay. So this is known as grading, when the classification, when this segregation is done based on what, based on the shape and size and quality and everything. Okay. So same thing happens in during processing also. Why grading is done, that what is the best desirable crop for the canning that is being taken. अब जैसे टोमेटो में the most ripened one they are taken, not the raw one. ठीक है. तो grading होती है, then washing of them होती है, cooling of them होती है, then blanching is done. Blanching in certain cases, ठीक है, जैसे आपके कुछ कुछ crops है उनमें blanching होती है, then cutting is done, then peeling is done, filling is done. इसमें दो term है, syrupping and breening, can be asked in your multiple choice question. What is syrupping? When sugar is added into your uh, uh, sugar is added to those crops, that is known as syrupping. ठीक है. Liquid add किया जाता है थोड़ा, ठीक है, and when salt is added, that is known as breening. तो in both the cases, ठीक है, क्या हो रहा है आपका जो इसमें solution बन रहा है, या तो syrup solution add होगा या salt solution होगा. When sugar solution is added, that is known as syrupping, and when salt solution is added, that is known as breening. उसके बाद exhausting होती है. exhausting मतलब क्या होता है, whatever heat that is there into the cans, those are being removed, that is known as exhausting. Then storage is done, cooling is done, processing is done, and then finally seal is added. ठीक है. So that now there are no, like, the gases, they are being intact inside, because if exchange of gases will happen, the produce, it will definitely, it will die. ठीक है. Last, let's talk about supply chain management. What is supply chain management? As simple as that, when 2 or 3 organizations, they are linked directly, ठीक है, and works in upstream and downstream manner. Upstream and downstream मतलब both side में होता है. जैसे for example you have farmer, then there has to be a distributor, then retailer, and then it reaches to the consumer, right? So whoever 2 3 these links are in between, and they work both ways. ठीक है. Not only there's just one way direction, but other way direction is also there, which other way direction में आपका क्या हो सकता है, feedback हो सकता है और डिमांड का पता चल सकता है. ठीक है. ऑल्सो दैट इज अ अपस्ट्रीम डाउनस्ट्रीम फ्लो ऑफ प्रोडक्ट, सर्विसेज, फाइनेंसेस, इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम वन सोर्स टू अ customer, that is known as your supply chain management. And it's not just restricted to just deliver the product to the farmer, to the consumer, but it's more than that. Here we are talking about like purchasing, तो चलो basic हो गया. ठीक है. That from the farmer to the consumer, in between like purchasing is there. ठीक है, definitely. And like ultimately consumer में purchasing है, लेकिन इसमें quality का भी ध्यान रखा जाता है. Again, as I said, that it's a two-way process. It's not that only the farmer whatever he is giving and that's being given to the consumer. No. Then what will happen, consumers feedback, like what is its demand, how is the quality of the product, all these things are also being taken into consideration. And based on that, retailer might maybe to the same seller, he might convey the same thing, or maybe if he feels like that the consumer has different demand, he then contact to different distributors, he might contact to different farmers, right? That is why it's like upstream and downstream product. ठीक है. इसके अलावा डिमांड एंड सप्लाई प्लानिंग करनी है, स्टोरेज देखना पड़ता है, मटेरियल एंड इन्वेंटरी कंट्रोल, दैट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ योर सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट. ठीक है. प्रोडक्शन प्लानिंग, शेड्यूलिंग कंट्रोल, एट व्हाट टाइम इट शुड बी सोल्ड इनटू द मार्केट. ठीक है. फॉर हाउ मच टाइम इट शुड बी केप्ट, when before the products it gets exhausted in the market, we have to restore them. Everything is under the supply chain management. And definitely customer ki service is prominent, the prominent factor. And based on their feedback, then the all the things like about again purchasing, about planning, product planning, controlling, everything is.
And the topic that we have picked up is classification of fishes. So basically this topic has been picked from the chapter fisheries of your ARD syllabus. And why have we chosen this specific topic? Because if you look at previous year questions, here the questions have been asked from it. ठीक है. तो वैसे तो classification of fishes can be based on 3 categories. One based on the habitat where they live or where they prefer, second being about their feeding habit, and third one being about the migration, means they move from certain water bodies to another for living purpose, for breeding purpose, can be other reasons we will discuss, right? But on that basis we have classification. So वैसे तो from this topic the third one based on the migration से ही we have seen questions, but because we have picked up the topic, so we will like briefly discuss the other two classification also for general understanding. ठीक है. अब क्वेश्चन कैसे आता है एग्जाम में, which of the following fishes live in fresh water but breed in salt water? So basically description was given and you had to identify the terminology, right? Another way what can be asked, that they might ask you directly, ask you the terminology and then you have to give the examples. ठीक है, ऐसे आपको क्वेश्चंस पूछे जा सकते हैं. अब इसमें same we will look at based on habitat, like what is the classification on feeding habit and on migration. Starting off with the first one, like what are the different classification we have. First, as I said, based on habitat, where they live, what type of water environment do they prefer. Then based on what food they eat, are they dependent on the plants that are there in water, that is the herbivores. Then or are they omnivores, they eat both other organisms as well as plants, so they're carnivores, they dependent on other animals that are present in water. Okay. And based on the migration, like where do they move, for the breeding habit, usually breeding habits के लिए ही होता है वैसे. So we will discuss these three, starting off with the based on habitat. ठीक है, तो habitat, what sort of water they prefer. So see, broadly we have three type of waters. One are the fresh water bodies, and these category is based on how much salt concentration is there in water. ठीक है, so we consider any water body a fresh water if the salinity it is below 1.05%. In some books you might find ppm, parts per million, both means the same thing. ठीक है, 1.05% से below salinity होनी चाहिए. ठीक है. Then there is another category, marine water, या आप sea water भी बोल सकते हो, जो ocean में present होता है. There we know a lot of salt concentration is there. So marine water bodies are such water bodies where salinity is above 30%. ठीक है, so these are two extreme ranges. Below 1.05%, that is a freshwater body, and then we have above 30%, that is a marine water body, right? Now in between, whatever range is there, like for example if range is 2%, or maybe like if it is for example 24%, right? So these ranges for such water bodies which have salt concentration between the 1.05 extremity that we have observed in fresh water and 30% that is there for marine water, in between whatever such water body exists, we call it fresh brackish water. ठीक है, तो fresh water में salinity is below 1.05%, marine में above 30%, and in between whatever be the percentage of salt concentration in the water, such water bodies are known as brackish water. ठीक है. So there are some fishes जैसे आपकी carp हो गई, ठीक है, trout हो गई. These are the fishes that prefer fresh water. So these are fresh water fishes. Then we have brackish water fishes. Then we have marine water fishes. ठीक है, तो ये आपकी category है. ठीक है, अब fresh water में भी you have two type. One is cold water and one is warm water. And before that, I want to say one thing about these three categories, that your fresh water and your marine water, basically these are the extreme form, right? Means below 1.05 and above 30%. These type of fishes are known as stenohaline. What does it mean? Stenohaline means what? That these are very particular about the salt concentration, and if this salt concentration it varies, they will not be able to survive. What does it mean? It means, for example, we take case of tuna, in case of marine fishes, okay? There, if it, for example, it's about 30% that is required. If tuna is kept in water body where 15% or maybe 16% of salt concentration is there, it will not be able to survive. Why? Because it is stenohaline. It's very particular about the salt concentration. Similarly, fresh water में, if for example carp है, कोई आपकी कटला हो गई, रोहू मृगल हो गई, if you have kept that in 11% of salinity, it will die, right? That is why I am saying that these things are important to know, because that would help you to understand like then how to culture them, right? Then you would be very particular about the salinity. Maybe if you want to go for like culture marine fishes, then you would create that environment, right? So that is why knowing these things are important. Okay, so your both fresh water and marine water, they are stenohaline because they are very particular about the salt concentration that they require. Brackish water की बात करेंगे, इनको यूरीहेलाइन बोलते हैं. यूरीहेलाइन are such fishes that can, you know, that can adapt to the range of temperature, and which is understandable also. Why? Because brackish water in itself, it is a wide range, right? So definitely the fishes that exist in these water bodies, they should also be adaptable to this wide range, because then how will they able to survive, right? So that is why brackish water की जो fishes होती है, those are यूरीहेलाइन because they can adapt to a wider range of salt concentration in the water. ठीक है, जबकि fresh water and marine water, they are stenohaline. ठीक है, अब जो fresh water है, it can further be divided into cold water and warm water. So basically cold water means some fishes, they prefer temperature between 15 degree to 24 degree, while warm water, they 27 degrees to 32 degrees Celsius, they prefer such temperature, and that is why like they are cold water, warm water. Marine भी pelagic, demersal, deep sea तो एकदम at the very at the bottom of the सी लेवल वहाँ पे डीप फिशेस मिलती हैं, ठीक है. देन यू हैव डिमर्सल, दीज डिमर्सल फिशेस एंड पेलाजिक फिशेस. लाइक पेलाजिक आर द वंस, दीज आर प्रेजेंट एट द surface of the water, oceanic water, not near the shore, but yes, like in the, if you go inside, if you go far inside the sea, or you go far off the land to the center of the sea, then these fishes are present, ठीक है. They prefer, like they are in the photic zone. Photic means their sunlight is proper, ठीक है. देन वी हैव डिमर्सल, ठीक है. डिमर्सल क्या होती है, थोड़ी अंदर होती है, ठीक है. अराउंड आपका 200 मीटर के अंदर के रेंज में प्रेजेंट होती है. सो देयर इज अ लिटिल बिट लाइट इट कम्स, बट नॉट दैट मच, ठीक है. तो इट काइंड ऑफ इन बिटवीन, यू कैन से पेलाजिक एंड डीप सी. हाउएवर डीप सी आर लाइक इन वेरी डेप्थ, ठीक है. तो these were the classification now based on like their feeding habits. We have plankton feeder, means silver carp and cutla, they prefer planktons. What are plankton? देखो, planktons are very small organisms. They can be plants also, means phytoplanktons. Why we are saying them plants? Because they can do photosynthesis, so they can prepare their own food basically, ठीक है. तो plankton can be of two type, but in both the cases they are very small organism. They can be phytoplankton also, which are basically the organism which can make their own food, ठीक है. Or they can be zooplankton. Zooplanktons are such organisms which are like animals, you can say, inside the water, ठीक है. तो जैसे सिल्वर कार्प, it's a phytoplankton feeder, ठीक है. कटला आपकी zooplankton है, but in both the cases वो plankton feed करते हैं. Herbivores में we have grass carp, milk fish. Omnivores में we have common carp, pearl spot fish. Carnivores में these are the ones that feed on other organisms. These are snakehead, zebras. ये कुछ categories हैं, ठीक है. अब ये बहुत most important part आपका आ गया है based on the migration, ठीक है. इसमें simply if you look at how can the question be asked, आपको simple याद रखना कि how is that transfer going on, like why migration it happens, ठीक है. तो fishes can be of two, on the based on migration, some are non-migratory fishes, some are migratory, so we don't have to take care of the non-migratory wala part. In migratory we have four major terminology that you should know: potadromus, potamodromus, anadromus, catadromus and amphidromus, ठीक है. अब potamodromus क्या होता है? These are the fishes which move from fresh water to fresh water only. जैसे in fish in when we were looking at fresh water, we saw that some belongs to cold water, some belongs to warm water, right? So some fishes, what happens when they have to lay eggs, they move from fresh water to cold water to lay eggs, right? Why? Because see, in fresh water what happens, in warm water a lot of competition is there, a lot of predatory fishes are also there, and they want to like conserve their fishes, their eggs, right? So that is when they move from warm water to the cold water area, ठीक है. जैसे आपका most common example आपका brown trout हो गया, ठीक है. So what are potamodromous fishes? Potamodromous fishes are those fishes which move from fresh water to fresh water only for laying eggs. Example brown trout, ठीक है. And I've already told you जो फ्रेश वाटर टू फ्रेश वाटर कैसे आपके वार्म से आपके कोल्ड में आती है, ठीक है. सेकेंड है एनाड्रोमस. एनाड्रोमस आर दोज फिशेस विच ग्रो इन सी वाटर. प्लीज लुक एट द एरो, ठीक है. एरो सजेस्ट व्हाट, फ्रॉम दे आर मूविंग फ्रॉम वेयर टू वेयर, ठीक है. इसमें आपका बोथ साइड में आना चाहिए, ठीक है. आई विल अपडेट इट इन द पीपीटी व्हेन यू विल गेट, ठीक है. तो यहाँ पे अगर बात करें पहले एनाड्रोमस की. एनाड्रोमस कौन सी होती है? दीज आर द फिशेस which survive their juvenile time period, means which they are still growing, they are out of eggs, they are at the young stage, and then they are growing, then they live in the sea water. But when it is time to lay eggs, what they do, they come to the fresh water, ठीक है. So these are known as what? Anadromous fishes. So the fishes that move from sea water to fresh water for laying of eggs, those are known as anadromous fishes, ठीक है. Next we have what? Catadromous fishes. Catadromous आपकी क्या होती है? These are the fresh water fishes which move to sea water to lay eggs. अब देखो ये कैसा चलता है, let me tell you, ठीक है. क्या होता है, जैसी सी वाटर फिशेज होती हैं, ठीक है, दे कम टू फ्रेश वाटर, दे वुड ले एग्स, ठीक है, they would die. Similarly happens in catadromus, the fishes that because they prefer fresh water, they move to sea water and then they would die. इसके बाद जब ये एग्स निकलते हैं तो दे मैच्योर, दे ग्रो एंड दे मूव टुवर्ड्स, जैसे मान लो एनाड्रोमस का केस है, ठीक है. सो व्हाट हैपेंड इन फ्रेश वाटर फिशेस वर लिविंग, ठीक है. व्हाट दे वुड डू व्हेन दे वुड कम आउट ऑफ एग्स, दे वुड मूव टुवर्ड द फ्रेश वाटर, दे वुड ले एग्स एंड दे वुड डाई. व्हेन द एग्स वुड कम आउट, they would move towards sea water to grow, okay, and then come back for the for what, when it is time for breeding. ठीक है, तो अगर confusion हो रहा है तो let's just skip this part. ठीक है, because in an examination they're not asking you in detail what are these things. ठीक है, if you're getting confused, otherwise keep it simple. Anadromas are those fishes which move from fresh water to sea water to fresh water for laying eggs. Catadromas are the fishes which move from fresh water to sea water to lay eggs. ठीक है, and then we have amphidromas. Amphi means both. ठीक है, तो amphi means both का क्या मतलब है कि that they keep on switching, like fresh water से sea water से fresh water आते हैं and then they again move to the from fresh water to sea water. ठीक है, तो this is known as what? This is known as your based on migration. पहले के केस में देखो जैसे what's the difference between amphi? Amphi means both. So what is the difference between this one and the other two cases we have seen? The fishes which will move from sea water to fresh water, they would lay eggs and then they would die. ठीक है, why they would die? Because we have also understood that there is classification of fishes based on the habitat they prefer. We know that seawater fishes, they require certain salinity. If they don't get it, they will die. Similar thing happen in anadromas. Freshwater fishes, they come, the seawater fishes, they come to freshwater fish, freshwater, they lay eggs and then they are not able to survive and they die. ठीक है, similarly catadromas में क्या होता है? They are freshwater fishes and we know for them below 1.05% temperature salt salinity is required. ठीक है, so when they move to sea water to lay eggs, they don't get that particular salinity percentage, so they die. ठीक है, but amphi means both, so it means what? These are those fishes, like for example goby, we have big mouth sleeper, mountain mullet. These are the ones which can actually, they can survive to both sort of temperature, both sort of salt salinity. So they come to fresh water, they lay eggs and then they go back. ठीक है, तो ये है आपका amphidromus. ठीक है, so again we have potadromus, fresh water to fresh water, example trout. Then we have anadromus, sea water to fresh water, that is hilsa, example. Catadromus में we have fresh water to sea water, that is eel, and then we have amphidromus, sea water to fresh water, that is goby, right? So these are the cases. Now you have to like questions over there, try to attempt them. Okay, first one is which of the following fishes lives in fresh water but breed in salt water, and second, which of the following is a potadromous fish? Try to answer that in the comment. And the topic that we have picked up today, it is breeding in livestock. And why have we picked up this one topic? Only because if you look at one of the previous year, there was a descriptive question that was asked from this topic. What is cross breeding? And explain the different methods of cross breeding with the advantages and disadvantages, right? So that is why we have decided to talk about or discuss about breedings in livestock and see cross breeding is a part of it. So we will start off with understanding like what is breeding, what are the different types of breeding, and then we are going to look at specifically what are the different types of cross breeding, and at the end we will also talk about the modern ways of breeding culture that is currently going on in the world, the modern techniques that are there. Okay, so this is going to be the flow. So starting off with why the breeding is done. So it's the concept is very simple, that is we want superior genes in our progeny, so that for whatever purpose are we rearing those animals, it can be cattle, it can be goat, sheep, anything. So whatever we are rearing it for, it can be for meat, it can be for milk, it can be for the wool that they produce, or anything. For whatever purpose that we are rearing them, we get the best quality for it. Okay, so that is why breeding is done. So limiting the reproduction of inferior animals means animals with inferior genes to crossbreed them with other such breeds, so that we get the superior animals in the progeny. And sometimes it happens, not always, it's like there are inferior animals and they are being mated with the superior ones to get better progeny. Sometimes both the parents are of superior quality only, so that in the progeny we have best of both worlds, you can say. Okay, so why is it done? So that we get all in all, if you have to say, breeding is done so that we can have superior progeny with the desirable genes that the breeder or maybe the farmer wants to have. Okay, and it depends on for what purpose are you rearing that particular animal. ठीक है, तो next generation में हमको मिले. Broadly we can classify breeding into two types. One is known as inbreeding. We call it inbreeding when the mating is done among the relatives. Relatives means those animals that we are using as a male, as a female for crossing, they are somehow related. If they are related, they have some commonality in genes, that is known as inbreeding. Another one is outbreeding. In outbreeding, the animals, they are not related, as simple as that. Okay. Inbreeding can be of further two type: close breeding and line breeding. What is the similarity and difference? Because both are inbreeding, so definitely in both relatives are used. Okay. But in close breeding, immediate relatives are used. For example, mating a dam. What is a dam? The cow, which is a mother, that is known as a dam, and son. Okay, so means the mother and son, when the mating is between mother and son, now they are the immediate relatives. They share the same genes, or you can say 50% of the genes, right? Because mother genes must have transferred in the son, so they are the immediate relatives, and mating is done between them. Sire is the male parent, that is the sire and daughter. So when father and daughter are mated, that is the close breeding. So means it is between relative, full brother, full sister, and they are immediately related to each other. While in line breeding also relatives are used, but not that immediate. For example, grandson and for example, mating of grandson and granddaughter, or grandson and granddam. For example, it was grandsire. Okay, grandsire, and then from grandsire, and then you must have sire, and then it must be for example daughter. Okay, so in case of close breeding, sire and daughters were used, right? That were the those were the immediate relatives. But in case of line breeding, grand sire and daughter is used. So you can say that one progeny is skipped. So in line breeding, what happens? Breeding is among the relatives only. Definitely from this grandsire, some gene must have transferred into the daughter, right? With the lineage, right? Definitely it must have done, but they are not immediately related. So breeding is of two type: inbreeding, outbreeding. In inbreeding, relatives are used. In outbreeding, there are no relatives. They can be of same breed, but they are not relatives. Okay. Inbreeding mein, of course they will be of same breed. Of course, if mother is, for example, sahiwal, then the daughter will also be sahiwal, right? So that's common understanding. Or if mother is sahiwal, the son also be sahiwal, right? So they will be mated afterwards, right? So in breeding, always they are the same breeds, but in close breeding, they are the immediate relatives. In line breeding, they are relatives, but not the immediate one. Maybe one of the steps are skips, or maybe one relative skip, and then those are being mated. Okay. Now outbreeding. Outbreeding can be of four types: outcrossing, grading up, स्पीशीज हाइब्रिडाइजेशन, क्रॉस ब्रीडिंग. ठीक है, अब पहले बात करते हैं आउट क्रॉसिंग की. इन आउट क्रॉसिंग द ब्रीड्स आर सेम बट दे आर अनरिलेटेड. ठीक है, व्हाट डज इट मीन? एंड इफ यू आर गेटिंग कंफ्यूज बिटवीन क्रॉस ब्रीडिंग and then out crossing, let me highlight over here. Okay, in cross breeding, they are same breed. ठीक है, same breed and related. ठीक है, in outcrossing, same breed but unrelated. ठीक है, for example, from Punjab we have taken the sire, maybe साहिवाल or anything. ठीक है, साहिवाल ले लेते, दियोनी ले लेते. चलो, पंजाब से जैसे दियोनी सायर ले लिया. ठीक है, then from maybe UP region we have taken one दियोनी dam. ठीक है, दियोनी डैम ले ली. अब both are Dioni only, both are of same breed, but they are not related. One is taken from Punjab, another is taken from UP. There is no relation to them. There is no, you can say, gene similarity to them. Of course, देखो, don't get confused. Some genes are similar होंगे because of same breed, but I hope you understand. In cross breeding, it was the immediate shareness of genes, but here it is not. ठीक है, तो आपके जो ऐसी ब्रीडिंग है उसको बोलते हैं आउट क्रॉसिंग. सो इन आउट क्रॉसिंग सेम ब्रीड आर देयर बट दे आर अनरिलेटेड टू ईच अदर. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट है ग्रेडिंग अप. इन ग्रेडिंग अप में क्या होता है? वन लाइक लोकल बफेलो, मे बी लोकल कैटल इज टेकन. देखो, व्हेन यू मूव इन द स्ट्रीट्स इन इंडिया, you must have seen, right? There are a lot of cattles and buffaloes. They just roam there in the local area, and you can't identify like which breed is them, right? इसमें I will take example of dogs first. You must have seen a lot of indie dogs, right? There's no such breed that you can classify it to them. We just call them indie dogs, right? The stray dogs I'm talking about, right? You know, you can visibly see a Labrador and you can say, okay, that's Labrador. You can visibly see, for example, a German Shepherd, and you can just classify them. But for indie dog, it is not the case. Why? Because they've been living in stray and they've been mating with like random breeds, right? So that is why we are not able to particularly classify them. Similarly, the cattle and the buffaloes, they live in the open area. They might get mated with the random breeds in random progeny, right? So that is why there is no specification to the genes, and because of that random breeding, a lot of time it happens that the productivity they have, it reduces. Okay, and that is why what's done in grading up, as the name suggests, we have to upgrade them. Grading up means upgrade them. So the local buffaloes or maybe local cattle, then they are mated with the superior breed so that the progeny can improve. In fact, इसके लिए आपका जो राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन है, दिस इज अ स्कीम, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्कीम. यू मस्ट हैव स्टडीड अबाउट इट इफ यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर नाबार्ड. ठीक है, तो राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन स्कीम में भी वन ऑफ द एजेंडा इज दिस ओनली, टू अपग्रेड द लोकल cattles and I think it's for cattles only, not for buffaloes, right? But to upgrade the local breeds only, so that they can be used, or the progeny can be utilized for maybe milk purpose or anything. ठीक है, तो ग्रेडिंग हम उसे बोलते हैं. इनफैक्ट आपकी बफेलो में सुनंदा आपकी एक ब्रीड है साउथ की, दैट इज मेड फ्रॉम मेटिंग विद लोकल ब्रीड ओनली. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट है आपका स्पीशीज हाइब्रिडाइजेशन. अब in outcrossing, what was done in outcrossing, we had the same breed, means it was cattle only, right? It was in fact of same breed also. When we say Sahiwal, both were Sahiwal. Okay, both were same breed, which was cattle. While in species hybridization, what happens here, crossing is done. ठीक है, बट क्रॉसिंग इज डन बिटवीन डिफरेंट स्पीशीज. फॉर एग्जांपल हॉर्स एंड जो आपकी डोंकी है, व्हेन दे आर क्रॉस म्यूल इज फॉर्म. ठीक है, कैटल और बफेलो के कॉम्बो से क्या बनाया गया है, कैटलो बनाया गया है. सिमिलरली थिंग हैज बीन डन इन वेजिटेबल्स आल्सो. फॉर एग्जांपल पोमैटो हैज बीन मेड बाय क्रॉसिंग पोटैटो एंड टोमैटो. तो ऐसे बनाए हैं, बट व्हाट हैपेंस इन दीज केसेस, स्पीशीज हाइब्रिडाइजेशन स्पेसिफिकली, that the progeny that is being developed, it is usually sterile, means they can't reproduce, because you know they have been made from different species altogether, so the reproductive organ is not that much developed. ठीक है, तो that is species hybridization. Fourth is cross breeding. अब cross breeding में क्या हुआ है, different breeds are used. अब again I will just compare cross close breeding. I'm sorry, this would have been close breeding, I'm so sorry, यहाँ पे confusion हो गया होगा. Close breeding, out crossing, and then third one is the cross breeding. ठीक है, ये तीन चीजें हैं. ठीक है, अब इसमें एक बार कंपैरिजन करते हैं. इन क्लोज ब्रीडिंग द सेम ब्रीड वर देयर एंड दे वर रिलेटेड टू ईच अदर. आउट क्रॉसिंग में सेम ब्रीड वर देयर बट दे वर अनरिलेटेड. क्रॉस ब्रीडिंग में क्या है, डिफरेंट ब्रीड्स है. प्लीज कीप इन माइंड, डिफरेंट ब्रीड्स है, डिफरेंट स्पीशीज सेम है, मींस बोथ विल बी कैटल बट दे विल बी ऑफ डिफरेंट ब्रीड. ठीक है, डिड यू गेट द डिफरेंस? इन आउट क्रॉसिंग दे वर सेम ब्रीड्स, बोथ वर दियोनी, बोथ वर साहिवाल, बोथ वर रेड सिंधी, and so on. While in cross breeding, the breeds only are different. If one is Jersey, another is Sahiwal. If one is Holstein Friesian, another one is Dioni. ठीक है, that is known as cross breeding. Example, if Holstein Friesian sire is crossed with Dioni, that's a cross breeding. मूरा और सुरती का क्रॉस. ठीक है, तो this is known as your cross breeding, and this is the one that was asked in the examination because it can be of different types. ठीक है, अब types of cross breeding को देखें, तो सबसे पहले we have single two-way cross, इसको single cross भी बोलते हैं. What is this? When two breed, ठीक है, अब जैसे A और B breed है, it can be anything. Again, it can be Holstein Friesian, Dioni, it can be Sahiwal, Red Sindhi, any but different breeds. So when A and B breed, they are mated together, then progeny F1 is formed, which has 50% of A genes and 50% of B genes. Why 50%? Because देखो, your F1 progeny will have 100% of genes, right? 50 is carried from one parent and another 50% is carried from another parent. ठीक है, तो इसलिए 100% आपका 50-50% आता है. That is your single cross, या single two-way cross. Why two-way cross? Because two breeds have been used. ठीक है, next we have three-way cross. So you can understand, if two-way there were two parents, then here we have three-way cross, double cross भी बोल सकते हैं, where three parents are there. ठीक है, breed A, breed B and breed C. ठीक है. अब देखो at one stage only two parents can be used. ठीक है. तो here A and B breeds are used, and then we have F1 progeny. Now this F1 progeny have 50% of A genes and 50% of B genes. ठीक है. Now it is crossed with breed 3. अब usually in second step such breed is used of which we want more genes. How? Let's see. अब this was your F1 progeny. ठीक है. अब this F1 progeny was crossed with a new breed, that is breed 3 or breed C. Now progeny will be formed. अब 50% इस वाले it must come from F1 parent genes and 50% must come from breed 3, है ना, C breed. तो अब if you look at it in the progeny, it will have F2 progeny will have 50% of breed C, while of breed A it will have collectively 50%, right? तो if you divide further, ये 25% A का है, 25% B का है. तो in this three-way cross, what happens? Breed 3 has 50% of the genes, and then breed A and breed 2 have 50% overall. So it means individually 25%, 25%. ठीक है. Next we have what? Next we have double cross or four cross. I'm sorry, यहाँ पे I mistakenly said double cross over here. That's wrong. I'm really sorry for that. ठीक है. यहाँ पे it's double cross or four-way cross. In this what happens? Four breeds are used. ठीक है. It is called double cross because here four species are being used and two times like the cross is done. So here what happens? Four different species are used. For example, Sahiwal, Dioni, here we have taken Jersey, here we have taken Red Sindhi. ठीक है. जैसे मान लो four different आपने कर ली. ठीक है. Breed A, breed B को मिला के आपका क्या बनेगा? F1 progeny. It will have 50% of A genes, 50% of B genes. ठीक है. Then यहाँ पे भी आपकी जो F1 progeny बनेगी, here you will have 50% of C genes, 50% of D genes. ठीक है. अब these two progeny which is FAB and FCD, they are being crossed, and then you have ultimately F2 progeny which has genes from all the four species, and means 25% from A, 25% from B. How? मतलब ये 25-25 कैसे हुआ? I hope you understand. Because overall FAB will be sharing 50% of the genes and FCD will be sharing 50% of the genes. And because they were before also they were like crossbred, तो इसलिए 25% A से आएगा, 25% B से आएगा. Right? And similarly 25% will come from A to C and 25% will come from D. ठीक है. Next, coming to the next type of cross which is known as three-way rotational cross. तो यहाँ पे भी three genes are required, A, B and C, but then in further stages what happens? The breeding is done in rotation. जैसे देखो again in the first initial stage only two parents can be used, right? So A, B are used, and then in the second progeny C और न्यू ब्रीड इज यूज्ड. अब इसके बाद अगर आप देखो नाउ ये पैटर्न, अगेन दिस ए ब्रीड इज यूज्ड, देन बी इज यूज्ड, देन सी विल बी यूज्ड, देन ए, until and unless the breeder will get the desirable genes that he wants. ठीक है. तो if you look at it here, rotational crossing has been happened, right? A B C, A B C, A B C. That is why it is known as three-way rotational cross. Three-way because three parents are used, and rotational because here they are being used in rotation. ठीक है. So that is three-way cross. Next we have one type of crossing, that is back cross. ठीक है. जिसमें क्या होता है? One breed is taken B, one breed is taken A. ठीक है. A and B breeds are taken, and then F1 progeny is formed, of course, which will have 50% of A and 50% of B genes. ठीक है. Then what happens? Female is taken from that F1 progeny. देखो, it's not always necessary ना that when breeding will be done only females are be formed or only males will be formed, है ना. We have to take in this next step the female progeny. ठीक है. It's very important because of various reasons. So females are easy to be mated with, and then there are specific genes that are transferred from female only. जैसे आपका डीएनए का कुछ मटेरियल है, साइटोप्लाज्मा का कुछ मटेरियल है, दैट इज ट्रांसफर्ड इनटू द प्रोजेनी फ्रॉम फीमेल ओनली. So because of these various reasons, female progeny is used, and in examination they can directly ask you also that in back cross like what is preferred, male female, ऐसे भी कुछ आ सकता है. ठीक है. because it is very exclusive thing. ठीक है. तो F1 की फीमेल प्रोजेनी लेते हैं, एंड देन यू टेक बुल फ्रॉम आइदर ब्रीड, चाहे A की ले लो चाहे B की ले लो. मतलब फॉर एग्जांपल Abdioni was used as bull in stage 1, and here it was Sahiwal, of which the dam or the cow was taken. Okay, so in the next stage we will take this particular female F1 breed, right? अब जो bull लेंगे हम दोबारा, it can be of Dioni also, it can be of Sahiwal breed also. Please keep in mind we are not saying same parent. If it would have been same parent, this would have been the category of your cross inbreeding, right? But what we are studying cross breeding. So यहाँ पे it's not compulsory that the same parents are used, same breeds must be used, ठीक है? And then we will have the backcross progeny, okay? So that is your backcross. And third we have crisscrossing. Iska I could not find the picture on the internet, but it has the same similar case, only A and B है, ठीक है? Progeny F1 बनाएगी. अब F1 progeny में males can also be formed, right? Females can also be formed. फिर इनको crisscross कराते हैं, A से B से crisscross कराते रहते हैं. That is your one of the type of क्रॉस ब्रीडिंग, ठीक है? अब लेट्स लुक एट व्हाट आर द मॉडर्न वेज, ठीक है? आर्टिफिशियल इंसेमिनेशन है एंड वन इज एम्ब्रियो टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर. इससे पहले लाइक इफ यू वांट टू नो लाइक व्हाट आर द प्रोज एंड कॉन्स ऑफ क्रॉस ब्रीडिंग, आई थिंक इट्स अंडरस्टैंडेबल. व्हाट आर द प्रोज? वी गेट better breeds. We can also come up with new breeds, right? We get a productivity from crossbreeding and all these things. And then like what are the cons? It is very expensive, right? You have to come up with such big farms where these animals can be kept, right? Their taking care has to be done, and it's not always necessary that the genes the breeder desired in the further generation they actually get that, right? Because it's all randomness, right? It's all randomness. You never know. Like for example, if you look at you and your sibling also, you both are like you both are different looking. Although there are similarity, there are differences, but your parents are same, right? Because we don't know that which gene will become dominant in the progeny, right? So similar thing it happens over there also. Not that they are only expensive and they require skills, but also you're not sure that you will get the desirable result in the progeny, right? So these were the advantages, disadvantages. Now talking about artificial insemination and embryo transfer technology, what happens in artificial insemination? So usually how mating is done, when the male covers the female and then mating is done physically, right? But now imagine now the farmers, they would want the best quality females or cows, okay, so that they can have better productivity and they can sell it at, the milk at better rate, right? But to have such good breeds, they would require superior gene bull for to cover their cows, right? To serve their cows so that they can have better progeny. But these bulls are very expensive, right? They are in lakhs and crores. They come in lakhs and crores, good quality genes. And then you have to take care of them. You have to feed them well, right? You have to take care of each and everything. So it's very much costly, and not every farmer can afford that. So here it's very, it comes as a help to be to have the concept of artificial insemination. In this what happens? So usually what happens, semen from bulls are the high quality bulls are collected, okay, and then they are just deposited into the female genital tract, ठीक है? तो अब इसके लिए भी इनफैक्ट अगर इसको मैं दोबारा मैं if I want to highlight जो राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन है, in that the semen banks has also to be constructed. So these will serve as a like storage unit. So like for example, I as a farmer, I have like cows and I want them to be to be pregnant. Why? Because for two reasons. I would have more cows for milk production, and secondly, for a cow to give milk, she needs to get pregnant, right? Then only she will produce the milk. So I would go to gene banks. I will just buy the sperm. I can just or semen, I can just inseminate the females into the females artificially, and the process will go. So it's very much effortless, and it is also very cheaper than the traditional methods, right? So that is known as artificial insemination. Second is your embryo transfer technology. So in this what happens, for example, I have a superior cow. So superior cow when mated with superior dam has high probability of giving superior progeny, right? But one cow at a time can be pregnant at one time only, right? And that too, it might give birth to, maximum cases it might give birth to only one calf, right? Rare of the rarest cases it happens that there are two calves, but it's usually one calf, right? Because they're quite big. So now imagine for yourself, and the gestation period in cow is around like 283 plus minus 5 days around it is, right? So imagine for yourself that if one cow will be used to create progeny, first of all it will take time, and every body can bear only certain amount of this pressure only, right? You cannot just keep on mating one cow till the death, right? Because the body also becomes weak after that. So here where the role of embryo transfer technology comes into play. So what happens in this, here the donor cow is taken, and this donor cow is actually the one which is quite, you know, fit and has quality genes. What happens in that, first of all, super ovulation is being conducted. Okay. What is super ovulation? When it is time for them to lay eggs, hormones are injected so that instead of just laying one egg, they lay multiple eggs. Okay. Then what happens? These eggs are then mated with the semen, the sperms. Okay. A bigger sperms are in million number in the semen. They would be able to, all these eggs, they would be able to fertilized. Okay. Up all these eggs are fertilized. After that, what it is formed? See, when egg and sperm they fertilize, it is known as embryo. That is why it is embryo transfer technology. So in the female body, the eggs are being, you know, first fertilized, and then what happens, then these eggs are taken out from the female body before they can implant themselves inside the female body. Okay, they are taken out, and then there are recipient cows that are present. Okay, recipient cows means these are so many eggs, there has to be female bodies where these can be added so that, you know, the animals can grow. Okay, so यहाँ पे क्या होगा, recipient we have females, and then these eggs are implanted inside the uterus, and the pregnancy continues, or in fact it said not only you will have better progeny in future, but along with that, you know, then these cow also, then because they are pregnant, they will give birth, so they will also start giving milk, है ना? So with this two work is done at once. Okay, and usually what happens before, you know, there is proper stages that happens, because first of all we have to select the recipient cows, donor cows, and also, you know, the estrus cycle should also be in sync. Okay, what is this estrus cycle? So we know that all female bodies reproductive like the uterus, they go with a particular cycle, right? Where the first uterus, it gets all ready for the pregnancy, right? If that does not happen, it start to break down, right? Now imagine that recipient uterus is at that stage when the uterus line are going to get shedded. It will not be able to accept those embryo and implant them, right? Because now the walls are shedding. So the estrous cycle should be in sync, that the ovulation at the same time, right? And then implantation can happen properly. ठीक है, तो estrous cycle sync में होनी चाहिए. ठीक है, कलेक्शन ऑफ एम्ब्रियो, आइडेंटिफिकेशन, स्टोरेज, ट्रांसफर ऑफ एम्ब्रियोस. ठीक है, आप ये कर सकते हो. ठीक है, इसके अलावा और कहाँ पे एम्ब्रियो टेक्नोलॉजी यूज हो सकती है? अब फॉर एग्जांपल आई एज अ फार्मर हैड वेरी average or maybe local buffalo cow I had, or average quality cow or buffalo I have. ठीक है, तो now what I would want कि चलो at this time I have this, but in progeny in future I would want better quality cows. ठीक है, अब it's easier or you can say cheaper. Again, it's all about the expensive and convenience. ठीक है, instead of buying a cow which will again cost in thousands, cows are like cow cost in thousands while bulls are in lakhs and crores. ठीक है, some cows might be in lakhs also, but usually around in thousand you will get. ठीक है, but again quality cows will be of again lakhs. ठीक है, so it's better that, you know, maybe to just directly go to these banks, as I discussed before. Go to those banks, buy the embryo directly, and then implant it to the females in your farm, right? So then in future you will it will be cheaper way of getting like better quality cows in the future. We are going to look at the most important breeds of poultry, and why are we doing this? Because if you look at the previous year questions, a lot of questions have been asked from the breeds that exist in poultry. They are quite the famous one, right? For example, which of the following breed is classified as layer? Sometimes they might ask you that if the following examples that have been given in the option, are they like layer, means the one which are prominently reared or for or raised for the egg laying purpose, or the broiler. Broiler means the one that are used for or that are reared for the meat purpose. Okay, and some breeds they are dual purpose. So they might ask you like this, or they might ask you which of the following poultry bird is originated in Italy. They might ask you on the basis of origin, like where do which of the following is like the correct option. And like Sussex is the world famous breed of, then you should know that it's hen breed. Like, so such questions have been asked. So what primarily our aim in this video would be to memorize the as much names as possible. So we'll first look at like what are the different breeds and the classification that exists. Then we will look at the classification based on habitat, you can say, or you can say origin also. Origin would be the right word to say, because now you know with the you can say advancement and globalization, the transfer of these or exchange of these breeds, a lot of breeds that also happen, right? So it would be right if we say like classification based on origin, and next would be on utility, means are they used as a meat category or for the as a layers या फिर dual purpose. ठीक है, starting off like what are breeds. So basically they breeds, they refer to a group of organism. In this case we are calling it domestic fowls. ठीक है, what are fowls? Fowls are simply birds when they exist in the natural environment, right? You must have heard of forest chickens also. You must have heard of that. In Hindi we call it jungli murgi, right? So fowls are basically the birds that are they are present in the natural environment in the forest, and when you domesticate it you call it poultry. Okay, so that's the difference between a poultry and a fowl. So breeds of a group of domestic fowls. And when do we call it a breed? When they share some common ancestry and physically they look some they have some similarity. It can be in shape, it can be in how they like look, their formation, growth, temperament, shell color of egg, and also the kind of environment do they refer to. Those are known as breeds. Now breeds in poultry based on the origin, it can be classified into four classes. The first one being Asiatic class, means they are native to the Asian continent. Then American class, let's say American ki, if I talk about it, American class in general, they did not exist on their own there. Actually American classes are breeds of other classes like Asiatic Mediterranean class का, ठीक है, उनका क्रॉस करके अमेरिकन क्लास बनाई गई है. ठीक है, तो ओरिजिनली it's not there native to America, but yes, it was because it was developed there, it was formed there, crossed there, that is why it's an American class. Then English class की बात करें तो आपका English means European region जो है, UK region and nearby regions, that is a English class. और जो आपको Mediterranean region में जो आपकी poultry species form हुई थी, बनी थी, that is known as your Mediterranean class. ठीक है, so we'll look at one by one, and then as I said, our main aim would be to memorize the name. ठीक है, Asiatic breeds की बात करें, so if you look at their characteristic, so they have what, they have like heavy bones, they are very feathered shanks. What are shanks? So this leg region, it is known as basically shanks. ठीक है, so they are feathered, red earlobes and yellow skin, ये सब होती है. वैसे तो we have already seen previous year questions, characteristics are not asked, like they would not ask that is Brahma is having a pea comb, or any comb is what, this above वाला region. ठीक है, so are they having pea comb or any what sort of comb? So such questions are not asked. We have just added the information over here, so it's easier to visualize the bird and memorize it. ठीक है, तो Asiatic class में पहली आपकी कौन सी है? Brahma. Simple as that. So Brahma breed is a Asiatic class. Next we have what? Next we have Cochin. It is originally like from China, and that is why, because it was originated in China, that is why it was also called Shanghai in the past. So Shanghai and Cochin are the same birds. ठीक है, so till now in Asiatic we have seen Brahma and Cochin. Repeat after me, Brahma, Cochin, Brahma, Cochin. Okay, third one we have is Asil. ठीक है, Asil is your native to Chittagong region of Bangladesh. तो ध्यान रखना आपकी असील कहाँ से है? बांग्लादेश की है. And it has a very different like habit, peculiar, very very different, unique habit, I would say. They are very skilled in fighting. Okay, so they are quite aggressive in nature, and look at their body type, so lean and like those slim are there, right? So usually in villages, like all villages, they have some sort of form of entertainment, right? So there this asil fighting happens a lot. So basically people, they would come up with their asil whatever whatever chicks they have, ठीक है, और especially cock, the male chicken basically. So they come up with that rooster बोल सकते हैं आप उसे, तो they come up with the roosters and then they, you know, they would bet on that whose pet is going to win the fight, and then, you know, then they win. So that's a form of entertainment, ठीक है. So असील कहाँ की है आपकी, बांग्लादेश की है, very skilled in fighting, and because you know, and it's very famous for meat production, and you know, it's been also been used by USA and UK to produce different like breeds over there as well, ठीक है. So till now what we have seen, Asiatic class, Brahma, Cochin, Asil, Brahma, Cochin, Asil, ठीक है. And fourth being the most important one, I would say, that is Kadagnath. That is, you know, that is abundant in Madhya Pradesh, native there, and it has also gotten a GI tag for it, geographical indication tag. What does it mean? That it's exclusive of that particular area, ठीक है. What's so special about it? As you can see, they are all black. So basically there is one you can say chemical in organism that is known as protein भी बोल सकते हैं, chemical भी बोल सकते हैं, that is known as melanin. And the amount of melanin that exists in the body, it actually determines that is the skin going to be light colored or dark colored, ठीक है. The more the melanin, the darker the skin, ठीक है. Even this is applicable in humans as well, okay. So melanin in, if you look at the Kadagnath species, it's so high that all their body is black. In fact, the meat is also black, and even the eggs, if I talk about, those are also like very in the darker shade, like brownish to black in color, not exactly like black, but yes, brownish to black in that tone. Even the eggshells are in that color, right? So that is your Kadagnath. And now let's just revise it. So what we have seen in Asiatic class, we have seen Brahma, Cochin, Asil and Kadagnath. Again we will repeat Brahma, Cochin, Asil and Kadagnath, ठीक है. Now there are some native species as well, ठीक है. जैसे कुछ हैं, जैसे native to Gujarat is Alankeshwar, Asil, Barsa, ये है कुछ आपकी native जगह की, ठीक है. वैसे तो like these are very like, because specific to areas, that is why there are very less chances of them being asked in the examination. But yes, if the time permits, you can idea, ठीक है. All right, so let me just look at it. I think there's some problem in the camera. I'll just switch it off. Okay, now let's move ahead, and we were talking about Asiatic class, right? So you can read about it, okay. Now let's move to the next one, that is the American class. So Asiatic, again what we have read, Brahma, Cochin, Asil and Kadagnath. Now coming to American class, so they are usually the cross between Mediterranean and Asian type, that I have already said, okay. The first in this category is Rhode Island Red, ठीक है. Rhode Island Red जो है, it is like most popular breed in the American region, ठीक है. It's a good layer and the eggs are large brown shell. So basically if you look at it, वैसे it is useful for all purpose. कहने का मतलब क्या है कि like it can be grown in any place. It's a good layer, तो मतलब ये eggs के लिए काफी ज्यादा इसको use किया जाता है. The quality and the yield of flesh are excellent. So it's kind of for meat also it is grown. So it's a dual purpose breeds, ठीक है. इससे फिर और varieties भी निकली है, लेकिन आपकी जो most common basic है वो आपकी Rhode Island Red है, American class, ठीक है. Next up we have Wyandotte, ठीक है. तो अभी तक in American class we have seen Rhode Island Red. Next we are seeing Wyandotte, ठीक है. The birds of this breed is comparatively round, okay, ठीक है. Again we don't have to like memorize the characteristic. It is good for dual purpose. So Wyandotte is also your dual purpose, and then your Rhode Island Red is also your dual purpose, ठीक है. Next up we have what? Next up we have New Hampshire, ठीक है. तो अभी तक American class में what we have seen Rhode Island Red, we have seen Wyandotte. Now we are looking at New Hampshire, ठीक है. अब जो New Hampshire है, it's been developed from Rhode Island Red only. तो Rhode Island Red you can say in American class, first of all it was also like a cross, but now it has acted as that base poultry for developing further breeds in American class, ठीक है. तो Rhode Island Red, Wyandotte, New Hampshire, and then finally we have Plymouth Rock, ठीक है. तो what we have Plymouth Rock, Wyandotte, New Hampshire and Rhode Island Red. These are your what? These are your American class, ठीक है. Excellent flesh and egg producing capacity. तो mostly if you look at it, your American class में you would see that they are dual purpose breed only, है ना. तो अभी तक in Asiatic class, I hope like you remember. If not, you can pause the video and try to remember. Otherwise, let's just do a quick revision. In Asiatic class, we have Brahma, Cochin, Asil, and Kadaknath. Brahma, Cochin, Asil, and Kadaknath. Then in American class, we have seen what? We have seen Rhode Island Red, Wyandotte, then New Hampshire, and Plymouth Rock. Okay, these were the four. In English class, now we have what? We have these four important ones, and Sussex. See, this was in one of your previous year, right? Sussex belong to India, England. I'm sorry. Australorp. इसकी photo भी है. This is your Sussex. This is your Australorp. Then we have Orpington, and this is your Cornish. Repeat after me in English class: Sussex, Australorp, Orpington, Cornish. Sussex, Australorp, Orpington, Cornish. ठीक है. इसको if you can't remember, you can just keep in mind. Okay, जो English class है वो usually आपकी थोड़े जो सबसे अलग नाम है, that is belonging to your English class. ठीक है. Cornish है, इसे आपकी perfect dual purpose chicken है, egg and meat for both it is being used. ठीक है. So this you have to keep in mind. और इसमें और कुछ it is most popular breed. ठीक है. इसमें एक टर्म था दैट इज नोन एज योर टेबल बर्ड. ठीक है. इट इज पॉपुलरली अ टेबल बर्ड. ठीक है. इसका मैं मीनिंग बता देती हूँ इन केस यू डोंट नो. टेबल bird means your meat, that is for meat purpose. So if you look at Wyandotte, it is a good dual purpose breed, but most popular it is as a meat breed. ठीक है. It is consumed for meat. ठीक है. इस चीज का आपको ध्यान रखना है. So then we have what? Then it is done English class. Now coming to last Mediterranean class, Leghorn and Minorca. Again, this was one of the previous year question, right? Leghorn belong to the Italy, and it is world's #1 egg producer breed. Please keep in mind which is the world's #1 egg producer breed, that is Leghorn. Then Minorca कहाँ को belong करती है? That belongs to your Spain. ठीक है. तो Mediterranean class में we have Leghorn, Minorca. Mediterranean class में we have Leghorn and Minorca. ठीक है. So those were the breeds that we have seen. ठीक है. तो if we have a quick overview, ठीक है. So I'll just go back and just we will have a quick overview. So in Asiatic we had Brahma, then Cochin, then we had Asil, and then we have Kadaknath, right? Then in your American class we had Rhode Island Red, we had Wyandotte, we had Plymouth Rock, I'm sorry, New Hampshire, yeah, and or you can say Plymouth Rock also. आगे पीछे हो गया थोड़ा sequence. Then coming to English class we had Sussex, Australorp, Orpington, and then Cornish, and finally coming to the Mediterranean class we had Leghorn and Minorca. Yes, please keep in mind all these things. ठीक है. Now there is also one classification that is based on the utility, right? Are they being used for broiler purpose, layer purpose, or like dual purpose? So as I said, जो mostly आपकी the American class, that is the dual purpose breed, right? Layer में देखिए Leghorn, Minorca. आपकी जो Mediterranean class है, that is your layers. Then there are some new names also you might find over here, right? But इसमें जो main जो what we have discussed ना, वही आपकी most widely reared varieties है. That is why more chances of them being asked, and as we have seen in previous year question, वही पूछे गए थे. Cornish, Sussex आपकी कुछ है, Brahma, Cochin, Asil that we have picked up today. It is the important breeds of cattle. And for what reason have we picked up the topic? Because if you look at previous year question, quite a significant number of questions have been asked from this chapter. If you look at it, like almost every year question has been asked. ठीक है. Question कैसे पूछते हैं? They would ask you, like they would either give you description, or maybe they would ask you simply कि इनमें से कौन सी milch cattle है. You might be getting confused, like what is a milch cattle? Don't worry, we will understand that in this session. But yeah, you have to identify that particular breed, right? Similarly, if you look at the next question, description of a cow was given, that elongated ears are there, striking appearance are there, like which type is that? And third one being, which of the following indigenous cow has highest milk yield in lactation? And then the you have been given the options, from that you have to identify. Okay. Now what we are going to understand in this particular video, first we will understand like what is breeding of livestock and what are the different categories which we are going to understand. Then we will look at what are the different classification of breeds of cattle, like we would look at the examples and about their traits, characteristic that can be asked in the examination. And then in this session only we will also talk about breeds of buffalo also. ठीक है. वैसे तो cattle means your cows, and then buffaloes are buffaloes, but then in this session we will cover that also, so that your this combination of this section it is completed. All right, so let's just get started. First of all, like what is breed? So simply breed can be defined as that these are such animals, okay? These are such sort of animals which have some similar appearance, like they look somewhat similar, they have similar behavior, or they have such characteristic which make them different from other species of the same other organism of the same species. For example, I will first give an example of dogs, okay? A German Shepherd is also a dog, a Labrador is also a dog, but from visually also you can segregate them very differently, because even though they are of same species, they are different breeds. Similarly, a lot of cattle that exist, they all belong to same species, but dependence on their behavior, the way they look, their different characteristic, they have been classified into breeds. Okay? Up from the agriculture point of view or the animal husbandry point of view, we will look at the classification of these breeds based on the utility, means how they are used. Okay? On that basis, we have three categories. One is the milch breed. Milch breed is simply means which are domesticated, or you can say which are reared for the milk purpose. They are reared for the milk purpose, means they prominently they provide milk. Usually in milch breed, what happens, female, they are exceptional producer of milk, while the male counterpart in milch breeds, they are of not use. So for example, if I am a farmer, I am a dairy farmer, I would be much interested in the females of milch breeds, because male are of no use there, means they are not sturdy enough that can be used in the field, right? Because usually females are used for milk purpose, and males of the breeds, they are used for the work purpose, physical work purpose. But in milch breeds, the males are not that much strong. Okay? Then there is another type of breed, that is broad purpose breeds. Okay? Broad purpose breeds are the ones where male, they are exceptionally strong, they can be utilized properly in the field, but females, they are poor milk producer. So in milch breeds, where females were economically beneficial for farmer while males were not, in broad breed it is opposite. Here males are very sturdy, they are physically very strong and can be used for physical purpose, while females, they are not much good producer of milk. Third one being the dual purpose breeds. Now these are the breeds where male are also sturdy and females also produce like decent enough amount of milk, not as high as milch breeds, but yes, decent enough. Okay? So here males and females both are used. That is why it is a dual purpose breeds. Means here the cattle are used for field purpose also, and these breeds can also be can also be domesticated for milk purpose. Okay? So milk breeds में again the cows they are high milk yielders. Male animals are slow or poor work. ठीक है? साहिवाल गिर्स रेड सिंधी ये सब कुछ एग्जाम्पल है. डुअल पर्पस ड्रॉट पर्पस में ऑपोजिट है. मेल्स आर गुड एट वर्क, बट जो काउ है बहुत पुअर यील्डर्स है. लेस देन 500 पर लैक्टेशन एवरेज के हिसाब से देती है, जैसे कंगायम, अमला चेरी, अमृत महल, हल्दीकार. देन डुअल पर्पस ब्रीड्स है. हेयर मेल लाइक फीमेल आर गुड एवरेज यील्डर्स. ठीक है? 1500 के आसपास दे देती हैं. एंड मेल दे आर ऑल्सो यूजफुल इन वर्क. ठीक है? तो ओंगोल, हरियाणा, कनकरेज, हर प्रकार, कृष्णा वैली, राठी. वी हैव वन दियोनी ऑल्सो, दियोनी भी है. And then we have Goala, Mewati. These are some of the examples of the dual purpose breeds. Now let's understand them deeper, because we have understood from the previous year question that not only you should know the names, but you should also know the characteristics, right? So let's understand just the breed name, where they are native of, and what are some important key features. Because you need to understand, for every breed they are not going to ask you like what are the key features. If there is something different, if there is some different name that has been given, or very peculiar habit or behavior of them, that can be. So we will focus much on that. रही बात milk yield की, देखो वैसे तो these have been taken from the government sources, the values. ठीक है? But if you look for multiple sources online, you might find variation in the lactation. And if you look at previous year, ऐसे specific तो नहीं पूछा गया है, but on an average ही है. अब definitely if you will provide better input into the system, so these milk yield can be improved. That's a separate thing. But like from government website, these are on an average that we have gotten. But yes, these might fluctuate, but you can just keep in mind on an average. वैसे तो आज तक पूछा नहीं है, but for that sake only. ठीक है? साहिवाल की बात करें, first of all it is native to Montgomery, Pakistan. ठीक है? Now some of you getting confused, okay, if it is from Pakistan, why it is here? So basically these are breeds that are being reared here in India since when we were undivided India, right? So since that time these breeds they exist, and they will continue to exist. So that is why even though like natives of these are there, but they are prominently they are widely here present in India because of that factor. ठीक है, तो साहिवाल पाकिस्तान रीजन की है highest, like if you look for the milch breeds category, Sahiwal has the highest is the highest milk producing cow. Now this is a very different fact, right? It's very specific fact for Sahiwal, so then it becomes important. If question can be asked, in fact in one of the previous year it was asked that which of the following is the highest milk producer breed, so that is Sahiwal. ठीक है, highest producing milk है. And then we have due to its loose skin, it is also known as Lola और मुल्तानी. इसके जो गले में ये जो skin है, it is like very loose, and because of that reason it is also known as Lola. तो Sahiwal is also known as Lola और मुल्तानी. These are name of the same breed only. ठीक है, हाईएस्ट एंड स्वीटेस्ट मिल्क प्रोड्यूसिंग काउ. ठीक है, देन वी हैव सिंधी और रेड सिंधी बोलते हैं इसको. दिस इज ऑल्सो नेटिव टू कराची पाकिस्तान. ठीक है, इट इज रेड ब्राउन इन कलर. ठीक है, थर्ड वन बीइंग द गिर, काठियावाड़ गुजरात को बिलोंग करती है. अब इसका देखो एक पिक्यूलियर क्या हैबिट मीन्स फीचर है, ईयर्स आर लॉन्ग एंड पेंडुलेटेड. इफ यू लुक एट द ईयर्स, दे आर लाइक पेंडुलम शेप. जैसे पेंडुलम होता है ना, पेंडुलम इट्स लाइक इट गोज जस्ट मूव इन एज ए डायरेक्शन, दैट इज नोन एज पेंडुलम. ठीक है, तो इसका भी देखो कि पेंडुलर इसके शेप है और फोरहेड लॉन्ग और बोनी सा है. ठीक है, सो दिस इज लाइक वेरी डिफरेंट फीचर ऑफ गिर. एंड इट इज ऑल्सो नोन एज भादावरी, देसन, गुजराती, काठियारवाड़ी, सोरथी, सोरती, ये सब नाम है. वैसे मेजरली जो भादावरी एंड सोरती, दीज ब्रीड्स नेम आर दोज ऑफ बफेलो, राइट, बट इसलिए इसको गिर से ही याद करते हैं. दैट इज व्हाट इज नोन एज गिर ओनली. बट यस, दीज आर लाइक सम यू कैन से लोकल नेम्स दैट हैव बीन गिवन टू इट, राइट. सो नेक्स्ट कमिंग टू ड्रॉट ब्रीड. तो ड्रॉट ब्रीड में दीज आर सम मेजर वंस. ठीक है, मालवी, अमृत महल. मालवी बिलोंग्स टू द राजस्थान रीजन. ठीक है, अब देन वी हैव अमृत महल. ठीक है, मैसूर रीजन को बिलोंग करती है. नागौरी ऑल्सो बिलोंग्स टू लाइक राजस्थान रीजन. सुपीरियर अमंग ड्रॉम ब्रीड्स. ठीक है, तो नागौरी थोड़ी सुपीरियर ब्रीड है ड्रॉट ब्रीड में. कनगयम है. ठीक है, बेस्ट सूटेड फॉर प्लोइंग एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट. ठीक है, एंड देन वी हैव हल्लीकार ऑल्सो बिलोंगिंग टू साउथ पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री. इफ सम ऑफ यू गेटिंग कंफ्यूज, मैम यू सेड इट वाज 500 बिलो 500, बट इट्स लाइक 665 or 540. So please you need to understand that's like on an average we say, right? Definitely in some breeds it might vary, it might be a little bit slightly more than, but still if you look at it, it's very less when compared to the milch breeds. Like it's not that in a profitable amount. ठीक है, तो ये आपके कुछ है. ठीक है, दैट इज योर कनगयम. ठीक है, अमृत महल, वी हैव हल्लीकार. ठीक है, खिलारी, वी हैव अमला चेरी. अमला चेरी का एक डिफरेंट एक फीचर है. इफ यू लुक एट द हूफ्स ऑफ ऑल द लाइक काउस, दे आर लाइक ग्रेइश और लाइक ब्लैकिश इन कलर, राइट, ऑन दैट टोन. बट अमला चेरी के क्या होते हैं, व्हाइट होते हैं. सो दीज आर व्हाइट एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट इट गिव्स एन अपीयरेंस दैट दे हैव worn socks. Okay, so like that's a very different feature. And pullikulam is that particular like breed of cattle which is used in you must have heard of Jallikattu. There's a like event now, some it has been now restricted to some part of South India. However, it's like very prominent event. So there pullikulam is the breed that is actually used in that event. Okay, next is being the dual purpose breeds which are like good for both. So we have Haryana, Kankarez, Rati. Haryana is best dual breed. This is that can be asked in exam belonging to your Hisar Rohtak region. Haryana is known as the best dual breed. Around 500 lactation is there. Again, देखो, these can be improved based on if you provide प्रॉपर इनपुट, बट ऑन एन एवरेज दे प्रोवाइड लाइक दिस मच. ठीक है, तो कनकरेज की बात करें, कच्छ रीजन को बिलोंग करती है. इट इज वेरी फेमस फॉर इट्स सवाई चाल. मीन्स इट डज नॉट वॉक स्ट्रेट लाइक टू, इट्स बेसिकली व्हाट हैपेंस, इट्स हाइंड लेग्स, मतलब पीछे वाले जो पैर है, हाइंड लेग्स, दे आर क्वाइट यू कैन से of different length than the front legs, and because of that it takes like two like from front legs it take like one step, and then from back it is not able to cope up with the equal length. ठीक है, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट द गेट बोलते हैं इसे, GAIT, गेट मतलब होता है चाल, चलना. ओके, द वे समवन वॉक्स इट्स नोन एज हिज और हर गेट. इन दिस केस वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट एनिमल कनकरेज. ठीक है, तो इट्स गेट जो है इट्स नोन एज सवाई चाल. वेरी पिक्यूलर हैबिट ऑफ इट्स. ठीक है, राठी अलवार रीजन राजस्थान को बिलोंग करती है. थरपरकार है, ऑल्सो नोन एज व्हाइट सिंधी, ग्रे सिंधी और थारी. ठीक है, थोड़ा उसका मिल्क प्रोडक्शन भी ठीक है. ठीक है, देन वी हैव ओनगोल बिलोंग टू द गुंटूर रीजन ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश. ठीक है, कर्नाटका. एंड देन वी हैव मेवाती ऑल्सो बिलोंगिंग टू द राजस्थान रीजन. ठीक है, और दियोनी भी आपकी बहुत अच्छी, दियोनी की भी एक आपकी ब्रीड है डुअल की, इसको ध्यान रखना आप. हरियाणा, थरपरकार, कनकरेज. ठीक है, कनकरेज का एक और फीचर है, इफ यू लुक एट द लाइक हॉर्न्स, दे आर क्वाइट डिफरेंट, राइट. सो सच टाइप ऑफ हॉर्न इज नोन एज लायर, LYRE, ठीक है, लायर बोलते हैं. तो यू कैन कीप दैट इन माइंड. माइट बी आस्क्ड लाइक विच ऑफ द ब्रीड हैज लायर हॉर्न शेप्ड, है ना. तो हाफ मून भी बोल सकते हैं, लायर बोल सकते हैं, या हाफ मून बोल सकते हैं, राइट. सो दीज आर द फीचर्स लाइक यू कैन कीप इन माइंड. Coming to the next one, now some exotic breeds are there. Means these all the breeds that were there, those are indigenous to us. Indigenous means they have been always native to our place, right? But what happened, like when you do a business, definitely you would want to have more profit. And what was observed, that even though indigenous cows, they are adaptable to the environment, but the milk production that they are having, it's quite lesser compared to the cattle that exist in the foreign countries. Okay, so because of that reason, what happened, a lot of farmers then they imported these exotic breeds, and we are going to look at the prominent ones that are there in India. The first one being the Holstein Friesian, which looks something like this. You must have seen these cows now, right? If you look at it, milk yield इसके देखो कितनी है, 6000 से 7000 लीटर per lactation. Even in the case of milch breeds that are indigenous to us, we have seen the maximum is like 2200, or maybe it can extend to like 2500 or 300. But if you look at it, it's like almost quite double of it. It's like 6000 to 7000, right? So that is why, you know, these breeds have been brought. ठीक है, ये कहाँ की है? Originally it is from Netherlands. Next we have Ayrshire 4600, कहाँ की? आपके स्कॉटलैंड की. याद रखना है, ये सारी चीजें पूछी जा सकती है. Next है ब्राउन स्विस है 5000 से 5500, belongs to the Switzerland. And finally being Jersey, and prominently that are being, you know, here reared in India, or you can say raised in India. Jersey है foreign की 4500, island of Jersey को belong करती है. Why this is like most prominently it being used, because it's most adaptable, or you can say it is the most acclimatized बोल सकते हो, adaptable बोल सकते हो to the environment of India. ठीक है. अब because देखो Indian breeds में क्या अच्छी चीज थी, that those were they could not catch the disease early, right? And they were very like okay with the environment that they have, because they have always been native to this place. They have been evolved with, you know, climate change, right? So but they were having lesser yield. ठीक है. Exotic में अब क्या है, exotic में they produce good yield, ठीक है, but they are not pretty much, you know, soon adaptable to Indian climate, or maybe they might get disease easily, है ना. तो इसमें जो जर्सी है, जर्सी is the most adaptive one, that is why it's most widely used. And in fact for, you know, breeding purpose also, jersey is one which is prominent. वैसे तो बहुत सारी Holstein Friesian भी काफी यूज होती है, Holstein Friesian, but like jersey was the one which was prominently used, so that, you know, better such breeds can be formed where it has best of both worlds, like milk production of a jersey cow and the adaptability of an indigenous cow. ठीक है. तो now we are going to look at those breeds. ठीक है, improved breeds. These are being, you know, breeding की गई है. What is like breeding in livestock? I've already made a different session on that. You can watch the video in the ARD simplified series. But just to give you an overview, so you can understand like what we are talking about. So here, like as I said, different breeds are taken, like jersey is taken, and then, you know, any native breed is taken, and when they are crossed together, the new breed would have some good qualities of jersey. And usually what happens in breeding, the scientist would want to have the desired traits only. So he would want the quality of the quantity of or quality of the milk of the foreign breed, as well as the adaptability to the environment of the indigenous breed. So that is known as breeding. ठीक है. or you can say yeah, that would be known as breeding. तो most prominent one, वैसे तो देखो बहुत सारी है, but the most prominent one that we have, one is currant Swiss, ठीक है, which looks like this, which is the cross of Sahiwal and brown Swiss. अब how can it be asked in exam? Either they can ask you that currant Swiss is a cross of dash and dash, so you should know Sahiwal and brown Swiss. Or what they can ask that the cross of Sahiwal and brown Swiss has produced which improved breed, so you should know it is currant Swiss. ठीक है, तो आपको ध्यान रखना है. And always keep in mind that it's very like specific कि पहले आप साहिवाली लिखो फिर ब्राउन स्विस ही लिखो, because see in this when you write the parents name, ठीक है, that are being used in hybridization, always a female is written first breed and the males are written afterwards. That is why it's important to use in this sequence, write in this sequence only, Sahiwal and brown Swiss, currant Swiss. Next we have currant Fries, crossbreed of Tharparkar and Holstein Friesian, and finally we have Frieswald, crossbreed of Holstein Friesian and Sahiwal. ये कुछ आपके prominent examples हैं, ठीक है. So these were the breeds of cattle. I do understand that it can be overwhelming learning so many names or even hearing so many names at one time, right? Let's do a quick revision, right? But if you like read it once or twice, आपको आ जाएगा, ठीक है. Milk breeds 3 we have made, Sahiwal, Red Sindhi Gir, Sahiwal, Red Sindhi Gir, Sahiwal, Red Sindhi Gir. Repeat after me. Milk breed, Sahiwal, Sindhi, Red सिंधी गिर, साहिवाल रेड सिंधी गिर, ठीक है। देन वी हैव ब्रॉड ब्रीड्स, ठीक है, इसमें मेजर, इसमें आप हल्लीकार, ठीक है, आपका मालवी, अमृत महल, नागौरी, कांगयम, हल्लीकार, दियोनी, ठीक है, मालवी, अमृत महल, नागौरी, कांगयम, हल्लीकर, दियोनी, एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट देन वी हैव अमला चेरी, कुछ और खिल्लारी, आपको एक दो और नाम मिल जाएंगे, ठीक है। देन वी हैव डुअल पर्पस, हरियाणा बेस्ट डुअल पर्पस ब्रीड्स, हरियाणा बेस्ट डुअल पर्पस ब्रीड्स। देन वी हैव कनक्रेज, राठी, थरपरकार, ओंगोल, मेवाती, या के कुछ नाम हैं। एंड देन एक्सोटिक ब्रीड्स, होल्स्टन फ्राइसन फ्रॉम नेदरलैंड्स, आइसशायर फ्रॉम स्कॉटलैंड, ब्राउन स्विस फ्रॉम स्विट्जरलैंड, एंड देन जर्सी फ्रॉम आइलैंड ऑफ जर्सी, ठीक है। सम इम्प्रूव ब्रीड्स, करन स्विस क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ साहिवाल एंड ब्राउन स्विस, करन स्विस क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ साहिवाल एंड ब्राउन स्विस, करन फ्राइज क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ थरपरकार एंड होल्स्टन फ्राइसन, करन फ्राइज क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ थरपरकार एंड होल्स्टन फ्राइसन, फ्राइसवाल, देन वी हैव क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ होल्स्टन फ्राइसन एंड साहिवाल, ठीक है। ये आपकी कुछ इंप्रूव ब्रीड्स हैं। अब बफेलो की भी देख लेते हैं कुछ, ये आपकी मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट वन है। फर्स्ट वन बीइंग मूरा, बिलोंगिंग टू योर दिल्ली एंड नियर बाय रीजन, ठीक है, पंजाब दिल्ली रीजन का। फीचर क्या है? बेस्ट इन मिल्क प्रोडक्शन। सो इफ क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड दैट which of the buffalo, please keep in mind when we talked about Sahiwal, it was the highest milk producer in the cattle category, but when we are talking about Mura, it is in the buffalo category, ठीक है। buffalo milk best milk in product best इन मिल्क प्रोडक्शन है। एवरेज फैट कितना है? 7% इसमें पाया जाता है। नेक्स्ट वे है भादावरी, विच हैज हाईएस्ट फैट परसेंटेज। प्लीज कीप इन माइंड एंड डू नॉट गेट कंफ्यूज, मूरा इज बेस्ट इन मिल्क प्रोडक्शन बट भादावरी हैज हाईएस्ट फैट परसेंटेज, ठीक है। देखो इन अ मिल्क नॉट ओनली फैट इज देयर, there are other minerals also, vitamins, minerals, and then some solids, like all in all solids are there, right? So those are also taken into consideration when the term best in milk production is being called, ठीक है। तो मूरा बेस्ट इन मिल्क प्रोडक्शन है, एवरेज फैट 7% है, बट हाईएस्ट फैट परसेंटेज इसमें भादावरी में 13% है। नीली रावी की आंखें वॉल्ड आइज होती है, मतलब व्हाइट होती है, पूरी व्हाइट टाइप की होती है। आई विल शो यू नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, यू वुड हैव एन आइडिया। जाफराबादी इज ऑल्सो नोन एज मिनी एलिफेंट, ठीक है। महसाना जो है डेवलप फ्रॉम मूरा एंड सूरती का क्रॉस है, बेसिकली एक हाइब्रिड ब्रीड, ये ब्रीड है, ठीक है, क्रॉस ब्रीड है ये। मूरा एंड सूरती की क्रॉस ब्रीड क्या है? महसाना, महसाना क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ मूरा एंड सूरती। देन वी हैव सूरती, वी हैव टोडा, ठीक है। नाउ इफ यू लुक एट इट, या सो हियर वी हैव, ठीक है, वी हैव व्हाट, वी हैव भादावरी, कितना था इसका? 13% फैट मैक्सिमम, राइट। देन वी हैव मूरा, वी हैव जाफराबादी नोन एज मिनी एलिफेंट, वी हैव महसाना विच इज अ क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ, क्या है आपकी? महसाना, मूरा एंड सूरती, राइट। महसाना इज द क्रॉस ब्रीड ऑफ मूरा एंड सूरती, एंड मूरा जो आपकी ये ब्रीड है फर्स्ट वाली, दैट इज योर बेस्ट इन milk production in buffalo. So that was the topic that we picked up today, is agroforestry, because lately if we see in NABARD Grade A examination, this topic, you know, has been started to pick up. Overall, this particular chapter topic, agroforestry, it comes under the forestry. Okay, so forestry as a whole has now become an important chapter for the exam, but today we have picked up one specific component of it, of agroforestry, because if we see previous year questions, from here questions have been asked. Dekho, from other topics of forestry have also questions been asked, but we have taken the most prominent one, agroforestry. And like what sort of questions are asked, like what kind of forestry system which contains trees, crop, pasture for livestock. Again, terminology, if you see the previous year questions of NABARD Grade A examination, you would realize that the exam or examiner likes to ask you the terminology of the concepts. They would want to ask you they would give you definition, and then you have to identify the terminology. Again, what is the agroforestry system, where perennial hedges and crops are grown. Again, आपका agroforestry के concept से, and this was asked in your 2024 phase 2 examination. This is an application based question. So at the end of the session, I will let you know like how to attempt such questions, where you know, not direct your knowledge has been asked, but like in the twisted format, you would have to recall all the concepts that you have studied to answer such type of questions, ठीक है। तो we will talk about it at the end of the session, so that you can then be able to understand what I mean to convey, ठीक है। तो what we are going to understand, we will first understand the definition of agroforestry, what are its advantages, what are the different classifications of it, and then there are certain constraints of agroforestry also that we have to keep in mind, so that you know, we don't have any losses because of this system. And finally, there are some remedies. Again, for the constraints, there are some remedies also that can be followed, so that it does not hamper our productivity in the field, ठीक है। coming up with what is the definition of agroforestry. Okay, agroforestry system can be called a land use system. What is agroforestry? It can be called a land use system, or like if I have to say it indirectly, agroforestry is a system of proper use of land, you can say. Okay, and what is done in this case, in this what is done, the food crops that are usually grown in agriculture, okay, that we know of, those are combined with tree crops. Okay, or not only just the crops, the normal agriculture crops, but your livestock can also be combined with your tree crops on the same unit of land. Okay, and its proper management is done. And why is it done? So that a better productivity can be achieved, or diversification of the income can be done in the field. Okay, abhi to we have just read the definition. Let me tell you again what happens in agroforestry. Basically, we take up some tree species or tree varieties into the field, which we think is going to help us with productivity. Okay, initially what used to happen, farmers, they used to go, not farmers, you can say villagers would be the right term, rural people or villagers, they used to go to the forest, and then whatever they had to extract from there, they used to extract from it. But then in this what happens, they would have to travel so much, right? They would have to go interior of the land, into the forest. Sometimes they might get the product, sometimes they would have to search for it, and still they can't get it. So how, what they decided, that instead of going to the forest and also pressurizing the natural environment, natural forest, why not, whatever the products that we need, that we want, why not we just plant those trees in our field that we have, and just get the products out of it, right? So with this concept, this agroforestry concept originated. In fact, if you look at the name also, agro, it is agroforestry, right? So agro means what? It means your agriculture, and when we say agriculture, it means allied activities also. It means your livestock also. It means your the fisheries also. Agriculture means and all allied activity. And forestry is what? What is forest? It is the management of the trees, right? So agroforestry is that it is that sort of land use system where agriculture is combined with forestry. That is your agroforestry. Okay. Up, how is it different? Like, how is agroforestry different from forestry? Okay, if we compare agroforestry and if we compare the forestry, the difference lies in the motives. Where in forestry the aim is to get the timber, मतलब लकड़ियाँ, ठीक है, to out of it, out of the system. And also apart from that, to maintain the forest ecosystem. Forestry में क्या होता है, आपको जो forest management होता है, right? Forest ecosystem का management होता है. But the motive of agroforestry to have better productivity from the field. Here the aim is not to get like only the timber from it, or the aim of agroforestry is not to cultivate trees into the field so that the forest can be maintained. This is not the aim of agroforestry. Agroforestry का simply aim है that from the field, the farmer field that we have established, the farmer has established, from there along with crops there should be other form of production also, so that overall farmer is getting benefited. Apart from that, you can understand also, if these tree species have been planted, they would give some produce, right? So it will diversify the income of the farmer also. Imagine if there was a whole field, again यहाँ पे integrated farming system का concept आ गया. If it was in the whole field only one crop was grown, and due to some reason what happened, due to natural calamity or anything, that crop was perished, now what will the farmer have? But if he has diversified his source of income, maybe he is going for combination of livestock plus crops, or in this case trees plus crops that you can see in the picture, then diversification of income happens. So if one unit of the farming system, it somehow it gets degraded, or maybe it is hampered due to any reason, and there is no source of income from that one unit, at least there will be some other unit from where farmer can have the benefit. Okay, so what is agroforestry? Agroforestry को वैसे you can also say it is a specialized form of forestry. Because why we can say specialized form of forestry? Because definitely trees are being included in this system, right? So you can say agroforestry, it's a specialized form of forestry. However, the motivation are very different, motives are very different. While in forestry, forest ecosystem, forest management is the primary aim, but in agroforestry, productivity and diversification is the major aim. ठीक है, तो definition की बात करें तो agroforestry, it is a land use system. ठीक है, we are utilizing the land properly. It is is a land use system that maintains or increase the total yield. ठीक है, क्योंकि हमने क्या बात करी थी, एग्रोफॉरेस्ट्री में क्या होता है, प्रोडक्टिविटी इंक्रीज करना. तो आइदर इट विल रिमेन सेम वॉट एवर प्रोडक्टिविटी इज इन देयर इज इन फील्ड. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, द फार्मर हैज जस्ट incorporated trees into the field so that he can just cut the twigs and the branches and can use it as a fuel. So here productivity is not being increased. तो यहाँ पे maintain होके रखिए, या फिर increase हुई है. For example, if he has gone for a fruit, the trees that gives fruits, right? तो increase भी की जा सकती है yield from the same field, from the unit. ठीक है, and it has some economic and ecological benefits also. Basically advantages की बात करें तो again देखो, आपकी productivity increase हो रही है, farmer can sell it into the market, right? And also he can consume, और उसके nutrient जो requirement है of the family, that is also being fulfilled, right? So there are various advantages which can broadly be classified into three parts. ठीक है, or three categories. The first one being the environmental benefit, second one being the economic benefit, and third being the social benefit. How is it benefiting the environment? First of all, there is reduction of pressure on forests, because rural people, they were dependent, or highly dependent I would say, on the natural forest system. A natural forest system would have their own cycle, right, of growing, and because it is natural, no human interference is there for the growth, so it will take its sweet time. So because of that, what happened, everybody were dependent on the forest, but there were no renewal that was happening. Means you can say the renew rate was very slow in comparison to the consumption rate of the people, right? So because of that, there was a lot of pressure on the forest. But now when people have started to cultivate their own products in the field only, so because of that जो forest में काफी क्या था, forest में pressure कम हो गया. ठीक है, apart from that, efficient recycling of nutrients होती है, because the trees that you will grow in the field and the crops, of course their root system will be very different, right? So nutrients will be taken from the whole, you can say, strata of the soil. ठीक है, तो proper nutrient use होते हैं. Means what does it mean? For example, if you were just growing crops with similar root heights, right, or root depth I would say, so they would have taken nutrient from specific zone, and because of this the depletion of nutrients would have happened very fast. But because now the root systems are quite different, so depletion rate is quite low. Along with that, even if you look at the trees, their leaves, when they would die, they would fall on the land, right? And of course they would decompose and they would add the nutrients into the soil. ठीक है, तो वो भी आपकी चीज है. इसके अलावा जैसे, because see, tree, they have proper grip, so because of that surface runoff क्या होता है, reduce होता है. In fact, the leaves that are there, they just who drops into the soil, they just act, they slow down the flow of the water. ठीक है, तो because of that क्या होता है, soil erosion बचता है. ठीक है, nutrient leaching नहीं होती है. तो a lot of environmental benefits are there. Economic benefits भी हैं इसके साथ साथ. ठीक है, economic benefits of course, if it is the tree is giving us food or fodder means जो उसकी leaves हैं या soft twigs है, that can be used to for the livestock consumption. ठीक है, livestock को as a food दे सकते हैं, तो fodder, timber, ठीक है, लकड़ियाँ की तरह use हो सकता है. Fuel, wood मतलब means the branches are cut to use as a fuel at home. Fuel का मतलब क्या हुआ कि it is used for cooking and such purpose. ठीक है, तो definitely economic benefits है. And again, diversification, and that we have already talked about. And of course, if output is increased, so farmers income is also increased, right? They can sell it into the market and have some income. And social benefits of course, because then what would happen, ये higher income को lead करेगा. ठीक है, sustain employment होगी. Apart from that, whatever output has been produced, if they consume it, nutrient value means nutrient quantity would increase in the people. इसके अलावा diversification in consumption of food will also happen. ठीक है, तो ये stabilization को भी promote करता है. Now if you look at the classification of agroforestry, so there are 4 major criteria on which Dr. P.K. Nair has classified agroforestry. The first one being the structural basis, like what are the what is the combination that you're going in the field along with trees. Are you going on with the agriculture products, or maybe are you going with fisheries? Are you going with the pasture? What is pasture? Again, the grasses that are grown to serve as a food for the livestock. तो क्या structure basis के basis में, we will have a dedicated slide to it, because as we have seen in previous question, there have been question asked from it, so we have dedicated slides for it. But to give you an idea, structural basis में. Second is functional basis, like for for what purpose have you used those plants in the those trees in the field. There can be two reasons. One is the production या productivity आप कह सकते हैं, ठीक है, means you have planted those varieties or species of trees so that you can get some products out of it. It can be fruits, it can be timber, it can be fodder, anything. Or another can be for protection purpose, ठीक है. Sometime what happens, such the trees, they are being just planted into the field for reducing soil erosion, right? Or to protect the crops from the wind. Sometime it happens in the windy places. What happens, the crops, those are sown, and at the border of it the trees are planted, so that what happens, whatever like speed of the wind would be, it would be reduced, because the trees will act as obstacle, right? तो वो wind shield की तरह काम करते हैं, ठीक है, belts की तरह काम करते हैं. So at the like borders these trees are grown, so that the crops, they are not damaged because of the high speed of the wind. तो protection purpose के लिए है या production purpose के लिए, on that basis that is called the functional basis classification, or classification on the function basis. Next is socio-economic basis. Whatever crops that they have, whatever I'm sorry, trees they have planted in the field, have they planted it for their own consumption? That is known as subsistence farming. ठीक है, subsistence farming मतलब that whatever fruits that will be developed from it, it is just for the consumption of the family. Or have they planted that for the commercial purpose, means whatever will be the product that will be taken from the trees, that would be sold into the market. So that is the commercial purpose. Or it can be intermediate also. Intermediate means some of the yield that is generated, the farmers will keep it to himself and for his family, and some extra or surplus he will send it into the market. So that is your intermediate, ठीक है. Fourth classification is ecological basis. Ecological basis में like basically environmental condition क्या है, temperate है, arid environment है, ट्रॉपिकल है, सब ट्रॉपिकल है, कैसा कैसा एनवायरमेंट है, ऑन दैट बेसिस what trees are preferred, on that basis we have ecological basis. अब इन सब में the structural basis is the most important one, where what happens, like what combinations are we going for, and as we have seen in previous year questions, terminology पूछते हैं, ठीक है. If trees are being used along with crops, it is agri silviculture. Silviculture आपका क्या होता है, basically management of trees, ठीक है, तो that is tree, that is your silviculture. Agri means your crops, ठीक है, agriculture. If trees are used in boundary, as I said, na functional basis mein we have protection and production one. So like trees are on the boundary, it can be for the protection basis, theek hai. And if the crops are there, it is known as boundary plantation. The terminology that is used is boundary plantation. And block of trees and block of crops matlab kya hai ki in this block trees are there, in this block crops are there, in this block then again trees are there, that is known as block plantation, ठीक है. अब there are some other names also, ये सारे आपको याद करना है, very very important from the examination point of view, ठीक है. For example we have like alley cropping, ठीक है, perennial hedges plus crops, ठीक है. perennial means जो आपके alley cropping मतलब कैसे, जैसे आपकी एक लाइन, ठीक है, आपकी hedges की है, एक लाइन crops की, एक लाइन hedges की है, ठीक है. Agri horticulture, अब horticulture if term has been used, देखो for example in previous case silviculture was used, so here tree can be simply used for timber purpose, fuel wood purpose can be used there. But if we have specified horticulture, it means we are going for such trees which produce fruits, then only it will come under horticulture. Horticulture is the production and management and marketing of fruits, right? तो fruit trees, ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे जो trees है वो fruits produce करते हैं. Agri means of course crops. Then agri silvi horticulture, now we are going for here more combination. Agri means what, it means your crops. Silve means your normal trees, again can be used for wood fuel or it can be used for timber purpose. Then horticulture means going for such trees which have fruits. Agri silvi pasture, now it's three term, and in fact this is also one of the previous year question, it might get skipped by it, or maybe we have already covered it in the PYQ. But agri means what, it means your crops. Then silvi means what, it means your trees. And then pasture means such pasture growing such grasses that act as fodder or feed for the animal. तो यहाँ पे तीन combination है, agri silvi pasture. Then shelter belts, as I told you, right, it act for if the trees have been planted to tackle the speed of the wind, ठीक है. तो trees plus crop जाते हैं, wind brings में भी ये जाता है, ठीक है. And then we have horticulture, so when we use tree which bore fruits plus honeybee. तो apiculture क्या होता है आपका? rearing of bees, right? Sylvie olericulture, olericulture means your vegetables, sylvie means your trees, hortipasture only trees and pasture, no crops, ठीक है, वरना it is agri sylvie horticulture है ना, but ये सिर्फ hortipasture है. horti olericulture, ठीक है. Then we have what? Then here, what's the difference between Sylvie O'Leary pasture and Hortis O'Leary pasture? In Sylvie, it was like normal generic trees, fuel wood or timber, but Horti means specifically for the fruit trees. ठीक है. Sylvie pasture, ठीक है. Then we have what? Forestry, ठीक है. यहाँ पे कुछ नाम है. Aqua forestry में क्या होता है? Trees plus fish. So basically ponds are there, and then in between there are trees, not inside the pond. It's not inside the pond, ठीक है. It's like, for example, this is a big land and their ponds are being dug, and in between, you know, trees are being planted. Then because of that, what happens? Whatever trees, like leaves that fell into the water that act as feed, या कुछ आपके fruits कुछ भी गिर सकते हैं, because they would decompose and act like as a food for the aqua whatever species you have gone for, ठीक है. और इन ट्रीज में क्या होता है? ट्रीज में साइमल्टेनियसली वैसे सेरिकल्चर भी किया जाता है, ठीक है. सेरिकल्चर मीन्स रियरिंग ऑफ सिल्कवॉर्म्स, ठीक है. तो ये कॉम्बिनेशन है एक्वा फॉरेस्ट्री का भी वी हैव. आई वुड रिकमेंड प्लीज मेमोराइज दीज नेम्स, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द एग्जामिनेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. Now there are some constraints also. Two very important terminology we have in constraint. One is allelospoly and another one we have allelopathy. ठीक है, we will look at both of them, starting off with allelospoly. ठीक है. Allelospoly simply means competition, ठीक है. Because a tree, because it is a growing, and you would say trees are the most dominant species in plant kingdom. Why and how can we say that? Because these are the biggest species in plant kingdom, so definitely these are the most dominant one, ठीक है. Now imagine you have grown a tree whose crown is very big. Crown is what? The branch part जो है वो बहुत बड़ा है, ठीक है. Because of that what happens, the crops that you have grown, they are not getting the sunlight, ठीक है. तो what is happening here? Tree is competing for sunlight with the crops that are there, ठीक है. Tree might compete for the space. Trees, they require more space, right? So they would be competing with the space with the crops that are grown over there. They might compete with for the water, ठीक है. तो basically competition happens, ठीक है, because trees are the dominant species or dominant partner in this competition. Because of that what happens? There is competition for the resources that are available there in the field. It can be light, it can be water, it can be nutrient. This is known as allelospoly, ठीक है. तो because tree you are growing with other crops, trees are competitive in nature because these are the most dominant species. They compete, they fight for resources, and that is known as allelospoly. The term is allelospoly for that, and this is one of the constraints. अनदर कंस्ट्रेंट इज व्हाट कि बर्ड का क्या हो जाता है ना, बर्ड का डैमेज ऐसे देखा गया है इंक्रीज होता है इफ यू आर गोइंग फॉर एग्रोफॉरेस्ट्री. व्हाई? बिकॉज ट्री दे एक्ट एज अ होम फॉर birds, and if birds they build their nest over there, it's easier for them to, you know, just feed on the grains that are there on the field, right? So that is also there. Then apart from that what happens? There are certain pests which have alternative host, and if you grow such host along with the main crop, it can be a problem. For example, the jor hopper, this is a pest. Jor is your sorghum in English, ठीक है. So sorghum hopper or jor hopper is a kind of a pest which actually do what? After the crops are harvested, these sorghum hopper they migrate to neem tree until the next crop is ready for the harvesting, and then they come back to the sorghum tree plants, ठीक है. अब now imagine you have planted neem tree in a place where you were cultivating jowar. Because of that what happened? Jowar hopper what will do? It will feed on the grains, ठीक है, during harvesting or when the grains are mature. Then what would it do? It will just hop to the neem tree. It will live there till the next produce is being developed. Then it would come again. So because of this what happened? Pest infestation increase हो जाता है, ठीक है. अब इसका remedy of course we will look at. Then we should not go for such combinations where the पेस्ट हैव ऑल्टरनेटिव होस्ट, तो मतलब वैसे में नहीं जाने चाहिए. तो मीन्स विद जॉर वी शुड नेवर ग्रो, वी शुड नेवर प्लांट नीम, है ना. बट ये रेमेडीज में समझेंगे. बट एज ऑफ नाउ वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि some tree they act as a alternative host for insect pests. So before planting, like what trees are be growing in the field, because trees are something that would take years to grow. So you can't be like casual that one time you have grown and next time because of the whatever problems you are facing, then you are cutting it and planting any new tree. No, right? So you have to be very very mindful that what tree you want to plant in the field, which does not as a act as a alternate host for the insect plants. And finally allelopathy. So allelospoly we have seen competition for the resources. What is allelopathy? Again, see, the allelopathy also comes with the competitive nature of the trees only. What happens in this, the roots of the tree, they release some chemicals, and it happens in natural environment also. Okay, usually what happens, tree they release some chemicals from their roots, so that in the nearby region no other like plants or trees they can grow. Okay, so that the tree can grow fully, like they don't have to compete with other particular species for resources. Okay, it is a direct or indirect effect of one plant upon another through the production of chemical inhibitors that are released in the environment. So a tree, what usually they do, they release such chemicals in the environment so that the nearby plants or trees they can't flourish, they can't thrive, so that the plant have enough of space for itself to grow. That is known as allelopathy. So if asked what is allelospoly, allelospoly is the competition for resources. There he is not releasing some chemicals, he is just competing. Whatever you're getting, all the plants they were getting, they were competing with each other. But in allelopathy, chemicals are released in the environment so that if so that the nearby plants they are not able to flourish, so that the plant which has released the chemical, he would have enough space for them. ठीक है, so that is known as your एलिलोपैथी. ठीक है, तो कुछ ये आपको याद करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बस सिंपल आपको एलिलोपैथी की डेफिनेशन समझनी थी कि केमिकल्स टॉक्सिन्स रिलीज करते हैं. ठीक है, नाउ क्या इसमें प्रैक्टिसेस यूज हो सकती हैं. अब फॉर एग्जांपल वी सेट फॉर एलिलोस्पोले, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल इफ बिग क्राउन्स आर देयर ऑफ द ट्रीज, दे वुड compete, they would not be because of that the plants would not be able to get the sunlight. So what can be done for in such cases, we can use such trees, and best example can be leguminous trees. Trees they belong to leguminous family, which are smaller light crowns, so that the sunlight penetration can be easy. Okay, so that can be used. Or maybe if you're going for such crops like such trees which have higher bigger crowns, then you can go for such combination of crops which do not require much of the sunlight. ठीक है, अब जैसे for example if you have such big crowns sort of trees, then you can go for pasture, because grass के लिए grass can grow, like it requires sunlight, but still even if not proper sunlight is there, it can still grow. ठीक है, so you can go for such combination. That is the skillful management remedy for the constraints that we have seen of agroforestry. ठीक है, next for example what can be done if again allelospoly में बात करें, fighting for the water for nutrients, so we can go for deep rooted trees, right, so that the nutrients or water can be absorbed from different strata of the soil. ठीक है, इसके अलावा क्या है, स्पेस द ट्रीज फार्दर अपार्ट सो दैट एलिलोपैथी कैन नॉट बी देयर. ठीक है, कंपटीशन रिड्यूस हो. इसके अलावा एज वी हैव सीन दैट ऑल्टरनेटिव होस्ट जैसे एक्ट कर सकते हैं. सो वी इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू लाइक आइडेंटिफाई दैट व्हाट सुटेबल क्रॉप्स कैन ग्रो विद ट्रीज, सो दैट the problem that we were facing of maybe of the problems that we looked at of the alternative host case, that cannot be there, right? So these were some of the things. Take up first two question, I would recommend you only answer it so that you get the idea how much do you actually retain. But coming to the third question, like what are the ideal characteristics of trees growing in high forest ecosystem. ठीक है, अब इसमें concept क्या है, high forest ecosystem is not part of agroforestry, but I'll let you understand, and from the even name also you can understand. High forest ecosystem, high forest means here when do you call a particular place to be high forest, where there will be more trees. That is why it is a high forest ecosystem, because there trees are very much. ठीक है. अब they have said that ideal characteristic वहाँ के क्या होंगे? High growth, high allelopathy, high growth of the trees we are talking about here. ठीक है. Low allelopathy, high, ये आपको option दे रखा कुछ. Now imagine for yourself what is allelopathy. Allelopathy is the release of toxins so that the nearby plants or trees, they cannot flourish, right? Now if we are talking about high forest ecosystem, definitely allelopathy has to be low, because if allelopathy would be higher, it would allelopathy would have been more, the trees would not have been able to grow nearby. ठीक है. अब सम ऑफ यू गेटिंग कंफ्यूज, मैम तो एलिलोपैथी दो हाई फॉरेस्ट सिस्टम बन कैसे सकता है, क्योंकि एलिलोपैथी तो एग्जिस्ट करती है. you need to understand at what intensity the chemicals are being released. Those are also the factors that are taken into consideration. ठीक है. तो here, so because it is talking about high forest system, so your option number F would have been no, I'm sorry, option number G and option number I would easily be eliminated. Why easily be eliminated? Because here it is written, oh, I'm sorry, that should be remain. ठीक है. It says that high forest system, so it means high allelopathy नहीं exist कर सकती, because if high allelopathy will be there, then the number of trees would be less because of toxins, right? So easily your option F and option H are eliminated. ठीक है. अब बचे you have two options. Low allelopathy it has. अब high growth या slow growth. अब definitely if you're talking about high forest system, the growth should be like faster, then only we would have high forest ecosystem, right? Because if growth would have been slower, we would not be able to achieve the high forest ecosystem. So that is why your right answer will be G, where growth is high and allelopathy is low. So such questions now we are seeing in phase 2, where a little bit application based. See, देखो, you have studied allelopathy, and if you have read the chapter, you would know what is high forest ecosystem, right? So this question in all, it is not difficult. It is not straightforward as what we usually observe in phase 1, where directly they give you the definition and you have to identify the terminology. Okay. I hope you are able to understood this question. It is social forestry, part of your forestry chapter. And why have you picked up this topic? Because directly from this topic, the descriptive answer writing has been asked in one of the previous year question. And what was it? Like, what is social forestry? What are the different objectives of it? What are the various facets, and list some economic benefits, right? So that was the question. That is why it is important to wholesomely understand this particular topic today. And we will cover first of all the definition of it, then we will understand its objectives, what are the advantages, what are the different methods या जो facets हमने समझा था, we will understand of social forestry, like how social forestry can be done, then what are the benefits, and we will also do comparison between social forestry and agroforestry, because sometimes people can get confused between these two terminology. In the last video we have covered agroforestry, and today we are covering social forestry. Okay, so at the end, वैसे तो in between, wherever I feel like a student can get confused, I will tell you the comparison, but at the end we will have like proper comparison for the both, so that you can also have the clarity. Okay, first of all, like, what is this definition of social forestry? So basically this term, it was coined by Westoboy. Okay, he was the chairman of Food and Agriculture Organization. Okay, he coined this term social forestry. And what does it mean? Social forestry is the science and art of growing trees in and outside traditional forest areas. Okay, and managing like existing forests. Means, first of all, planting those trees which were there present in the natural forest, planting those trees outside the forest. Outside means what? See, initially, like, what used to happen, if this was a village and behind that there was forest. Okay, so the villagers, they used to go to the forest for fulfilling their needs. Okay, अब इससे क्या हुआ? Because of that, a lot of burden on natural forest, it start to occur. Okay, why burden? Because it is natural, right? So that is why its regrowth will be timely, right? It will take its time to regrow whatever products that have been taken by villagers. And because it is natural, so definitely in terms of growing anything, human intervention is not there, so it will take its sweet time. Now in between, what happened, the people, the population was growing and dependency of forest was growing. Okay, so Westerboy, he came up with term. He said that why not whatever trees that that are required by the villages, why not they just plant those trees or create that forest system outside forest in their village, in the community land they have. Community land means that is common for all, not in the private private lands, but yes, community for the community land or the wastelands. What are wastelands? Like these are the lands which which are not optimum for agriculture. Now trees are the superior species of the plant kingdom, so they can grow like anywhere. Okay, so these wastelands can be used, community lands can be used. If there are railways aside that, these plants, these trees can be grown, right, so that they can fulfill the need of the local people, all the or the villagers. So this is the concept of social forestry. What is social forestry? The science and art of growing trees in and outside traditional forest areas and then managing them like the existing forest. Okay, with intimate involvement of the people. Okay, and integrated with other operations. Okay, so I hope you have gotten the idea. Okay, now some of you might think, ma'am, agroforestry may be the same thing or in agroforestry also we were planting these trees outside the forest system, right, so that to reduce the dependency, right? So that is true. Okay, if you have watched the previous video, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, अब क्या है social forestry? If you look at social forestry, agroforestry, the similarity is this only. The similarity is to reduce the pressure on the natural forest. So this is the similarity in both. Okay, both serve this one purpose of reducing the burden on the forest, but the objective is different. Okay, objective in the sense what? Here the in agroforestry, the aim is to increase the productivity in the farm. So in this case, what happens? It is integration of trees along with whatever the conventional farming that there was happening. Okay, so the objective of the agroforestry was to increase the productivity, and it was integration of trees in the pre-existing agriculture, whatever that was happening by the farmer. Okay, while in social forestry, the objective is not to increase the productivity of the farm. The objective is not to get some surplus amount or some surplus money from the farm or diversify the farming. No, that is not the purpose of social forestry. Social forestry का simply meaning है कि community welfare. Community welfare means what? So that they have the products that for which they were dependent on the forest, they get there. Okay, you're understanding the difference? In agroforestry, it was more about having better production from your field, from a farmer's field, while in social forestry it is about fulfilling the needs of the farmers which they had from the forest. Okay, while in agroforestry, a farmer he plants those trees in his private land. In social forestry, it is usually done in the community land. Okay, although we will look at one of the method where encouragement is done, that in their farm also farmers should grow that, but that is an encouragement, right? Usually social forestry is done in community land. Okay, to create, you can say in very layman language or to understand in a way, the in social forestry, small forests are created outside the forest system so that the demand of the rural people can be fulfilled. While in agroforestry, it was more about getting products so that those can be sold. Okay, I hope you're getting the difference. And agroforestry is done at the private land, while social forestry, it is done in a community land, wasteland, or the government official government की जो land होती है वहां पे होती है. ठीक है, objectives क्या है? तो definitely that is to reduce the burden of the forest. So we are talking about fuel wood supply. ठीक है, we are talking about timber supply, fodder supply, whatever, for whatever purpose the farmer he was dependent on the natural forest, उस सब के लिए उस सब के protection के लिए. ठीक है, अब objectives तो ये थे to reduce the burden, but along with that indirectly some other benefits or advantages have also been seen. ठीक है, जैसे इससे क्या होता है, the soil erosion or water erosion, the water erosion की बात करें, because now in the village, because initially for example if there was a barren land or maybe a waste land, ठीक है, so because it was all clear, there was nothing there, so water erosion water agent से soil erosion बहुत easily हो जाता था. ठीक है, but now where they have created these trees, because of that this erosion has been reduced or stopped. Okay, so in directly if you look at erosion को भी इसने क्या करा, इसको संभाला. ठीक है, इसके अलावा it retains moisture in the soil, that is the work of the roots, right? Climate improve होता है, we know by afforestation the climate is improved, right? Carbon dioxide सिंक की तरह काम करते हैं forest, right? They absorb carbon dioxide, they release oxygen. ठीक है, means they intake, absorb would be the wrong word, they intake the carbon dioxide. ठीक है, and it creates as a recreation, you know, people they go for hiking, they go to spend some time in the forest. Now that can also be achieved without going much further away, ठीक है. And also save cow dung for manure, ठीक है. Means मैन्योर वगैरह भी इसमें यूज हो जाते हैं. वैसे ये डायरेक्टली इतना नहीं होगा काम का, ठीक है. बट यस, जो फॉडर वगैरह इसके हम यूज कर सकते हैं टू गिव टू द एनिमल्स, ठीक है. और उससे फर्दर ही हो सकता है, ठीक है. अब किस किस तरीके से होता है. द फर्स्ट वन बीइंग कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट, एज वी हैव सेड, ठीक है. कोई भी जो लोकल पॉपुलेशन का जो कम्युनिटी लैंड है, जो वेस्ट लैंड है, वहां पे व्हेन दीज trees are grown outside the forest, that is known as community forest, ठीक है. Farm forestry is when the villagers are encouraged. Please keep in mind, in agroforestry the motive was to sell the produce that are grown over there. Here in social forestry that is not the motive, ठीक है. Here but they are just encouraged that if you just grow trees, you might get some, you know, twigs for yourself, or maybe a little bit fodder for your animal. In agroforestry there was a integration with any other agriculture activity that was being done. Here there is no integration we are talking about, ठीक है. Then we have extension forestry. Extension forestry means आपका क्या है, जैसे ये roads के side में if you have planted the trees, और canal banks के और river lines के आसपास में, it can be done in various ways. Mixed forestry मतलब randomly जैसे कहीं पे scatter कर दिया forest, जैसे wasteland था, randomly plants have been scattered, means the seeds have been scattered, or maybe planting has been done, and like there is no particular sequence of plants over there, trees over there, ठीक है. Shelter belts में क्या है कि कोई भी आपका जैसे एरिया है, वहां के अपने सराउंडिंग में, like on the borders, shelter belt is at the borders you have planted the trees, so that whatever like is in between that can be protected, ठीक है. And then linear strip plantation, whenever you do in a like straight line, that is known as linear strip plantation, ठीक है. Then rehabilitation of degraded forest. So in social forestry, the wasteland where nothing can be grown, even there the trees are something that can be that can thrive, they can flourish, right. So we can even restore the degraded areas also. या पहले आपका कहीं deforestation हुआ है, वहां पे आपने दोबारा trees लगा दिए, ठीक है. And recreational forestry, as I said that, you know, it is scenic and many people they go for trekking, they go for to spend some time camping in the forest. So by planting these trees in the outside of forest area, in fact at the nearby place, you can have those scenic views where you can spend time, your you know, friends, family, they can go and spend some time together, ठीक है. अब इससे क्या outcomes निकले, benefits क्या निकले. Please keep in mind, when we saw advantages, like those were the additional indirect benefits we were getting, ठीक है. अब इससे outcome क्या क्या निकला, ठीक है. Self sufficiency by villagers, they don't have to go to forest now and then, ठीक है. Environmental betterment है, because the pressure on the forest it has been reduced, ठीक है. इसके अलावा जैसे conservation of moisture हो जाता है in the rural area, ठीक है. Employment opportunities, because see, you know, for planting, right, for taking care of them, for all these things you require people, right. So उसमें थोड़ा बहुत employment मिल जाता है. Would not say कि बहुत अच्छा employment मिलेगा, but yes, you would have बहुत अच्छा पैसा मिलेगा, I meant, but yes, you would have opportunity to get employed, ठीक है. Land का proper use होता है, right. As I said that wasteland where nothing can be grown, if you are just growing trees over there, so it is proper utilization of land, ठीक है. Improvement of rainfall, ठीक है, because trees, we know that they because they like transpire, because of that water droplets amount it increases in the air, and because of that cloud formation happens and rain happens. Like all in all, we know that with more trees more rainfall comes, ठीक है. Prevention of soil erosion, ठीक है. Protection from wind होता है. तो सारी चीजें आपकी हैं, ठीक है. We you already know about this, reduction in pollution and everything. So these are the benefits, ठीक है. अब एक comparison देखते हैं दोबारा, in case you're getting confused between agroforestry and social forestry, ठीक है. Who done by whom? Agroforestry farmers on their private agriculture land, while social forestry is done in the community land, ठीक है, या government land. What is grown here? Agroforestry में we go for like combination, integration of agriculture, where social forestry we are just talking about trees, ठीक है. And sometime minor crop, जैसे कोई pasture लगा दिया, कुछ लगा दिया, ठीक है. Purpose क्या है? Mainly income generation, soil health, productivity, ठीक है. यहाँ पे then we have in agroforestry, right, we have what, we have that income generation from the field, while in social forestry it is more about meeting the local needs. Okay, tree choice whatever giving economic return, but in social forestry it is usually what is like being used by the farmer, like if they are or the local community, right? If you they need for fuel wood, so such kind of trees will be grown, right? अब जैसे वहाँ मैंगो नहीं लगाएंगे फिर, like for example if that particular community they do not have LPG cylinders or whatsoever, so they would be dependent on fuel wood, right? So now they would not be growing mango or lychees, right? Because that is not the aim. ठीक है, लैंड ओनरशिप प्राइवेटली ओन्ड होते हैं और ये कम्युनिटी ओन्ड होते हैं. ठीक है, हॉर्टिकल्चर ट्रीज यहाँ पे बिल्कुल लगते हैं एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री में बिकॉज इट विल गिव बेनिफिट. सोशल फॉरेस्ट्री में बिकॉज इट इज नॉट द मेन एम, राइट? सो लग सकते हैं, ऐसे नहीं कि प्रोहिबिटेड दैट इफ horticulture trees are what which gives fruits, if such trees are grown, so that's wrong under social forestry. No, it's not like that, but usually the ones which are primary requirement of the villagers, such kind of trees are grown, which is usually for fuel wood or fodder for the animals, because you know as a rural community they are not having nutrient having the nutrient full flourishment from the fruits and the tree from the trees. That is not the primary you can say aim of the rural people, right? Their primary aim that they can have trees from where they can just cut out the branches and they can cook, right? So there such fruit horticulture trees can be grown, but that is not what the primary aim is. Okay, those are not the priority. That we picked up today is agriculture extension in India. And why have we picked up this topic? Because if you look at the previous year question, this topic has been asked both in your NABARD Grade A objective format, multiple choice question format, I mean, and also in the descriptive answer writing. All right. So we will look at the most important aspects of this chapter, starting off with like the definition. What is the definition? What are the different classifications of it? Different methods of providing agriculture extension in India. How does it or how did it evolve in India, right? Starting off like when it was introduced in India, and now what is the current progress. And at the end we will look at some advantages also that we have gained from agriculture extension. Okay, starting off with like what is this agriculture extension. Before that, let me tell you something else. So broadly if we classify education that we commonly know of can be categorized into two categories. One is the informal education and another one is the formal education. All right, informal education like which we get from our surroundings since the time we are born. Like for example, you learn from your surrounding or from your parents how to walk, how to talk, how to run, right? And in fact every day you are learning something new, right, from the people around you. So that is your informal education which you keep on learning from the surrounding as you grow up, as you move forward, right? That is the informal education and it is free of cost, you know, right? Next is the formal education. This is the system, this is the type of education which we learn from a institution, right? For example, you go to school, you go to college, so that's a formal institution where you go, you do learning, and here the education is always vertical in nature. Vertical means from teacher only, means एक तरीके से दूसरी side जाएगी, means there will be a teacher and then he will only be or she will only be teaching you the things. You as a student don't know much about it, and teachers as they are more experienced or they have more knowledge than you, right, they teach you, right? So that is your formal education. And in formal education it's always a step by step process. For example, you will enter 10th standard only if you have done 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, right? You might skip like one or two classes here or there, but there is a defined set pattern to it, right? So that is your formal education. Okay, so broadly we know these two, but there is a third one also that is known as non-formal education, which is a little bit in between of both. What is non-formal education? In non-formal education, people are made to learn something new, which is not very common in the surrounding, but it is done outside the formal education system. For example, you must have heard of that a lot of awareness drives or campaigns that are run in different towns, different villages. It can be related to sanitation. It can be related to maybe hygiene maintenance, right? It can be anything. You must have heard. Or even for that matter, you must have heard of like adult education. What is this? So here what happens, a lot of people who could not get literate when they were younger because they had to their family responsibility, and when they become adult, means 18 plus they have become, and now they want to learn about it. So we have for them adult education where they can learn these things. Okay, means they can learn how to be literate, they can read and write, right, and all that stuff that is provided to them. Now what has been happened over here, these are not the regular sort of knowledge that we are talking about. Hygiene is not something, it can be informal, you can say, in a educated family, but if you talk about a village or maybe a place where nobody is educated, even hygiene, how having proper hygiene, having sanitation, even that is not very common in the surroundings. So we have to teach them these things, right? And because we are teaching them outside a formal education system, this is known as non-formal, and from here only this term has originated, which is your extension education. Okay, extension is a Latin word, or it has Latin roots, where ex means out, means outside, what, outside your formal education system. Tensio means stretching, you are stretching this education outside the formal education system, because nobody can afford to go to colleges or schools, right? But they must be taught about things, so that is known as your extension education. Okay, now that's a simple meaning. And extension education can be of variety sort, as I gave you some example of hygiene, sanitation, etc. It can even be for savings also, for anything. Like for example, the literate people or the people or NGOs, they would want the people who are deprived section of society to learn something so that their livelihood can be improved. All that thing will come under your non-formal education, because they are teaching them outside the formal education system, because that deprived group cannot afford to go there. Okay, we will call it agriculture extension now, because the farming has always been part of our culture, right? But and understanding that what kind of crop varieties can help them get more profit, or what type of technologies the farmers they can use in their land, right? Giving this information is your agriculture extension, because not all farmers are going to the colleges, to schools. Most of the farmers in our country, they are doing this from generations, right? So they do have the skill how to do farming, but they are not getting that much profit which they can actually earn by understanding what the scientists are doing in the labs, whatever the discovery scientists are making in the labs, or even innovations they are making in the lab. Farmers must be made aware about it, so that it can be actually implemented in the land. This is known as what? This is known as your agriculture extension. So simply, if we talk about what is extension education, please keep in mind, we're not talking about agriculture extension, we are saying extension education. It means the type of the education which is stretched out from the formal institution into the villages or fields beyond the limit of schools, to teach them something new. Okay, and when do we call it extension education? We call it extension education, I'm sorry, agriculture extension, when we are talking about the educational programs that are run for the transfer of knowledge, science and technologies, okay, from the laboratories to the farm, so that they can do better farm planning, better decision making, they can do use of input, storage, processing, marketing, anything can be improved. So that is what, that is your agriculture extension. Okay, I hope now you have the clear understanding of how you can give these teaching method, means how can you teach them. Okay, you can teach them there on there are broadly two categories, on the basis of how you like use the tools that are there, or how do you contact with the farmers, and another one is like what are the material that you are using. ठीक है, अब पहले मैं आपका मटेरियल में जैसे सिंपल ही हो गया, if you are using phone calls, if you are using pamphlets or booklets to teach them something, right? I mean, for example, in the villages they have just distributed the pamphlet, right? So that is also form of a teaching, but that in the form of like pamphlets you are doing that, or you have shown them a picture, so that's a separate thing. But these are the most important one, जिसमें क्या करते हैं, what are the teaching methods according to the use? Individual contact method. ठीक है, individual contact method में, as the name suggests, the extension officer or maybe the extension officer and the farmers, they are in contact. ठीक है, तो it can be done with farm and home visits. Visit means extension officer will come to the village, ठीक है, and he will go to the farmers land, and he would check and like give them the advice they want, or give him the advice they want. Okay, so that is farm and home visit, that can be done. Another is office calls. Sometime, like for example, if extension officer officer is not able to go for the farm visit, then in that case the farmer can call them. Okay, in that category there is a new then modified form. Please keep in mind, like office calls have been run since extension education is going on in India, but now with time, you know, easiness, or government is trying to have more and more easiness, and that is how they have introduced Kisan call centers. So basically these act as call centers only, but this is specifically for Kisan, where whatever the problem query Kisan have, he can call on the landline number of Kisan call center, and he can ask his doubt, and he would have any customer executive assigned, and he would be answering or giving solution for that particular question. और individual contact method through letters के भी through कर सकते हैं. Next is group contact method. So definitely here we are not talking about one to one connection, we are talking about more people are there and one extension officer are there. उसमें पहले है हमारा method and result demonstration, and these questions have only been asked in past. Method demonstration is different, result demonstration is different. In method demonstration you are being taught to do something step by step. For example, in a village there were like a lot of dairy farming is there, right? So they can be taught how to make ghee out of it, because definitely selling 1 kg, you already know that selling 1 kg milk will have a certain profit, but not as much as it the farmer can have if he sell 1 kg of ghee, right? So method demonstration means showing them step by step, method by method, that how they can make ghee out of that milk, or maybe chena, or maybe like whatever thing, right? Whatever can be made out of it. So that is the method demonstration. In result demonstration, what happens, usually what happens, a lot of farmers, they are hesitant to try something new. It can be a new variety, it can be a new way of doing farming or anything. Why is it hesitant? Because if the result does not come, they would be doomed, right? So what happens in result demonstration, what the here extension officer do, they take a certain area, they take a certain land there in the village only, okay, where whatever they want to teach, maybe it can be any new variety or maybe new way of doing farming, or whatever they want to farmers to learn, what they do it over there, and at the end they show result, so that the farmer can be convinced that okay, this thing has whatever the activities were done, it was done on our land only, and we have seen better result in this particular section of land than the rest of the area, okay. So in method demonstration, step by step process is shown, while in result demonstration the motive is to show the farmer the results, so that the farmers can get motivated and they have that that confidence also, that okay, they can try something new, ठीक है. इसके अलावा we have group meeting discussions that happen, ठीक है. इसके अलावा if we are talking about like a large population, like for example in method demonstration group meeting, we can still accommodate 5 to 10 people, right? But if it's like very much 100 200, what can be done? So for that conference, seminar, workshop या field trips वगैरह हो सकती है, ठीक है. So these are examples of group contact method, ठीक है. और एक mass community, like now we are talking about lakhs, ठीक है, lakhs and crores people. So through our social media, electronic media, print media, we can impart the knowledge that we want to impart, ठीक है. So that is a mass or community contact method, ठीक है. Before moving ahead, I just want to say one thing, where I told you that in formal education the knowledge is always vertical, because from teacher only it's been going to students, because students have lesser knowledge than teacher in that scenario. Your non-formal education is usually it's considered horizontal, because farmers, they might not know about the new technology, but they still know about farming, right? So what happens in extension education, there is a two-way conversation. The farmer can also give some ideas or inputs as per, you know, whatever be the practice that is going on. If farmers feel like that it can be modified in a certain way, they can say so. Or maybe an extension officer has come, or maybe the employees have come, and they are teaching something, but farmers have doubts that, you know, maybe whatever they are saying, it might be like good, but in some other field, but not in our field due to xyz condition, okay. So that is why there will be two-way conversation, where farmer will also share the concerns, or maybe he can modify the existing plan or anything. So that is why non-formal is always said to be in horizontal in nature, while formal क्या होती है आपकी vertical होती है, ठीक है. और exhibition डेयरी मेला के थ्रू भी like with that you can actually contact to lot of people, है ना. So these were your community contact method. Now methods of extension कैसे कर सकते हैं, जो commonly used है, farm and home visit, that we have already understood. Face to face contact होता है, ठीक है. Next is method demonstration, as I said, show technique of doing things, ठीक है, in a step by step method. In fact, how to make paneer, how to make ghee, even how for clean milk production, like you can show them step by step method. Demonstration में क्या होता है कि whatever recommended practices are there, their advantages are shown so that the farmers they can have that confidence, ठीक है. ग्रुप डिस्कशन में क्या होता है, मोर पीपल आर इन्वॉल्व. व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, देखो करंटली व्हाट वी हैव सीन कि हाउ वी आर कॉन्टैक्टिंग विद पीपल. ऑन दैट वी हैव 3 कैटेगरी की. इंडिविजुअल मेथड से होता है, दैट वाज द क्लासिफिकेशन, राइट. इंडिविजुअल के थ्रू कर सकते हैं, थ्रू ग्रुप हम कर सकते हैं, मास कम्युनिकेशन भी हम कर सकते हैं. नाउ व्हाट आर द कॉमन मेथड्स, लाइक तो फॉर एग्जांपल इन एग्जाम इफ आस्क्ड लाइक मेथड्स ऑफ एक्सटेंशन टीचिंग कॉमनली यूज्ड इन इंडिया, सो दीज विल बी द वन, ठीक है. एग्जीबिशन के थ्रू कर सकते हैं, कैंपेन हम कोई रन कर सकते हैं, फील्ड टूर्स कर सकते हैं हम, ठीक है. ये सारी चीजें हैं. प्रिंट मीडिया के थ्रू कर सकते हैं, ठीक है. अब इसमें प्रिंट मीडिया मीन्स व्हाट, बेसिकली वी आर गिविंग देम द प्रिंट आउट वेयर थिंग्स हैव बीन रिटन एंड द फार्मर विल रीड बाय हिमसेल्फ, ठीक है. अब इसमें वी कैन यूज लाइक लीफलेट्स, फोल्डर, पैम्पलेट, बुलेटिन, बुकलेट. यू नीड नॉट टू मेमोराइज द डेफिनेशन, बट आई हैव जस्ट एडेड इट over here because so that you know the differences. Like for example, if you would have read about print media, you would have read okay newspaper, magazine, bulletins. Now some of you might have gotten confused यार bulletins क्या होता है, right? Or some of you might have gotten confused यार leaflet क्या होता है. So I just added definition over here so that you can understand what does it mean, but this is not like that's something that you should memorize for the examination or you should mug up for the exam, ठीक है. इस चीज का आपको ध्यान रखना है. तो print media यूज होती है, radios can be used. Till now in most of the villages radio is still prominent source of communication. तो आप रेडियो को यूज कर सकते हैं, आप टेलीविजन भी यूज कर सकते हैं. जैसे आपके तो किसान आपके स्पेसिफिक चैनल्स हैं और डीडी है ना, जिसमें सिर्फ किसान से रिलेटेड इन्फॉर्मेशन दी जाती है, ठीक है. अब एवोल्यूशन की बात करें इंडिया में कैसे हुआ था, तो दिस एग्रीकल्चर एक्सटेंशन इट केम इनटू एग्जिस्टेंस इन इंडिया ड्यूरिंग द ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन. सो ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन इन इटसेल्फ इट्स अ वेरी सेपरेट कंसेप्ट, बट लेट मी टेल यू लाइक ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन जो है हाउ इट स्टार्टेड, बिकॉज सी वी हैड लाइक सम कन्वेंशनल क्रॉप्स दैट वी वर ग्रोइंग इन इंडिया, लाइक फार्मर्स दे वर क्वाइट यू नो दे वर इन द सेफ्टी नेट. But what happened, the population was increasing, right, and there were no development in agriculture in terms of technology, right, in terms of new crop varieties or anything. Because of that the source the food was very limited and population was increasing, ठीक है. अब because of that we were dependent on foreign countries for completion of a nutrient requirement. Nutrient भी I think that would be a very big word, we would say, just for you know for the sake of eating something we were dependent on grains and foods in the foreign country, especially for USA for grains, ठीक है. wheat के लिए आपके लिए हम USA में dependent थे. But because of that what happens, and that is why you know it's very important for every country to be self reliant, because if they will be dependent on some other country, the other country will try to control it in one way or another. So because of that what happened, even USA what it started to do, it started to control our economic policies, right. It was guiding us like where we should sign the memorandums, where we should not sign. And in fact let me tell you, जैसे कभी न्यूक्लियर पावर की बात या कहीं पे भी कुछ भी बात ऐसे आती थी, तो wherever we want to take our own stand, or maybe we would want to have our own relationship with any country maybe USA is not comfortable with, USA would use to stop this flow of grains to us, or maybe it would like manipulate, or maybe they would just tell us that they won't send it if we would not be in their favor, right. So these were the things that we were facing, and that is why then Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, Dr. Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, then he finally decided that no, we should like now focus on our country's production, and that is how like green revolution came into being. Also it talked about grains and pulses both, but majority focus was given on wheat and rice, and in here also much to wheat, but wheat and rice दोनों को importance दी गई थी. And that is how like this green revolution had flourished in India and everything, ठीक है. अब during तो अब उसमें क्या हो रहा है, तो because in that time what's happening, we are introducing fertilizer, we are introducing new crop varieties, we are introducing new technologies, right. Our farmers need to be trained about it. So that is how this extension education it came into being, ठीक है. high yielding varieties थी, ठीक है. input delivery में जैसे आपके fertilizers थे, quality seeds, fertilizer, agriculture chemicals, how to use them, all these things were done through एग्रीकल्चर एक्सटेंशन, ठीक है। इसके बाद इसमें क्या हुआ कि थोड़ी और सब्सिडीज दी गई, ठीक है, स्टेट एग्रीकल्चर डेपोट्स वगैरह बनाए गए, तो ये सारी चीजें मतलब वो ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन के टाइम में चल रही थी। इसके बाद आपका 1970s में आपका क्या सेटअप हुआ, कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र हुआ, ठीक है। कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र इज ऑल्सो नोन एज फार्म साइंस सेंटर, लैब टू लैंड प्रोग्राम। वाई लैब टू लैंड? देखो, लैब इज वेयर साइंटिस्ट आर वर्किंग, दे आर कमिंग अप विद न्यू डिस्कवरीज एंड इनोवेशन। लैंड इज वेयर एक्चुअली implementation need to be done by farmer, so there has to be a mediator, so kvk acted that as that mediator, ठीक है। तो लैब टू लैंड प्रोग्राम इसने रन करे, ठीक है, एंड इट इज अंडर आईसीएआर, ठीक है, इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च है, ये आपकी एपेक्स एग्रीकल्चर बॉडी इन इंडिया, इट इज दैट, ठीक है, आईसीएआर। तो केवीके उसके अंडर आता है, एंड व्हाट वाज इट्स एम टू गिव स्किल ओरिएंटेड वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग। वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग का मतलब स्किल ही डेवलप करना होता है, ठीक है। तो वही, तो फार्मर्स टू टीच देम समथिंग न्यू, समथिंग प्रोडक्टिव दैट विल गिव देम बेटर यील्ड इन द फार्म, ठीक है। तो यही उसका मेन काम है, ठीक है। उसके अलावा आपके फिर और ज्यादा इसमें फोकस दिया गया, प्रमोशन किया गया कि जो आपकी प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स है दैट आल्सो कम फॉरवर्ड फॉर एग्रीकल्चर एक्सटेंशन। फिर एक आत्मा आपका एक इंस्टीट्यूट का नाम है, शॉर्ट में आत्मा बोलते हैं, इट्स फुल फॉर्म इज एग्रीकल्चर टेक्नोलॉजी मैनेजमेंट एजेंसी, दैट वाज सेट अप फॉर व्हाट पर्पस? देखो, केवीके इज एक्चुअली is the intermediator between lab and land. It is teaching the farmers, right? But who is going to train these people who will further go and teach the farmers, ठीक है। तो वो कहाँ पे हो रहा था, स्पेशली व्हेन इट कम्स टू टेक्नोलॉजी, ठीक है। केवीके में तो जैसे आपको इंटरकल्चरल ऑपरेशन करना, ये सब भी आपको सिखा रहे हैं, ठीक है। लेकिन हु इज गोइंग टू टीच वट एवर न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज हैज कम to the farmers? There has to be people, and who will train these people? So for that atma was set up, ठीक है। तो एग्रीकल्चर टेक्नोलॉजी मैनेजमेंट एजेंसी, ठीक है, it was introduced initially, and what was its same level of technology dissemination, integrated research and extension activities. तो basically आत्मा का काम क्या था? First of all, it trains the people about technologies, then they would go further and teach the people, ठीक है। तो ये टू वे थिंक कर रहा है, पहले आपको क्या कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे रिसर्च भी होती है टेक्नोलॉजी की एंड एवरीथिंग, पीपल आर ट्रेन्ड एंड दे गो एंड टीच अबाउट द टेक्नोलॉजी दैट फार्मर्स कैन यूज। और उसी के सिमिलर एक और बना था एग्रीकल्चर टेक्नोलॉजी इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर, ठीक है, to act as a single window to disseminate the technologies developed in university and institute, ठीक है। please keep in mind, like whenever one thing happens, तो एक similar चीजें बनती हैं, so that there can be specificity। अब जैसे पहले there was only agriculture department, right? Then of that horticulture was made separate, right? fishery was made separate, forestry was made separate, so that individual focus can be made। तो ATIC भी वैसी बना था, ठीक है। इसके अलावा फिर अभी करंट प्रोग्रेस क्या, 2000 से क्या प्रोग्रेस है? न्यू प्राइवेट एक्सटेंशन एजेंसीज हैज कम, ठीक है। एग्री बिजनेस these units, organizations have been set up, financial agencies has been set up, so that through extension technology, extension methods, the farmers they can be taught, they can become better। और उसी में एक scheme है agri clinic and agri business centers, so it's a scheme name, so if you are from agriculture background, you can enroll yourself under this particular scheme, and this basically this scheme is around 2 months, like you would have to stay there, all your states they have certain centers where you are being trained for around 1-2 months, and in these 2 months you are being taught that with your agriculture degree, like what are the self-employment opportunities you can have. So in that you can open agri clinics or agri business center, where what will happen, you can sell the products which are used in agriculture, जैसे fertilizer, chemicals, etc. because currently it's like mandatory to have agriculture degree if you want to sell fertilizers and stuff, ठीक है। agri clinic में जैसे for example what you will also be taught, like what are the common crops that are grown in your area, what are the diseases that it can have, so that when farmer can come, it says agri clinic, right? So if farmer is coming and saying, yeah, my crop is facing this much and like physical difference aa raha hai, so you can tell that farmer, okay, maybe your crop is suffering from this fungus or maybe this pest, you can use this chemical or this like fungicide or pesticide to tackle that, ठीक है। तो ये एबीसी आपकी स्कीम है। अब एडवांटेजेस क्या है एग्रीकल्चर एक्सटेंशन स्पेसिफिकली अगर हम बात करें, इंक्रीज द एफिशिएंसी इन एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन, डेफिनेटली, ठीक है। एफिशिएंसी इन मार्केटिंग, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर इनपुट्स एंड आउटपुट्स, ठीक है। नेचुरल रिसोर्स का, बिकॉज व्हेन वी आर एफिशिएंटली यूजिंग थिंग्स, सो वी आर डूइंग कंजर्वेशन ऑल्सो, ठीक है। प्रॉपर मैनेजमेंट ऑन फार्म एंड एट होम, बेटर फैमिली लिविंग, बिकॉज इफ योर प्रोडक्टिविटी विल बी इम्प्रूव, better financial profit, better family living, youth development, so that more and more youth can come into agriculture and they are getting better profit there also. Leadership development, community development, improving public affairs, so all round development. These are advantages of your extension education in India, specifically for agriculture if we talk about. And again, now let's try to answer these questions and give me.
And the topic that we have picked up today is to understand the basics of agriculture economics. Why are we doing so? Because if you look at some previous year questions, some important ratios that are there in agriculture economics from their question have been asked. About brief information on MSP question has been asked, and also about the different marketing seasons that exist. All right. So we will understand, we will do this particular lecture by first understanding the definition of agriculture economics, what are the different factors of production that are there. Then there are two important laws, one is law of diminishing marginal utility and another is law of diminishing returns. Those we will understand. Then we will understand on CACP how it gives the recommended MSP for the various crops, and then what are the different marketing seasons, and at the end important ratios. Okay, so let's just get started, starting off with the definition, like what is agriculture economics. Okay, so we know what's like the basics of economics, right? It talks about the allocation, distribution and utilization of the resources, all the resources that we have. Okay, and when we say agriculture economics, so definitely we are specifying this these principles of economics in agriculture. So what is agriculture economics? It talks about studying of the allocation, distribution, utilization of all the resources that are used, so that we can have like certain commodity, it can be produced in agriculture, and definitely the farmer can have some earnings out of it. So that is what it is, your agriculture economics. Now there are four factors of production that are there in economics. Okay, please keep in mind these four factors are not just for agriculture economics but economics as a whole. Okay, but we will keep in mind, we will learn keeping in mind agriculture economics because we are being specific, right? So the first factor of production is land. ठीक है, land का मतलब यहाँ पे सिर्फ not only the soil or the base, but we are also talking about all the natural resources. We are also talking about air, we are also talking about water. For example, if any industry has to be set up related to wind turbines and etc, so for them the land, it means actually they would see that where the speed of wind it is like more, right? So land means anything that is natural. For example, any industry needs to be set up where water is required a lot, right? So they would search for that area where natural rivers are there or natural water bodies are there, so that they can have a source for them for the industry to function, right? So land actually means all the natural resources. Second is labor, we require people to work there. ठीक है, तो labor चाहिए. Third is our capital. अब in previous time capital it simply means money, money, right? Cash. But now we have like very complicated things under capital. We know now we have investors also, right? Shares has come into play, futures and options. Then we can take debt. We can sign some bonds. So now there are a lot of other things that comes under capital. But yes, capital actually means that monetary requirement that is there to run a business. Okay, and ultimately we are talking about enterprise. To combine all this and make them function into something, we require an enterprise, we require entrepreneurs, right? So that is your fourth factor of production. For example, there is a place where space is there, people live there, right? And you have some money, right? But you need somebody to collectively make something out of these different factors, right? So where there is where enterprise it comes into play. ये four factors of production किसने दिए थे आपके? डॉक्टर एल्फ्रेड मार्शल थे, he was an economist, he have given these four factors of production. ठीक है, अब coming to the most two important laws that are there in agriculture economics, important for your examination point of view. The first one being the law of diminishing marginal utility. ठीक है, अब पहले इसको पीछे से समझते हैं, like what is the meaning of it. Utility means usefulness of something. ठीक है, if we look at from the economics terminology, utility means that how useful something is to the consumer. ठीक है, अब what is marginal utility? Not we will understand just the meaning of marginal, but we will understand the meaning of marginal utility. ठीक है, marginal utility is that additional satisfaction consumer gains by consuming one more unit. For example, apple. ठीक है. If you eat that and your stomach get full with that, you feel less hunger because of that. So that apple has a utility. ठीक है. तो that is the meaning of utility. Utility is usefulness of something. ठीक है. Now you had two apple, so you have eaten one apple. ठीक है. Now you are eating another apple, so this is the marginal utility, the additional satisfaction that you will have from consuming one more unit. ठीक है. अब it says law of diminishing marginal utility. Diminishing means to reduce. So what does it mean? That this additional satisfaction that we are talking about, it will reduce. So if you look at the definition of law of marginal utility, it simply says that the law of diminishing marginal utility says that with consumption of one more unit, the satisfaction of the that commodity it keeps on decreasing. ठीक है. यूटिलिटी बढ़ती जाती है. यूटिलिटी मतलब देखो यूजफुलनेस तो रहेगी ना. अब फॉर एग्जांपल देयर वाज वन एप्पल, देयर आर टू एप्पल, देयर आर थ्री एप्पल. द मोर एप्पल you add, the usefulness of them will increase. So whenever you will see the chart with increment of the unit, ठीक है, the utility increase but the marginal utility decrease, means satisfaction decreases. ठीक है. What does it mean? For example, I was very hungry. I ate one apple. Okay. Then I felt some satisfaction. Okay, but I was still hungry, so I ate second one. So I had the satisfaction, but it was not as satisfactory as when I had the first bite of apple. Similarly, if I gave you different example, you are very thirsty. Okay, so the first glass of water that you had and the satisfaction it gave you, you will not get that in second glass of water that you will drink, even though you were thirsty. Like I was very thirsty, I needed 2 to 3 glass of water so that I can feel satisfied. Okay, I drank first glass of water, I had the maximum satisfaction. In second glass of water, I did have satisfaction, but it is nowhere comparable to what I had at the first glass, right? Similarly, when I drank the third glass of water, I still had satisfaction, but it is not comparable to the first or second glass of water. There will come a time, now I'm quite full with water, and like if I just drink even one sip of it, I am going to puke. Similarly, if I'm eating apples, my hunger will go gradually, and there will come a time when now I am full and I cannot eat one more apple, right? So this is what the law of diminishing marginal utility says, and it also says that there will come a time when the satisfaction marginal utility will get to the negative. Negative means that I talked about. Now I would want to puke if I take one more sip of water, or maybe if I get to eat another apple, I would vomit, right? So now that would be the negative satisfaction that I will be having, or the opposite of satisfaction, I would say, that we will be having. Okay. So what is law of diminishing marginal utility? It states that with every additional consumption of every additional unit, the satisfaction keeps on decreasing. The additional satisfaction keep on decreasing to the point where it becomes negative. Okay. How you can utilize this information in agriculture economics? For example, it's mango season. Okay. Initially you must have observed that when only in one or two stalls you are looking, you're finding mangoes, they are costlier, right? But what family says that wait for 1 week or 2 week, the prices will go down. How and why? Because then there is a lot of availability of mangoes in the market, right? Now what will happen? People will start consuming it, their satisfaction for it will decrease. See, the people, they would like to wait for a season, and whenever the season ends and they see some new fruit, they would want to eat it. But once they get eaten one or two times, then they become saturated with it. Then they would like to eat those fruits, but they would not be craving as much as they might have before at the start of the season. That is why whenever any product that is surplus in the market, the farmer should understand the economy, that now because the availability is more, the satisfaction is going to decrease of the people, and so that to let them buy those products, the farmer should decrease the price. Even if after, like if there is full availability of mangoes in the market, even after that any farmer has kept the rates high, he will not get his product sold out. Why? Because any person might once or twice will buy anything expensive to enjoy, to eat, but not every time, right? So what happens, even if, like for example, there was just only one stall and there was only one regular customer. First time he came, he saw mango and he bought, like for example, 100 rupees kg per kg he bought, he went back. Okay, next week he again came, he again bought chalo for 100 kg, okay. But then after a while he would not see the satisfaction worth of rupees 100, because that craving has already been satisfied, right? So even if there was just one stall, then what the farmer should eventually do to reduce the price of the mango so that the consumer will buy. ठीक है, तो this is how this particular law is utilized in agriculture economics. ठीक है. Secondly, we have law of diminishing return. It says that whenever you add any input into a system, okay, initially it will give you it will give you more productivity. Okay, you will have that significant productivity observable to a point where the that productivity will keep on diminishing to the point where it will start giving you negative return. Let me give you an example. For example, there was nitrogen deficiency in your soil. Because of that, plants were not going properly. So what the farmer he did, he added some urea into the soil. Okay, then he observed that the plant growth has improved. Okay, so initially he added just for example like 10% of urea and he saw some improvement. So he got motivated and he added more. He now it's like 30% he added into the soil. Okay, then he saw more production, then he added more. Okay, to the point where he has added like 90% into the soil. Now the urea has been replenished into the soil, not urea, I'm sorry, nitrogen has been replenished into the soil 90%. Okay, अब imagine for yourself the growth which the farmer has observed when there was no nitrogen into the soil to the time when he has added 90%. The growth must have been significant, right? Now you compare this growth to if the farmer adds more urea into the soil to make it 100% so that all the requirement in the nitrogen is fulfilled in the soil. Do you really think that the growth will be as significant as it was observed in the initial time? No, right? Because initially there was deficiency of nitrogen. The plant was not going properly, but as we started adding the nitrogen into the soil, there was a significant growth that was observed, right? But gradually it kept on decreasing because even the plant have a specific capacity, right? Plant can only take up a certain amount of nitrogen only. Now after that, so that is why you would initially see when there was deficiency and you added, you saw significant growth. But after a while you saw that there was growth but not as significant as it was initially. And now, like for example, 100% of nitrogen requirement now is being fulfilled, and now you are adding more and more urea. You have now added 100% was the capacity, now you have added 120, 150 in that expectation that maybe because I added more urea, I saw the productivity, so let me just add more without having any other thoughts, right? Now you added like 150% of urea. Now because of that, what would happen? Toxication of urea will happen, or the nitrogen will happen, and you would see then toxicity symptoms like blossom abortion and etc. Whatever other whatever other physical indications the plant give in the toxicity. ठीक है, तो हमको क्या हुआ, नेगेटिव रिटर्न मिलने लग गया. इसी में एक दूसरा एग्जांपल देखते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, देयर वाज अ फील्ड एंड फार्मर वाज he was alone, he was doing all the work over there. Okay, so what the farmer he decided to hire somebody so that means it would be less time consuming. Okay, so he added another farmer and he saw that okay, now whatever intercultural activity which I was doing, now it's being now done at the faster rate. Okay, and I am having better productivity. Okay, so what he did, he added another farmer and then he saw that productivity has increased more, so he added one more farmer. Now there are 4 people working in the field. ठीक है, अब imagine for yourself that because now the work is being divided. ठीक है, तो काम तो जल्दी हो रहा है, but अब काम बचा भी नहीं है. There is not much work of the work that is left to do, right? Because more people have been added and they have done as per their requirement, they have done the work, right? So even the work is not that much. ठीक है, so initially when the farmer added one more partner into the field, or maybe one more labor into the field, he saw a jump in the productivity, so he added more. He again saw the jump, he added more. ठीक है, but now because with addition of more and more labor, the work will also get reduced, right? So he is not getting as much productivity as there was before. Now imagine the full capacity where all the people they can work with maximum productivity was only of 4 people, but now the person has added a 5th one also, or the 6th one also. So what does it mean? That even without this 5th or 6th labor, the work would have been at full efficiency. But now when the 5th and 6th people are added, they are also doing the work, but they were not needed. Even without them, the work would have been done. Okay, so the how is it giving negative return? Because the the person, the farmer who has hired these two laborers, he would have to pay them, right? So basically, even if he had not hired these farmers, the work would have gone softly, but because he have added two more people, he is paying them, and he is paying them, so that is why it is a negative return. ठीक है, तो law of diminishing return आपको ये कहता है, and it is also known as law of variable proportion. ठीक है, वैसे law of diminishing return is usually it's being seen for the shorter period of time, because इसमें बाकी सब चीज़ों को हम static रखते हैं. For example, when I gave you the example of fertilizer, so there we have given the assumption that water requirement was static, means it was up to the optimum level. ठीक है, and when I gave the example of nitrogen fertilizer, there was this assumption that whatever other nutrients are there, those are to the full capacity. Water is the full capacity. Intercultural operation are happening at full capacity. So only that this nitrogen fertilizer was the limiting factor. Because of that, the production was not happening properly, right? So why is it at short term? Because in long term, even water variability can happen, right? Other nutrient deficiency can happen. तो लॉ ऑफ डिमिनिशिंग रिटर्न यूजुअली आपका शॉर्टर रेंज के लिए ही देखा जाता है. ठीक है, नाउ कमिंग टू कमीशन फॉर एग्रीकल्चर कॉस्ट एंड प्राइसेस. सो दिस इज अ कमिटी. ठीक है, इट इज अ पैनल, स्टैट्यूटरी पैनल, विच फॉल्स अंडर द मिनिस्टर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर एंड फार्मर्स वेलफेयर. ठीक है, एंड इट प्रोवाइड्स द मिनिमम, इट रिकमेंड्स दैट व्हाट शुड बी द आइडियल एमएसपी फॉर डिफरेंट क्रॉप्स. करंटली वी हैव फॉर 22+1 क्रॉप्स, 22 क्रॉप्स के लिए एमएसपी रिकमेंड होता है, एंड फॉर वन इट इज योर फेयर एंड रेम्यूनरेटिव प्राइस, एफआरपी होता है. दिस इज फॉर योर sugarcane. Please keep in mind in exam it can come like for how many crops MSP is given. MSP is given for 22 crops. ठीक है, and that and for sugarcane fair and remunerative price, FRP term is used. For sugarcane we don't use the term MSP, वो FRP करते हैं. Why different is used, different term is used? Because to extract the value that support value, factors are different. For sugarcane usually the factors include how many sugar mills are there, how much they can buy. So the what will be the FRP of sugarcane, it is pretty much dependent on sugar mills and sugar farmers. ठीक है, while for MSP there are other criteria. ठीक है, what are the other criteria? Cost of production देखा जाता है. ठीक है, there we have three term, A2 plus FL and C2 concept. इसको समझते हैं. A2 basically we have to understand three term, A2, FL and your C2. ठीक है, this is FL. A2 means whatever the cost the farmer has bear for the production. जैसे spending money on seed, spending money on fertilizer, spending money on irrigation, right? So this is your A2. This is known as your A2. ठीक है, FL में क्या होता है? आपका फैमिली लेबर कितना लगा है. डेफिनेटली इवन लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल इफ इट इज माय फार्म एंड आई एम डूइंग फार्मिंग माई सेल्फ, बट आइडियली माय लेबर कॉस्ट शुड ऑल्सो बी काउंटेड, राइट? तो दैट इज नोन एज योर FL. ठीक है, योर फैमिली लेबर कितना है. एंड द फर्स्ट वन A2 इज बेसिकली योर हाउ मच कॉस्टिंग इज देयर. ठीक है, योर C2 इज योर फाइनल, जो आपका C2 ऑल्सो इंक्लूड. C2 इज एक्चुअली C2 इज योर A2 होता है, मीन्स C2 इज cumulative of whatever money that has been spent by farmers for production for that particular crop in that particular season, plus what should be ideally the family labor cost. ठीक है, plus other expenses also, जैसे कि for example you are using machineries, right? So in that also you must have bought some you must have had some cost, है ना, ऑन योर सेल्फ. सो मशीनरीज में कितना जा रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी में कितना जा रहा है, ये सारी चीजें जो होती है ये आपकी C2 में काउंट होती है. तो C2 इज अ ब्रॉडर कंसेप्ट वेयर अलोंग विद द यूजुअल एक्सपेंसेस फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप एंड द फैमिली लेबर, द अदर फैक्टर्स लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल योर मशीनरीज, इरिगेशन, लैंड एंड ईच एंड एवरीथिंग, लाइक even the longer or you can say broader expenses, those are also taken into consideration. ठीक है, तो तीन ये आपके कुछ कंसेप्ट्स हैं which government follows A2 plus FL. A2 currently which this statutory panel which is your CACP is following, it is your A2 plus FL. C2 को वो idealize करता है, means C2 is something where they want to reach, where they want to understand that you know this is the overall overall real expense of farmer. ठीक है, this is the overall real expense of farmer. So this is where they want to achieve, but currently A2 plus FL जो है वो गवर्नमेंट फॉलो करती है. तो मतलब आपका उस पर्टिकुलर सीजन में उस पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप में कितना खर्चा हुआ है प्लस फैमिली लेबर कितना लगा, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग एमएसपी डिसाइड होते हैं. तो ये इनपुट प्राइस में कितना, और जब A2 एंड FL चेक करते हैं तो इनपुट प्राइस में कितना चेंजेस आ रहा है, फ्लक्चुएशन आ रहा है इन फर्टिलाइजर्स, इन सीड प्राइजेस एटसेट्रा, व्हाट आर द ट्रेंड्स इन मार्केट प्राइसेस. ठीक है, डिमांड सप्लाई सिचुएशन कितना है, टर्म्स ऑफ ट्रेड, इन्फ्लेशन, इकोनॉमी, एनवायरनमेंट, इन सबको करके ये जो है एमएसपी बनाई जाती है. ठीक है, प्लीज कीप इन माइंड इवन फॉर एमएसपी, इवन फॉर योर एफआरपी, द लास्ट say is of cabinet committee on economic affairs only. This particular panel, it just recommends the MSP. Usually it happens that whatever MSP has been recommended by the panel, the same MSP only is being approved by CCEA, but as per the process, this organization just tell you the MSP, just recommend the MSP, but last say is of cabinet committee on economic affairs. ठीक है, both for खरीफ and रबी crops. आपके marketing seasons कौन से हैं? आपके खरीफ marketing season है that runs from October to September. ठीक है, and then you have marketing season that of rabi that goes from April to March. कैसे जाता है, उल्टा कैसे है ये? Because see, if you look at it, खरीफ crops are usually grown in June July time. ठीक है, then it is harvested in your October November time. So definitely after harvesting only that is available in the market. That is why its marketing season is October to September. October में when it has been harvested, now it is available in the market, right? So October से next September तक आपका क्या होता है, खरीफ marketing season होता है. ठीक है, similarly for rabi crops are usually grown in October November and then they are harvested in March and April. So definitely when they are harvested, then after only they are available in the market, right? So that is why from April of this year to the March of next year is considered to be the rabi marketing season. Please don't confuse कि April से March उल्टा कैसे है. Like for example, if it was April of 2024, then till March 2025 it will be the rabi marketing season. तो kharif marketing season, of course it will be after harvesting, which is usually done in October. So October of 2024 till September of 2025 is kharif marketing season. So whatever be the MSP that is there, ठीक है, वो सब आपकी बिकती है. रबी मार्केटिंग सीजन है आपका अप्रैल से मार्च तक. ठीक है, जब हार्वेस्टिंग होती है उसके बाद. ठीक है, अब ये कुछ एमएसपीज हैं जिसमें these are the crops on which MSP is given. Usually when I say like 22 plus 1 crop, I mean individual crop, but there are different types also. अब जैसे पैडी कॉमन में एक अलग एमएसपी लगती है, there is separate MSP on common paddy and there is separate MSP on grade 1 paddy. ठीक है, similarly ज्वार hybrid में there is one MSP given and ज्वार मालडंडी में there is another MSP given. ठीक है, तो इस ऐसे करके ये आपके है. कॉटन में भी दो लगती है आपकी, मीडियम कॉटन में अलग MSP मिलती है, लॉन्ग स्टेपल में अलग MSP मिलती है. ठीक है, सो देन फॉर रबी मार्केटिंग सीजन ऑल्सो वी हैव 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, राइट, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 या 7 आपके रबी सीजन में होते हैं. और इसके अलावा शुगर केन में आपका एफआरपी लगता है. दिस इज सेपरेट फ्रॉम एमएसपी. प्लीज कीप इन माइंड इट डज नॉट फॉल अंडर योर एमएसपी रेजीम. ठीक है, नाउ देयर आर सम इंपॉर्टेंट रेशियोज. ये कुछ आपके रेशियोज हैं, इनको ध्यान रखना है आपको. जैसे नेट कैपिटल रेशियो किसको बोलते हैं, हाउ मेनी एसेट्स यू हैव, हाउ मेनी लायबिलिटीज यू हैव. एसेट मीन्स थिंग्स यू ओन, दैट यू पोजेस, दैट यू हैव. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई हैड 20,000 rupees, that is my asset. ठीक है, नाउ what is liability, that I owe to other people, that I have given to some that I means it belongs to someone else, but I have borrowed it for some time. For example, I had overall 20,000 rupees, but last month I had taken 10,000 rupees from my friend. ठीक है, so this is my liability. This 10,000 is something which I might have for now, but I have to give it back. ठीक है, so what is your net capital ratio? Whatever asset you have, 10,000 20,000 divide by whatever liability you have to give back. ठीक है, that is your 10,000 you have to give back. ठीक है, तो उसका जो रेशियो होता है उसको नेट कैपिटल रेशियो बोलते हैं. करंट रेशियो इज करंट एसेट एंड करंट लाइबिलिटी व्हाट यू हैव. अब व्हाट डज करंट means? For example, if I have a FD which is for 10 years, ठीक है, now I can get that amount only after 10 years, right? So that is not my current asset. Current asset means now, whatever I have immediately, whatever I have now, which I can buy and sell as per my requirement. So that is a current ratio, current asset plus current liability. ठीक है. अब asset test ratio क्या होता है? It is a quick asset upon current liability. What is quick asset? अब जैसे for example I have a home, ठीक है, I have a house, that is my current asset. ठीक है. But for example, I have a house and I require 5 lakh rupees. Am I going to I am going to sell this house just for 5 lakh? No, I won't do so, right? So even though it is my current asset, but it is not a quick asset. Quick asset means something, the how liquid the current asset you have means you can immediately sell it off to get something for yourself. That is your quick asset. So even though this house is a current asset for me, but this is not my quick asset. Similarly, if you talk about in agriculture economics sense, inventory, those are the current asset. ठीक है. Inventory होती है, people, the farmers, the industries, they have inventories. ठीक है. Those is your current asset, but that is not your quick asset if you require some lesser amount, right? So what is your asset test ratio? Quick asset कितना है और current liabilities कितना है, उसका ratio. Debt equity ratio, कितना debt है अभी आप पे और owner की net worth कितनी है. Total asset turnover ratio, net sales कितनी हो रही है, total assets कितने हैं. Net income upon total assets. ठीक है. इसके अलावा इक्विटी वैल्यू रेशियो, नेटवर्थ कितनी है और टोटल एसेट्स कितने हैं. क्रॉप यील्ड इंडेक्स किसको बोलते हैं? सो व्हाट हैपेंस, देखो, इफ आई एम डूइंग साइंटिफिकली, इफ आई एम डूइंग फार्मिंग, राइट, सो माय यू इफ एंड लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल इफ दिस इज अ एरिया वेयर फॉर एग्जांपल cauliflower farming is happening. ठीक है. Now I chose the best transplanted plants, right? I chose the best variety, you can say. ठीक है. I am taking care of everything, of all the procedures that are there, but rest of the farmers, they are doing in a conventional way, right? So if I am having so much input into the land, so technically my yield should be better than the people around us, right? So crop yield index, it actually compares the yield of crops on my farm to the average yield in the locality, because it will give me better idea that is it even worth it to put this much input or not, or if not, like how I can modify my current approach. ठीक है. So that is a crop yield index. Then system index क्या है आपका? Determines the efficiency of combining whatever different enterprise you have in the farm. For example, you are running any enterprise related to livestock, then for fisheries also, then for agriculture also, how cumulatively they are efficient, that is also considered in agriculture economics, known as system index. ऑपरेटिंग रेशियो, टोटल ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपेंसेस कितना है आपका, ठीक है, और आपके ग्रॉस इनकम कितनी है. ठीक है. फिक्स रेशियो है, कितना फिक्स कॉस्ट है, ठीक है, टू द ग्रॉस इनकम, और ग्रॉस रेशियो टोटल एक्सपेंसेस ऑफ ग्रॉस इनकम. ठीक है. सो दीज वर सम ऑफ द इंपॉर्टेंट रेशियोज that we have picked up today. It is the different climate change conventions that are there. We are going to talk about it, and we need to understand, see, a lot of current affair also that are related to climate change conventions. Those are asked in exam, but to understand those current affairs, we should understand the basics, right? So talking about, like, if we saw in previous year, directly from questions have not been come, but yes, a lot of questions like from current affairs. This is the topic from this chapter, ecology and climate change, which is a prominent chapter in your exam, for your examination. But we are going to cover this particular section that is on the climate change conventions. It would help you understand current affairs better, and also to provide better inputs in your descriptive answer writing. So we will understand from the basics, definitions, then we will talk about UNCED that occurred, then after that conventions and protocols that are there, what is IPCC, and finally what are the national action plan. Means India has also made some plans for itself, so that they can fulfill whatever international commitments that they have made or India has made, right? So we are going to talk about it, starting off with some definitions, because see, now we are going to understand what are protocols, conventions, treaties, right? So before moving ahead, let's just understand the definition and the differences, so that we can understand the concepts better. Okay. Starting off with the term treaty. So what is a treaty? So basically any agreement, international agreement that has happened between two parties, member of events. मान लो आपके दो लोग हैं, ठीक है. When I say people, I mean like nations or any parties, right? Definitely in nation a lot of people are there, or in any party a lot of members are there, but like whenever signing is done, it is by the representative, representatives only, right? So that is why I'm saying that when two people are there, they have agreed on something. There is a paper where the rules and regulations have been written, right? So this agreement is known as treaty. Means two people or two nations, two parties, when they agree to something, that is known as treaty. Okay. Now treaty is not like that. Okay, for example, I went and my friend came and we just agreed on something. No, first there are some meetings that happen, and especially like we are talking about when nations, we are talking about parties, so definitely there has to be proper meetings that are held, right, where both the parties will share their concern, they will share what they expect, and it's not necessary that for all the expectations they would be met, right? Maybe I shared some expectations but the other party is not ready to accept it 100%, so maybe 80% they will accept and 20% tweak they will do, right? So there are meetings that happen before, and those are known as convention. So what is a convention? A convention is something that happens prior to a treaty being formed. Treaty is the agreement, but before agreement some meetings are done, those are known as treaty. ठीक है? A convention can also sometimes mean a treaty among a number of countries. अब जैसे क्या हुआ, like for example any two countries or like any parties, they have come together, they did a meeting, and on the same day they did the agreement. So in some cases convention and treaty might be used simultaneously in exchange of one another, these terminology. But if you broadly look at, there is a difference between treaty and convention. Treaty is ultimate agreement, while convention is meeting that happens prior to treaty where discussion is done. ठीक है? अब in treaty when agreement is done, so it's not a formal agreement. Whenever any agreement happens between nations, between parties formally, it does not happen on the verbal basis that today I say this, now it is like now whatever word come out of my mouth I will do it. No, it does not happen, right? There has to be some documents that are signed, and those documents are legally bind, right? So those documents which are signed, that those are known as what? Those are known as protocol. So what is a protocol? It is a document that is legally binding, that allows alternation and amendments to the main treaty, and their amendments can be done. For example, today I and my friend and I, we agreed on something, but after like 5 months or 6 months we feel like there has to be some modification that needs to be done on the current agreement that has been signed, तो उसको amendments बोलते हैं. Those are known as amendments. ठीक है? So what is a treaty? A treaty is a international agreement between two parties or members. Before that meetings can happen. Those meetings are known as convention, where discussions are done, and finally in the treaty protocol is signed. In the treaty there is a legally binding document that is signed, that is known as a protocol. ठीक है? तो ये आपको चीजें ध्यान रखनी है. I hope now you have clarity. Conventions are meetings, treaty is the agreement, and the documents, those are legally binding which are signed, those are known as protocols. ठीक है? अब to take care of the environment, because you know when the scientist community, they started to observe this climate change, they started to highlight this, then all the countries, they not all the countries but you can say the major countries, those were in power, they decided to form a united committee, so that focus can be done on climate change, right? And hence the earth summit, it came into action. It was a major United Nation conference, and it held where it held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. Okay, so that was the first Earth Summit that has happened, where the talk on how to conserve Earth, where the people, the stakeholders, they talk about the climate change, how that can be reduced or can come into control, so that the population, they can be protected, not only like the human population but the other plants and other species, animal species, like all the animals that exist in the world, so that they can be protected. So Earth Summit in 1992 it was conducted. Then there was a follow-up meeting that happened after 10 years from 1992, so that was in 2002 में ये आपकी हुई थी जोहान्सबर्ग, साउथ एशिया में. ठीक है? उसका एक और फॉलोअप हुआ, दैट वाज 20 years from the original. इसको रियो प्लस 20 भी इसलिए बोलते हैं बिकॉज इट हैपेंड आफ्टर 20 years from the original summit. ठीक है? तो ये 3 बार इसके फॉलोअप मेजरली इसके हुए थे, जहाँ पे what are the current situation, present scenarios that are related to the initial conference, उन सब में डिस्कशन होता है. ठीक है? अब what were the documents and conventions that were signed at Rio summit? तो मेजर जो डॉक्यूमेंट साइन हुए थे, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल देयर वाज अ रियो डिक्लेरेशन ऑन एनवायरनमेंट एंड डेवलपमेंट एजेंडा 21? Agenda 21 simply means for the 21st century, what these nations, like these stakeholders who have come together, who have the United Nation, who have conducted the conference, like what they envision that what should be the agenda for the 21st century. ठीक है, तो इसलिए उसको agenda 21st 21 है इसका नाम. And some forest principles, like like some rules and regulations were made so that not excessive deforestation can happen. ठीक है, इसके अलावा कुछ conventions they which were now open for signature was Convention on Biodiversity, United Nation Framework Convention on Climate Change and to combat desertification. ठीक है, तो ये मेजर है, इनको हम देखेंगे. फर्स्ट इज योर कन्वेंशन ऑन बायोलॉजिकल डाइवर्सिटी. ठीक है, कौन कौन से कन्वेंशन ओपन हुए थे फॉर सिग्नेचर? मीन्स वी हैव अंडरस्टूड नाउ कन्वेंशंस आर व्हाट, दोज आर द मीटिंग्स, राइट? And open for signature means meeting will be held, discussion will be done, and then if any conclusion comes or feel like we have some agreement, then protocol will be legally binded. ठीक है, अब convention on biodiversity, first it was open to signature on Rio de Janeiro, means the first Earth Summit that happened in 1922. And what was the aim, or what was the main goal of the conventions? ठीक है, to protect the biological diversity or biodiversity, simple as that. इसमें बात कर रहे हैं हम sustainable use of components, whatever natural resource we have. अब it's not like that if any natural resource that is present in India and some natural means which exist only in India, and for example there is some another natural resource that exists only in for example यूरोप. ठीक है, यूरोप में कोई एक स्पेसिफिक आप ले लो, मान लो वैसे तो यूरोपियन यूनियन पूरा ही है, बट मान लो फॉर एग्जांपल लंदन मान लो, देयर इज सम और थोड़ा नियर बाय चाइना में चले जाते हैं. ठीक है, सो इट शुड नॉट बी लाइक दैट द बायोडाइवर्सिटी विच आर प्रेजेंट इन चाइना ओनली दे कैन यूज इट, ओके, और द बायोडाइवर्सिटी दैट इज प्रेजेंट इन इंडिया ओनली वी कैन यूज इट, राइट? वी हैव टू गो फॉर सस्टेनेबल यूज सो दैट each and every country they are benefited from the natural resource that exists in the world, even though it does not exist in their place. ठीक है, तो सस्टेनेबल यूज ऑफ कॉम्पोनेंट. ठीक है, फेयर एंड इक्विटेबल शेयर ऑफ बेनिफिट्स. ठीक है, तो इसके लिए दो प्रोटोकॉल आए थे सामने. वन वाज Cartagena protocol that was open on 2000 and it got implemented in 2003. ठीक है, and second was Nagoya जो 2010 में था और 2014 में implement हुआ था. Cartagena protocol specially it dealt with the genetically modified organisms. ठीक है, तो genetically modified organism, to get it transfer from one country to another, there are some protocols that were made and those were under the Cartagena protocols. ठीक है, means some you can say some measures will be taken, some security measures will be taken while transferring one GMO to another. ठीक है, or things like that, all that come under Cartagena protocol. Second is your Nagoya protocol. It deals with this one, fair and equitable share of benefits, like whatever benefit that exists in a country, they should not gatekeep it, they should not and over exploit it, which can harm the other organism that lives there, right? Each and every like these the biological diversity we have or genetic resources we have, those should be shared with the other country which is in need. ठीक है, so for that we have Nagoya protocol. So that was your first convention. Second is about your यूनाइटेड नेशन फ्रेमवर्क कन्वेंशन ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंज. ठीक है, तो ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था? डेफिनेटली दैट वाज टू फोकस ऑन द ग्रीन हाउस गैस कंसेंट्रेशन दैट इज हैपनिंग. द एम ऑफ दिस कन्वेंशन वाज टू स्टेबलाइज दिस ग्रीन हाउस गैस कंसेंट्रेशन दैट इज इंक्रीजिंग इन द एटमोस्फेयर, एंड ड्यू टू विच रीजन? ड्यू टू द एंथ्रोपोजेनिक इंटरफेरेंस. एंथ्रोपोजेनिक मीन्स human intervention. So because of this human intervention, what the greenhouse gas concentration is increasing, that is leading to climate change. The aim of this convention, UNFCCC or United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, it came into existence. ठीक है, and it came up with a lot of protocols that was there to bind the limits on greenhouse gases. We are going to look at it. ठीक है, what were the protocols, what were the important protocols, we are going to look at it. But before that, there was also one concept that was introduced under this particular convention. It was about common but differentiated responsibility. It meant one want that all the nations that have signed these conventions, those will have common responsibilities. That means they would have common objective only, right? For example, there is a developing nation, there is a developed nation, okay? So both the countries aim would be same. It just differentiated responsibility means, for example, if developed country has created more pollution, so they would be more accountable for the pollution that they have done, and they have to work more to redeem what they have caused, okay? So what does it mean? Like, for example, there was a developing country, there was a developed country. Both the countries, the aim would be to, like, for example, maybe not to release much carbon dioxide, or maybe, you know, to work in a sustainable manner, so that the environment is not polluted. So common aim is there, right? But differentiated responsibility means those who have caused more harm to the environment, they would have to work more. The ones which have caused lesser harm to the environment, they still have to do, but yes, lesser, because the impact that they have created on the environment, that was lesser, okay? So as here explanation is also done. Common means what? That all must take part in fight climate change. However, differentiated responsibility means bigger polluter which are there, they would be held more accountable for causing climate change, and hence they would have to work more to redeem their effect, rather in comparison to the country which has done the lesser pollution, ठीक है? A very important इसमें आता है आपका Kyoto Protocol. So you have to keep in mind Kyoto Protocol is related to your greenhouse gases, ठीक है? Maybe in examination it can directly come like Kyoto Protocol is related to, you should know it is related to greenhouse gases, ठीक है? As simple as that. Kyoto Protocol, greenhouse gases. What is the aim? ठीक है? इसमें क्या क्या चीज़ है? Legally binding है, ठीक है? ये सब चीज़ें तो है, like basics है, बट इसमें जो आपको ध्यान रखना है कि Kyoto Protocol में as we said कि greenhouse gases को limit करना था, control करना था. So what are these gases? Carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, sulfur, hexafluoride, groups of hydrogen, hydrofluorocarbons, and group of perfluorocarbons. These are some of the gases where control had to be done under the Kyoto Protocol. And whoever countries have signed this protocol, all were legally binding. Means if they would not function in these particular steps, then they would be they can be like legally convicted because they did not follow what was asked from them, ठीक है? तो Kyoto Protocol आपका किसके लिए? Greenhouse gases का है. And when I was talking about like protocol, I told ना that in future it can be amended also when we looked at the definition, right? So in Kyoto Protocol there were some amendments that were done in the second phase. So first commitment period was 2008 to 2012. Okay, then in 2013, then again a meeting was conducted, and then new changes were made as per the observation that happened in the previous commitment, okay? So that amendment that happened in the new or the second commitment, that is known as your Doha Amendment. So Doha Amendment happened in the Kyoto Protocol, which is related to greenhouse gas again, okay? So if directly it is asked Doha Amendment is related to, it is related to greenhouse gas only, right? Kyoto Protocol is related to greenhouse gas, and in the second commitment new amendments were made. Those amendments are known as Doha Amendment, simply because this convention, it took place in Doha, which is in Qatar. Qatar is the name of a country, Doha is a place, वहाँ पे हुआ था, इसलिए इसको Doha Amendment बोलते हैं, ठीक है? तो इसमें classification of parties means, देखो again, some countries they release more carbon dioxide, right? So for them there were some other rules. For other countries with less pollutant, there were some other rules. इसलिए Annex 1, 2, Annex B ये सब डाला है. You don't have to memorize this, ठीक है? But major जो आपको याद रखना है, Kyoto Protocol is related to control the greenhouse gas emission, and there was a Doha Amendment that happened in 2012, ठीक है? That is known as what? That is known as Doha Amendment. Amendment done in Kyoto Protocol that is related to the greenhouse gas, ठीक है? अब इसमें कुछ Kyoto mechanism है, let's understand that, ठीक है? अब जैसे for example, if you live outside, means if you live in a hostel, or even if not that you get pocket money, or even if you don't get pocket money, you will understand. For example, I gave you 5,000 rupees and I said that you have to spend from this amount only in a particular month, okay? Now that is what the amount has been given to you. Now you have to survive in that amount only. Similarly, the concept of carbon credit exists, ठीक है? What is the concept of carbon credit, it simply means that for example, a country was assigned 100 units of carbon, means that in a particular year country A can only emit 100 units of carbon. If emits more than it, there can be legal actions. Why? Because Kyoto protocol is legally binding, right? It can happen because even if I as a country I sincerely following the rules of Kyoto protocol, but still it can happen that I am not able to like fulfill the targets, right? Because some things do take time, right? These are because when we talk about a whole country, it takes time to get the changes done, right? So what can happen? So in Kyoto protocol there are some leverages also that are given, that in case if you are still exceeding the limit, there are ways by which you can redeem it. Okay, what are the ways? For example, 100 units were assigned to country A, but country A it emitted 110 units. Okay, so there are various ways by which it can redeem itself. One way can be, for example, there is country B. Okay, country B also had 100 units for them, country A also had 100 units for them. Up country B it emitted only 90 units. Okay, so up if you look at it, country A it exceeded 10 units more, while country B still have that 10 units in buffer with it, right? So first case, country A can, what it can do, it can buy those 10 carbon credits for country from country B. That is known as your emission trading. In emission trading, what happens if, for example, and it always happen between developed countries only, okay? To country, because in developing country there is a leverage that is given because they are still developing, so it can be that they are not able to control the carbon credit as much as they even if they want to, because there is still development that is taking place and that is also necessary. Okay, so emission trading happens between country A and country B. Okay, so if country A has emitted more units of carbon and B has emitted lesser, so A can directly buy those 10 carbon credits. Okay, and in this way that country A it can save itself. Okay, so one case is this. Another case, that this country A and B, what they did, instead of buying and selling, the country A and B, they they together form a team. So overall what they have, overall they have 200 units of carbon now. Okay, first case mein they were individual countries, one have bought from another, but in second, like for example, now A then talked to B and A country said that okay, maybe this year you might have reduced less, what if next year you reduce more, what will happen in that case, right? So what A and B they decided to come together and club their carbon units, so that overall when they have to show the units to the UN, okay, because this is a protocol that has been signed, right? So there will be some scrutiny that will be done, so they will show from overall 200. Okay, so overall from 200, if they are emitting 195, if they're emitting 197, that's up to them. Overall there should be 200, then it would not be like country A has emitted how much or country B has emitted how much. Okay, in response to that, maybe country, if every year country A is only emitting much, maybe country B would ask it to establish some technology in that particular country, or maybe they can ask for anything. That's up to them, whatever, however they want to deal with it. But the second is known as joint implementation, where country A and B have clubbed their carbon credit together and they cumulatively show how much they have emitted to the respective whatever, like government body that is there. Okay, so that is your second case. In emission trading, buying and selling of carbon credit was happened, while in joint implementation both countries have clubbed their carbon units. Okay, a third option है, that is your clean development mechanism. In case any advanced country has emitted above their given carbon credit, the another way by which they can save themselves is to establish any technology in a developing country B. Please keep in mind, joint implementation and emission trading happen between both the developed countries, but there's also one more way where advanced country A it can establish either any technology in developing country B which will which will help to reduce pollution in that particular country, because developing countries are still figuring out ways how they can do development and that to sustainability. In fact, in most of the developing countries they are not focusing on the sustainability part, because their major aim currently is to first have establishment of the technology and the the modernness. Okay, so in such cases developed country A can come up with such projects which will add that sustainability into the current development. Okay, so either they can do so, or if not technology, they can finance the country B maybe for any project or anything, so that again sustainability is done in that particular country. ठीक है, तो ये तीन आपके कुछ क्योटो मैकेनिज्म्स हैं. अब इसके अलावा देयर वर सम समिट्स दैट वुड हैपन. ठीक है, समिट्स अगेन आपकी मीटिंग्स थी जो कंडक्ट की गई थी. आई एम रियली सॉरी फॉर दैट. ओके तो इसमें हमारा बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, एक है पेरिस समिट. ठीक है, यूनाइटेड नेशंस क्लाइमेट चेंज कॉन्फ्रेंस. देखो सीओपी अभी भी आपके चलते हैं, कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ पार्टीज बोलते हैं इनको. सीओपी इज योर कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ पार्टीज. इवन इफ यू लुक एट द न्यूज, देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ information on that, and in fact last year also COP 26 से क्वेश्चन आया था, COP 26 से कोई टारगेट सेट हुए थे इन योर ARD सेक्शन ओनली. तो that is why I said that maybe directly from this static question have not been asked, but to understand, like for example if you have directly read the news COP 26, you might have gotten confused, right? So that is why I am saying that we are understanding the static so that you can understand current affair better. ठीक है, तो पेरिस समिट सबसे पहले हुआ था. ठीक है, जिसमें बात की थी अगेन लीगली बाइंडिंग एग्रीमेंट ऑन द क्लाइमेट चेंज. ठीक है, एग्रीमेंट क्या हुआ था? अब दिस पेरिस समिट इज रिलेटेड टू ग्लोबल टेम्परेचर राइज. ठीक है, योर क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल और दोहा अमेंडमेंट इज रिलेटेड टू कंट्रोलिंग ऑफ ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस. ठीक है, दैट जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट ग्रीन हाउस गैस. अब यू कैन interlink that, you know, if gases are reduced then temperature will be reduced. That's a separate thing. Okay, that's very separate thing. And these summits are in fact part of your climate change only, so in way you can you can interconnect them. But to have that segregation, your Kyoto protocol or Doha amendment, it was related to control the greenhouse gases emission into the atmosphere, and your Paris summit is related to overall focus on, because global temperature does not rise only because of the increase of greenhouse gas. For example, deforestation is happening because of also temperature also rises, right? So global temperature increase not just because of greenhouse gases but other factors also. So Paris summit, it talked about reducing overall global temperature, ठीक है, this century below 2 degrees Celsius, ठीक है, above the pre-industrial level. तो they have taken one particular time period and it was aimed कि आपको उससे 2 डिग्री below में लाना है. ठीक है, और 1.5 डिग्री से आगे तो पहुंचने नहीं देना, वैसे ये एम था, अचीव नहीं हो पाया, बट या दैट वाज द एम. ठीक है, इंडिया ने इसमें क्या फिर एम करा, दैट इंडिया विल रिड्यूस एमिशन इंटेंसिटी बाय 30 to 35% बाय 2030. ठीक है, ये उनका एम रहा है. प्रोड्यूस 40% ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी फ्रॉम नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल बाय रिसोर्सेज ऑफ 30%, एंड आई थिंक दिस वन इज ऑलरेडी अचीव्ड. ठीक है, इवन वी हैव नॉट टच्ड 2030, सो दैट्स अ गुड थिंग. ठीक है, and also create additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030. What is carbon sink? What is sink? Like even at home, like when you say na that keep your utensils in the sink, or keep like wash your hands in the sink, right? So sink is that bowl where something is being collected, right? So when we talk about carbon sink, we are talking about such places where carbon can be trapped, it can be stored, right? So how carbon can be stored? By afforestation. A lot of trees are there, what they will do, they will absorb carbon dioxide, so they are collecting it, they are creating a sink. ठीक है, तो ये कार्बन सिंक का कंसेप्ट वो है बेसिकली. ठीक है, तो ये आपकी कुछ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट आपकी पेरिस समिट मीटिंग थी, दैट वाज रिलेटेड टू ग्लोबल टेम्परेचर राइज. ठीक है, अब एक और कंसेप्ट है इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस का. ठीक है, दैट आई वांट टू टॉक अबाउट. सो बेसिकली दिस टॉक्स अबाउट टू ट्रैप द सोलर एनर्जी और टैप द सोलर एनर्जी. व्हाट डज इट मीन? और इसका कंसेप्ट ये है दैट सन नेवर सेट्स. ठीक है, to create a particular world where sun never sets. Now what does it mean? देखो, in the world there half part always have day, half part always have night, right? बट जो इक्वेटर में आपकी, ठीक है, इक्वेटर में ये आपकी जो ट्रॉपिकल कंट्रीज है, ठीक है, यहाँ पे तो अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आई एम जस्ट गिविंग अ बेसिक एग्जांपल, इफ 5 countries are in half hemisphere, first hemisphere, and 5 countries are second hemisphere, so 5 countries will have sun availability half of the day, and then for the rest half of the day the other 5 countries will have the ability. ठीक है, so the aim under this international solar alliance, which is a joint initiative that has been launched by India and France, so we should be proud of it, because we along with France are the countries that have, you know, rose this concept or proposed this concept, and now it has been internationally accepted. So the aim over here is to create such solar grids to establish solar panels especially in the tropical areas. ट्रॉपिकल एरियाज आपके क्या है, नियर बाय इक्वेटर के जो एरियाज है, नियर बाय इक्वेटर रेंज में जितनी कंट्रीज है देयर, बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ सनलाइट इज रिसीव्ड ओवर देयर, ठीक है, एंड इन अ वेरी गुड इंटेंसिटी. So the aim is to establish these solar grids along those tropical area line, ठीक है, so that what happen, they are always recharged. How always recharged? Because for the first 12 hours these 5 countries will be taking up the sunlight and the solar panels will recharge themselves. But then afterwards when sun will come this particular side, then these 5 countries will be taking up the sunlight energy and they will be recharging itself, hence creating energy. ठीक है, तो ये sun never sets का क्या मतलब है, because now we have formed the grid. तो overall if you look at in this project, the sun is helping throughout the day, ठीक है, even if it is day or night in certain areas, ठीक है. तो aim to bring solar rich 121 tropical countries, ठीक है, fully or partially between like your tropical of Cancer और tropical of Capricorn के बीच में जितनी है उनको हम tropical countries बोलते हैं, ठीक है, so that we can use this renewable solar energy for various purpose. और इसका headquarter कहाँ पे, आपका गुड़गांव में आपका based है headquarter, ठीक है. Next we have now Montreal Protocol. So अभी तक majorly which we have seen Kyoto Protocol and Doha Amendment, that was related to the reduction of greenhouse gases, I'm sorry. Then Paris Summit was related to reduce the global temperature. Now we have Montreal Protocol. Montreal Protocol is to protect the ozone layer, ठीक है, please link it, although I'm revising time and again so that you can actually memorize, right? But to protect ozone layer we have Montreal Protocol, ठीक है, came into force in 1989. तो aim से समझ गए, we have to protect ozone layer, ठीक है. ozone layer कहाँ पे present होती है आपकी, stratosphere में होती है आपकी present, ठीक है. तो and ozone layer protect us from the ultraviolet rays from sunlight, so it's very important. If ozone layer is not there, cancer will happen very easily, ठीक है, very easily it will happen. In fact क्या होता है आपका, you know, those people who travel a lot from airplane, there are more chances of them having cancer because the plane it flew in the troposphere वाला region, right? So वहाँ से मतलब ऐसा होता है कि आपका काफ़ी ज़्यादा chances होते हैं, इसलिए usually it is recommended like even if you're flying you should keep the window shut so that like you're not directly taking up those rays, ठीक है. तो but all in all we are talking about ozone layer, ठीक है. तो ozone layer काफ़ी ज़्यादा important है. And now what was happening, because of these gases those were just releasing into the atmosphere, it was observed that some of such gases are which are ozone depleting. So ODS is a ozone depleting substance. So this particular Montreal protocol, it came into action so as to reduce or to phase out production of such gases which are actually depleting oxygen, ठीक है, आई एम सॉरी, विच आर डिप्लीटिंग ओजोन, ठीक है. तो ओजोन डिप्लीटिंग सब्सटेंसेस जिसमें क्या आ जाता है आपका क्लोरोफ्लोरोकार्बन, हाइड्रोक्लोरोफ्लोरोकार्बन, कार्बन टेट्राक्लोराइड, हैलोन्स, ये कुछ आपके these were some of the gases like these were some of the ozone depleting substances which had to be phased out, ठीक है. अब इससे क्या हुआ, हाइड्रोफ्लोरोकार्बन्स टुक ओवर प्लेस अबव ओडीएस, ठीक है. पहले क्या हुआ, ओजोन डिप्लीटिंग सब्सटेंसेस थे, ठीक है. फिर उसके बाद क्या करा कि अदर ऑप्शंस लाए कि जैसे हाइड्रोफ्लोरोकार्बन्स, आई एम सॉरी, नॉट हाइड्रोक्लोरोफ्लोरोकार्बन्स, हाइड्रोफ्लोरोकार्बन्स है दैट वुड लाइक रिप्लेस, बिकॉज सी these ODS or ozone depleting substances were used for some things, right? And now if those have to be phased out, now these ODS have to be replaced by something so that the smooth functioning can happen of the appliances that were used before. Usually आपकी electronic appliances में use होते थे, ठीक है. So what happened, your hydrofluorocarbons it replaced ODC, ठीक है, and acted as an alternative for chlorofluorocarbon and hydrochlorofluorocarbons, ठीक है. But later on what was observed, that even though these hydrofluorocarbons they are not ozone depleting but they are leading to greenhouse effect. So what happened in Montreal Protocol, the aim was to phase out the substances which are used in various appliances but those are causing depletion of ozone layer, was to replace those ozone depleting substances. Now those were reduced by hydrofluorocarbons, but it was observed that even though now they are not directly impacting the ozone layer depletion, but hydrofluorocarbons are causing a great greenhouse effect. तो उसके लिए क्या किया, then what was done, so for that Kigali agreement came into action, ठीक है. फिर फिर इसको टैकल करने के लिए किगाली एग्रीमेंट आया, जिसमें नाउ द एम वाज टू फेज आउट HFCs, बिकॉज ऐसा ना हो ना कि ओजोन बचाने के चक्कर में यू आर इंक्रीजिंग द ऑल्टरनेटिव दैट दे हैव कम अप विद, इट इज मोर हार्मफुल, राइट? इट शुड नॉट बी द केस. तो किगाली एग्रीमेंट किससे रिलेटेड है? मॉन्ट्रियल प्रोटोकॉल से. Kigali Agreement is to phase out hydrofluorocarbons. Montreal Protocol was what? Montreal Protocol was to protect the ozone layer. Then what else we have studied? Kyoto Protocol, that is related to your reduction of emission of greenhouse gases. Paris Summit, it is related to the decrease in temperature. ठीक है? तो किगाली एग्रीमेंट में देन it was expected कि we have to now we have to phase out gradually HFCs also now. ठीक है? तो these some documents, some conventions that we have seen. ठीक है? तो ये दो हमने देख लिए. Lastly we have what? Lastly we have combat desertification की भी है. So in this what is that is to mitigate the effects of drought. मतलब सूखा ना पड़े, right? Because of like deforestation, excessive global warming, right? Places now they are getting dried up. So this particular convention, that is to combat this desertification, to come up with legally binding framework that would help to fight the problems. That is the basic aim. ठीक है? अब whatever conventions, protocols, those have been signed, right? There has to be some body that would that would check what are the progress that is happening, right? Whatever be the international treaties have been signed, there has to be a body, there has to be some group of people who would keep a check on that, who would keep an eye on that, or even if they don't control it, but they are providing with the data that how much improvement is actually happening, right? So for that reason, this independent panel was set up, International Panel on Climate Change. ठीक है? तो ये international government body है जिसका काम क्या है? Their work is to produce reports that support the UN FFFC. Means what does it do? It make reports of the countries, like whatever the conventions or protocols that have been signed or legally binded under the UNFCCC. This IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, it makes reports. It highlights like what country is in it, what progress, or maybe are they degrading or they are improving from before, right? To come up with these reports. तो main काम उसका ये है. IPCC reports cover all relevant information to understand the risk of human-induced climate changes, potential impact and potential on adaptation and mitigation. ठीक है? तो ये आपकी क्या करती है? Normal research भी करती है, and then it reviews the work that is done by the countries also. Lastly, अब इतने सारे protocols, there are so many protocols, so many conventions, so many agreements, right? So and so many summit that happen, COP still it happens. ठीक है? तो there has to be any national body also that would focus on this thing, so that whatever international agreements we have signed or like we have agreed upon, those can be met. तो उसके लिए India has established a national action plan on climate change. They have come up with this. It launched it in 2008, and this focus is to enhance the ecological sustainability on India's development path and to address the climate change, which we have already signed at international level. तो उसके लिए there are major 8 like focus that has been made separately. Why separate groups have been made? So that more focus can be done. So one, we have National Solar Mission, so that is in sync with ISA, है ना? National Mission on Enhanced Energy Efficiency, Sustainable Habitat, Water Mission, National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem, right? All these are part of climate change. We have to focus on that. National Mission for Green India, Sustainable Agriculture, National Mission for Strategic Knowledge. Today is Panchayati Raj Institution, and we have picked up this topic because first of all, it is part of your rural development chapter. It is mentioned in your syllabus, and anything that is there in syllabus, it is important from the examination point of view. But previously questions have also been asked from it. For example, which day is celebrated as Panchayati Raj Day, or there was a question from which of the following committee suggested the idea of democratic decentralization and Panchayati Raj, right? तो ऐसे question आपके पूछे गए हैं. We will look at these questions at the end of the session, but before that, let's just start off with today's lecture, where we will first understand the definition, like what is Panchayati Raj, and then what were the historical events that took place which finally led to the current system of Panchayati Raj that we have. ठीक है? फिर क्या structure होता है इसमें, कितने tier system होता है, some reservations that have been given under Panchayati Raj. Now then we will understand like what are the functions of them, and finally there's a PESA Act that came into existence. Now this PESA Act, how similar or different it is from the Panchayati Raj system that is followed in India, we will look into that. ठीक है? Starting off with the definition, Panchayati Raj का concept क्या है? So basically if we talk about formally how this Panchayati Raj term it came into existence, So we know India is a very huge country, right, geographically also, and a lot of people are there. Now what happened, it was very difficult for the center government to focus on each and every village that exists, because see, development has to be done everywhere, right? It is easier for them maybe in a certain state if there is a very famous area, right, or maybe already urban area exists. It is easier for the government to focus on that particular place, right, because it's kind of a limelight of that particular maybe state, right, or that area. But it does not mean that other areas might should be ignored, no, right? The development has to be done at every place. And not only that, see, when we got independence, right, so at least we many part of the country were deprived of even the basic amenities. In fact, even today also we know a lot of villages, they still don't have electricity, they still don't have water, right, means proper water facilities, okay. So when the government they came into being after independence, so the first they created, or they came up with this idea, they set up some committees and they came up with this idea that there has to be a grassroots government that has to be established, so that they can work on the development of that particular area. And from there this concept of panchayati raj came into existence. If we talk about what is panchayati raj, so it is a self governing body, or the in the village, where people among themselves only they choose two or three leaders, and those leaders will take care of the development of the village. From where they get funding, state government can help with it, right, or maybe any policies has come up with it that can help for the development. Apart from that, from taxes also, or maybe poll booths are set up from their places also, they can like generate money and utilize that money to establish or do establishment or development in the particular village, ठीक है. अब ऐसा नहीं है that after independence only this like eureka movement happened and this concept of panchayati raj it came into existence. It was always there, ठीक है. It was always there with the name in the form of sabhas, where self governing village communities were there, right, but they were like informal in nature, right, but with formal with all formal constitutional work where proper rules were there, right, and ambitions were set up, functions were set up, right, all these things were done gradually, ठीक है, after independence. So if we talk about like history way before that, when like officially before officially setting up Panchayati Raj institution, as I said before also, there were such informal kind of concepts were running, ठीक है. अभी जैसे इलेक्टेड लोकल बॉडी होती है, बट उससे पहले भी प्रेजेंट थी, ठीक है, आपकी 1882 से पहले भी कंसेप्ट प्रेजेंट थे, ठीक है. देन मीन्स मॉडर्न टाइम में ये कंसेप्ट आ गया था, बट अगेन इट वाज नॉट द नेम पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन दैट वाज गिवन, ठीक है. 1882 में लॉर्ड रिपन ने पहले ये एक लाइक दे हैव पिच्ड अप दिस आइडिया, ही हैज पिच्ड अप दिस आइडिया, और ये आपका इलेक्टोरल वे में एक लोकल गवर्नमेंट सेटअप हुई थी. ऑल्दो द नेम पंचायती राज वाज नॉट गिवन, और मे बी इट वाज नॉट इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, बट येस ही केम अप विद दिस, ठीक है, लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट बॉडी का. एंड दैट इज वाई लॉर्ड रिपन इज नोन एज फादर ऑफ लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट इन इंडिया. Please keep in mind, he is not the father of Panchayati Raj in India, as I said, because as I said that this Panchayati Raj terminology it came into existence way afterwards, right? But this concept informally in some manner, you know, it always existed in Indian society. और ये जो elected local government bodies है, ये Lord Ripon लाए थे 1882 में, ठीक है. That is why he is known as father of local self government in India, ठीक है. इसके बाद आपका एक्ट भी आया था, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट आया था, ठीक है. विलेज पंचायत वर स्टैब्लिश इन नंबर ऑफ प्रोविंसेस, ठीक है. उस पहले लाइक करंटली वी कॉल देम स्टेट्स, बिफोर दैट दे वर लाइक प्रोविंसेस दैट एग्जिस्टेड, ठीक है. तो काफी जगह करा था, ठीक है. एंड आफ्टर लाइक सो दीज आर द थिंग्स. एंड वन लाइन दैट नियरली वन थर्ड ऑफ द villages of India had traditional panchayat at the time of independence. So somehow this concept existed, but then formally PM Narasimha Rao government they introduced this constitutional amendment bill in 1991, that there has to be a formal government self-governing body in the local area so that development can happen proper, and there has to be proper rules and regulation how that government will run, means the local government will run, right, how would they, what functions will they have, and all those things, ठीक है. तो एक formal जो integration है that came into existence after PV Narasimha Rao government. They introduced this constitutional amendment bill in 1991, and which finally passed in 1992 with the with what constitutional amendment act, that is 73rd very important. Okay, not only for NABARD exam, for any exam, if Panchayati Raj is one of the topic, this is a very important information that the question can be asked, like the which constitutional amendment act finally integrated Panchayati Raj into the constitution. So you should know it was 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992. Okay, this Panchayati Raj, it belongs to what part of the constitution? See, basically our constitution have some parts and some schedules they have. Okay, it has. Okay, so this particular Panchayati Raj is, it belongs to the ninth part of the constitution, article 243 से 243 O तक, and then it comes under 11th schedule. ठीक है, in case you are getting confused, let me just clarify. ठीक है, so ये आपका जो पंचायती राज का concept pitch 1991 में हुआ था by a certain government, right? तो this you can skip for a while this information, but the thing that you have to keep in mind, ये amend कब हुआ? It amended as 73rd constitutional amendment in act, and in which year? 1992. First point that you have to remember. Second part, it can be asked simple as that it belongs to which part of the constitution, so you should know part 9th. Okay, apart from that, what another information, what schedule? 11th schedule. Okay, so part 9 and 11 schedules, these two things you have to remember. 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act 1992, part 9th of the constitution, and your schedule 11th schedule. These three things you have to keep in mind. ठीक है, एक दो बार रिवाइज करोगे हो जाएगा. ठीक है, अब when it came into force, अब it was one of your previous year question also, right? 24th of April 1993 को it came into force. Please keep in mind, when this constitutional amendment act was passed, it was passed in 1992, but then there has then the procedure happens, right? It's not like that today any act has been passed and tomorrow only like it is implemented everywhere. No, it requires time, it requires some planning, right? Then only it is implemented. तो कब हुआ था? April 24th 1993, and that is why this particular day it is also known as Panchayati Raj Day. ठीक है, पंचायती राज डे भी इसको बोला जाता है. Every year it is celebrated. Very important, as has been asked in the previous year question. When this particular your particular act was implemented, it was not implemented throughout the country. Why? Because we have certain state which comes under which comes under protection under your fifth schedule. ठीक है, there are certain states and certain areas which under fifth schedule of the constitution they are classified as scheduled areas. ठीक है, usually the rules and regulations that are implemented there, those are in a they are tweaked in a form. Okay, they are not implemented exactly as implemented to rest part of the country. Why is it so? Because see, these scheduled areas are said to be protected for the cultural differences they have. ठीक है, or so that tribal community, a lot of tribal community that exist in that area, so they are not disturbed. ठीक है, apart from that there has been a lot of natural resources that exist. So if whatever rules, not only this Panchayati Raj but any rule which is implemented in the rest of the country, if they are implemented as it is there will be a lot of problems. So when this particular Panchayati Raj institution it came into existence, it was implemented on 24th of April 1993, but not in all areas. There were some reserved areas. ठीक है, exclusion था उस टाइम में. जम्मू कश्मीर, जो आपके नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स हैं, मिजोरम, मेघालय, नागालैंड, ठीक है, as well as the some scheduled areas of other states also, right? इट वॉज नॉट इम्प्लीमेंटेड ईच एंड एवरीवेयर. ठीक है, अब बाद में फिर क्या हुआ इनका, कभी यहाँ पे कोई इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हुआ? यस हुआ, एंड दैट केम अस एज पेसा एक्ट. दैट इज व्हाई आई सेड, राइट, वी विल टॉक अबाउट पेसा एक्ट, हाउ सिमिलर और डिफरेंट इज फ्रॉम पंचायती राज. सो पेसा एक्ट में ऑल एंड ऑल आपको ये समझना होगा, बस पंचायती राज में देयर वर सम मॉडिफिकेशन वाज डन एज पर द एरियाज एंड देन इट वाज इम्प्लीमेंटेड. ठीक है, तो पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन इट वाज इम्प्लीमेंटेड ऑन 24th अप्रैल 1993. ठीक है, और उसके बाद एक और बहुत रिवोल्यूशनरी स्टेप हुआ in 2009, so that for the upliftment of women in Panchayati Raj. ठीक है, 50% रिजर्वेशन women के लिए किया गया था. So that's a good thing. ठीक है, अब government they don't come up with any particular law or any particular rules without any research. ठीक है, first there is proper research is done and committees are set up. They brainstorm that how a particular rule should be, and then it comes into existence, or particular act should be. ठीक है, यहाँ पे हम ऊपर से यहाँ पे हम किसकी बात कर रहे थे? Constitutional amendment की, right? So for that a lot of committees were set up which gave us their recommendation, or which gave government their recommendation. And finally then from these recommendation only, what was done, the inspirations were taken, the recommendations were taken, and then the current system that we have, it came into existence. So सबसे पहले आपकी आई बलवंत राय मेहता कमेटी 1957 में. They recommended that there should be a 3-tier structure for local government. 3-tier system मतलब क्या है कि एकदम ग्रास रूट लेवल में there has to be a government body, means एकदम basic village में. Then what will happen, but then because villages are very small, in India, in fact some villages just have 10 to 12 families. ठीक है, अब now it's a very small area, now they can't get so much funding for a small area. ठीक है, so what happens now, all these very small villages, they will be grouped together, and there will be a higher governing body that will overview everything, that is implementation of whatever aim is that being fulfilled or not, is there any money need that is there, is there any problem that these villages are facing. ठीक है, तो 3-tier system बोला कि आपके ग्राम पंचायत होनी चाहिए. व्हाट इज ग्राम पंचायत? ग्राम मीन्स व्हाट? इट मीन्स विलेज. ठीक है, तो ग्राम पंचायत होगी एक, तो सो मीन्स देयर विल बी वन इलेक्टोरल बॉडी at the village level. Then there will be one, ठीक है, which will be at block level. ठीक है, तो block में क्या होता है, that is your पंचायत समिति. ठीक है, तो block में means, so there will be a block where which will constitute of many villages. ठीक है, so this पंचायत समिति will take care of whatever things are happening in the villages. ठीक है, then 4 to 5 blocks will come under what, वैसे ज़्यादा ही blocks होते हैं. Then there will be higher governing body also that will take care of all the needs of the blocks. ठीक है, तो वो कौन सी बॉडी थी आपकी? वो थी आपकी जिला परिषद. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली बलवंत राय मेहता कमिटी, they emphasized on what? They emphasized on this ground level approach, decentralization. ठीक है, कि government जो है, like for example be it a state government or center government, they will never be able to understand what are the actual grassroots problems of a particular village. Maybe a particular village is still struggling for proper water facilities, right, which might not be the struggle of other village. Other village might have some other problems, right? So when you have grassroots governmental bodies, then only they would be able to do the actual development that is needed in that particular area, right, which might not be relevant for other area, but it is relevant for that area. तो ये जो decentralization approach है government की, ये बलवंत राय मेहता ने suggest की थी. ठीक है, फर्स्ट इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इन योर नागौर राजस्थान. ठीक है, 1959, फॉलोड बाय आपका क्या, आंध्र प्रदेश में फॉलो किया गया था. ठीक है, उसके बाद अशोक मेहता कमेटी आई. ठीक है, देखो वैसे आपके जो मेन स्क्रैच, जो बेस माना जाता है, द बेस दैट करेंटली वी हैव ऑफ पंचायती राज, इट इज सेड टू बी ऑफ बलवंत राय कमेटी ओनली, बलवंत राय मेहता कमेटी. वाई? बिकॉज दिस वाज द फर्स्ट कमेटी दैट वाज सेट अप. आफ्टर दैट वट एवर कमेटी दैट केम इनटू एग्जिस्टेंस, they talked about more or less the improvements in Balwant Rai Mehta committee. ठीक है, तो Balwant Rai Mehta committee came up with like the original ideas and guidelines, but the rest of the one, they either added one or thing something new, or they say how we can modify the current what the committee had suggested. ठीक है, फिर आई आपकी अशोक मेहता कमेटी. इन्होंने बोला कि instead of having 3-tier system, let's just have 2-tier system, जिला परिषद at district and मंडल पंचायत. ठीक है, जिला परिषद will be working as executive body. ठीक है, and making the plans and everything at the district level. Then हनुमंत राव कमेटी ने क्या बोला है कि okay, ठीक है, fine, like tier 3-tier system is fine. ठीक है, but they emphasized more and more decentralization of function, power, finances. ठीक है, setting up of district planning bodies and district planning cells. तो वही they like more or less supported बलवंत राय committee. ठीक है, but then they emphasized on more and more, planning body should be there so that proper implementation can be done. Then GVK Rao committee ने क्या suggest करा, district level में एक जिला परिषद, like जिला परिषद बहुत pivotal role play करता है, so there should be some district development commissioner who will act as CEO of जिला परिषद and like take in charge of all the activities that is happening. And then LM सिंघनी committee आई थी. ठीक है, इन्होंने बस ये बोला कि ये तो constitutionally recognized होना चाहिए. So LM Singhvi committee said that it should be, this particular Panchayati Raj institution should be constitutionally organized and it should be protected and preserved only. Then only the actual motive of Panchayati Raj can be fulfilled and actual development can happen at the grassroots level, right? Because some things which are not constitutional, some initiatives that are launched by government, they might work for certain duration, but then with the course of time they might get vanished in between, and it could not be done with villages, right? So that is why LM Singhvi suggested कि यार इसका कुछ constitutional recognition, protection and preservation होना चाहिए, ठीक है? So these were the historical events happened. Majorly आपका बलवंत राय मेहता कमेटी के suggestions लिए गए, not 100%, right? Some modification of course were done from that also, but अभी जो current system है, more of it is inspired by your बलवंत राय कमेटी only, ठीक है? तो अभी क्या current system है आपका? विलेज लेवल में क्या है आपकी ग्राम पंचायत है, ठीक है, डायरेक्टली इलेक्टेड बॉडी बाय द विलेजर्स, ठीक है, एंड हेड इज हु, हेड इज सरपंच, ठीक है. देन अ लॉट ऑफ ग्राम विलेजेस, ठीक है, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल आई एम जस्ट गिविंग अ रैंडम एग्जांपल, जैसे 4 विलेजेस है, दीज 4 विलेजेस विल बी टेकन केयर बाय वन ब्लॉक पंचायत समिति, ठीक है. एंड ऑल्सो प्लीज कीप इन माइंड पंचायत समिति को पंचायत ऑफ पंचायत भी बोलते हैं, ठीक है, पंचायत ऑफ पंचायत. नाउ व्हाट कैन बी द रीजन? सी द सिंपल रीजन इज ऑफ कोर्स when we are talking about village level, we are talking about gram panchayat, ठीक है, that is a panchayat. Now 4 and 5 panchayat is taken care by panchayat samiti, that is what is known as panchayat of panchayats, because these individual panchayats now have a head panchayat, ठीक है, that is a panchayat samiti, coordinate all the gram panchayat, proper coordination happen of the resources and amenities and etc, headed by chairperson या प्रधान. तो प्रधान कहाँ का होता है? पंचायत समिति, या इसे मंडल समिति भी बोलते हैं, ब्लॉक समिति आपकी जो होती है, ठीक है. देन अपेक्स में आपका इसके ऊपर अब देर आर लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल दिस वन ब्लॉक is taking care of all the 4 villages, for example. Now there were another 4 villages which were taken care by one head of at block level, right? There were another 4 villages that were taken care by one block level head, ठीक है, प्रधान. अब इन सब के लिए टू टेक केयर ऑफ ऑल दिस ब्लॉक देयर हैज टू बी वन मोर बॉडी, है ना, एपेक्स बॉडी, दे हैज टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ. तो वो कहाँ पे होती है? आपकी जिला परिषद में या डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में होती है. अपेक्स बॉडी एट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडेड बाय प्रेसिडेंट या चेयरपर्सन, ठीक है. सो दिस इज द करंट सिस्टम ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर दैट वी आर फॉलोइंग, ठीक है. इसमें पहले फंक्शन समझ लेते हैं, देन वी विल गो टू रिजर्वेशन, राइट. अब इनका काम क्या है, ठीक है, पंचायत राज इंस्टीट्यूशन. सो एज आई सेड कि आपका जो भी डेवलपमेंट दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड इन द विलेज, अब चाहे इट इज इनफैक्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ बर्ड्स एंड डेथ्स, राइट, दैट इज रिकॉर्डेड, ठीक है, सैनिटेशन एंड ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की फैसिलिटीज प्रोवाइड करना, एग्जीक्यूशन ऑफ SC/ST अपलिफ्टमेंट प्लान, ठीक है. See, these are the ones, even if you don't read, you can understand, okay, what are the requirements of villages. To fulfill that only is the role of Panchayati Raj institution. Development of village infrastructure, support in providing agri inputs by various agencies, ठीक है, schools and libraries को establish करना, census को conduct कराना, right, so that the central government have actual and authentic data of the country, ठीक है, to establish health centers, hospitals, vaccine drives, ठीक है, to endorse new agriculture technology in the village, ठीक है, with collaboration with maybe state government, with NGOs, because if agriculture technology is introduced, so development is happening in agriculture sector, ठीक है. Maintaining shalas for adivasis, hostels for your scheduled caste or the backward classes, ठीक है, implementation of central rural schemes, whatever schemes are there for rural India, there has to be someone who will implement it, right. So sarpanch and all pradhan, they will take care of that, ठीक है. डेवलपमेंट ऑफ कॉटेजेस, कॉपरेटिव्स, इन सब का रूरल स्कीम्स जो है उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करना. ऑल इन ऑल बेसिक काम यही है कि ग्रास रूट लेवल में जो जो रिक्वायरमेंट है ऑफ द विलेजेस, दो शुड बी फुलफिल्ड. अब कुछ रिजर्वेशंस हैं, ठीक है, कुछ कुछ जगह में SC/ST एज पर द पॉपुलेशन रिजर्वेशंस होते हैं. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये. विमेन रिजर्वेशन वैसे मिनिमम 33% है, बट कुछ एरियाज में एज इंक्रीज टू 50% भी हो चुका है, ठीक है, अभी जैसे हमने स्टार्टिंग में भी समझा था. OBC रिजर्वेशन भी इसमें मिल सकता है स्टेट लॉ के अकॉर्डिंग, ठीक है. दैट इज डन वाई फॉर द रीजन फॉर द अपलिफ्टमेंट ऑफ द बैकवर्ड क्लासेस एंड विमेन, ठीक है. अब बात करते हैं पेसा पंचायत एक्ट, ठीक है. तो पेसा क्या है? P आपका है पंचायत only, then E stands for extension, then 2, then S scheduled, and then areas, ठीक है. तो PESA is full form of PESA is Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Area Act 1996, ठीक है. So now this Panchayati Raj we have already understood. 24th April आपका 1993 से आपका establish means it was roll out all across the country except for some states, ठीक है, which comes under your protection under your Schedule 5, ठीक है, जो आपके Schedule areas है. अब उसके लिए फिर आपका कौन सा आया? पेसा एक्ट आया बेसिकली, ठीक है. तो 5th शेड्यूल में जो जो शेड्यूल एरियाज है, देयर वर लाइक सम ऑफ द modifications and stuff that were done in current system, and then those were introduced in your शेड्यूल एरिया, सिंपल एज दैट। इसमें आपको कुछ ज़्यादा इसमें समझने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ठीक है। इसमें ये आपकी कुछ एट प्रेजेंट जो भी आपकी 10 स्टेट्स हैं, कुछ कुछ वहाँ के शेड्यूल एरियाज है जो शेड्यूल 5 में लाई करते हैं, देयर इट वाज इम्प्लीमेंटेड। इसमें आपको बस ये चीज़ ध्यान रखनी है दैट पेसा इज व्हाट इट इज़ योर पंचायत एक्सटेंशन टू शेड्यूल एरियाज एक्ट विच केम इनटू बीइंग इन 1996, ठीक है, इनैक्टेड ऑन 24th of December 1996। इतना ही आपको ध्यान रखना है, ठीक है। सो दैट इज अबाउट इट। Now coming to question number 1, which of the following days celebrated as Panchayati Raj Day? I think you know the answer, 24th of April. Second, which of the following committee suggested the idea of democratic decentralization in Panchayati Raj? वैसे तो I give this for homework. The reason I am discussing it now because some of you might think कि यार वैसे decentralization तो all have said, if Ashok Mehta has said 2-tier committee, that is also decentralization, all have also said, right? But we need to understand again, as I mentioned it over there, कि बाकी जितनी committees थी, they somehow they give the suggestions of modification of the existing कमिटी दैट हैज सजेस्टेड, है ना। तो जो आपका बेस बोलेंगे कि डेमोक्रेटिक डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन जो पहले लाया है वो कौन लाया था? बलवंत राय मेहता। कवरिंग द टॉपिक cooperative societies today. Why we are covering this particular topic? First of all, see, it does cater to your rural development topic that is present in your syllabus, but apart from this, a lot of current affair question, I would say, come from it, okay. If you see previous year questions or you do the analysis of it, you would realize, you know, schemes that are related to cooperative societies, or generically if any news is there related to it, or in fact in your English essays also in previous years questions have been asked, right? So as it is part of your ARD topic only, however not directly the question or the topic has been asked in ARD section, but yes, it is part of your ARD syllabus, but have been asked in current affairs format, has been asked in your descriptive English format. We decided to cover this particular topic. All right, so we will start by understanding like what are cooperative societies, its importance, what are their characteristics of it, how evolution has happened, means like what were the initial laws and then how they were modified, etc. What are the different types of it, because you need to understand that cooperatives are not restricted just to agriculture sector. However, whatever questions have been asked in the previous years, all are related to your agriculture and allied sector only, but this cooperative societies is more than that, okay. And then PACS, there is a concept of primary agriculture credit society, means this is then specific to agriculture. As I said now, that cooperatives can be of outside agriculture also, but yes, because we are talking about ARD, and as I said in NABARD, agriculture related cooperative, agriculture and allied related questions on cooperative societies has been asked. That therefore we will talk specifically of PACS, primary agriculture credit society, about its structure, how does it provide credit, okay. We will talk about it at the end. Starting off with like what are cooperative society. If I have to simply put it, imagine a group of farmers or maybe traders or maybe workers, right? Wouldn't it be good that whatever profit they are sharing, they just distribute it among themselves and they are not earning that money for some one person, right? For example, there were 10 farmers, okay, who were working for that one money lender or can be zamindar, right? And imagine the other 10 workers, what they did, whatever profit they were getting, they just distributed among themselves. And in the first case, what happened, the actual profit was of the zamindar, okay, but these farmers were having like specific salary for themselves, right? So the second concept where the people, they come together, they form an organization, and they all share a common belief, common motive they have, right? Definitely they have to be they must have some common motives, then only they will be able to um, function accordingly, right? Or they would be able to work together, right? So they all have common motive, and they share the profit as well. This is the concept of cooperative societies, okay. It is a voluntary, very important to note that cooperative societies are not something mandatory for people to join. Or for example, if in a village only 10 people want to be want to form a cooperative society, they are willing, they are free to do that. The 11th farmer is not, it's not compulsion for the 11th farmer to be part of it. So it is a voluntary, self-governed organization, means there is no head to control this. However, state government do, track how the progress that is going on in cooperative society, but still, like, they are not governed by any external organization. The people among themselves only, they elect members, means the members among themselves, they elect one or two people, right? Because there has to be one leader, right? Because then how the conversation will go from one place to another, right? For example, if there are 100 people, you currently don't think that only 5 to 10 people are there. Cooperatives can have lakhs and lakhs of people also, right? Of how these lakhs and lakhs people can can communicate with each other. So there has to be some, like, maybe board of members, you can say, or some other designation that have been made by the cooperative society, right? So self-governed organization, but whoever is being elected, he or she is the member of that particular cooperative society only. That is why it is a self-governed organization of individual who pool their resources. Now, what benefits are there? What is the benefit of having a cooperative society? On one hand, they would have to spend lesser on the inputs. For example, if one farmer has to buy a tractor, imagine how much money he would have to spend, right? But if there was a cooperative of 100 people, now all 100 people will pay some money, and then a tractor will be bought. Now imagine for yourself how much less burden now you would have. Okay, similarly, for example, if you as a farmer go to buy fertilizer, maybe, or maybe for example seeds, right? Because you're buying it very smaller quantity, so you, it would be expensive for you. But for example, if cooperative of 100 people and cooperative society go and buy seeds, they would buy in bulk, and anything bought in bulk is cheaper in rate, right? तो यहाँ पे क्या है, बेनिफिट आपको बहुत होता है. इवन फॉर द इनपुट्स ऑल्सो, योर इनपुट कॉस्ट रिड्यूसेस and output cost increases. Ab how? For example, I was a farmer, but I was a small farmer or a marginal farmer. There was just, only 10 kg of potato that can come from my farm, because I've planted other things also. So for example, only 10 kg came, right? Now who will buy this 10 kg, right? I will sell it locally, right? Or maybe in the nearby local market, right? I would not have that much profit, right? But now imagine if 100 of farmers from their land, they have cultivated potato, and now they are selling it to any industry, maybe chips industry, or they are making chips out of it. So imagine what will be the profit here. Definitely it will be more than what he would have gotten by selling it in the nearby market, right? So what happens in cooperative society, the inputs cost reduces and your profit it maximizes. Okay, some of you might think, like, how much money is being like, how the profit is distributed. Simply, for example, there was a farmer, like both the farmer, for example, they have invested 10,000 initially for the resources, right? But one farmer sold only 1 liter of milk through the cooperative, while another farmer sold 500 ml, like for example half. Okay, so maybe the input was same, but how much they sold, right? On that basis profit is given. अब सोचने वाली बात है, ठीक है? Why not on input but why on output this particular money is given? Because ultimately profit you get by selling something, right? If you're not selling, you will not get money, right? So if you're selling more, so your profit should be more, right? Because you're getting money for it from any company or anything. And if you're if you are selling less, your money will be less, है ना? So that is the concept here. ठीक है? तो cooperative society में क्या होता है कि आप कितना sell करते हो उसके basis में profit divide होता है. ठीक है? And the cooperative societies, whatever why these societies are made to meet the shared economic, social and cultural needs through jointly owned or democratically controlled business or enterprise. So jointly owned means there is no singular person who will share all the profit, who is the boss. Basically there is no singular person who is the boss. ठीक है? So it is democratically controlled. ठीक है? तो ये चीज आपको ध्यान रखनी है. And then the detail is given, like you can read it afterwards, कि unlike investor owned business means there are bosses, right, who share the profit and you get certain salary. It is not like that. All people they share the profit as per the contribution they are doing. ठीक है? और you can say the use of service they are doing. ठीक है? और यहाँ पे one member one vote का principle है. तो basically among members only, people people are being elected. ठीक है, अब इसमें importance में क्या है आपका, सबसे पहला है promotes financial inclusion especially in rural areas. As I gave you example, right, individually things can be costly, and but when you together you pool your resources, so वो बेटर होता है. ठीक है, और इससे फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी मीन्स आपका जो आपका कैपेबिलिटी है, ठीक है, ऑफ you can say money savings also, spending also वो better होती है. In cooperatives you are promoted for savings, ठीक है, आपको you are encouraged to open bank accounts, right, all these things are done. तो financial inclusion भी इससे होता है. Supports agriculture, dairy, fishery, ये आपका एक one of the previous year question है जो कि पूछा गया था, ये आपका NABARD में भी mention था, NABARD annual report में. So you know it's being said कि maybe वहाँ से पूछा गया हो कि, and the question was like which of the following is not a type of cooperative society. So you have to keep in mind कि आपकी marketing जो आपकी cooperative society, it can be for marketing also, it can be for housing also, it can be for credit also, fisheries also, dairy also, and agriculture also. ठीक है, next, empower small and marginal farmers, artisans and rural entrepreneurs, and finally enhances collective bargaining power and reduces exploitation, right, because now more and more people are there, तो bargaining power means better हो जाती है for selling, right. Now I can go to companies and sell my produce because now I have in bulk amount, right, and इससे exploitation काफ़ी ज़्यादा कम होता है. Who are artisans, right, जो रूरल एरियाज में जो क्राफ्ट्समैन वगैरह सब होते हैं उनको आर्टिसंस बोलते हैं, तो उनको भी प्रमोट करता है. कैरेक्टरिस्टिक क्या होता है, वॉलंटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. द मेंबर जो होते हैं इसके वो वॉलंटरी, लाइक दे कैन एंटर एनी टाइम, दे कैन एग्जिट एनी टाइम. द टाइम दे वुड एग्जिट, वट एवर प्रॉफिट द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अर्निंग दे वोंट गेट. वेन एवर दे एंटर, एंड फॉर एग्जाम्पल द सेम एग्जाम्पल, दे सोल्ड मिल्क फ्रॉम द कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी, दे विल अर्न द प्रॉफिट. ठीक है, जैसे आपका अमूल है, आपका ये आपका बहुत बड़ा आपका कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी है, तो अमूल इज नॉट ओन्ड और गवर्नड बाय एनी सिंगल person, mind you. Amul, whatever Amul is, you can say the owners are lakhs and lakhs of those dairy farmers that are there. ठीक है, they might have some chairperson to take care and manage things as I discussed before, right, but those are also part of the Amul organization who are elected among themselves only. ठीक है, तो voluntary है. ठीक है, whenever you want to be part of it, whenever you want to exit, you can do so. Open membership है. Registration, now it's important to have a registered cooperative society so that you can take various bank benefits. उसके लिए आपको ये होता है. ठीक है, limited liability, as I said that when individually you have to buy something, you would have more liability. If you are going to buy one tractor, you would have to spend more, liability बहुत बढ़ जाएगी. You will take loan, but that liability reduces when group of people they are contributing to something. Democratic in nature होता है. Again, there is no like head, as I said, no boss you have. ठीक है, service motive, जो weaker sections होते हैं, especially cooperative societies rural India में जो weaker section है, they come together so that they can have better profits than the profit that they were earning individually. ठीक है, under state control, as I said कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सुपरवाइज करती है. ठीक है, मीन सुपरवाइज करती है, देखते सब कुछ चेक में है नहीं, बट इट डज नॉट मीन दैट दे आर टेकिंग सैलरी फॉर इट और दे आर टेकिंग सम पार्ट ऑफ द प्रॉफिट ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी. ऐसा नहीं है. ठीक है, ये चीज़ नहीं होती है. द सोसाइटी हैज़ टू बी मेंटेन अकाउंट्स, प्रॉपर अकाउंट्स. गवर्नमेंट सेज दैट देयर शुड बी प्रॉपर अकाउंट्स. ठीक है, सो दैट ट्रांसपेरेंसी कैन बी देयर फॉर मेंबर्स, बिकॉज व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन 10-15 people are there in cooperative society, it is easier to manage, but when there are lakhs and lakhs of members, right, then it becomes difficult if the money is being distributed properly or not, right. So for that there has to be accounts made so that transparency can be there of money, and audit is done by independent auditor so that there is no discrepancy that occurs. ठीक है, evolution कैसे हुआ, तो देखो पहले वैसे तो बहुत ज़्यादा है इसमें, even before your independence 1900 and something ये start हो चुका था, बट आपको सारे याद नहीं करना है. मेजरली विच हैव नाउ मेड द बेस फॉर कोऑपरेटिव पॉलिसी इन इंडिया, वी जस्ट हैव टू टॉक अबाउट इट, राइट, नॉट ऑल. ठीक है, बहुत सारे बीच बीच में देयर कीप ऑन अमेंडमेंट्स दैट कीप ऑन हैपनिंग, बट जो मेजर चेंजेस जहाँ हैं हमको सिर्फ वो समझना है. कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी एक्ट 1912 में आया था. ठीक है, उसके बाद हमारा आया मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी एक्ट 2002, वेयर सम न्यू अमेंडमेंट्स वर डन. आफ्टर दैट 97th कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2011 में आया था. उसके बाद अभी रिसेंटली नेशनल कोऑपरेटिव पॉलिसी आपकी आई है 2025 में, which is modification only. It has replaced जो 2022 में आई थी, but there are just new modifications, new objectives, new aims that have been added to it, right? Otherwise वो पुराना ही कर रही है. And new things include like tripling the cooperative sector. अब ये 2045 क्यों लिखा है? Because the government has currently launched this policy just for 20 years, and then afterwards like government will see what improvements need to be done and everything. ठीक है? Then establish at least one cooperative in every village. This is what the aim of government is under this new cooperative policy 2025. ठीक है? Empowering marginal groups. Then again same thing, tourism, taxi, insurance, इन सबको promote करना. As I said that cooperative society is not limited to just agriculture and stuff, it is more than that. And under this जो PAC से आपकी primary agriculture society है, credit society है, government wants that now it should broaden its horizon from agriculture to other source of income also, so that when there are multiple source of income, so it will be more beneficial for the farmers and the cooperative members. ठीक है? Computerization करना PACs का, again why to do that? So that a transparency can be maintained. ठीक है? What is PACs? Again we will in detail अभी समझने वाले हैं, but ये सब कुछ है evolution of cooperative society हुआ है. What are the different types of it? First is the consumer cooperative society. As I said, cooperative society can be of different type. ठीक है? It's just not restricted to agriculture and allied activity. तो consumer cooperative society type कौन सी होती है? जहाँ पे product is purchased directly from the producer and sold to the consumer. No middleman is there. If there is no middleman, profit will be more. Next is what? Next is your producer cooperative society. ठीक है? These cooperatives help producers in maintaining their profit and also to assist producer in procuring items. वही producer मतलब जो producers है वो directly like they can sell. ठीक है? तो उनको ज़्यादा उसमें profit होगा. ठीक है? Credit cooperative society क्या है? These they provide loans at a minimal rate of interest and flexible repayment tenure. तो क्रेडिट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी का एजेंडा ये कुछ सेल करना नहीं है. देयर एजेंडा इज टू नॉट सेल समथिंग. पीपल दे कम टुगेदर and they club their pool their money, and whoever is in need they give them. ठीक है? Why is it better option? Because if in villages, especially if you directly go to zamindar, interest rate are very high and public shame is also there if not given back money in time and all that thing. ठीक है? Next है housing cooperative society. So as the name suggests, this proves to the beneficial for whom? To the lower income group. ठीक है? As it allows them to avail housing benefits at affordable rates. ठीक है? Then marketing cooperative society, again ठीक है, एक platform provide करना so that selling can be done at affordable rates, eliminating the middleman. ठीक है? तो अगर again marketing is not just restricted to agriculture products, it can be anything, right? That is why don't get confused between producer cooperative society and this marketing cooperative society one. ठीक है? Next आपकी primary agriculture credit society में अब आते हैं. ठीक है? अब क्या हुआ था, like for example in villages, as I said before, like farmers or anybody who like artisans or anybody who is there in villages and they are doing something business out there, they did not have money, right? They have to buy first of all things, then only they can make the product and sell, right? Or maybe they can do agriculture, then only they can sell. For that they required money, right? अब now what happened, they used to go to zamindar, and as I said, it's informally any informal way of taking up loan was bad for them. ठीक है? So now what happened, banks could not be set at very faster rate in all the villages, right? It is not possible to do that. All the government is gradually they are increasing the branches, but it is not that much still possible. Villages are a lot. ठीक है? So what the government they did, they came up with the concept of primary agriculture credit society. Credit का मतलब ही क्या होता है? मतलब कि कोई छोटा अमाउंट किसी को उधार देना, उधार. ठीक है? तो PACS क्या है? They are village level cooperative credit societies that serve as the last link in the 3-tier cooperative credit structure held by state cooperative banks at the state level. ठीक है? समझ में आया इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? सिंपली ये समझो, PACS जो होता है, मैं आपको स्ट्रक्चर ही नेक्स्ट उसमें दिखा देती हूँ, तब आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. ठीक है? ये PACS के ग्रास रूट लेवल में. ठीक है? PACS ग्रास रूट लेवल में इट प्रोवाइड्स क्रेडिट फैसिलिटीज. ठीक है? देन फॉर एवरी विलेज देयर विल बी one PACS, right? Now how this PACS will provide this credit, they also have some source, right? They also should be monitored by someone. तो ये किसके थ्रू होता है? ये होता है आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट ये होता है आपका, हाँ, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स के थ्रू. नाउ देयर विल बी वेरियस DCCBs. ठीक है? And then they will come under what? They will come under your एस जो आपका स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक है उसके अंदर रहेंगे। तो बेसिकली ये स्ट्रक्चर है, इसलिए बोला है 3 टियर कोऑपरेटिव स्ट्रक्चर है, क्रेडिट स्ट्रक्चर है, ठीक है, 3 टियर स्ट्रक्चर है। और ग्रास रूट लेवल में क्या काम करता है आपका, ग्रास रूट लेवल में आपका पीएससीएस काम करता है, ठीक है। पीएससीएस क्या प्रोवाइड करता है, शॉर्ट टर्म एंड मीडियम टर्म एग्रीकल्चर लोन्स प्रोवाइड करता है। शॉर्ट टर्म इज लाइक फॉर योर 6 for few months to 1 year, and then medium term loan is like 2 5 years, ठीक है। And then we have long term loans that can be 10 year, 15 years or more than that. For example, if any land has been bought, now for that you require for 10 15 years or more than that loan, right? So PSCS don't provide that. PSCS provide short term and medium term एग्रीकल्चर लोन्स, ठीक है, ये प्रोवाइड करता है। एंड फर्स्ट इट वाज फॉर्म्ड इन 1904। एज ए सेड, ये क्रेडिट सोसाइटीज काफ़ी पहले से चली आ रही है। कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज आर रनिंग सिंस अ वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम, बट इट जस्ट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एक्ट्स वी लुक्ड एट इट, ठीक है। कोऑपरेटिव क्रेडिट इंस्टीट्यूशन क्या हमारा क्या स्ट्रक्चर है, सो दिस इज आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू, ठीक है। रूरल में हमको समझना है, रूरल में शॉर्ट टर्म एंड लॉन्ग टर्म है। लॉन्ग टर्म वी हैव अंडरस्टूड PSCS डज नॉट प्रोवाइड। फॉर दैट वी हैव प्राइमरी cooperative agriculture and rural development banks. We don't have to like understand this as of now. Short term में we have understood primary agriculture societies होती हैं, many PACS they come under your DCCB and then they come under state cooperative banks, ठीक है। तो ऐसे आती है। significance क्या है, ठीक है, in PACS what happens, not only credit but yes fertilizer seeds, ये थोड़ी थोड़ी चीज़ें रखी होती है so that farmer can buy. In fact government has come up with new bylaws, ठीक है, and under this bylaws what happen, now government is planning that that PSCS should not just restrict to credit giving, but there are 25 other part-time job options that PSCS have come with, like for example teaching them how to drive so that they can drive for transportation, or maybe for tourism they can have better options, right? तो ऐसे 25 other options रखे हैं जो PSCS में incorporate किए जाएंगे, which will be incorporated in PSCS so that they have better earning options, ठीक है।
So with this students, we have completed our ARD simplified series, and I hope this video was helpful for you and you have gained an immense amount of knowledge by watching this particular video. If this was helpful, please let us know in the comment section below, and do provide your feedback also. Now students, if you are interested in any of the paid mentorship, you can visit our website edutap.in. Here we have dedicated courses for the NABARD examination. The first course that we have recently launched is a phase 1 and phase 2 live crash course. As part of this crash course, we are going to provide you the live classes, solve previous year question, chapter wise test, full length mock test, summary sheets, mind maps for last minute revision, as well as the descriptive model question and answer for each and every test. Apart from that, there are 10 full length mock tests for the phase 1 and the phase 2 exam. So this is the live crash course that we have launched for 2025 exam. Apart from that, for those of you who are preparing on their own, we have launched a phase 1 and phase 2 test series. And if you want to see what is the quality of the deliverables that we provide in our other courses, and if you want to have a wholesome knowledge of NABARD examination, then you can try our 11-hour trial course. Students, if you want to prepare for the 2026 exam, then and if you want to prepare from scratch, then you can enroll in our gold course, wherein we provide the mentorship for the phase 1, phase 2 and the interview part. Apart from that, we have also launched the silver course, wherein we provide the mentorship for the phase 2 and the interview part. So these are the courses that we have currently launched on our website for the NABARD Grade A examination. So on that note, I'm ending this session here. Thank you so much and I wish you all the very best.